At the outset, Yining faced dismissal from his company, and his materialistic girlfriend departed from his life as well. In a state of despair, he sought solace and alcohol at a bar, where he drunkenly indulged in a fleeting night of passion with an enchanting woman. Their identities remained shrouded in mystery, devoid of names or origins. Was this the end of their fateful encounter? Suddenly, a notification chimed. The extravagant cashback system has been bound. The allure of lavish rewards beckoned. A Vacheron Constantine watch worth $200,000 could yield a tenfold return of $2 million. Spending $20,000 on a woman triggered a critical hit, awarding him a commercial street valued at $30 billion. From that moment forth, the world was his oyster, and he could soar to great heights. Years later, a reporter inquired, "Mr. Yining, when do you find the greatest joy?" To which Yining replied, "Without a doubt, it is when you spend money and realize you can never run out." Chapter 1. The Extravagant Cashback System. In a hotel in Jiangsheng, Yining struggled to open his eyes, his body aching from the previous night's revelry. Scattered garments and a lingering scent of roses confirmed the wildness of his escapades. Turning slightly, he beheld an exquisite visage framed by wine-colored curls. Her furrowed brow lent her an air of both aloofness and beguilement. Yining could hardly fathom that he had shared intimacy with such a stunning beauty, and he remained oblivious to her name. At 25, with an ordinary bachelor's degree, he had toiled for 3 years in an advertising firm, eventually rising to the position of sales team leader. However, fate took a turn when he inadvertently stumbled upon his supervisor's clandestine meeting, leading to his unjust dismissal. His girlfriend, upon learning of his plight, resolutely ended their 2-year relationship. Heartbroken, Yining sought refuge in alcohol and encountered the mysterious beauty, leading to a night of passion that left him disoriented and enthralled. An hour later, the woman emerged from the bathroom clad in a flowing red dress, a playful smile gracing her lips as she regarded Yining. "Did you enjoy our night together?" Yining began, only to be interrupted. "Did we not agree not to inquire about each other's names? After today, let's act as though nothing transpired." She planted a soft kiss on his cheek, gathered her belongings, and departed. Yining touched the lingering imprint of her lips on his face, lost in thought. Was this truly the end of their connection? With a sudden chime, the system activated, detecting host's strong desire, binding extravagant system. Tears welled in Yining's eyes after years of reading novels. He was finally a part of one. System, reveal your functions. This system is a cashback mechanism. Any expenditure by the host will yield a return of 2 to 10 times the amount. Spending on women may trigger critical rewards. All rewards are legitimate, so the host need not worry. The more you spend, the more rewards await. With newfound clarity, Yining prepared to venture forth and test the system. Clad in his attire, he noted the vivid red stain on the sheets, a poignant reminder of the night's events. Leaving the hotel, he made his way to a small shop. "Owner, 1 bottle of mineral water, please." "Congratulations. You have spent 2 yuan and triggered a 5-fold cashback, resulting in a reward of 10 yuan. Yining could hardly contain his joy. "Huh, I'm rich," he exclaimed, drawing a bemused look from the shop owner, who pondered the sanity of someone celebrating such a modest gain. With renewed vigor, Yining sprinted towards Jiangsheng's largest commercial center. Within minutes, he encountered a delightful aroma as he collided with a girl. "I'm so sorry," he exclaimed, noticing her striking features. Tall and fair-skinned, she bore a striking resemblance to the woman from the night before. "No, the apology is mine," she replied, raising her gaze to meet his, her eyes wide with admiration. "Are you okay?" Upon seeing Yining's handsome visage, she was momentarily entranced. Chapter 2. Deposits exceeding 2 million. It must be noted that as a graduate from a flight attendant college, encountering handsome men and beautiful women is a commonplace affair. However, meeting someone as striking as Yining is indeed a thrilling experience. "Oh, did I hurt you?" Yining inquired, noticing the girl's silence. "Oh, no. Not at all." Su Wei's cheeks flushed as she hastily shook her head, embarrassed to be so captivated by a handsome face. "Well then," Yining nodded. "I'll take my leave." "Okay," she replied, oblivious to the uproar occurring in her live stream. "Wow, that guy is so handsome. I'm thrilled." "Hey, don't steal him." "I'm excited too." "What the heck?" Wei is smitten. "Oh no, my wife is going to leave me for someone else." Wei, good looks are a dime a dozen, but an interesting soul is a rarity. Look at me instead of that handsome guy. Yining arrived at the first floor of a shopping street and directly entered a Versace boutique. "Sir, may I ask what style of clothing you prefer?" I can help you with recommendations, a young saleswoman greeted him with a smile. Although Yining was dressed simply, the sales staff were trained professionals and concealed any judgments they might have. Please find me a casual outfit. Around 30,000 would suffice. Yining wished he could spend more, as higher expenditures would yield greater cashback. However, he was limited by his current budget of 30,000. The saleswoman's eyes brightened at his request, surprised that such a handsome man in ordinary attire possessed considerable wealth. Certainly, sir, please follow me. Ascending to the second floor, the selection was markedly superior to that on the first. Soon, the saleswoman returned with an outfit. How does this suit you, sir? Yining nodded approvingly and took the clothes into the fitting room. When he emerged, the saleswoman's eyes sparkled with admiration. You look absolutely stunning. Yining was also quite pleased with his reflection. It is often said that a person is elevated by their attire, and indeed, he felt his appearance had ascended to a new level. How much for this outfit? The original price is 31,800, but with a 5 discount, it comes to 30,210. Fortunately, that's just under my limit. Please remove the tags. I will take this. Of course, sir, please proceed to checkout. The saleswoman felt a surge of joy. A sale exceeding 30,000 would yield her a considerable commission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 30,210, triggering 8-fold cashback. Reward, 241,680. 8-fold cashback, totaling 241,000. What a delightful surprise. The speed at which money flows in is unparalleled. Next, Yining made his way to Vacheron Constantine. He had long coveted a particular watch, but had previously been hindered by financial constraints, as it was a luxury item costing nearly 200,000, far beyond his previous means. However, now he felt no hesitation. If he liked it, he would buy it. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up. Yining pointed to a men's watch priced at 199,800. Sir, wouldn't you like to try it on first? The saleswoman was taken aback, having never witnessed someone so decisively intent on purchasing without even a glance at the merchandise. No need. Where do I pay? He then pointed to a women's watch and added, wrap this one up as well. Although the women's watch was significantly cheaper, it still cost over 30,000. Did he really just spend over 200,000 so casually? All right, I'll print the receipt for you now. The saleswoman struggled to contain her excitement, her hands trembling slightly as she prepared the package. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 238,600, triggering 10-fold cashback. Reward, 2,386,000. As Yining paid, the saleswoman inadvertently caught a glimpse of a message on his phone, her eyes widening in astonishment. How many zeros were there? He was young, wealthy, and remarkably attractive. Sir, may I have your contact information? Next time you shop, please reach out to me first, and I'll have everything ready for you. She threw him a flirtatious glance, mustering her courage. Had it been the old him, he might have acquiesced. But after meeting 2 extraordinary women in just 2 days, Yining remained resolute. Although this saleswoman was not unattractive, she paled in comparison to the others. Let us leave it for another time. I have other matters to attend to, he replied, leaving her in solitary disappointment. With over 2 million in cash, Yining was not inclined to indulge himself alone. As he pondered what gifts to buy for his parents and sister, a familiar voice interrupted his reverie. Yining, is that you? Have you come here to pursue our Xiaoman? Upon recognizing the speaker, Yining's expression shifted from surprise to indifference. Zhao Na, it's you. And hello. He-Man Man. Chapter 3. The ex-girlfriend He-Man Man. Yining's former girlfriend had been his partner for 2 years. Throughout their relationship, he had lavished her with care and attention, striving to fulfill her every desire. It could be said that 70% of his earnings over 3 years had been spent on her. Yet, when she learned of his job loss, instead of offering compassion, she coldly severed ties with him, leaving no room for reconciliation. Zhao Na, a close friend of He-Man Man, although of ordinary appearance, possessed a cheerful disposition and decent character. Upon seeing Yining, she assumed he had come to mend things with He-Man Man. He-Man Man, upon spotting Yining, adopted a similar assumption. Ignoring his greeting, she disdainfully glanced at him before turning her attention elsewhere. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Zhao Na sought to divert the conversation. Suddenly, she spotted the Vacheron Constantine bag in Yining's hand. Wow, Yining, Vacheron Constantine, you've really splurged this time. Zhao Na's eyes sparkled with excitement, urging, show me what you bought. He-Man Man turned, puzzled by Zhao Na's exclamation. Yining, Vacheron Constantine? Those 2 phrases should never be uttered together. Although she did not own any herself, He-Man Man was acutely aware of the exorbitant prices associated with Vacheron Constantine items, with even the simplest costing 5 figures, especially the mechanical watches, which range from tens of thousands to even millions. Such luxuries were beyond the reach of someone who had lost their job. Contemptuously, she regarded Yuning and remarked, "Yuning, I never realized how hypocritical you've become." "Hypocritical? Me?" Yuning pointed at himself, bewildered. Seeing that Yuning had no rebuttal, Man tilted her head arrogantly, asserting, "Do you honestly believe that carrying an empty designer bag means you can afford it? Do you even know what this is? It's Vacheron Constantin, a luxury brand that starts in the tens of thousands. Can you really afford it? Just carrying an empty bag won't win me back. Let me tell you, it's impossible." Witnessing Man's triumphant demeanor, Yuning felt a deep sense of regret for ever being involved with her. How had he tolerated such a girlfriend for 2 years? With a frigid gaze, he replied, Man, don't flatter yourself. I have no intention of reconciling with you. Besides, whether I can afford Vacheron Constantin is none of your concern." With that, he turned to walk away, unwilling to engage in further debate. The truth comes out. Yuning, you must be aware of your own living standards, right? You lack ambition, and yet you pretend otherwise. I was truly blind when I first laid eyes on you. Just as Man was about to say something, a female staff member from Vacheron Constantin hurriedly approached, panting. "Excuse me, sir, you forgot your receipt. If you need to return or exchange the watch, the invoice is required." The sudden turn of events caused Man's expression to shift dramatically, and even Zhao Na's mouth fell open in disbelief. The receipt, prominently displaying an amount exceeding 200,000, pierced Man's vision like a sharp blade, painful indeed. "Miss, you must have mistaken him for someone else. How could he possibly afford a Vacheron Constantin watch?" Man forced a smile, unable to contain her curiosity. "There's no mistake. This gentleman purchased 2 watches, a male and a female one, just 5 minutes ago, and I was the one who assisted him," the saleswoman explained with a smile. She added, moreover, "Judging by his attire, he must have spent at least several thousand." As a staff member of Vacheron Constantin, she effortlessly recognized luxury brands. How could she possibly fail to identify the Versace emblem? What? Man was taken aback. She had just thought Yuning's outfit looked rather nice, a stark contrast to his previous attire. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Versace. But where did he acquire such wealth? Yet, none of this mattered. She simply needed to rekindle her relationship with Yuning, and all these possessions would belong to her, Man. She couldn't believe that just a couple of days could extinguish Yuning's feelings for her. Besides, hadn't the salesgirl just mentioned that Yuning had purchased 2 watches? One of which must surely be meant for her? Yes, that had to be it. With that thought, Man feigned a coy tone. "Yuning, why didn't you tell me you bought me such an expensive gift? How annoying." Extending her right hand, she added, "Hurry and help me put it on." "I forgive you." Yuning was taken aback by Man's peculiar behavior. This woman was truly self-satisfied. However, the next moment, as if struck by a thought, Yuning pulled out a box containing the female watch from his bag. Seeing this, Man's heart leaped with joy, a radiant smile lighting up her face. Indeed, with just a slight show of affection, Yuning would come crawling back like a dog. Yuning, indifferent to Man's thoughts, handed the watch to Zhao Na, saying, "Here, this is a gift for you, to thank you for all your help in the past." Man was stunned. He was giving the watch to Zhao Na instead of her. Zhao Na was equally bewildered, glancing at Man's expression and hesitantly asking, "For me?" "Of course, take it." Yuning said generously. No, this is too precious. I can't accept it. It's perfectly fine. I've wanted to thank you for a long time, but never knew what to give." "This will do," Yuning insisted, pushing the watch into Zhao Na's hands. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding. The host, a female, spent 38,800 yuan, triggering a 100-fold critical cashback, receiving a cash return of 3,492,000 yuan. A 100-fold cashback. But why not 3,880,000? It turned out the previous 10-fold cashback had been deducted, which was over 380,000. The system certainly left no room for error. Yet, suddenly having nearly 6 million in savings felt rather delightful. This watch was indeed worth it. At that moment, a girl holding a phone appeared in the aisle, walking while gazing at it, muttering to herself. Chapter 4. The gift of a watch. This was the second encounter with Su Wire today, and Yuning was once again captivated by her beauty. She required little adornment. Simply standing there, she was a breathtaking sight. Many around her paused, captivated by Su Wire's allure. It wasn't necessarily about wanting something from this beauty. Merely gazing from a distance was already a feast for the eyes. Go fetch me another women's watch, around 200,000. Yuning suddenly instructed the female sales associate who had yet to leave. Certainly, just a moment, sir. The saleswoman was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't anticipated that running out to deliver a receipt would yield such a reward. Man naturally overheard Yuning's request, nearly jumping for joy. No wonder he gave that watch to his friend. He must have thought it was a bargain. I could cry. Perhaps when it comes to the wedding dowry, I should ask him for less. 3 million plus a 200 square meter apartment should suffice. In less than a minute, the earlier saleswoman returned accompanied by an older woman, carrying a large box containing about a dozen women's mechanical watches. Sir, I am Tu Min, the manager of the Vacheron Constantin boutique. Please take a look. Do any of these styles please you? Which one is the most expensive? Yining asked directly, thinking they all looked rather similar. If it was priciest, it surely wouldn't be lacking in quality. Then it would be this one. Tu Min pointed to a watch with a pastel movement. This is our brand's new release and a limited edition. At that moment, Su Wire approached, phone in hand, within 5 meters of Yining. She recognized him as the handsome young man she had bumped into earlier. She considered greeting him but decided against it, given the crowd. Little streamer, come here. Just as Su Wire pretended to walk past casually, Yining waved her over. Are you calling me? I didn't call your mother. I'm calling you. Su Wire chuckled, amused, as she joined Yining. You're quite humorous. What do you want? Come, let her wear it. Yining instructed the store manager. Oh, certainly. Even though she was the manager and accustomed to the wealthy, she had never witnessed such a scene. From Yining's conversation with the streamer, it was clear they might know each other, but were not familiar. Was it really appropriate to gift such an expensive watch so casually? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Su Wire felt dazed, only coming to her senses when she felt the coolness on her wrist. It suits you quite well, Yining remarked with satisfaction. This was no jest. The watch truly complemented Su Wire beautifully. Sir, your taste is impeccable. This watch matches this young lady perfectly. And she is so stunning that wearing this watch only enhances her beauty, the store manager praised enthusiastically. Indeed, let us proceed with the payment, Yining said, handing over his bank card. Wait, what is going on? Su Wire was still in a daze. Why are you so confused? Don't you get it? Yining said with a smile. It's a gift for you. Huh, for me? Observing Su Wire's bewildered expression, Yining found it amusing. Meanwhile, He-Man-Man's face turned ashen. Yining, what do you mean by this? She couldn't help but ask. What do you mean? Yining sneered. You didn't think I would gift you something so lavish, did you? Do you know what brand this is? It's Vacheron Constantin. Each piece is worth tens of thousands. Do you think you deserve it? Yining's words pierced He-Man-Man's heart like icy needles. Yining, you jerk. He-Man-Man roared. Get lost. Stop bothering me. Yining replied impatiently. He had no desire to engage further with such a woman. Finally, Zhao now cast an apologetic glance at Yining, dragging the nearly tearful He-Man-Man away. Once they were out of sight, 2 men approached, handing Yining the receipt. Sir, the total is 268,000. Here is your receipt. Please keep it safe. Yining accepted the receipt and handed it to Su Wire. No. This is far too precious. Su Wire shook her head, attempting to remove the watch. Although she adored the watch, it was worth over 200,000. Coming from an ordinary family, she had never encountered such wealth. 200,000 could easily cover a down payment on a home in Jiangxing. She couldn't accept such a gift, especially from someone she had only just met today, whose name she didn't even know. She graduated from a flight attendant school, but instead of pursuing a career as a stewardess, she became a small streamer. This decision stemmed from threats from the airline's management, who sought to extract something from her. Maintaining her integrity, she refused, which led to her being dismissed from her position. Now, receiving such an extravagant gift from someone raises suspicions about Yining's intentions. It is indeed difficult to believe that he harbors no ulterior motives, especially when faced with the stunning beauty of near-perfect figure and appearance. Yining undeniably feels attracted. However, he would never force anyone. He believes that consent is paramount. Never mind. Yining interrupted Su Wire's actions. Just wear it. And later you simply need to agree to one condition of mine. Chapter 5. Critical Reward. Jiangnan Commercial Street. No, absolutely not. You are indeed a bad person, she exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. Observing her expression, Yining understood that Su Wire was overthinking, so he clarified, don't misunderstand. I merely want you to help me think of gifts for my family. Is that all? Su Wire asked, her face filled with skepticism. Indeed, he affirmed. Really? Su Wire remained unconvinced. Yining smirked. What is this? You seem quite disappointed. Or do you hope for something more? Realizing he was teasing her, Su Wire blushed and stammered. And no, I'm not. You're a bad person. Ding. The female host's consumption triggers a critical reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring ownership of Jiangnan Commercial Street. Jiangnan Commercial Street. Wasn't that the very place they were currently exploring? Furthermore, the Jiangnan Tower and Jiangnan Hotel at the street's end also belong to this commercial area, totaling nearly 3 billion. Yining gazed at Su Wei'er with fervent admiration. This woman was truly his lucky star. What do you intend to do? Su Wei'er asked timidly. Yining chuckled, stepping closer. What could I possibly do? But we agreed that we wouldn't tea. Su Wei'er buried her head low, her ears glowing with embarrassment. Wow, this feeling is exhilarating, Yining thought to himself. He refrained from teasing her further. After all, her allure was overwhelmingly potent. What are you thinking? Didn't you come to help me brainstorm? Let's go. Oh, right. Su Wei'er lifted her head again. I'm Su Wei'er. What is your name? After nearly 2 hours of shopping, Yining spent approximately 1 million. Purchasing jewelry and cosmetics for his mother, fine liquor for his father, and a practical watch for his sister, Yi Xiaohua, who was preparing for her college entrance exams. However, this time he did not trigger a critical reward, only receiving around 5 million in cash back. Now, his savings had reached an astonishing 10 million. Such liquidity was rare in Jiang City, let alone the ownership of an entire commercial street. Following the shopping spree, Yining treated Su Wei'er to lunch. After exchanging contact information, they parted ways. Alone, Yining arrived at the end of the commercial street, gazing up at the opulent Jiang'an Hotel. A surge of ambition welled within him. From today onward, this is my domain. Please book me a presidential suite, Yining instructed the receptionist, presenting his ID. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. The receptionist, upon glancing at his ID, gasped in astonishment, her pupils dilating in recognition. Mr. Yi, she exclaimed, bowing respectfully. Other staff members followed suit, greeting him as well. You recognize me? Yining asked, feeling somewhat foolish. Of course, Manager Wu sent us your photo this morning. Well then, please summon the manager. Of course, Mr. Yi. In less than 2 minutes, a balding middle-aged man hurriedly approached from the elevator. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wu Yuan, the general manager of Jiang'an Hotel. Welcome to oversee our operations. Nice to meet you, Yining replied, shaking hands briefly. I'm just here to rest today. I don't have any operational guidance. Though he had a rental place, it was too far from the city center. Now that he had a hotel room, returning to his rental felt unnecessary. Very well, Mr. Yi. We have a presidential suite reserved exclusively for you. Allow me to escort you there. As they entered the elevator, the lobby erupted with whispers. Our new boss is so handsome. I thought the morning photo had been edited. What kind of girl do you think a young and handsome man like Mr. Yi prefers? Let us not speculate. He must come from a prestigious family. At least someone of equal status, right? Cough, cough. The lobby manager interjected, reminding them not to gossip about Mr. Yi. Yet, her eyes remained fixed on the elevator doors. Mr. Yi is truly handsome. Upon reaching the top floor, only an office and a suite awaited, both reserved for Yining. This is your room, designed with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, spanning over 200 square meters. Yining surveyed his surroundings, feeling the essence of luxury. Impressive, he praised sincerely. Wu Yuan let out a breath of relief, a smile gracing his face. Mr. Yi, please rest. If you need anything, just use the phone on the bedside table. All right, you may go about your business. Once Wu Yuan exited, Yining collapsed onto the expansive bed, relishing the comfort. Ah, this is the life. The days of relentless overtime with scarcely any money were finally over. Now, he could simply enjoy life. Yet, one matter lingered in his mind, that dismissive superior, Wei Jie. Although he had left the company, and his connection with Wei Jie had seemingly ended, Su Wei'er was indeed a fortunate charm. The Jiang'an commercial street was not merely a commercial hub, it encompassed the Jiang'an Hotel and Jiang'an Tower. Coincidentally, Yining's previous workplace was located in Jiang'an Tower. Chapter 6. Watching Su Wei'er's live stream after dinner and a refreshing shower, Yining opened his phone and transferred 1 million to his mother's account. Within moments, he received a call from his mother. Son, why did you transfer such a large sum? Where did you get all this money? His mother's voice was laced with concern. Although she knew her son would not act recklessly, the sudden influx of wealth startled her. Both of Yining's parents hailed from farming backgrounds. They had toiled tirelessly for a lifetime to purchase a 3-bedroom apartment in the county. Even so, they led a relatively comfortable life, especially considering many of their old neighbors in the rural areas could not afford commercial housing and remained in self-built homes. 1 million was indeed a staggering amount. Yining's parents had never seen such wealth. Don't worry, Mom. You know me well. I graduated and started working while collaborating on a business with my classmates. Our venture has begun to flourish, and everyone is benefiting handsomely. Yining fabricated a story. He could hardly divulge the truth about the system. After all, who would believe it? Besides, now he could rightfully claim to be a businessman, considering his ownership of Jiangnan Commercial Street. All right, my son is making money. His mother's tone brimmed with pride. I'll save this money for you. It'll be for your future wife. That's unnecessary, Mom. You and Dad should spend it. I'll send you more when you need it. That one do. Your father and I are getting older and need little. Your sister will need substantial funds for university. His mother's tone was resolute. Yining understood his parents' frugality. They had saved diligently throughout their lives. He could only acquiesce. The mother and son spoke for over half an hour before ending the call. Gazing at the night view by the riverside, Yining felt a profound longing for his family. Nearly a year had passed since his last visit. He planned to return home in a few days. As he scrolled through videos, a post on his social media caught his attention. Originally, today's new streamer, Sue shared her live broadcast information on her social media. Curiosity piqued. Yining promptly downloaded the Feiyu Live app and created an account. The Feiyu platform was rather desolate, with Sue's live room lacking any substantial audience. The streaming industry was fiercely competitive. Although Sue possessed a commendable singing voice, there were countless others with similar talents in contemporary society. Additionally, her reluctance to don revealing attire made it exceedingly challenging to attract traffic. Business owners entering the live room could consider clicking the follow button in the upper right corner. Those who found the streamer's singing agreeable could extend their support by sending her some gifts. Gazing at the live data on the screen, Sue felt a sense of helplessness. Nearly 2 months into her streaming journey, she had not only failed to earn any income, but had also spent a considerable amount on equipment and decorating her background. With rent looming on the horizon, she felt on the verge of giving up. Throughout her university years, she had been pursued by numerous wealthy suitors, drawn to her striking figure and appearance. Some had even explicitly offered to financially support her. Yet her principled nature prevented her from accepting such offers. Despite her humble origins, she cherished her integrity above all else. Alas, the plight of the small streamer was truly disheartening, yet Yining found himself lacking the funds to assist her, opting instead to send a few complimentary flowers. Although he was reasonably well off, he firmly identified as a freeloader. Nothing could change that. Upon entering the live room, Yining noticed only a handful of viewers, prompting him to feel a pang of sympathy for Sue. Welcome, tonight Ninggu, and welcome to all patrons. Could you kindly click the follow button in the upper right corner? Yining decisively clicked to follow. Thank you for the follow, Ninggu, Sue exclaimed. And the chat began to buzz with activity. Has the streamer been baited? Ha ha ha, she is too naive to fall for that. I like this silly streamer. I've followed her. Don't you think she is rather pretty? I hope she is not like that old hag Chiao. The streamer is not only beautiful but also sings well, though her dancing, well, let us not speak of that. Dancing? Yining's interest was piqued. Did Sue also dance? If the streamer dances, I'll send you gifts. Freeloader, did the streamer see that? They're asking you to dance. Grandmaster, run. The streamer is about to dance. Peeling skin while cooking. Don't get your hopes up. It's a newly opened account. There won't be many gifts. Not even free flowers. Sue, sensing the chatter was likely a ruse, replied, Ninggu, I think I'll just sing. Sue's singing is quite good. Yining smiled subtly at this and swiftly recharged his account with a substantial amount. Ding. The host spent 100,000 yuan and received a fourfold cashback, totaling 400,000 yuan. The funds arrived promptly, which seemed astonishingly quick. He then sent a rocket worth 500 yuan, reiterating, how about a dance streamer? As the rocket effect soared across the screen, the live room burst to life with activity. Wow, what a generous patron. I must have been blind. This boss is confused. Streamer, hurry and dance. Your benefactor is here. Sue's heart raced as she witnessed the rocket's dazzling effect. After 2 months of streaming, this was her first time receiving such a generous gift. Previously, the most valuable gift she had received was a 100 yuan airplane, yet that patron had only requested her contact information after sending 2. Those private messages had been laden with ulterior motives, clearly revealing their lewd intentions. Although Sue occasionally appeared a bit naive, she was not foolish. She recognized that the individual who had sent her the rocket on their first encounter was likely well off. While she remained unaware of his true intentions, she was determined to maintain a favorable rapport with the patron named Tonight Ninggu. All right, since Ninggu wishes to see, I shall perform a dance. Chapter 7. 100,000 yuan reward to prepare for the dance. Sue even changed into a traditional hanfu. Yining enjoyed gazing at her delicate visage on the screen, but his admiration waned in the next moment. The reason was simple. Sue's dancing was utterly chaotic. It was not merely a stark deviation from traditional dance. It was an entirely different realm altogether. Nevertheless, the audience was captivated, and a wave of comments flooded in. Ha ha ha. Ninggu, are you regretting it? I was just about to head to the restroom. Streamer, why are you showing me this? Day 1 of the challenge. No lewdness for 365 days. You cannot convince me this is dancing. If you call it line dancing, I might believe you. Oh my goodness, the streamer is performing line dancing live. Isn't someone going to manage this? The lengthy 2.5 minutes finally elapsed, leaving Yining astonished. Although her movements were indeed stiff, the entertainment value was undeniable, and the live room gained more popularity than before. Occasionally, small fish balls from other viewers floated by. Yining opened the gift interface. Tonight Ninggu sent out Super Fire X1. Tonight Ninggu sent out Super Fire X2. Tonight Ninggu sent out Super Fire X3. Tonight Ninggu sent out Super Fire X10. 10 Super Fires, valued at 20,000 yuan. Ninggu is truly generous. He doesn't even blink at 20,000. Ninggu must be confused. How could the little streamer's dance be worth that much? Does Ninggu need any charms? I'm a 200 gene charm, only needing 2,000. I'll break your legs. Su Wei'er was equally astonished by the constant stream of super fire effects, her face lighting up with joy. With 20,000 yuan in gifts and the platform taking half, she would still receive 10,000 as her earnings, ensuring her rent for the following month would be secure. Could today truly be her lucky day? In the morning, Yining had gifted her a watch worth over 200,000, and now this patron, Tonight Ninggu, had presented her with 2,000 in gifts. Wait a moment. Su Wei'er suddenly realized something. The two characters in Tonight Ninggu were none other than Yining's name. Swiftly, she took out her phone and texted on WeChat. Yining, is that you? Already lying in bed, Yining smiled upon seeing Su Wei'er's message, clearly amused. It seemed the little streamer wasn't entirely Navi after all. I saw your social media and came to check it out. Hee, thank you for watching me, but please don't send gifts. It's a waste of money. Su Wei'er was not one of those naive girls. She understood that for many, 20,000 yuan was an amount they might take months to earn. Yet, she remained unaware that Yining's spending was essentially a means of profit. It's nothing, just a little money. Consider it watching lion dancing. Su Wei'er's teeth clenched in annoyance upon reading this message. Humph. It's not my fault you're a big bad guy demanding this. Now you're mocking me. How despicable. All right, don't be angry. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Despite his words, Su Wei'er felt a flicker of warmth. She had merely posted a social media update, and Yining had truly come to watch her live stream, even gifting her so generously. Did this mean she ought to repay him with her body? The thought startled her. A blush crept up her slender neck to her cheeks. The streamer glanced at her phone, her face flushed. What on earth was happening? I'm curious too. Could it be a private message from Ninggu? It must be. Woe is me. The streamer is smitten. I've just been heartbroken. Upstairs, don't take feelings seriously on the internet. It's all an illusion. Am I in love with the streamer? Or am I in love with Ninggu? Oh, so it's actually a girl. As long as Ninggu likes it. I can also be a girl shy? Tonight Ninggu. What a ridiculous world. The comments continued to fly as Su Wei'er sang a few more songs. Yining found them delightful and promptly spent the remaining funds in his account. His series of actions garnered admiration from the other viewers. And he even received numerous private messages from other streamers inviting him to their live rooms. Yet, Yining paid them no mind. He didn't know these other streamers. And should the camera reveal a dinosaur behind the scenes, he would surely feel as if he had lost everything. Tonight, Ninggu, I'm too exhausted to send gifts. So let's call it a day and have dinner another time. Yining tossed out the final barrage of comments. After a brief silence in the live stream, it erupted into chaos. Is this what it means to be wealthy? Sending gifts until one is worn out. I too wish to be exhausted, but my capabilities do not permit it. Are you sure your focus is correct? The big shots are about to dine with the streamer. So what? The big shots sent over 100,000. Isn't it normal to have a meal? Today it's dinner, but next time it could be something more intimate. Oh dear. My Xiao Wei is truly becoming Xiao Wei'er. Goodness, the person above is simply outrageous. Just as Yining set her phone down, a call from an unknown number came through. Hello, who is this? Hello, Ms. Yi. I am Sun Tao, the head of Jiangnan Building. May I ask if you have some time to come by soon? There are some documents that require your signature. All right, I will come by tomorrow morning. Yining had initially planned to visit Jiangnan Building the following day. During her previous tenure at Hongda Advertising, Wei Jia had constantly tried to sabotage her. Eventually, he was dismissed after she caught him meeting with his mistress. She wondered what expression he would wear upon their next encounter. Yining swirled her glass of red wine, a cold smile gracing her lips. Chapter 8. Wei Jia's fear. The next morning, Yining arrived early at Jiangnan Building. She was quite familiar with the place, having worked there for 3 years. The building boasted 33 stories, with floors 30 through 33 managed independently. Floors 2 through 29 were leased to various enterprises in Jiacheng as office spaces. Before her dismissal, Yining had worked in sales at Hongda Advertising and had been promoted to sales team leader due to her outstanding performance. However, due to her conflicts with Wei Jia, the sales supervisor and the boss's nephew, she was unceremoniously fired. Now, her status had completely transformed. She was no longer the beleaguered employee, but a figure whose mere word could influence the fate of Hongda Advertising. One could say, fortune's turn. although it was not yet the usual working hours. The receptionist had already arrived. Upon seeing Yuning enter, she immediately stood up. "Hello, Ms. Yi." Hello." Yuning nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed that Sun Tao, like Wu Yuan, had already informed the staff about her. "Where is Sun Tao?" Yuning inquired as she settled into a corner lounge. "The manager has yet to arrive. You may need to wait a bit longer," the receptionist replied, while serving Yuning a freshly brewed cup of tea. "Very well. I shall wait here." Yuning picked up a magazine. "You may attend to your duties. No need to mind me." "Certainly, Ms. Yi, enjoy." After approximately 10 minutes, Sun Tao had not yet arrived, but Wei Jia made his entrance on the first floor. He spotted Yuning flipping through a magazine and sauntered over with an air of arrogance. "What a small world. Oh, I thought I was mistaken. It truly is you. Team leader Yi," Wei Jia said with a smug expression. Then he changed his tone. "Oh no, I misspoke. You are no longer the sales team leader, are you? You've been dismissed." Yuning glanced at Wei Jia. "You seem rather pleased." "Of course, I am pleased. My uncle has informed me that I'm about to be promoted to department director, while you. Can you even find a job that pays 3,000 a month now?" Wei Jia, having struggled academically and only attending adult night classes after failing to gain university admission, looked down on university graduates. He believed that those who graduated years ago could not earn as much as he did. To him, Yuning was a complete failure. He failed to consider that without familial connections, he could be in a far worse situation. "Do you know? My uncle and I have already arranged a meeting with the new owner of this building. Once the collaboration is finalized, my position will rise. Why do I waste my breath on a failure like you?" Wei Jia shook his head, feigning regret. He remained oblivious to Yining's peculiar expression. "The new owner? Collaboration? When did this happen? How come I was not informed?" "Wei Jia, I suggest you return to your place. The collaboration you are so fixated on has fallen through." Yining replied nonchalantly. "You do well to find a new office space soon. Otherwise, it would be amusing to see you become a homeless wanderer." "Ha ha." Wei Jia sneered. "What do you think you are? Can you truly interfere with Manager Sun's decisions? Whether I can interfere or not? Why not just ask him directly?" As she spoke, Yuning gestured toward the entrance. Sun Tao, clad in a sleek black suit and rather portly, entered the building. Upon the receptionist's cue, he immediately noticed Yuning in the lounge and hurried over. Upon seeing the manager of the building, Wei Jia instantly switched to a fawning demeanor, extending his hand. "Hello, Manager Sun. I am Wei Jia, the supervisor at Hongda Advertising. You can call me Xiao Wei." However, Sun Tao completely ignored him, approaching Yuning instead, slightly bowing his head. "Hello, Ms. Yi, I apologize for my tardiness." The title Ms. Yi hit Wei Jia like a thunderclap, leaving him dizzy. A tumult of thoughts surged within him. Why would the esteemed manager of Jiangnan Building respectfully address Yining? Wei Jia trembled as he turned to face the smiling Yining, breathless. What exactly are you?" Despite his suspicions, he clung to a sliver of hope. Please let it not be what I think. If it is true, then I am finished." Yuning replied with an impassive demeanor. "I am the new owner of Jiangnan Building, as you referred to me. I wonder if Supervisor Wei is satisfied with this answer?" "And no, it's impossible. I refuse to believe it." Wei Jia shouted, lost in despair. "Manager Sun, quickly tell them this is false. This is false." "Yes, Manager Sun, we met just yesterday. We finalized the collaboration." Wei Jia flailed about like a headless chicken, desperately grasping for any glimmer of hope. But Sun Tao was no fool. He had already observed the tension between Yuning and Wei Jia. Regardless of how things unfolded, he would not intercede on Wei Jia's behalf. "Sun Tao," Yuning said coldly. Sun Tao began to sweat. "Yes, Ms. Yi, what can I do for you?" Is what he said true? Did you really finalize any collaboration? Of course not. Sun Tao wiped his brow. "Yesterday, the owner of Hongda approached me about a potential collaboration, but I did not agree. So it was never finalized?" "Precisely. Then why did you allow him to prattle on endlessly? Do you not realize I am quite displeased?" Chapter 9. Buying a car for the little streamer. The first encounter with the new boss had ignited a firestorm within Sun Tao. Looking at Wei Jia, the source of his discomfort, he wished he could kick him out. "Wei Jia, get out. Tell your uncle that this contract will expire at the end of the month. Have Wei Dong vacate Jiangnan Building." Upon hearing Sun Tao's words, Wei Jia felt as though the sky had collapsed. No. Manager Sun, Ms. Yi, please give me another chance. Do not drive us away." Wei Jia's pleas filled the air. Seeing Yining's grim expression, Sun Tao made a swift decision. "Security. What are you waiting for? Hurry and escort this person out. He is a nuisance." As Yining's expression gradually returned to normal, Sun Tao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his position as manager was secure. If any businesses in the building have dealings with Hongda, let them sever ties immediately, or they can leave as well. Understood. Afterward, Yining convened an employee meeting in the conference room of the building. announcing a remarkable 20% increase in salaries for all staff members. This decision garnered unanimous praise from the entire workforce. Yuning had never intended to engage in management duties. Such burdens were better left to Sun Tao and his colleagues. Thus, for several consecutive days, he secluded himself in the luxurious hotel suite, indulging in a life of ease and comfort. However, after a few days, Yuning began to feel that residing in a hotel lacked the warmth of home. Despite the commendable service, it simply could not replicate the familiar atmosphere of one's own abode. It was time to purchase a car and a house. Without hesitation, Yuning took out his phone and dialed the number of the petite streamer, Su Weier. Su Weier had been in good spirits these past few days. Ever since she met Yuning, her luck seemed to have taken a turn for the better. The number of viewers tuning into her live streams had significantly increased, and her career was gradually flourishing. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a sense of emptiness after not seeing Yuning for a few days. When she received his call, her face lit up with joy. She quickly got out of bed to prepare and then traveled to their agreed meeting spot. Yuning, she giggled, gently tapping him on the shoulder as a form of greeting. Dressed in a cream-colored floral dress that accentuated her long legs, she appeared exceptionally elegant. With her meticulously applied makeup, she looked utterly stunning. Yuning paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback, before regaining his composure. Although brief, Su Weier noticed the fleeting look of astonishment in his eyes, which made her smile even broader. Have you not eaten breakfast? Come, I bought some extra, Yuning offered. Thank you. Su Weier accepted the breakfast and, taking a sip of milk, inquired, by the way, what kind of car are you planning to buy? Su Weier had little knowledge about cars, but she was certain that someone as affluent as Yuning would not settle for anything too inexpensive. A G-Class, perhaps? Hey, why are you using foul language in public? Su Weier chided softly. You shouldn't use such words in public. It reflects poorly on your manners. Yuning replied with a bemused expression. Your thinking is rather flawed. Upon arriving at the Mercedes dealership, the staff were captivated by the striking combination of Yuning and Su Weier. The two were undeniably stunning. Were they not the embodiment of a fairy tale couple? Welcome to Mercedes. Sir, do you have any particular model in mind? I can help with recommendations, the store manager greeted enthusiastically. A G-Class, Yuning began, but he was interrupted by a slight pain in his side. What are you doing? Su Weier pouted, clearly annoyed. I told you to speak properly. The manager, perplexed by Su Weier's reaction, quickly resumed his professional demeanor. Of course, sir. We just received a couple of AMG G-Class models today. Please follow me. Upon hearing this, Su Weier realized that G-Class was indeed a car model. Her face flushed with embarrassment, especially when she noticed Yining's amused gaze fixed on her. Yining, you rascal, she exclaimed, her frustration peaking. Who told you to be so adorably naive? Yining chuckled, playfully ruffling Su Weier's hair, the fragrant strands soothing to his senses. Unexpectedly, Su Weier found herself unperturbed by his boldness. In fact, she mused, his touch feels so pleasant, how much better would it be if he were to caress my face? Startled by her own thoughts, she discreetly glanced at Yining, who was engrossed in conversation with the manager, sighing in relief when he seemed unaware of her flustered state. She brushed her hair aside. The trio eventually arrived at the display area for the AMG G-Class, where two extravagant vehicles awaited, one in a khaki hue and the other in sleek black, both exuding opulence. Mr. Yi, these are the AMG G-Class models that just arrived. What do you think? Quite impressive. Can I take it today? Certainly. We can assist you with the registration process. Without a hint of hesitation, Yining declared. Let's finalize the contract for the black one. The manager, thrilled by Yining's swift decision, replied, absolutely. I'll prepare the contract right away. Ding. The host spends 3 million, receiving a 7-fold return, yielding 21 million. Another 20 million had arrived. What a delightful turn of events. This marked Yining's first experience driving a luxury vehicle worth millions, and though he felt exhilarated, he maintained a serene demeanor, his driving skills reassuringly adept. In contrast, Su Weier, seated in the passenger seat, was elated, exploring every feature of the car with childlike excitement. Why are you so happy? Yuning inquired. Of course. You think everyone is as wealthy as you? I've never been in a car that costs millions. Well, just wait. I'll make you even happier. Upon seeing the mischievous grin on Yining's face, Su Weier instinctively recoiled, her fingers nervously gripping her clothing. Even happier? He wouldn't dare. Chapter 10. Reward for Impact. A luxurious villa. Yining drove Su Weier to the Porsche dealership. Welcome to Porsche. As they stepped out of the car, a strikingly attractive female salesperson in professional attire approached them briskly. Despite the manager's repeated instructions during training to avoid making judgments based on appearances, these salespeople inevitably assessed customers' purchasing power based on their attire. Yining, donned in designer brands, driving an extravagant car alongside a beautiful companion, was undoubtedly a prime candidate for a high-value customer. Yet, knowing Yining already had a girlfriend, and one whose beauty and poise far surpassed her own, she suppressed any aspirations of pursuing him. "Sir, do you have a particular model in mind?" The salesperson inquired softly, her demeanor warm and welcoming. "Yining, are you really planning to buy another car? Didn't you just purchase one?" Su Weier tugged at his sleeve, whispering her concern. In her eyes, a car served merely as a means of transportation. Having too many would be impractical and a waste of money. Were Yining aware of her perspective? He would undoubtedly rebut her. To him, the more luxury cars, the better. In fact, he had already resolved to buy Su Weier a vehicle. First, he harbored genuine feelings for her. Second, he was currently not short on funds. Third, spending on a girl might yield remarkable rewards, especially with someone as fortunate as Su Weier by his side. The salesperson, upon hearing this, gazed at Su Weier with envy. "How fortunate you are. Your boyfriend is so thoughtful and generous." "What? You're buying me a car?" No. Su Weier shook her head in refusal. "You already gifted me that expensive watch. I can't accept another extravagant present." Seizing the opportunity, the salesperson stepped closer. "Miss, you are truly lucky. Your boyfriend has such good intentions. You should embrace his generosity." As Su Weier blushed and attempted to explain, she suddenly remembered that she must not let Yining lose face in public. Thus, she shifted her words. "I just think it's too expensive. It can wait until we get married." With that, Su Weier lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yining's eyes, her toes nervously fiddling with her shoes. Yining looked at her in disbelief, finally understanding her implication. He tenderly ruffled her hair again. "Don't worry. I'll get you something even better for our wedding." Su Weier shot him an exasperated glance, recognizing his teasing nature. This rascal, she was defending his reputation. Yet he was playfully pushing her buttons. The salesperson, witnessing their intimate exchange, felt that lunch could be skipped today. She was already full from the sweetness of their interaction. "Yining, are you really going to buy? Let us take a look first. What if you find something you like?" As they followed the salesperson around, Su Weier was taken aback by the prices. She had initially hoped to find a car for a few tens of thousands, which she could repay gradually. However, it soon became clear that there were no cars priced under 400,000. Yining suggested to Yi Weier, "How about we explore other shops? These prices are rather steep." He realized that allowing her to choose might take until tonight, so he directly asked the saleswoman, "Is there a red version of that 911 we just saw?" The saleswoman's eyes sparkled at his words. Was this man really buying a 911 for his girlfriend? How generous. "Of course, we have that. But you and Miss Su might need to wait a couple of days as we have to transfer it from our headquarters." "All right, let's proceed with the payment." "Ensure the best configuration," he replied. Before Yi Weier could fully process what was happening, Yining had already completed the transaction. Ding. The host has spent 2.48 million on Su Weier, triggering a critical hit. Reward: a cloud-top Dragonview Villa. The cloud-top Dragonview Villa. It was the most luxurious residential complex in Jiangxing, with villas starting at a minimum of 50 million and some even reaching 70 to 80 million. Merely having the funds wouldn't guarantee a purchase. What had once been a concern about buying a house was now resolved. Su Weier, truly an embodiment of luck. "Mr. Yi, the paperwork is complete. Please bring Miss Su's ID to collect the car in 3 days," the saleswoman respectfully informed. "Thank you," Yining nodded, noticing that Su Weier was still in a daze. He waved his hand in front of her. "Hey, snap out of it. Let's go." He then led Su Weier out of the Porsche dealership. After buying 2 cars, not only did his cash total reach 25 million, but he had also acquired a villa at no additional cost. This was simply delightful. Once in the car, it took a moment before Su Weier spoke up. "Yining, why are you so good to me?" Her eyes glistened, almost on the verge of tears. She admitted that this man beside her was irresistibly charming. In the past, many wealthy suitors had pursued her, but she had never agreed to any of them. Yet now, she clearly understood that she enjoyed being with Yining. She found herself thinking of him whenever they were apart. Perhaps this was what love felt like. "I quite like you," Yining replied candidly. Su Weier's heart raced, her voice trembling. "Are you saying you want to be with me?" Seeing her bashful demeanor, Yining hesitated. He genuinely liked Su Weier, but his heart still harbored feelings for another woman, the mysterious woman with whom he had shared a night. Although he did not know her name, he felt compelled to find that enchanting figure. Chapter 11. Su Weier's confession. Noticing Yining's silence, Su Weier quickly grasped the situation. She was no fool. She had witnessed wealthy young men with multiple partners during her time at school. It was evident that Yining had feelings for her. But he likely loved another woman as well. "Yining, I like you." Su Weier discreetly wiped a tear from her eye and smiled. "But could you give me some time?" Observing her radiant smile, she resembled a stunning sea of flowers, truly beautiful. Yining shook his head. No. I should thank you for the opportunity. The two exchanged smiles, having opened up to each other. Earlier, I mentioned treating you to a meal. Now that it's noon. What would you like to eat? Chinese cuisine, Su Wei replied, pulling out her phone. Can I go live? Just don't film my face. Sure, Yuning answered. Su Wei happily set up her phone. Don't worry, I'm going to do a food live stream. Since that night, when Yuning gifted her 100,000, her stream had gained a bit of popularity. What used to be a handful of viewers had grown to hundreds in the evenings, sometimes even more. Occasionally, she received gifts from viewers, though they paled in comparison to Yining's generosity. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Su Wei greeted the camera. Soon, the chat filled with comments. Xiao Wei is streaming again. I can watch her while I eat. Wow, is the host wearing a dress today? Show us your legs. Show us your legs. Show us your legs. Show us your legs. Isn't it strange that the host is sitting in the passenger seat? What's strange about sitting in the passenger seat? The real question is, who is driving? Whoa, blind monk, you've spotted the key point. Host, quickly tell us who is in the driver's seat. Watching the lively chat, Su Wei found it amusing. Haha, all of you can guess who it is. There's no way we could guess. Why don't you turn the camera and let us see? Yeah, show us. Su Wei slightly turned the camera, capturing Yining's face along with the surroundings. Wow. He looks like a handsome guy. Host, don't keep it to yourself. I want to see his face. Did you all not notice? This car is a Mercedes G-Class, worth 2 to 3 million. Whoa, it really is. Host, have you fallen? It's over. She has been blinded by wealth. The host is no longer pure. That car is indeed impressive. Of course, with a price tag in the millions, even junk looks good. Host, you still haven't told us who the driver is. Su Wei responded, didn't I ask you to guess? How could you possibly know? Really, you want us to guess? Who could possibly guess that? Wait. Since the host mentioned it, it must be someone we all know. It's definitely a viewer from the stream. Yeah, a viewer from the stream who is also wealthy. Then there is no need to guess. Whoa, host, you're keeping this a secret. Su Wei was utterly confused by the comments. Keeping a secret? What did they mean? Ninggu is for everyone. Exactly, hand over Ninggu. Don't be ungrateful. Yuning took a glance at the chat and found the comments amusing. Haha. What a bunch of silly netizens, he chuckled. Wow, Ninggu has spoken. His voice is so pleasant. You're still listening to his voice? I've already grabbed the paper. You're grabbing paper? I've already started smoking. You're smoking? My hands are already dust. Hey, how are you still typing then? Typing with my tongue to prove my innocence. Based on the navigation, Yuning took Su Wei to a private dining restaurant. The layout resembled a traditional courtyard, but was even larger, featuring pavilions, bridges, and flowing water, tranquil and elegant, with a picturesque view. Setting aside the culinary aspect, the ambience, and not to mention the prices, were indeed extraordinary. Sir, how many of you? The server, dressed in an elegant split chong sam, inquired. Just the two of us. Yuning replied. The server gestured gracefully. Please, follow me. Yuning and Su Wei were led to a corner table, where the server pulled back a bamboo curtain, revealing a picturesque pond outside. It's beautiful. Su Wei couldn't help but exclaim. Yuning noticed the smile tugging at her lips as she gazed at the lotus flowers on the water, radiating joy. She truly resembled a lotus blossom, competing in beauty with the flowers around her. Indeed, it's stunning, Yuning echoed. When Su Wei turned to see Yuning intently watching her, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Since the camera had been fixed on her, the viewers in the stream could see her expressions clearly. Now I'm convinced. The host is truly in love. I'm so envious, just sour. I haven't even seen the host eat yet, and I'm already full, woof woof. At that moment, the server approached with the menu. Sir, may I take your order now? Chapter 12. Su Wei takes the initiative. Yes, Yuning nodded. Pointing at a dish on the menu, we'll have the 8888 set. 2 servings, please. The waitress, initially taken aback, quickly regained her composure, her smile growing even more radiant. Many patrons frequented their establishment for home-cooked meals, yet few dared to order the most expensive set menu without hesitation. This particular menu, priced at 8,888, amounted to over 17,000 for 2, an expense not easily borne by the average diner. Very well, please hold on, she said, hurrying away. Su Wei, upon glancing at the figures on the menu, couldn't help but stick out her tongue in astonishment. Nearly 20,000 for a single meal. Was it crafted from gold? Would consuming it grant immortality? Then she recalled that Yuning had already spent millions that very morning, and suddenly, the over 10,000 seemed trivial. Have I become delusional, considering 17,000 a mere trifle? What is wrong? Yuning inquired, noticing the conflicted expression on Su Wei's face. She immediately feigned a fierce demeanor, declaring, if this meal is not delicious, I shall certainly confront the owner. Yuning chuckled. amused by the imaginative thoughts of this young lady. As the appetizers were served, both began to eat. However, they differed in their approach. While Yining dined quietly, Su Wire simultaneously shared the experience with her online followers. Fortunately, they were seated in a corner, and with the restaurant relatively empty that morning, they did not disturb anyone else. Meanwhile, the live stream was abuzz. Though many could not afford such extravagant delicacies as lobsters and matsutake mushrooms, observing others indulge was a pleasure in itself, especially when it was someone as stunning as Su Wire, whose beauty was a feast for the eyes. Their dining experience stretched over an hour and a half, not due to excessive portions, but rather the leisurely pace at which the dishes were served. Nevertheless, the flavors were undeniably exquisite, at least for Yining and Su Wire. This meal was undoubtedly the finest they had ever enjoyed at a restaurant. That said, if one were to seek the most delectable food in the world, it would be found at home, crafted by a mother's loving hands, embodying a taste that is simply unforgettable, a flavor I refer to as familial affection, or perhaps the warmth of human connection. Having feasted, Yining approached the front desk to settle the bill. Ding! The hostess spent 888 yuan and received a tenfold rebate, totaling 880 yuan. A rebate of 90,000 for a meal quite commendable. However, there was another notification. The host has spent 888 yuan on Su Wire and received a critical hit, awarding a master-level culinary skill. A master-level culinary skill. This was Yining's first experience of a skill critical hit. Initially, he thought it was non-existent. Clearly, the system did not disappoint. Do not underestimate this system. Could you possibly be a villain? Your laughter is rather sinister. There's something amiss with your character, or rather, your system design. In the afternoon, Yining dropped Su Wire off at the entrance of her apartment complex. Go on in. Remember to collect the car in a few days with your ID. Su Wire, head downcast, seemed reluctant to leave, merely standing still. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to part with me? Yining teased, flashing a charming smile. I'm not. Su Wire stamped her foot defiantly. Yining found it quite entertaining to tease her, laughing heartily. All right. I've explained this already. I'm not refusing to accompany you to collect the car. I genuinely need to return home. After all, I've been away for quite some time and haven't seen my parents in ages. His plan to return home the following day was premeditated, and the urgency to acquire a vehicle was part of that reason. I understand. You go ahead. I'll wait until you leave before heading back, Su Wire insisted obstinately. Very well, Yining replied, retreating to the driver's seat and shutting the door, just as he was about to start the engine. Yining. In an unexpected moment, Su Wire appeared beside the car door. What is it? Yining asked, still processing her sudden presence. A soft, fragrant touch, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, brushed against his cheek. Yining was momentarily stunned before a mischievous grin spread across his face. Excuse me, Miss Su. What might that be? Just giving you a stamp, so you don't forget me, Su Wire responded, her expression proud. Yet, the rosy hue of her ears belied her confidence. Yining chose not to expose her, feigning a shameless demeanor. Then I must reciprocate. I can't let you outdo me. With that, he leaned out of the window. Not a chance, she exclaimed, a flurry of fragrant air accompanying her as she dashed into the complex, her cheeks flushed. Yining watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile. This young lady was indeed delightful. Departing from Su Wire's neighborhood, Yining drove towards the Yunshang Longjing Villa district. Situated on the outskirts of the city, where the air was fresher and the greenery more abundant compared to the bustling city center. Notably, an artificial river meandered through it, and the most expensive villas were constructed along its banks. As Yining's car arrived at the entrance, a young security guard approached. Sir, welcome to Yunshang Longjing. How may I assist you today? Chapter 13, Critical Hit Reward. 30 stake in Feiyu Live, true to its reputation as the most luxurious residential community in Jiangqing. The security staff exhibited exceptional professionalism. This was, of course, also a reflection of the high-end vehicle Yining drove, a multi-million yuan car that commanded respect in Jiangqing. I purchased a villa here. Could you please log my license plate information? My name is Yining, he explained. Upon hearing this, the security guard's demeanor became even more respectful. Mr. Yi, please hold on. I will notify the property manager to assist you. In less than 3 minutes, a young woman clad in a suit and skirt, sporting glasses and high heels, approached briskly. She was certainly not lacking in appearance, as one would expect from a property manager in such an esteemed community, though she paled in comparison to the breathtaking Su Wire. Clutching a tablet, the short-haired woman arrived at Yining's car window, bowing slightly. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Luo Rongrong, the property manager here. I am here to assist you with the paperwork. May I kindly ask for your ID? Certainly. Yining handed his ID to Luo Rongrong. Within 2 minutes, After she took a photo of him, the formalities were completed. All done, Mr. Yi. Now, let me escort you to Building 7. Please follow me. No need. You can sit in the passenger seat and guide me, Yining replied. Of course, Mr. Yi. I apologize for the inconvenience, Luo Rongrong said as she took her seat beside him. Only then did she fully appreciate Yining's handsome features, leaving her momentarily astonished despite having encountered numerous attractive men before. Yining remained oblivious to her reaction, following her directions until they reached a villa beside the river. Building 7 has arrived, Mr. Yi. Welcome home once again. If you require any assistance, please feel free to contact me directly, and I will be at your service. Luo Rongrong reluctantly exited the vehicle, having noticed during the ride that Yining hadn't cast a single glance her way. It seemed he had no interest in her, which left her feeling a tinge of disappointment and even questioning her own beauty. As Yining walked through the garden and entered the villa, he was greeted by a vast living room with a ceiling height of at least 7 meters. The villa spanned 2 levels, with only one bedroom on the ground floor, while the rest comprised reception areas, a dining room, and more. The second floor featured suites and a spacious outdoor balcony. Naturally, as a top-tier luxury property valued at 80 million yuan, a swimming pool was standard. Yining was thoroughly satisfied with the house. Reflecting on his parents still residing in their cramped, outdated 3-bedroom apartment, he resolved that during his upcoming visit home, he would purchase a similarly grand house in his hometown. His parents had worked tirelessly for a lifetime. It was time they enjoyed the fruits of their labor. That night, as Yining aimlessly scrolled through videos, several private messages popped up. They were from Su Wire's livestream followers. Ninggu, are you there? In 10 days, Xiao Wire is going to do a PK. Will you join? PK? It was a competition among streamers to see which side could garner more financial support from their viewers, determining who would advance. Achieving a position within the top 10 could transform one into a streamer earning millions annually. Yining understood that Su Wire refrained from informing him to avoid squandering his money. However, now that he was aware, he felt compelled to assist her without hesitation. Consequently, Yining promptly recharged 10 million on Feiyu Live. Beep. The streamer Su Wire received a consumption of 10 million, achieving a critical hit, earning 30 shares in Feiyu Live. What? As one of the most renowned live streaming platforms in the nation, Feiyu Live boasted a market valuation of approximately 15 billion. 30% of that equates to 4.5 billion. This amount surpassed even his existing investments in Jiang and Commercial Street. Su Wire truly was his fortuitous star. While Yining reveled in his excitement, 1,000 miles away in the bustling metropolis of Modu, the chairman of Feiyu Live received alarming news. A significant portion of their external shares had been acquired by an individual. What did you say? Yu Shenglong exclaimed, incredulous. Who is this person? How much did they acquire? A young man named Yining has purchased 30 of the platform's shares. Yu Shenglong furrowed his brow. He had never heard of Yining. With the surname Yi, could he be the heir of some conglomerate? There is another detail regarding Mr. Yi. Speak. Mr. Yi opened a private account on our platform recently, initially recharging 100,000, and today, he recharged an additional 10 million. 10 million. Yu Shenglong was astonished. To deposit such a sum into a live stream, and then spend nearly 5 billion on shares. What was his intention? Just how much wealth does he possess? I suspect his lavish spending is motivated by a female streamer named Xiao Wire. Why do you say that? Because he has only tipped that female streamer. And browsing records indicate that Mr. Yi has not visited other streams. Well, Yu Shenglong was at a loss for words, muttering, I once thought I was wealthy, but now I see what true wealth looks like. He then instructed his assistant, ensure that the stream of Xiao Wire is prominently featured on the homepage. Chairman, I checked. And that Xiao Wire is merely a small streamer with a few hundred followers. Elevating her to the homepage for a competition could pit her against established streamers. What if she loses and disappoints Mr. Yi? The assistant expressed concern. You have the intellect of a simpleton. Yu Shenglong slammed the table. Do you not consider that a person willing to spend billions would allow that small streamer to lose? Hurry and promote her. Su Wire was performing well in her stream when an influx of viewers suddenly surged in, overwhelming her with the unexpected popularity. It was only when someone informed her that her stream had made it to the homepage that she understood the situation. Yining, however, remained oblivious to these developments, preoccupied with packing for his journey the following day. Chapter 14. By Yiluo the next day, at the break of dawn, Yining set out in his car. His hometown was in Yancheng, a small inland city in Sichuan province, considerably smaller than Jiangcheng. The journey necessitated crossing provincial borders and navigating numerous mountainous roads and tunnels. Yining drove along the highway until the afternoon when he finally entered Sichuan province. Arriving at a service area, he stopped to refuel and rest. Not far away, a white Ferrari 488 caught his attention. Of course, the young woman in white standing beside the Ferrari was also a striking sight. Bai Ilua was on the phone, her seemingly calm visage betraying beads of sweat, indicating her inner turmoil. She had driven from Jiangcheng to Sichuan province, but unlike Yining, she was headed to the capital city, Jincheng. Unexpectedly, her car had broken down, but fortunately, it had occurred near the service area. If her vehicle had stalled on the highway, it could have been perilous. Now, her predicament meant she was stranded, awaiting a tow truck, and her plans were evidently disrupted. Yining approached, overhearing Bai Ilua's conversation, and gathered the situation. "Hello, do you require assistance?" Yining inquired, stepping closer to Bai Ilua. At that moment, he finally took in the full beauty of the woman before him. Initially, Yining had felt fortunate to encounter both Su Wei'er and that enchanting beauty. But now he realized his streak of good fortune continued. This woman was undoubtedly on par with Su Wei'er in beauty, appearing as though she had stepped out of a painting. Moreover, the aura she emanated was distinctly different from that of Su Wei'er and the enchanting beauty. While the latter two exuded allure and purity respectively, this woman embodied tranquility, akin to a lake's surface, frozen beneath a delicate layer of frost, stirring not a single ripple. Bai Ilua gazed at Yining and spoke, "I need to reach Jincheng, but my car has broken down. Even once the tow truck arrives, I will not be able to make it to Jincheng. We are headed the same way. I happen to be returning to Yancheng, which is not far from Jincheng. Would you like a ride?" Yining offered. Bai Ilua remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yining for a considerable while. Yining felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny and asked again, "Is there a problem?" Bai Ilua shook her head, opened the door of her Ferrari, retrieved a backpack, and walked directly to Yining's Benz G-Class, expertly opening the passenger door and taking a seat. The suddenness of her action left Yining somewhat taken aback. Is this really happening? He dismissed the notion that Bai Ilua was a gold digger seeking a ride for monetary gain, especially given her own Ferrari 488. Furthermore, her attire suggested she hailed from a wealthy family. "When shall we depart?" Bai Ilua inquired, peering out the window as Yining lagged behind. "Is your car just going to stay here?" "It has already been arranged. Someone will come to tow it shortly." "Then let us be off." Yining settled into the driver's seat, and the G-Class once again merged onto the highway. Throughout the journey, Yining found Bai Ilua to be rather reticent. She seldom spoke, occasionally taking out her phone to scroll before putting it away again. Bored, Yining attempted to spark a conversation. "Ahem, by the way. I still do not know your name." "Bai Ilua," she replied, her gaze fixed ahead. Yining nodded. "I am Yining, right?" Bai Ilua held up his ID, displaying it with a smirk. "Ah, yes." Yining was left speechless by her actions. "Are you truly so trusting as to enter a stranger's vehicle without fear of being harmed?" Yining voiced his concern. In his view, it was wise for girls to remain vigilant for their safety, particularly someone like Bai Ilua, a rare beauty. One must not harbor ill intentions, but it is prudent to remain cautious. Bai Ilua waved her phone near the steering wheel, her expression remaining neutral. Yining then noticed that she had been sharing her location with someone and had even sent his license plate number to that account. "I am not naive enough to get into a stranger's vehicle without precautions," Bai Ilua calmly explained. Thus, the two engaged in light conversation, exchanging words until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point they finally exited the highway. "Let us stop here. I can call a taxi from here. And I'll be fine," Bai Ilua stated as they reached the outskirts of Jincheng. Yining observed the night sky, now fully dark, with vibrant neon lights illuminating the streets. He shook his head, replying, "No, it is better to help you all the way. Besides, it is nearly 8 o'clock. I would feel uneasy letting a young woman be out alone." Bai Ilua regarded Yining with a peculiar look, her large eyes shimmering in the neon light. "Thank you." "Yining," she said softly, her pace quickening. Half an hour later, Yining dropped Bai Ilua off. "You should head home now, it is quite late." "And you still have a journey ahead," Bai Ilua urged. Yining smiled and nodded before driving away. Gazing at the tail lights of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Bai Ilua whispered, "Safe travels." Upon reaching the pre-booked hotel, she gently knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A young woman's voice emerged from within. "It's me," came Xiao Xian's reply as she opened the door. The door swung open, revealing Ai Xian already clad in her pajamas, visibly relieved to see Bai Ilua. "Ilua, you finally made it. When I heard your car broke down, I was so worried. Did you not think to come pick me up?" Bai Ilua teased playfully. "I just got my driver's license and was too scared to drive on the highway," Ai Xian admitted sheepishly, sticking out her tongue. However, she soon sensed something amiss. As a close friend, she knew Bai Ilua's demeanor was usually calm and composed. A playful tone was quite out of character. "Kiki, have you encountered something delightful?" Ai Xian inquired with a curious expression. I suppose so," Bai Ilua nodded. Chapter 15. the matchmaker's choice returning to Yang City. The clock struck 10 in the evening. After a long day of driving, Yuning was famished, and upon arriving home, he anticipated finding no food. Thus, he parked by the roadside and indulged in a roadside feast. A masterful cook himself, he begrudgingly acknowledged that any vendor brave enough to operate at night in Sichuan must possess considerable skill. Even Michelin-starred establishments might not rival the taste of a casual stir-fry from a street vendor. Midway through his meal, a sudden commotion erupted from the nearby barbecue stall. Yining looked up to see a bald, tattooed man confronting a young couple at their table, his eyes ablaze with anger. "I've sensed something was off with you lately. Su Li, so this is it? You're playing me?" The bald man seized a bottle from the table and smashed it to the ground before striking Su Li across the face. "You prefer this pretty boy, don't you? You wretched woman," he shouted, pointing at another man wearing glasses. The bespectacled man, visibly rattled by the furious tattooed giant, could only weakly explain, "Bro, I truly didn't know." Su Li said she was single. Upon hearing this, Yining realized that Su Li was indeed a heartthrob. How amusing. He took a hearty bite, finding it more satisfying than sweet and sour pork. Gradually, a crowd gathered, eager to witness the spectacle, undeterred by the brewing conflict. Eventually, to prevent a brawl, someone discreetly called the police, and all parties were escorted to the station. By the time Yining returned home, it was nearly 11. He jangled his keys as he opened the door. "Finally home," he exclaimed, taking in the familiar surroundings. Despite the smallness of the space, a sense of comfort enveloped him. "Son, why didn't you let us know you were back? I thought we had a burglar." His mother, clad in pajamas, greeted him with surprise. His father emerged from the bedroom, giving Yining a pat on the shoulder, commenting, "You've lost weight." "Hey, Mom and Dad, I missed you both." Yining enveloped them in a warm embrace, feeling more cheerful than he had in a long time. "At your age, you should learn to be a bit more composed." His father chided, pushing him away playfully. "You just got back, and you're already scolding him?" His mother interjected, examining her son closely. "My son is truly handsome." "Of course. Just look at whose genes he inherited." His father beamed with pride. This was indeed true in their youth. Both parents were renowned for their good looks in the village. "Oh, just in time for you to handle what your third aunt mentioned," his mother suddenly remembered. Rushing into the bedroom, Yining, bewildered, asked, "Dad, what's going on with Mom?" "Your third aunt visited recently, saying she wanted to introduce you to a girl. You just broke up, and your mother agreed." "What?" Yining was astonished that he would be subjected to a blind date. "Wait, Mom, I have a girlfriend. Don't trouble Andy," he protested loudly. Unconvinced, his mother replied, "You just broke up days ago, and now you claim to have a girlfriend? Who would believe that?" Tomorrow was set, and she was determined. "You're 25. If you don't take action, I'll be a grandmother before you know it. Marry soon while your father and I can still help with the kids." The older generation places great emphasis on lineage, and Yining's parents were eager for a grandchild. With his income now stable, their hopes flourished. Reluctantly, Yining decided to face the situation the next day, understanding that a blind date didn't guarantee a relationship. At the crack of dawn, Yining was pulled from his slumber by his mother. The morning was spent cleaning, preparing vegetables, and cooking, leaving no moment to spare. "Ding dong. They're here. Son, quickly open the door." Yining opened the door to find his third aunt, followed by three unfamiliar faces. Appearing to be a family of three, the last figure, a somewhat attractive young woman, seemed to be the focal point of the day. "Good afternoon, Auntie," Yining greeted. "Xiaoning, you've become even more dashing," his aunt exclaimed cheerfully. "Let me introduce you. These are Su Li's parents." "Hello, uncle and aunt." His aunt then presented Su Li, saying, "This is Su Li. Quite impressive. Isn't she?" Yining suddenly recognized the young woman. She was the very same heartthrob he had encountered at the roadside stall the previous night. Chapter 16. Is your daughter worth it? Was she perhaps caught between two suitors and now seeking refuge with Yining? He had already sensed that Su Li's parents appeared to look down upon his family, indicating they might not be easy to deal with. Yining had no intention of forging any connection with this family. Before he could speak, Su Li's mother, with a disdainful expression, addressed his aunt, "Shouchuan, is this your nephew? He looks decent, but his family's circumstances are somewhat lacking." Ignoring his aunt's discomfort, she turned to Yining and asked, "Young man, do you have any other properties besides this one?" "This is the only one in Yang City," Yining replied without hesitation, not bothering to fabricate a story about a villa elsewhere. "Ah, that complicates things," Su Li's mother remarked, feigning disappointment. "Our Li is naturally beautiful and has never faced hardship. As her parents, we hope she can enjoy a good life after marriage. Not asking for wealth, but at least a car and a house for comfort. I trust you understand, right?" Yining maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "I understand, and then what? Glad you understand. So please don't think I'm being unreasonable." Yining recognized her intent to demand more than he could offer and decided to observe the unfolding drama. First of all, raising a daughter for so many years has been easy. A dowry of 1 million is only fair, correct? Upon hearing this, Yi Ning's aunt's expression shifted. They hadn't even entered yet, and already 1 million was being demanded. She knew full well that Yi Ning's family could not afford such a sum. Yet, Su Li's mother seemed unfazed. Secondly, the house should be at least 200 square meters, and the car need not be extravagant. Something around 500,000 will suffice. My colleague's child has a BMW 5 Series. That would be quite nice. For now, that's all I hope for. Do you think you can manage? Su Li's mother crossed her arms, adopting an imposing stance. Yi Ning harbored a cold laughter within, scoffing at the audacity of an individual who had presumably cycled through countless romantic partners, yet dared to present such demands. Truly, the saying holds, those not of the same family do not enter the same door. Auntie, do you not think these requests are rather trifling? Yi Ning's tone remained utterly unperturbed. A 200 square meter residence and a car worth 500,000 seemed pathetically inadequate. The Su family had prepared themselves for Yi Ning's rejection, expecting to turn away in disappointment, only to be astonished when he deemed their demands too meager. The eyes of the Su family gleamed with greed as they regarded Yi Ning, as if he were a colossal treasure trove. Ah, indeed. What does our future son-in-law think? Su Li's mother feigned warmth. Though I seldom return to Yang City, my parents reside here, and this house truly is too small. I am contemplating purchasing a villa, Yi Ning declared. A villa? The Su family barely grasped the implications, only catching the notion of his intent to acquire a villa. When the property deed is filled with Su Li's name, it would represent an investment of at least several million. As for the vehicle, I already possess a Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked downstairs, so a new purchase is unnecessary for the time being. As he spoke, Yi Ning waved the car keys enticingly. The realization struck them. The imposing black G-Class they had seen downstairs belonged to Yi Ning. They had mused about the possibility of their daughter marrying the owner of such a prestigious vehicle. Was this not serendipity, akin to a pie falling from the sky? Haha. Splendid. Su Li's father chimed in. I admire your ambitious spirit. Come, let us proceed inside. I wish to discuss wedding arrangements with my future in-law, he added, motioning for his family to bypass Yi Ning. Yet, as Su Li's aunt crossed the threshold, Yi Ning abruptly extended his arm, firmly blocking their entry. The sudden turn of events startled them. What do you mean by this, future son-in-law? Su Li's mother asked, her expression awkwardly smiling. Who is your future son-in-law? Yi Ning retorted with a sardonic smile. You arrived with such disdain, looking down upon others. Now that you have learned of my wealth, you suddenly address me as future son-in-law. Do you not find that utterly shameless? 1 million in bride price, a 200 square meter house, and a car worth 500,000, Yi Ning mocked. Do you truly believe your daughter is worthy of such a sum? Yi Ning, what do you mean? On what grounds do you look down on me? Su Li, who had remained silent, instantly bristled at Yi Ning's accusations. While she may not be the epitome of beauty, she was indeed a natural beauty, a legitimate stunner. Given her attributes, 1 million in bride price was hardly a significant sum. If she wished, marrying into a wealthy family and living a life of luxury was well within her reach. Ha ha ha. Su Li, it seems the police's lesson last night was insufficient. Yi Ning's words struck like lightning, leaving Su Li's face ashen. You were present? Su Li stammered. Yi Ning cast a disdainful glance her way. What do you think? To wish for ignorance, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. Su Li's parents, bewildered by the exchange, caught the mention of the police loud and clear. Lily, what on earth transpired? Su Li's mother pressed. Mom, please, let's just go home, Su Li pleaded. What about the matchmaking? Su Li's mother persisted, unwilling to relinquish the prospect of marrying into wealth. At this point, what's the point of matchmaking? Su Li yearned to vanish, wishing to escape her parents and the unfolding embarrassment. Yi Ning, indifferent to their plight, resolutely closed the door. Xiaoning, what is going on? I fail to comprehend your words, his aunt remarked, sensing the tension. Indeed, son, do you know Su Li? Ye's mother inquired, puzzled, as she served the last dish. Even old Yi, who had been silent on the sofa, turned his gaze towards them. Chapter 17. Imo Qingxing. Yi Ning recounted the events of the previous night to his family. Ye's mother shook her head in disbelief. Such a beautiful girl. How could she act in such a manner? It's simply outrageous. His aunt was taken aback as well, realizing that not only Su Li's parents were peculiar, but that Su Li herself was not as she appeared. I apologize, Xiaoning. I had no idea Su Li was so. It's all right, Andy. It is Su Li who is adept at masking her true self. Did you not notice that her parents were oblivious to her misdeeds? Indeed, his aunt chuckled awkwardly. During dinner, the family tacitly avoided mentioning Su Li, feeling somewhat disgusted. By the way, remember to pick up your sister tomorrow afternoon, Ye's mother reminded Yi Ning, serving him a piece of chicken. While he had previously mentioned the car purchase, she was astonished to learn he had acquired a vehicle worth several million. Only from the exchange between Yuning and Su Li's family did she realize the extent of his wealth. Recalling the 1 million cash Yuning had transferred to her earlier, she now pondered just how much money her son truly possessed. All right, Yuning replied casually. His younger sister, Yi Xiaoguo, was in her final year of high school, with the college entrance examination approaching in a month. Their school offered only 2 days off per month, and tomorrow marked her last holiday before the exams. At 9 o'clock that evening, Yuning received a call from his high school friend, Li Hu. Yi Zi, did you see the messages in the group? Li Hu's voice sounded rougher than Yuning remembered. I haven't looked yet, let me check. Upon opening the class group chat, he found a flurry of discussions, all revolving around a reunion. Are you going? Yuning inquired. He was indifferent about such gatherings, while he maintained amicable relations with his classmates. Only Li Hu was a true friend. Thus, if Li Hu chose not to attend, neither would he. Of course, let's go together. Fine, we'll coordinate later. After hanging up, Yuning retired for the night. The following day, he suddenly remembered the gifts he had left in the car for his family. Seizing the opportunity while taking out the trash, he carried a hefty load upstairs. Son, what is all this? Ye's mother asked, astonished at the sheer volume of items he had brought. These are cosmetics for you, Mom. To wish you eternal youth, Yuning replied with a smile. I'm getting old. Why waste money on these? Ye's mother grumbled, though she was clearly pleased. Next, Yuning presented a jade bracelet, helping his mother put it on. Though she lacked knowledge of jade's true worth, the bracelet's quality was evident. Gently caressing the cool surface on her wrist, she remarked, You spent quite a bit, didn't you? Seeing his mother so enchanted, Yuning felt joy. As long as you like it, that's what matters. Not pressing further on the bracelet's cost, Ye's mother accepted the gift. The bracelet was indeed expensive, nearly 500,000, yet Yuning was unconcerned. He then placed 5 bottles of Maotai in front of old Yi. Dad, you haven't tried this yet, have you? How much is it? Old Yi, excited by the prospect of the liquor, asked eagerly. Not too much, 5,000. Old Ye's hands trembled at the mention of the price, nearly dropping the bottle. 5,000 for a bottle? That's hardly inexpensive. Old Yi shot Yuning a disapproving glance. Do you know, last month, Old Du's daughter came home and brought him 2 bottles costing 2,000 each. He flaunted it for days. Yuning recognized that Old Du lived in the same community. He was an amiable fellow, albeit a bit boastful. Naturally, with a daughter who graduated from a prestigious university, he had some grounds for his pride. I'll have to bring a bottle to Old Du in a few days for him to taste, haha. As Yuning observed his father's smug expression, he was about to say something but thought better of it. The 5,000 Yuning mentioned referred to the cost per bottle, while Old Yi had misinterpreted it as a total for 5 bottles. Unbeknownst to him, if Lao Yi were to discover the true value of this wine, he might reconsider sharing it. In the afternoon, Yuning drove to Yangqing High School. Not only the institution attended by his younger sister Yi Xiaohua, but also his alma mater. Although he arrived before classes ended, a number of private vehicles were already parked along the roadside. The moment Yuning's car appeared at the school gate, many parents took notice. After all, it was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. A vehicle worth several million, showcased in a small city like Yangqing, inevitably drew curious gazes. As Yuning sat in his car scrolling through videos, his attention was suddenly captured by a young woman dressed in a simple green dress. Her short hair cascading over her shoulders, petite in stature. He had to admit, her beauty was striking, rivaling that of Su Wei'er and Bai Yilao. However, her charm was distinct. She exuded a cute and delicate aura, which made her appear quite enchanting. More significantly, he recognized her. It was Imo Qingqing, his high school classmate and the belle of their class. Undoubtedly, had there been a beauty contest at their school, Imo Qingqing would have claimed the top spot. Years later, encountering Imo Qingqing again stirred a faint flutter in Yuning's heart. Who among the boys in their class could claim they had not harbored a secret crush on her? Just as he pondered how to greet her, Imo Qingqing spotted him first and approached with a warm smile. Yuning, long time no see. Indeed. It has been a while. How have you been, class beauty? Yuning replied with a grin. Imo Qingqing's expression grew complex. I'm no longer the class beauty. Just call me Qingqing. She chose not to elaborate on whether she was doing well. During their 3 years in high school, she had excelled academically, securing the top score and earning admission to a prestigious university, Chuan Province University. After obtaining her undergraduate degree, she had aspired to further her studies while working part-time. However, an unforeseen calamity struck her single-parent family, delivering a crushing blow. Her mother was diagnosed with renal failure. The exorbitant medical expenses forced her to abandon her plans for graduate studies and return to Yangqing to work and care for her mother. With her younger sister Imo Chanxian in her senior year of high school, the financial burden of college loomed large. Could this truly be considered a good life? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a deeper sorrow settled on her brow. Noticing Mo Qingqing's expression, Yining discerned that her recent circumstances were far from favorable, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. Do you have a younger sibling at Yangqing High School as well? Yes, Mo Qingqing nodded. My sister Qianqian is in her senior year. How coincidental. My little Gua is also preparing for the college entrance examination. Perhaps they are even in the same class. Yining joked. Little Gua? Yi Xiao was your sister. Mo Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. You know my sister? Not only do I know her, but they have a pretty good relationship, Mo Qingqing admitted, feeling incredulous that her sister's good friend turned out to be Yining's sister. Such coincidences abound in life. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the school bell rang, a sound that had remained unchanged over the years. Ah, it's always the same, Mo Qingqing mused, a nostalgic smile gracing her face. As Yi Xiaohua and Mo Qianqian emerged from the school gates, Yining was the first to spot them. Yi Xiaohua, tall for her age at 168 centimeters, stood out among her peers, only slightly shorter than the live streamer Su Weier. Mo Qianqian, on the other hand, was about the same height as Mo Qingqing, around 160 centimeters. Both exuded a charming and petite allure. Without exception, the two were striking beauties, distinctly noticeable among the throng of high school students exiting the gates. Xiaohua, I see my sister. Let us go over, Mo Qianqian exclaimed, pointing in the direction where Mo Qingqing stood like a serene lotus flower. However, there was something familiar about the man beside Qingqing. Qianqian, Yi Xiaohua tugged at her arm. There is someone who looks just like my brother. Not just someone who looks like your brother. I am your brother. Yining rolled his eyes, bemused that his own sister had failed to recognize him. He had envisioned several emotional reunions, only to have his fantasies dashed by Yi Xiaohua's obliviousness. He had even prepared gifts for her, solidifying her role as his true sister. Growing increasingly irritated, Yining playfully tousled Yi Xiaohua's hair, sending it into a state of delightful disarray. Brother, stop messing with my hair. Yi Xiaohua pouted, appearing annoyed, but to outsiders, it looked as if she was merely being playful. Interestingly, Yi Xiaohua had always possessed a carefree personality. She could easily make friends with both her female classmates and male peers alike. Faced with challenges, she tended to resolve them independently, seldom seeking help from others. This cultivated her independent and self-reliant character. Yet, in front of Yining, she often resorted to playful antics, even more so than their mother. Mo Qianqian watched Yi Xiaohua with a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. The girl before her seemed almost foreign, revealing a side of Yi Xiaohua she had never witnessed before. Oh, brother, this is my good friend, Mo Qianqian, Yi Xiaohua introduced, tugging her friend closer. Qianqian, this is the brother I often mention, my handsome older brother, she added with a grin. Mo Qianqian appeared slightly shy, softly greeting, hello, Yining Gij, before falling silent. Had they not been so close, Yining might not have heard her. Leading the two young ladies, Yining approached Mo Qingqing. Yi Xiaohua beamed and called out, Sister Qingqing. It was evident they were already acquainted. Upon learning that Mo Qingqing had taken the bus to school, Yining generously offered her and her sister a ride in his car. The moment Yi Xiaohua heard about Yining's new vehicle, her surprise deepened as they approached the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Brother, is this Mercedes yours? She asked incredulously. Indeed, what do you think? Is it not stunning? Where did you get all this money? Yi Xiaohua inquired, her curiosity piqued. Not only Yi Xiaohua, but even Mo Qingqing and her sister were equally intrigued. They were aware of Yi Xiaohua's family background. Her parents had come from a rural area, saving to buy a modest home in Yangcheng, an aging community. Compared to the family's circumstances before their mother fell ill, things had become even more strained. To acquire such an expensive vehicle in just a few years seemed nothing short of miraculous. Of course, it's thanks to your brother's hard work, Yining replied. He too felt a swell of gratitude. Without the system that had aided him, he might still be a mere cog in the corporate machine, enduring the drudgery of a 996-work schedule, sandwiched between demanding bosses and clients. Now, he relished his current life, thankful for the system that had transformed his fortunes. As Yining drove towards the city center, the atmosphere in the car became somewhat somber. The mention of a hospital often carried connotations of unfavorable circumstances. Considering Mo Qingqing's troubled expression upon their reunion, it was likely that the situation was quite severe. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yining parked the car. Mo Qingqing took a deep breath and thanked him softly. Yining shook his head, indicating no need for thanks. The sisters exited the vehicle, gazing at Mo Qingqing's slender figure as she walked away. Unable to restrain himself, Yining leaned out of the window and called, Qingqing, if you encounter any difficulties, please don't hesitate to ask. If I can help, I certainly will. At his words, Mo Qingqing's body trembled slightly. She turned her head slightly, giving a gentle nod in acknowledgement. As Yining drove away, disappearing from view, Mo Qianqian remarked, Yining Gij is truly kind and quite capable. Mo Qingqing nodded with a faint smile. Indeed, he hasn't changed at all. On the way home, Yining learned from Yi Xiaohua about Mo Qingqing's family situation. Life and death are an inescapable part of the human condition. The weight of such burdens on someone as young as Mo Qingqing was undeniably heavy. Yining had no qualms about offering assistance to Mo Qingqing, but unless she voiced her needs, he would refrain from imposing his help. Such actions could be misconstrued as insincere and would only serve to undermine Mo Qingqing's dignity. He could discern that Mo Qingqing was a proud girl. Otherwise, given her resources, acquiring wealth through alternative means would not pose much difficulty. After returning home with Yi Xiaohua, the family of four finally reunited. At the dinner table, Yining presented his sister with a Patek Philippe lady's watch. Wow, Patek Philippe! Yi Xiaohua exclaimed joyfully, momentarily forgetting her favorite chicken leg, dropping her chopsticks to snatch the watch. She had long desired a watch but had never had the funds to purchase one. To her astonishment, her elder brother not only bought her one, but chose the most exquisite Patek Philippe. Yining was surprised that his sister recognized the brand. It seemed that high school students today possessed a broader awareness than he and his peers did back in the day, with both advantages and disadvantages. You must be careful at school and not lose the watch, he advised. Yima, however, was unconcerned with the brand. She understood how much her son cherished his sister. And naturally, whatever he bought would be the finest. This watch was worth at least 10,000. Hee, I know, don't worry, Mom, Yi Xiaohua replied. Still caught up in her excitement, she hastily ate a few bites of food before seizing the watch box and rushing to her room, shouting, I'm full, just before closing the door. Seeing Yi Xiaohua's flustered demeanor, Yima struggled to suppress her irritation. This girl hardly behaves like a proper young lady. It's all your fault, Lao Yi. She pointed at her husband, gritting her teeth. Observing his father's distressed expression, Yining stifled a laugh. Yining, don't laugh. You and your father are the same, always indulging your sister, Yima scolded. Some matters cannot be evaded forever. The father and son exchanged glances, each reflecting the helplessness of manhood. Mom and Dad, since Xiaohua is home, how about we go house hunting tomorrow? Yining suggested after their meal. Upon hearing this, the parents' eyes brightened. Their current home was indeed too small. It sufficed for daily living but felt cramped during holidays when relatives visited. Moreover, it was an old community over 20 years old, fraught with various issues. Most importantly, their children had grown up. They would eventually need a home of their own. Wouldn't they? All right then, we'll use the 1 million on Mom's card to buy a bigger house, Yima decisively concluded. In this small city of Yangqing, the average housing price was just over 7,000. A million could afford a decent property. However, Yining felt it was still insufficient. His initial goal was a villa. The next morning, Lao Yi received an urgent call from the factory and hurried off to work. Left with no choice, Yining drove his mother and sister out. With a clear ambition, he bypassed ordinary developments and headed straight to the most expensive area in Yangqing. Son, why are we here? The houses are very expensive, Yima remarked, having heard of the prestigious Jingshui Bay. If they were to buy, they ought to choose the best. Otherwise, in 20 or 30 years, they would regret it just as they did with their current home. Yima agreed, realizing that these houses would ultimately belong to her children. Hence it was wiser to invest in a better one. Upon arriving, Yining parked the car, and a sales assistant was already waiting nearby. Welcome to Jingshui Bay. May I ask what type of property you and the two ladies are interested in? A villa, Yining replied without hesitation. The sales assistant smiled, clearly not surprised. After all, who wouldn't he expect a handsome man driving a luxury Mercedes G-Class to seek a villa? Our villas are all riverside, fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy, she informed him, following the sales assistant. Yining found the offerings at Jingshui Bay somewhat lacking compared to the luxury he was accustomed to at Yunshang Longjing Villa in Jiangqing. However, his mother and sister were dazzled by the options available. Upon hearing the villa prices, it felt as though a heavy stone had settled in their hearts. Let us not look at the others for now. Just tell us which one is the most expensive, Yining suggested, adhering to his principle of purchasing the best. Mr. Yi, the price of villa number 1 is 15 million. Would you like to see it? The sales assistant raised an eyebrow, having initially shown him the 6 to 7 million options, as those were the best sellers. Villas over 10 million were typically beyond the reach of the average affluent buyer. All right, let us go see that one, Yining replied, his eyes unwavering. The sales assistant's heart soared. It seemed she had underestimated the young man. Brother, are you really going to buy such an expensive house? Over 10 million, Yi Xiaohua whispered, tugging at his arm. Yuma was equally astonished by her son's audacity. Over 10 million? Just how capable are you? She mused, half-jokingly. Huh, I can easily support you for a lifetime, Yining said, playfully pinching Yi Xiaohua's cheek. Stop it. Who needs your support? she retorted, feigning annoyance. Unbeknownst to them, Yining currently had over 16 million in cash but remained nonchalant, secure in the knowledge that he possessed a system to back him. Villa number 1 was a world apart from the previous properties, boasting a larger area and superior quality in both decor and furnishings. Although it paled in comparison to his villa in Jiacheng, it was still impressive for a small city like this. Mom, what do you think? Yining inquired, eager for her opinion since he wouldn't be residing in Yanqing often, and this home would primarily serve his parents. It's nice, but too expensive. Yima hesitated, confronted with the hefty price tag. Yining smiled. If you like it, let us buy it. It'll be easier when we have guests. Seeing her expression, he sensed her desire for the villa. Go get the contract. I'll take it, full payment. All right. Please wait a moment. I'll prepare it right away. The sales assistant, overwhelmed with joy, hurried off to the sales hall. What is the situation? Did they buy? The sales manager eagerly inquired upon seeing the assistant rush in. The property sold well, but villa buyers were rare, making this a significant deal. Villa number 1. And he is paying in full, she exclaimed, her hands trembling with excitement. Villa number 1? Full payment? Just how wealthy is he? The manager shouted, instructing the finance department to prepare the contract. Once printed, the manager and the assistant approached Villa number 1. Mr. Yi, I'm the sales manager at Jingshui Bay. The contract is ready. Would you like to sign it now? Yes, let us do it now. Yining handed the contract to his mother. Mom, I have a property in Jiangcheng. Let us put this one in your name. Yining wouldn't write his own name, as the system's probability for critical hits required purchases in a woman's name. Why not write Xiaoguo's name instead? Yima suggested. That works too. Yining agreed. No. Yu Xiaoguo hasn't finished speaking yet. Quickly sign. Yining and Yima exclaimed in unison. Oh. Yi Xiaoguo pouted and silently picked up the contract to inscribe her name. The manager and Xiao Li, who were seated nearby, were utterly astonished at this scene. Why do you look so reluctant to have the house in your name? This is 15 million. Ding. The host, Yi Xiaoguo, has spent 15 million and received a 100-fold cash reward, totaling 1.5 billion. The 100-fold cashback appeared once again, having just spent over 10 million. She was now receiving 15 billion in return. How exhilarating. Fortunately, she hadn't written her name. Otherwise, she would have only received at most 150 million. She narrowly avoided a loss exceeding 1 billion. After purchasing the house, Yining took Yuma and Yi Xiaoguo to a shopping mall. They bought numerous daily necessities, spending only a few $1,000s without any rewards. On the way home, Yining's phone suddenly rang. Brother, it's a call, Yi Xiaoguo said, stretching out to grab the phone from the back seat. I'm driving. Can you answer it for me? Yining casually remarked. Upon glancing at the screen, Yi Xiaoguo realized it was a video call from a woman named Su Wire. A sly smile crossed her face as she silently turned the volume up to the maximum before pressing the answer button. Yining, I've got the car. Come quickly and see how it is. The moment the video connected, a melodious and delightful voice rang out, quite enchanting. However, the next instant, when Su Wire saw the unfamiliar young woman on the screen instead of Yining, she instinctively thought she had dialed the wrong number. I'm so sorry. I must have dialed the wrong number. As Su Wire was about to hang up, Yi Xiaoguo quickly interjected, Sister Wei, you haven't dialed wrong. My brother is driving. I'm Yi Xiaoguo. The moment Yining heard Su Wire's voice, he realized he was in trouble. How could he forget that today was the day Su Wire was picking up her car? This was especially evident when Yima turned to look at Yi Xiaoguo in the back seat. You are Yining's sister? Hello, Xiaoguo. You are truly beautiful. Upon realizing that this lovely young woman was Yining's sister, Su Wire felt a wave of relief. Simultaneously, she was astonished by the remarkable genes of the Yi family. Both siblings possessed ethereal beauty. How extraordinary. Yining, why are you not speaking? Thankfully, it was your sister who answered. Otherwise, if it were your uncle or aunt, how awkward would that be? After a moment, Su Wire said, somewhat annoyed. The car fell into an awkward silence, and the expressions of the Yi siblings froze. Ahem. Yining deliberately cleared his throat. Noticing Yining's silence and Yi Xiaoguo's lack of words, Su Wire sensed that something was amiss. Xiaoguo. Could it be that? Su Wire's tone weakened noticeably. Xiaoguo, pass me your brother's phone. Before Yi Xiaoguo could respond, Yima joyfully reached out to her. Suddenly, Su Wire's screen displayed a middle-aged woman, whose features bore some resemblance to Yining. Su Wire's face turned crimson, and she struggled to find her words, stammering. She was flustered to the point where she could hardly hold the phone steady. Upon seeing Su Wire, Yima's eyes lit up. This girl is truly beautiful. Moreover, her face turned red upon seeing me, indicating she is likely quite innocent. If you can't call me aunt, just call me mom. Yima teased her with a smile. Mom. Yining was taken aback by this unexpected address. nearly stepping on the wrong pedal. Yi Xiaoguo in the back seat could barely contain her laughter. Even the usually reserved Yuma was momentarily stunned by being called mom. All right, all right. Yuma beamed with delight, her smile unwavering. From the moment Su Wire accidentally called her mom, her face remained flushed, leaving her speechless. What an embarrassing day. All of this was Yuning's fault. That rascal. For the next half hour, Su Wire endured a barrage of questions from Yuma, who was eager to know everything, almost to the point of asking for her ID number. The moment the call ended, Su Wire finally sighed in relief, although her face still burned with embarrassment. Thinking of Yuning made her grit her teeth in annoyance. Yet, there was an inexplicable joy in her heart. It was evident that Yuning's mother liked her. At least she had passed the first hurdle, if marriage were to be in the future. Oh dear. Su Wire, do you have no shame? Always thinking such thoughts. Su Wire rested her forehead against the steering wheel of the Porsche 911, alternating between shyness and bursts of giggles. After hanging up, Yuma still seemed to be relishing the moment. Son, this girl is quite nice. I really like her. She handed Yuning's phone back to Yi Xiaoguo and continued. When will you bring her home for your father and me to meet? Yining understood that, given how things had progressed, no matter how he explained, Yuma had already regarded Su Wire as a potential daughter-in-law. Thus, he could only respond, I'll try my best. What do you mean by try my best? Yuma feigned anger. Next time, if you don't bring Xiaosu over, don't bother coming back. Yuning was taken aback. In just a short while, his mother had seemingly disowned him. Mom, you're being too. What? Yuma shot him a stern look. Yuning chuckled sheepishly. Too understanding, too understanding. Humph. Yuma wore a victorious expression. Yi Xiaoguo in the back seat was laughing so hard that her stomach hurt, clutching her belly and furrowing her brows. Unable to sit up straight. Dinner that evening was prepared by Yining. Under Yi Ma's skeptical gaze, he gradually brought out dishes such as boiled meat slices, bamboo shoots with chicken, and spicy beef slices. Admittedly, since achieving master-level culinary skills, Yining had not cooked a meal himself. However, when Yuma saw the dinner prepared by her son, she was utterly astonished. Setting aside the taste, at least the presentation of the dishes was superior to her own. During dinner time, Old Yi returned home, immediately shedding his light jacket and heading into the bathroom. Today's dishes are quite good, he remarked after washing his face as he approached the dining table. I made a few modifications. Try it and see how it compares to before. Before the Yi siblings could speak, Yima chimed in, gently serving Old Yi a piece of beef. Old Yi, unsuspecting, placed the beef in his mouth. The unique flavor of the sauce mingled with the beef burst forth on his palate. Delicious. Old Yi took a sip of wine, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. How does it compare to what I made before? Yuma smiled, her lips curving up, although he found it somewhat odd that his wife was acting strangely today. Old Yi did not dwell on it, especially since the cooking had indeed improved significantly. As his wife's culinary skills had progressed, he, as her husband, naturally had to praise her. Today's dishes are indeed. Ahem. Yuning coughed to cover his mouth, feeling somewhat embarrassed after choking. Simultaneously, Old Yi finally noticed his daughter, Yi Xiaoguo, repeatedly signaling him with her eyes. Connecting this to his wife's slightly unusual demeanor, he shrank back in alarm. So that's how it is. My dear mother, that was close. Please continue. How are today's dishes? Yuma asked, her eyes sparkling with amusement. However, that smile felt chillingly cold to Old Yi, sending shivers up his spine. Today's dishes are indeed, not as good as before. Old Yi stated solemnly. Dear, it's best not to change what works. The ordinary is often the best. Old Yi gazed deeply into Yi Ma's eyes. Yi Ma's eyes narrowed with a smile. Really? Of course. Well then, let us eat. Savor your son's cooking. Yi Ma busily served Old Yi a chicken leg. Didn't you say you made it? Old Yi feigned surprise. Did I say that? No. Old Yi and the siblings shook their heads in unison. After dinner, Yuning leaned against the balcony with a cup of tea, resting. Suddenly, the phone rang. Picking it up, he saw the name Mo Qingqing on the screen. Chapter 22. Class Reunion. Yuning initially thought Mo Qingqing was reaching out due to her mother's illness, seeking assistance. However, Mo Qingqing merely inquired if he would attend the class reunion. Upon receiving Yuning's affirmative response, she expressed a desire to attend with him. With a cheerful disposition, Yuning readily accepted the request. The following afternoon, he drove Yi Xiaoguo to the foot of Mo Qingqing's residence, guided by the navigation system. It appeared that Mo Qingqing and her sister, Mo Qianshan, had been waiting for some time. In a display of camaraderie, Yi Xiaoguo and Mo Qianshan sat together in the back seat, relinquishing the sole front passenger seat to Mo Qingqing. During the journey, Yining caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of Yi Xiaoguo frantically signaling to Mo Qianshan with her eyes, an utterly hopeless situation. Yining puzzled over why his sister, upon learning about Su Wire, would still assist in bringing Mo Qingqing into the fray. Did she genuinely wish for her brother to become a scoundrel? Of course, he was. Mo Qingqing offered Yining a resigned smile before she opened the front passenger door herself. Today, Mo Qingqing was once again clad in a dress. This time a striking shade of purple, which did little to conceal her stunning beauty. Who says that cuteness holds no value in the face of allure? At least in Mo Qingqing's case, cuteness is indeed justice. Brother, after you drop me and Qianshan off at school, will you go on a date with Sister Qingqing? Yuxiaogui teased loudly, stifling a giggle with her hand. Yining, accustomed to her playful nature, remained unfazed by her jest, a testament to his own thick skin. However, Mo Qingqing, with her more delicate sensibilities, displayed a hint of embarrassment, her ears tinged with a faint blush. Firstly, Qishan and I are attending a class reunion. Secondly, I need to pick someone up afterward, Yining explained leisurely, not forgetting his good friend Li Hu. He was not one to prioritize romance over friendship. Upon arriving at the school gates, Yining parked the car at the roadside. Brother, I'm off. Don't you have anything to say to me? Yuxiaogui inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Yining replied, study hard. Humph. How annoying. Yuxiaogui stuck out her tongue and made a silly face, pulling Mo Qianshan's hand as they headed toward the school entrance. Let us go? Watching the two girls enter the school, Yining gradually pressed the accelerator. Li Hu lived on the outskirts of the city in an old-fashioned bungalow. During high school, Yining often visited his home. Unfortunately, Li Hu struggled academically, barely managing to pass into a junior college before dropping out for various reasons. Now, he worked on an assembly line, barely scraping by each month. Yining stopped in front of Li Hu's house and honked twice. After a brief wait, a man nearly 6 feet tall, with short hair, emerged from the red-painted iron gate. Upon spotting Yining, a smile broke out on Li Hu's face. Yezi, you're doing well, driving a Benz G-Class. Li Hu had heard about Yining's new car days ago, but he never imagined it would be a Mercedes, the coveted G-Class at that. Don't deny it. Think carefully, don't you dream of it? Just as Li Hu was about to approach the passenger seat, he heard a familiar and melodious voice from the car. Li Hu. Good afternoon. Do you remember me? Upon realizing the beauty seated in the passenger seat, Li Hu could hardly believe his eyes. Isn't that the class flower, Mo Qingqing? He chuckled, scratching the back of his head, and made his way to the back seat. Of course I remember. She's the class flower. Yezi, impressive. Li Hu lightly patted Yining on the shoulder, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. During high school, many pursued Mo Qingqing, but without exception, they all met with failure. Most believed her rejection stemmed from her feelings for Yining, who had indeed harbored a secret crush on Mo Qingqing throughout their school years. Though he never dared to confess, Li Hu had lamented for his friend for quite some time, not anticipating that they would eventually end up together. Was this what they called fate, mysteriously delightful? Yining was aware that Li Hu had misconstrued his relationship with Mo Qingqing, but he refrained from clarifying. What if it truly blossomed? As the G-Class rolled into the Jinyang Grand Hotel, numerous gazes converged upon them. Particularly, a group of flamboyantly dressed women at the entrance seemed to gaze at the Mercedes with envy, wishing they could occupy the front passenger seat. Li Hu and Mo Qingqing opened the car doors simultaneously. Look, isn't that Mo Qingqing? And isn't that guy Li Hu? The onlookers quickly recognized the two. Who could the car owner be? Mused a woman with a crystal bag, named Yu Yao, who, though moderately attractive and skilled in presentation, had previously pursued Yining at school. After a rejected confession that nearly brought her to tears, she now reminisced with a tinge of sadness. Look, it's Yining, exclaimed Yu Yao's friend, Bei Shiyuan. He is still so handsome and seems to be doing remarkably well. With a hint of regret, Bei Shiyuan thought. If only she had pursued him back then, perhaps she would now be a wealthy lady. Yet, such thoughts quickly faded. From the moment Mo Qingqing stepped out of the passenger seat, all the girls understood that they had no chance. As fate would have it, the hearts of all the men present shattered upon witnessing the enchanting duo of Yining and Mo Qingqing, though many among them had settled down. Who could truly forget their first love? Li Hu, walking alongside, was all but forgotten. What is going on? Why is everyone gathered at the entrance? Yining approached with a smile. Seeing such handsome men and beautiful women left us in awe. Yu quipped, her expression a mix of complexity. Exactly. You two didn't even have the decency to announce your relationship while sneaking around. Bei Shiyuan chimed in. Yeah, at least make it official. What else with the secrecy? Even Li Hu nodded in agreement. Yining smiled wryly. Even if he did have feelings for Mo Qingqing, they were still innocent for now. However, to clarify the situation at this moment would be utterly futile. Sensing Yining's inner turmoil, Mo Qingqing leaned a little closer to him until their arms brushed against one another. Just then, an enchanting sensation enveloped his arm, accompanied by a refreshing, sweet fragrance that emanated from Mo Qingqing. Unperturbed by Yining's astonished gaze, Mo Qingqing naturally intertwined her arm with his. It's never too late to announce it now. Let us not make things difficult for Yining. She smiled playfully. I feel full. Perhaps I'll skip this meal. You two are simply insufferable. Secretly flirting and then flaunting it. Yining, you better not leave here standing. Right, let us get him drunk. A group of male classmates expressed their disdain for Yining, determined to make him pay for their lost youth. As laughter filled the air, it was time for dinner. At the table, everyone tacitly avoided discussions of work and income, knowing such topics could make some uncomfortable. Besides, who could compete with Yining's success? The conversation flowed naturally, reminiscing about amusing high school antics, such as the tales of unrequited crushes and youthful romances. By the way, we always thought the class flower didn't tea date because of Yining. Is that true? Yu Yao inquired loudly, raising her glass. Yeah, class flower, enlighten us. A male classmate feigned heartbreak, recalling how he had once confessed to her only to be outright rejected. A brother beside him patted his shoulder, saying, Old yeah. You're quite fortunate. I once penned a love letter to the class beauty, but before I could deliver it, a gust of wind whisked it away. Since then, I've given up. It seems destiny itself is conspiring against me. In response to the group's inquiries, Mo Qingqing smiled softly, then glanced at Yining, her expression inscrutable. Yining felt a pang of anxiety under her gaze. He too had secretly reveled in the rumors surrounding them. Not just others, he too was curious about the truth. I was solely focused on my studies in high school and had little interest in romance, Mo Qingqing explained with a smile. Just when everyone thought the conversation had reached its conclusion, her ears flushed slightly as she continued softly. However, I did feel shy about the rumors back then. And even now, it's the same. With that, she turned her face away, leaving Yining with a captivating silhouette. Oh, so that's how it is. The rumors are indeed true. Yining, I envy you immensely. The crowd erupted in playful teasing, showering blessings upon the pair. Only Yining remained rooted in place, reaching out towards Mo Qingqing as if trying to grasp something elusive. Just as his fingers were about to brush against her collar, they curled inward, ultimately falling away. I'm sorry, Qingqing, Yining murmured. As he uttered those words, Mo Qingqing's delicate figure trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, she turned back, her smile unwavering, raising her glass towards Yining. He understood her cue, clinking glasses with her before downing the contents in one gulp. That day, Yining indulged in quite a bit of alcohol and Mo Qingqing even more so. After a hearty meal, all present stumbled about, on the verge of collapse. Seizing a moment to visit the restroom, Yining hurried to the reception desk. Sir, your total expenditure is 25,800 yuan. How would you like to pay? By card. Yining replied, producing a bank card. Also, please reserve 20 standard rooms for me. Considering they had all consumed a fair amount of alcohol, it was prudent to ensure accommodations for the night, should anyone need them. Certainly, sir. Beat. The host has spent 32,800 yuan and received a critical hit, gaining ownership of the Jinyang Grand Hotel. The system's voice cleared much of Yining's inebriation. Although Jinyang Grand Hotel could not compare to Jiang'an Hotel in Jiacheng, trading a few tens of thousands for a hotel was an opportunity not to be missed. Pure bliss. Yining returned to the table, informing everyone that he had settled the bill and booked the rooms. Finally, amidst a chorus of farewells, the reunion came to a close. Yining, embracing the half-conscious Mo Qingqing, accompanied classmates intending to spend the night to their respective doors. Chapter 24. Mo Qingqing's decision. A few male classmates exchanged knowing glances with Yining before entering their rooms. Even Li Hu leaned in and cautioned him, be safe. Get out of here. Yining chuckled in mock reproach. Li Hu grinned before vanishing from view. The standard room contained 2 beds, and Yining helped Mo Qingqing to one of them. Qingqing, wake up. You should wash up before sleeping, he urged gently. Mo Qingqing peered at him with bleary eyes, giggling softly before closing them again. It seemed she was completely intoxicated. He couldn't fathom why she had consumed so much alcohol. Her cheeks were flushed from the wine, making her look quite endearing. Unable to resist the urge, he swallowed hard and took a towel to gently clean her face, bustling about until the early hours. After she had bathed and emerged from the bathroom, he noticed Mo Qingqing was sleeping soundly, prompting him to collapse onto the other bed. The following morning, as Yining was lost in dreams, he faintly heard the sound of running water. With a brief frown, he opened his sleepy eyes just as the shower turned off and the bathroom door swung open. Mo Qingqing stepped out, wrapped in a towel. Her hair damp and adorned with droplets, her natural beauty striking even without makeup. Her fair shoulders were exposed, and her elegant collarbone was distinctly visible. Yining was utterly mesmerized. At that moment, Mo Qingqing resembled a pristine lotus emerging from the water, exquisite. You're awake, she said, noticing Yining staring at her in awe. She felt shy yet slightly pleased. Yining, last night, I didn't do anything. Yining quickly clarified. I assure you, I was completely sober. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Mo Qingqing's eyes, but she nodded. Then she picked up the hairdryer from the table. Could you help me dry my hair? Of course, Yi Ning replied, rising to take the dryer and positioning himself behind her. The cool sensation of the device was accompanied by a fragrant hint of shampoo. Mo Qingqing's hair was remarkably soft and smooth, and by the end, Yi Ning found himself reluctant to let go. All done. He switched off the dryer and set it down. Although she didn't turn around, her delicate frame seemed to tremble slightly. Yi Ning, do you think I'm pretty? Mo Qingqing asked, her voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. The sudden question took Yi Ning by surprise. What did you say, Qingqing? I asked if I was pretty, she repeated, her voice rising a bit. Absolutely. This time. Yi Ning answered without hesitation, expressing his true feelings. But why then? Last night, I deliberately got drunk to give you an opening, yet you remained unmoved. Mo Qingqing turned around, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yi Ning's heart raced. Could it be that taking decisive action last night was the right approach? Yet he quickly dismissed the thought. He certainly desired Mo Qingqing, but not under such circumstances. I really don't know how to express this to you, she murmured softly, almost playfully. It's all right. Just consider it a loan. You can take as long as you need to repay it. 50,000 is nothing to me, Yi Ning reassured her. If it came down to it, he could easily part with 500,000 or even 5 million without a second thought. He promptly transferred 100,000 to her. Upon seeing the transfer notification, Mo Qingqing exclaimed, That's too much. I said 50,000. Why did you send so much? It's not excessive. Your mother will need nutritional supplements for her recovery, after all. These things cost money. 100,000. How am I ever going to repay this? Worry flickered across Mo Qingqing's face. Yi Ning smirked mischievously. If you can't repay it, then don't. Just consider it a dowry, haha. Mo Qingqing pondered for a moment before finally grasping Yi Ning's meaning. Pouting playfully, she teased, You're such a cheat. This is how you woo other girls, isn't it? This morning, she inadvertently caught sight of a message from another girl on Yi Ning's phone, resting on the bedside table. Instantly, she understood. However, she chose not to bring it up. Besides, who asks for a dowry of 1 million? Yi Ning shot her a peculiar look. Sweetheart. You simply haven't encountered such things before. Just the other day, I heard about someone demanding 1 million as a dowry. Some even asked for 50,000 for a car and a 200 square meter house. Noticing that time was slipping away, both began to dress, with Mo Qingqing changing in the bathroom. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a frantic knocking echoed from outside the door. Chapter 25. Dare you, Mo Qingqing. Open the door. I know you are inside. Damn it. You filthy wretch. In the corridor, a man's furious voice resounded. Yi Ning furrowed her brows, while Mo Qingqing appeared somewhat frightened. Yi Ning, this person is my university classmate who has been pursuing me relentlessly, but I never agreed. Mo Qingqing explained anxiously. Yi Ning glanced at her in surprise, smiling. Why the anxiety? Are you afraid I might misunderstand? You, how annoying. Even at a time like this, you still have the energy to joke. Mo Qingqing shot her a glance. Don't be afraid. Stay here. I will go take a look. With that, Yi Ning rose to open the door. I'll go with you. I want to see what he intends to do, Mo Qingqing said, linking her arm with Yi Ning's, her gaze icy. As they opened the door, they found quite a crowd gathered in the corridor, predominantly Yi Ning's classmates, who had indulged a bit too much the night before and were just waking up. Among them was a man in a suit, his shoes polished to a shine. He had an unremarkable appearance, with sunken eyes that suggested a life of excess and poor health. Upon seeing Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing emerge, He Wei's expression twisted into a snarl. Mo Qingqing, I thought you were pure, but it turns out you're just another. He Wei's words were cut short, as Yi Ning slapped him twice across the face. Mind your language. Insult me once, and I'll return the favor. His cheeks instantly flushed red, a sharp pain coursing through him as his mouth twitched in shock. How dare you hit me? I will make you pay. He Wei glared at Yi Ning, having never encountered anyone bold enough to strike him. And you, Mo Qingqing, is this the man you chose? I would have offered you 50,000, yet you still chose this pretty boy. You wretched woman, He Wei bellowed. Seeing He Wei's continued vitriol, Yi Ning delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. He Wei, having been drained by women his entire life, could hardly withstand Yi Ning's strength, curling up in agony on the ground. What's going on? Li Hu, just awakened by the ruckus, approached Yi Ning, still trying to grasp the situation. Yi Ning briefly explained, igniting Li Hu's fury. Damn, how can we tolerate this? He strode up to He Wei, delivering a couple of kicks. This was perhaps why Yi Ning and Li Hu had become brothers. Li Hu never hesitated in such matters. You little brat. You think you're tough? My father is the general manager of the Jinyang Hotel. If you leave here today, consider it my loss, He Wei declared, pulling out his phone. Dad, Your son is being assaulted in your hotel. Aren't you going to do something? On the other end, He Gongqing was overwhelmed with the sudden change in hotel management and was in a foul mood. Hearing that his son was being beaten at the Jinyang Hotel sent him into a rage. Did you not tell them who I am? I did. But they are numerous and very arrogant. Dad, please hurry. All right, I'm on my way. After hanging up, He Wei resumed his boastful demeanor. You're all finished? Yuning, this doesn't look good. Maybe we should retreat? Li Hu suggested quietly. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. This was, after all, their territory, and any escalation could lead to dire consequences. Imo Qingqing tightened her grip on Yining's arm, worry etched across her face. Several former classmates urged, Yining, perhaps we should heed Li Hu's advice and leave the hotel first? Yet Yining remained composed. You need not fear. Just wait and witness the unfolding drama. She then patted Li Hu on the shoulder. Huzi, do you wish to become a leader? Of course, I dream of it. What do you mean, Yining? Li Hu asked, puzzled. If you desire it, then prepare for your promotion. Everyone was bewildered by Yining's words, except for Imo Qingqing, whose eyes flickered with understanding. I want to see who dares to strike my son on my grounds. Today, I shall ensure he is dealt with. A middle-aged man's voice reverberated from the end of the corridor. Not only had He Gongqing arrived, but several senior hotel executives and security personnel were also present. Dad, you finally made it. He Wei exclaimed upon spotting He Gongqing and his entourage, overjoyed. He Gongqing, noticing the clear marks of a slap and footprints on his son's face, erupted in fury. Who struck my son? Step forward. I did. Yining stepped forward, her expression mocking. What? Do you wish to seek revenge? He Gongqing was taken aback that someone would dare to admit such a thing, especially with such arrogance. However, when he recognized Yining's face, his pupils constricted, and shock registered on his face. This was none other than the new owner of the Jinyang Hotel, Yining. Not only did he recognize her, but the hotel executives behind him also acknowledged her as their boss. Casting a discreet glance at He Gongqing, they instinctively took a step back, creating a palpable divide. Revenge? He Wei, oblivious to his father's grim demeanor, boasted. Did you not hear what my father said? Today, I will have you taken to the police station. You're finished. Huh? You dare to send me there? Yining's expression hardened, a quiet fury radiating from her. She pointed at He Gongqing. Ask your father if he dares. Only then did He Wei notice the beads of sweat forming on his father's forehead, his face pale and lips quivering. He was no fool. He instantly understood that the person before him was someone even his father could not provoke. He had made a grave mistake. Chapter 26. The Demise of He Gongqing and His Son. Boss, I apologize. My son has offended you due to my lack of discipline, He Gongqing pleaded. Delivering a slap to He Wei, quickly apologized to President Yi. President? Yi Zong? The general manager of the Jinyang Hotel actually refers to Yining as president. Yining's classmates were utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom that the Jinyang Hotel belonged to Yining. As realization dawned, they cast envious glances at Li Hu, recalling Yining's earlier question about his desire to lead. I am sorry, President Yi. I was wrong, He Wei said bitterly, kneeling on the ground. He understood the magnitude of the trouble he had caused. Not only had he coveted Yining's woman, but he had even intended to have her locked up for a few days, which was an unforgivable offense. Now, he could only hope for Yining's mercy, praying she would not involve his father's position as general manager. All his arrogance stemmed from his father's ability to make money. Yining ignored him, not even glancing at He Gongqing again. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the personnel director. Is the HR director present? Yes, a balding middle-aged man replied. From this day forward, I hereby terminate He Gongqing's position as general manager, along with anyone associated with him. Do you understand? Understood, boss. Upon hearing Yining's orders, He Gongqing fell to his knees, wailing, Please, boss. Even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. Yining shot him a disdainful glance and continued, Finance director? Boss. A capable-looking woman in formal attire responded. I need you to meticulously audit He Gongqing's accounts, gather evidence, and deliver it straight to the police station. Understood. Yining suspected that if He Wei could afford 50,000 to woo women, then He Gongqing was surely embezzling funds. What a joke. Yining's words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving He Gongqing and his son in shock. He was all too aware of his own greed. Realizing the fabricated accounts would not withstand scrutiny. This is it, was the first thought that crossed He Gongqing's mind. Security chief, during this financial audit, ensure these two are closely monitored. If one escapes, you can consider yourself dismissed. Do you understand? Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. The security chief was sweating profusely. The young new boss spoke with an assertive decisiveness that made the pressure unbearable. Oh, by the way, I noticed that the former manager's son seems rather irritable. The brothers in the security department should help to cool him down. Those who perform well will receive double bonuses this month. A few security guards, upon hearing Yu Ning's command, gleamed with excitement, casting sly glances at He Wei. What ensued was no longer of Yu Ning's concern. He descended the stairs with his classmates, arriving at the hotel's entrance. Among them, one classmate appeared somewhat embarrassed, his gaze wavering. Sensing his unease, Yu Ning remarked, "If there is something on your mind, feel free to speak." Is it possible for me to work at Jinyang as well? I majored in finance at university and have the necessary credentials. Several other high school classmates, dissatisfied with their current jobs, looked at Yu Ning with hopeful expressions, eager for a transition. With Jinyang Hotel's generous salaries and favorable conditions, who wouldn't aspire to work there? Please don't bring this up with me, Yu Ning replied, shaking his head. Disappointment flickered across the faces of the group, yet they understood. Helping is a kindness, and refraining is merely the norm. Employment is always a mutual decision, not dictated by unilateral desire. Noticing their expressions, Yu Ning chuckled. What I meant was, just speak directly to Li Hu. He is the general manager of the hotel now. Upon hearing this, the group erupted with joy. It turned out that Yu Ning was indeed considerate of his old classmates, proving he wasn't the type to become aloof after gaining wealth. What? Yi Zi? You can't be joking, Li Hu exclaimed, astonished. What jest could I possibly be making? As of today, you are the general manager of Jinyang Hotel. Li Hu was taken aback, never expecting that a high school graduate like himself could become the manager of the renowned Jinyang Hotel in Yang City. Rubbing his hands together, he asked, "Aren't you afraid I might ruin the hotel? If it collapses, so be it. It's merely a couple of billion," Yu Ning replied nonchalantly. He truly felt indifferent. This amount was insignificant compared to his assets in Jiangqing. Moreover, with 15 billion in cash, a hotel worth 2 to 3 billion hardly concerned him. He also believed that skills are acquired over time, and Li Hu would gradually learn. After bidding farewell to his old classmates, Yu Ning first escorted Li Hu home before taking Mo Qingqing to the municipal hospital. "Are you coming up too?" Mo Qingqing inquired, puzzled, as Yu Ning followed her out of the car. "What, can't I meet my future mother-in-law after presenting the betrothal gifts?" Yu Ning teased. Mo Qingqing's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare before turning towards the inpatient building. However, she pretended not to notice Yu Ning trailing behind, occasionally smiling to herself and revealing a few pearly whites when he was tea-looking. Yu Ning swiftly caught hold of Mo Qingqing's delicate hand, gently gripping it in his palm. She struggled slightly but then relented, turning her head to the side, her ears turning a lovely shade of red, utterly adorable. In the hospital room, behind a long white curtain, a middle-aged woman sat on the bed, cradling a cup of hot water. Her complexion was pale, revealing her ill state as she gazed blankly out of the window. "Mom, how are you sitting up?" Mo Qingqing hurried to her mother's bedside. Seeing her daughter bustling about, Li Qingru felt a pang of heartache, fully aware of the sacrifices Mo Qingqing had made for her. At times, she wished to simply give up, but whenever she looked at her two daughters, she felt that life was worth living. "Qingqing, who is this?" Li Qingru noticed Yu Ning accompanying Mo Qingqing into the room. "Mom, this is Yu Ning, my high school classmate." As Mo Qingqing introduced him, Yu Ning took the initiative to greet her and placed the fruit basket he was holding on the bedside table. "Hello, Auntie." Li Qingru nodded. "Hello." Her gaze scrutinizing Yu Ning. His appearance spoke for itself, and his height was commendable. His sunny smile earned her silent approval. Her daughter had good taste. She understood that Yu Ning was more than just a classmate. Why else would her daughter bring him to the hospital instead of others? Moreover, Mo Qingqing's demeanor while introducing Yu Ning clearly indicated her affection. "Is any family member of Li Qingru present?" A nurse approached the room, holding a notebook. Mo Qingqing promptly stepped forward. They exchanged a few quiet words before Mo Qingqing followed the nurse out of the room. Witnessing this, Li Qingru's expression darkened. She knew all too well that her daughter was likely discussing the various medical expenses incurred during her stay. After 2 months in the hospital, Mo Qingqing had been paying for her mother's medical bills almost weekly. Although Mo Qingqing never disclosed the total amount, it was undoubtedly substantial. Furthermore, she understood that the upcoming surgery would require an even more considerable sum. Noticing the worry on Mo Qingqing's mother's face, Yu Ning smiled reassuringly. "Auntie, focus on your recovery. You need not concern yourself with the expenses." Li Qingru forced a smile and shook her head. How could she not worry? Major illnesses drain finances like a torrent. Particularly in her case of renal failure, undergoing surgery and finding a kidney donor would cost hundreds of thousands at the very least. "Young Yi, are you also from Yang City?" Li Qingru suddenly inquired. "Yes, Auntie." Yu Ning nodded. "Though most of my ventures are in Jiacheng, so I seldom return." Li Qingru raised an eyebrow, sensing from his words that he might be a business owner. "Do you own a company?" she questioned, puzzled. "Not quite. I've made several investments." Li Qingru was somewhat taken aback. Here was a young man in his 20s claiming to be an investor. Did this imply that Yi Ning was from a wealthy family? The thought made her expression shift slightly. Was it possible that he was not merely her daughter's classmate but someone her daughter had deceived her about? Perhaps to afford the medical expenses. Mo Qingqing had struck some sort of deal with this Yi Ning? If that were the case, she would rather perish. At that moment, Mo Qingqing returned with her mother's attending physician. Your mother's condition is stable. Fortunately, you have prepared for the surgery expenses, or the consequences of delaying would be dire. The doctor stated gravely. Then he turned to Li Qingru, advising, in the coming days, ensure your mother remains calm and eats light meals. The surgery can proceed in 3 days. Thank you, Dr. Jiang, Mo Qingqing replied, her face lighting up with relief. Her mother was finally going to receive treatment. All this gratitude belonged to Yi Ning. He had given her family hope. Qingqing, come here. Once the doctor left, Li Qingru's expression turned serious. When Mo Qingqing approached the bedside, her mother fixed her gaze intently on her daughter's eyes. Tell me the truth. What is your relationship with Yang Yi? Mom, why are you asking this? Mo Qingqing felt a bit bashful. If you are merely classmates, then where does the surgery fee come from? Mo Qingqing fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. In truth, she also did not know Yi Ning's true feelings. She liked him, and as long as he held a place for her in his heart, she wouldn't mind being one of his women. Young Yi, I understand Qingqing's nature. She may appear gentle and delicate, yet she possesses a strong will. I can see that she harbors feelings for you. I only wish to ask one thing. Do you like my daughter? Li Qingru's gaze remained fixed on Yi Ning's face as she spoke. Initially, Yi Ning's feelings for Mo Qingqing were tinged with nostalgia for first love and attraction to her physical beauty. However, after getting to know her over the past few days, he recognized what a resilient girl she was. Especially after their heartfelt conversation that morning, he realized he had genuinely developed feelings for her. Yi Ning's expression grew serious. Auntie, I like Qingqing, and I hope you will approve of our relationship. Good, good, good. Li Qingru could see that Yi Ning was earnest, leaving her with little to say. Since the two shared mutual feelings, why should she intervene? Tenderly, she took Mo Qingqing's hand. Dear, since Young Yi has expressed his intentions, what is your stance? Mother. You have already finished speaking, yet you still ask. Mo Qingqing's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Just moments ago, she had heard Yi Ning clearly express his affection for her. Though her heart was shy, she finally felt a sense of relief. At least her feelings had been reciprocated. In the following days, Yi Ning would occasionally accompany Mo Qingqing to the hospital. Soon, the day of Li Qingru's surgery arrived. Chapter 28. The moonlight is truly beautiful. As the words surgery in progress illuminated the screen, it was impossible for Mo Qingqing not to feel anxious. Yi Ning gently wrapped his arm around her soft figure, continuously offering her comfort. Rest assured, the doctors have stated that the chances of a successful operation are quite high. Everything will be fine. Mo Qingqing pressed her cheek against Yi Ning's chest, and at that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Were it not for this man, she truly would not know how to gather the funds needed for her mother's medical expenses. Perhaps in her desperation, she might have had to compromise her principles for money. Yi Ning, I genuinely thank you, Mo Qingqing murmured softly, her eyes closed. With a tender touch, Yi Ning patted the slender back of the girl, feeling a profound sense of compassion for her. It seemed that only now could she truly let go of her facade of strength and be her authentic self in front of him. After 3 hours, the operating room door finally opened. Doctor, how did it go? Yi Ning inquired immediately. Mo Qingqing stood up, holding Yi Ning's hand, her palms clammy with sweat. The doctor removed his mask and, with a weary expression, said, Rest assured, the surgery was a success. She will need to be observed in the hospital for half a month. If there are no further complications, she can be discharged. With a sigh of relief, the tension in Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing's hearts dissipated. Ding! The host spends 500,000 on Li Qingru, receiving a critical hit and the reward of ownership of Jiacheng Kongda Hospital. Yi Ning had previously wondered why there had been no system notification. It turned out that it was contingent on the completion of the surgery, which was not too bad. Jiacheng Kongda Hospital is the best private hospital in Jiangcheng, renowned for both its medical expertise and reputation, even receiving acclaim in neighboring provinces. Now, Yi Ning possessed not only 1.5 billion in cash, but also assets such as Jiangnan Commercial Street, Jiangnan Building, Jiangnan Grand Hotel, a 30 stake in Feiyu Live, Yunshang Longjing Villa, and Jinyang Grand Hotel, culminating in the acquisition of Jiangxing Kongda Hospital. His total assets had soared to a staggering 10 billion, officially making him a super-rich billionaire. When Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing saw Li Qingru again, she was already in the intensive care unit. The two could only visit her through the window, waiting for the next day when the critical period would pass, allowing her to be transferred to a VIP room. Indeed, Yi Ning had upgraded Li Qingru's room, which provided them with greater peace of mind. A day later, after the critical period had passed, Li Qingru appeared to be in good spirits, her complexion rosy and her recovery promising. Mo Qingqing beamed with joy, feeling a sense of relaxation she had not experienced in a long time. After leaving the hospital, the two headed to Yangqing High School, where they shared the good news with Mo Qianqian through the school gate. Mo Qianqian was overwhelmed with joy, and now she could fully dedicate herself to her upcoming college entrance examinations. After dinner, as night fell, the two strolled along the riverbank, enjoying the evening breeze. Yining. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Indeed. Yining. Today is the happiest day I've had in a long time. From now on, you'll be happy every day. Yining. Lower your head a bit. Mo Qingqing's voice was barely above a whisper. What? Yining did not hear clearly and instinctively leaned closer. I called you. Come closer. Suddenly, a soft, cool sensation brushed against Yining's lips, followed by a sweet fragrance, only to part as quickly as it had come. After a long silence, Mo Qingqing shyly said, You should speak. Isn't it a bit lacking for someone with a college degree to be at a loss for words at this moment? Yining pondered for a moment. I can no longer bear to be apart from you. Too cliché. Mo Qingqing turned her head away in dissatisfaction. I love you. Too direct. My heart is eternal? What is that? Mo Qingqing pouted her lips, at a loss for words. Yining embraced Mo Qingqing's slender waist with one arm while the other cradled the back of her head. The two shared another kiss, the icy sensation of their tongues deepening their intoxication and drawing them further into each other's embrace. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted. Yining leaned down and whispered in Mo Qingqing's ear, It's too noisy here. Even if you want to think of words, it must be in a quiet environment, right? With a flirtatious glance, Mo Qingqing replied, Then can't you find a quiet place to think slowly? An hour later, in a luxurious suite at a riverside hotel, Mo Qingqing had fallen into a deep slumber, her face flushed and a slight smile gracing her lips as she slept peacefully. Yining tenderly caressed her smooth back, his eyes filled with affection. Turning to gaze out the window, he noticed that the night had deepened, and the moonlight shone brilliantly. Indeed, tonight was exceptionally beautiful. The following day, with the sun high in the sky, Yining and Mo Qingqing awoke simultaneously. Mo Qingqing looked up to meet Yining's gaze for a fleeting moment before burying her head, her shyness palpable. Observing the current state of Mo Qingqing, Yining could not help but swallow hard, his hand moving toward her peaks. No. Mo Qingqing frowned slightly, her voice soft and delicate. It hurts. Yining's heart raced. He suppressed his ardor and refrained from continuing. It seemed that everyone had different thresholds. That enchanting girl, though experiencing her first time, seemed unfazed at the time. As they exited the hotel, it was already time for lunch. On their way to the parking lot, Yining supported Mo Qingqing, who took small steps, occasionally inhaling sharply in discomfort. Though he felt a pang of sympathy for her, the perpetrator of her distress could not help but smirk. Seeing Yining's smug expression, Mo Qingqing's anger flared. That wicked man was utterly infuriating. During lunch, a phone call interrupted their conversation. Hello, Mr. Yi. This is Director Wu Jishir from Jiangxing Kanda Hospital. Are you available at the moment? An elderly voice resonated from the other end, full of vitality. Director Wu, what can I do for you? Yining replied, maintaining utmost respect for the medical profession. Mr. Yi, I have some documents that require your signature. Do you have time in the near future? Yining pondered briefly. I am currently in Chuan Province, but I can return to Jiangxing the day after tomorrow. Would that work for you? Very well, Mr. Yi, I will contact you then. After hanging up, Yining glanced at Mo Qingqing with an apologetic expression, remaining silent. They had only just shared a truly intimate moment. And now he was about to leave. He felt like a scoundrel. Mo Qingqing, sensing Yining's remorse, though reluctant, was not one to wallow in sentimentality. It's all right. You go to Jiangxing first. Once my mother recovers, I will come to find you, she said gently. Yining held Mo Qingqing's delicate hand, feeling deeply touched. What a reasonable woman she was. He too aspired to be an understanding man. Notably, on the eve of his departure, Yining finally helped his parents move the last package into their new villa. From then on, they bid farewell to the house they had lived in for 20 years. Of course, both Ye's mother and father were sentimental individuals. After much discussion, they decided not to sell their old home. Yining was indifferent, considering it a keepsake. After enjoying their first dinner in the new home, Yining felt immensely satisfied. His long-held dream had finally come true. He had managed to provide his parents with a home they had once only dared to dream of. After dinner, to Yining's surprise, Bai Yilua took the initiative to message him. Bai Yilua. Yining, are you still in Yangqing? Yining. Yes, but I will be heading to Jiangxing tomorrow. Bai Yilua, perfect timing. I am also preparing to return to Jiacheng tomorrow. May I ride with you? Although Yuning did not comprehend why Bai Yilua preferred not to take a plane or high-speed train, having company on the road was agreeable, despite her being somewhat reserved. She was undeniably a stunningly beautiful woman. Yuning promptly replied, "Sure, see you tomorrow." As dusk settled, Yuning loaded his car with the essentials for the next day. As Yuning took a moment to drink water, a call came in from Mo Qingqing. Yuning was set to depart for Jiangcheng the following day, and naturally, Mo Qingqing felt a deep sense of reluctance. "Yao Ning, I miss you," Mo Qingqing whispered, her voice akin to a gentle breeze caressing Yao Ning's ear. Instantly, he felt parched. "Where are you now?" "I'm coming to find you. I'm at home. Do you want to come?" "Wait for me." After hanging up, Yao Ning informed his parents and then set off in his Mercedes G-Class straight to Mo Qingqing's home. What could he possibly be doing at this hour? Old Yi wondered. What else could it be? Mama Yi replied with a knowing smile. "Your son has many secrets." Overcome with excitement, Yao Ning reduced the usual 30-minute journey by a third, arriving in just over 20 minutes. He even stopped by a convenience store along the way. Upon reaching Mo Qingqing's doorstep, he rang the doorbell. Upon hearing it, Mo Qingqing trembled slightly. Who is it?" "It's me, Qingqing. Open the door." As the door swung open, the two could no longer resist their longing and embraced tightly. "Shoo, not here. Let us go to my room." Half an hour later, Yao Ning lay on the bed while Mo Qingqing rested her head on his chest, lost in thought. She had never imagined she would be so audacious as to sneak Yao Ning into her home. Reflecting on it now made her feel utterly embarrassed. Noticing something amiss, Yao Ning chuckled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Mo Qingqing turned her head away, determined not to let him see her bashful expression. However, her flushed ears betrayed her. Seeing her flustered state, Yao Ning felt a playful urge to tease her. "You were so forward earlier. Why are you shy now?" "Yao Ning, stop it," Mo Qingqing exclaimed, her face blooming with embarrassment. This man was insufferable. He knew she was too shy to speak, yet he continued to make light of her situation. Her reaction only made Yao Ning laugh heartily, pulling her closer. "Qingqing, yes? When Annie recovers, come to Jiacheng. I'll help you find a place so you can focus on studying for your graduate entrance exams." Yao Ning knew that Mo Qingqing had sacrificed her studies due to her mother's illness. He decided to support her in continuing her education. She was a bright student, and it would be a pity for her to abandon her studies. "Yao Ning, thank you." Mo Qingqing felt deeply touched. She truly wanted to continue her studies, but her current circumstances made it impossible. She had no reason to refuse his kindness. "Fool," Yao Ning affectionately stroked her hair. "We don't need to discuss these things. Whether it's for graduate studies, or even if you want to pursue a PhD in the future, I will support you." "Yao Ning, you're so wonderful." Mo Qingqing nestled her face against his chest, rubbing gently. In an instant, Yao Ning felt a spark of desire reignite within him. Noticing his change, Mo Qingqing's face flushed, almost as if it could produce water. Yet, she did not push him away. Instead, she silently wrapped her arms around his neck. The next moment, the moon hid behind clouds, and candle shadows danced in crimson hues. The following morning, Mo Qingqing appeared weary, having slept soundly. In contrast, Yao Ning awoke before dawn, his eyes bright and alert. He carefully dressed, washed up, and prepared breakfast himself. After they ate, Yao Ning packaged Mo Qingqing's portion with cling film. Seeing she showed no signs of waking, he gently touched her face and quietly left her home. Chapter 30. Returning to Jiangcheng with Bai Yilua after bidding farewell to his parents, Yao Ning set off back to Jiangcheng. At 9 in the morning, he arrived punctually at the hotel where Bai Yilua had checked in. Upon receiving Yao Ning's message, Bai Yilua, who had been prepared, descended the stairs and instantly recognized Yao Ning's G-Class as she approached. The moment Bai Yilua appeared at the hotel entrance, Yao Ning instantly recognized her. Her beauty and grace were extraordinary. Even standing still, she was the most stunning person in the world. Today, she wore a flowing white dress, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, her features exquisite and breathtaking. "It's been a few days, yet you still look as beautiful as ever," Yao Ning remarked playfully as Bai Yilua took a seat in the passenger side. Bai Yilua praised Yao Ning with her enchanting eyes before nodding. "Thank you. You look quite handsome as well." Her tone was earnest, as if every word had been carefully considered. Having known her for some time, Yao Ning understood Bai Yilua's nature well. "I didn't expect you to compliment someone. I'm not blind. I just speak the truth," Bai Yilua replied flatly. Yao Ning found it amusing that this stunning beauty could be so dull in conversation. It was as if she could engage in a dialogue about anything yet responded with the same flat tone. "By the way, I still don't know what you do." "Well, at least we can consider ourselves half acquaintances," Yao Ning said, wishing to learn more about this quiet woman. "I'm a junior at Jiangcheng University." Yao Ning was slightly taken aback. He hadn't realized she hadn't graduated yet. Honestly, she hardly seemed like a student. She appeared almost ethereal. If someone told Yao Ning that Bai Yilua was a celestial being who had fallen to earth, he might just believe it. Does no one say you don't look like a student? Yao Ning asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. No, why? Bai Yilua responded, puzzled. This was the first time Yao Ning had seen an expression on her face. It turned out she wasn't entirely expressionless. Moreover, her current demeanor was undeniably adorable. It's just that you seem very mature, lacking that youthful vibe students typically have. Not really, Bai Yilua shook her head, insisting. I'm still the campus belle at our school. They all say I represent their youth online. Huh, are we talking about the same youth? Yao Ning laughed. Of course. He wasn't surprised by her claim of being the campus belle. With such divine beauty, it would be strange if she weren't recognized as one. Although everyone has their own definition of beauty, each reader has their own Hamlet. There are some individuals who simply embody the aesthetic of the majority. Bai Yilua was undoubtedly one of those individuals. As they drove into the mountainous city, the clear sky turned overcast, and soon dark clouds gathered, accompanied by distant thunder. A sudden gust of wind swept through, scattering leaves and raising clouds of dust. When the wind subsided, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by thunder and flashes of lightning. Yao Ning focused intently on the road ahead. Navigating such treacherous conditions could pose a life-threatening risk. There's a service area up ahead, Bai Yilua pointed out. Yao Ning nodded. Driving on the highway in such dangerous weather was clearly unwise. Upon reaching the service area, he parked in a corner and noticed the rain intensifying. Realizing they might not make it back today. Fortunately, Yao Ning's car was stocked with food his mother had prepared that morning, including a large thermos filled with hot water. Listening to mom really pays off. By 8 in the evening, the downpour showed no signs of abating. If anything, it grew heavier. Yao Ning glanced at Bai Yilua beside him, sensing they would have to wait until tomorrow to return. Yes, Bai Yilua replied, gazing at the raindrops splattering against the windshield. Yao Ning reclined his driver's seat and jokingly said, We'll have to make do tonight. If it gets cold, you can cuddle with me. Bai Yilua looked at Yao Ning, who had already laid down, furrowing her brow as she contemplated for a long moment before declining. Not yet. She then mimicked Yao Ning's position and lay down. Not yet. Does that mean it will be okay later? Yao Ning couldn't help but turned to look at Bai Yilua, her stunning visage capturing his gaze. The exquisitely beautiful face, when viewed from any angle, reveals no flaws. The two were seated closely, and Yi Ning inhaled a faint fragrance of orchids, subtle yet lingering, much like Bai Yilua's demeanor, serene, yet irresistibly inviting. What are you doing? Suddenly, Bai Yilua opened her eyes, startling Yi Ning from his reverie. He realized how close they had become. I'm sorry. I was just captivated by your beauty, he replied sheepishly, straightening his posture. Bai Yilua acknowledged with a soft then closed her eyes again. Stop overthinking and get some sleep. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow. Her voice, as gentle as a breeze, lulled Yi Ning into a slight drowsiness. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Yilua's lips curled into a faint smile, as if she were holding back an emotion. In the dead of night, as Yi Ning slumbered deeply, he suddenly felt an icy presence in his arms. He opened his eyes to find Bai Yilua, drenched and shivering, nestled against him. Chapter 31. A sudden change at that moment. Bai Yilua's body was frigid, her lips pale, trembling as she clung to him. Yi Ning reached to touch her forehead, burning hot. It must be over 39 degrees. Panic surged within him. Only a hospital could alleviate her fever. Nothing else would suffice. But first, he needed to keep her warm. He turned to the back seat, retrieving all the clothes he had brought. Cradling Bai Yilua, he gently patted her cheeks. Yilua, can you hear me? Bai Yilua struggled to open her eyes. Relieved to see she was still conscious, Yi Ning continued. I'm going to help you out of your dress and into my clothes. Is that all right? Okay. Bai Yilua replied without hesitation. Yi Ning wasted no time, swiftly unzipping the dress on her back, revealing her flawless back, truly a breathtaking sight. However, he was too preoccupied to appreciate it, quickly removing her dress and dressing her in his clothes and trousers. After securing her with a jacket and fastening her seatbelt, he reassured her, Don't worry, I'm taking you to the hospital. As the heavy rain poured, Yi Ning drove his Mercedes G-Class down the highway, racing against time. After several minutes, he spotted a fork in the road and turned, soon arriving at a toll booth. Following the navigation, he sped towards the nearest hospital with Bai Yilua. Doctor! Quick, we need a doctor. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Yi Ning parked and rushed into the outpatient building, carrying Bai Yilua in his arms. What happened? A doctor in a white coat approached briskly. She got soaked in the rain and has a high fever. Yi Ning explained urgently. Follow me. As he handled the medical fees, the system seemed to deliver a critical blow, but Yi Ning had no time to focus on that. They took Bai Yilua's temperature, revealing a staggering 39.8 degrees. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Gazing at Bai Yiluo asleep on the hospital bed, Yining finally felt a sense of relief. This girl had truly frightened him. At that moment, he noticed a system reward, 15 shares in Anshin Pharmaceuticals. After a night of frantic activity, fatigue washed over him, and he fell asleep beside Bai Yiluo. When he awoke, Bai Yiluo had been awake for some time. "Why didn't you wake me?" he asked, his voice thick with sleep. "I saw you sleeping so peacefully," she replied gently. Although she had been feverish the night before, the memory of Yining changing her clothes and carrying her into the hospital lingered in her mind. Each time she recalled being seen by him, a peculiar feeling stirred within her. Yet, the warmth of his anxious face as he rushed her to the hospital comforted her. "Yining, what kind of person are you?" she pondered aloud. "Do you feel any better? Are you still unwell?" Yining stood, naturally placing his palm against her forehead. She seemed to have cooled down. As he spoke, he noticed her gazing at him, her eyes flickering. Realizing it, he quickly withdrew his hand, rubbing his nose awkwardly. I was just worried about you. It wasn't intentional." Bai Yiluo shook her head calmly. "It's all right. After all, where have you not touched me last night?" It was a special circumstance, and I did ask for your consent." Yining thought she was still dazed from the fever, but it appeared she was quite aware. "Could you at least pretend to be shy?" He rolled his eyes, unable to suppress his thoughts. He had witnessed just how brazen this woman truly was. Such a situation should have been quite embarrassing. "Believe it or not, I'm feeling quite shy right now," Bai Yiluo replied dreamily. Yining was taken aback. This woman could feel bashful? He looked at her, noticing her calm demeanor. Her cheeks bore no hint of blush. He couldn't help but pout. Mother was right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she lies. What's wrong? Bai Yiluo furrowed her brow at his reaction. "Nothing. Is this what you call shyness? Ridiculous." Later, Bai Yiluo explained that she had gotten drenched because she had gone out to use the restroom in the middle of the night. The wind was so strong that even with an umbrella, she ended up soaked. She had intended to wait for her clothes to dry, but fell asleep and caught a cold, resulting in her fever. Although Bai Yiluo's fever had subsided, she still appeared somewhat weak. Yining decided they should stay in the hospital for another night before heading back. Remembering his appointment with Director Wu from Jiangxing Kanda Hospital, Yining called to update him. Director Wu expressed understanding and assured Yining there was no need to rush. Bai Yiluo, resting on the hospital bed, overheard their conversation and was surprised. Director Wu was not someone easily accessible, yet Yining seemed to have a close rapport with him. What sort of identity did Yining possess, and why had she never heard of him before? Though curious, she wasn't the type to pry into others' backgrounds. If he didn't share, she wouldn't ask. Later, Yining received messages from Mo Qingqing and Su Wire. Mo Qingqing expressed her longing for him, while Su Wire merely inquired when he would return to Jiangcheng, but her words conveyed a sense of yearning. Yining replied to each of them. "Sigh. Being handsome means you'll be remembered by others. It's just unavoidable." The next day, Yining awoke on the sofa in the VIP ward. Seeing that Bai Yiluo had fully recovered, they had breakfast together before hitting the road again. After a bumpy ride, they finally returned to Jiangxing around 3 in the afternoon. Shortly thereafter, a Mercedes G-Class pulled into Jiangxing University, attracting the attention of many students as it made its way past the teaching buildings toward the female dormitories. Chapter 32. Returning Bai Yiluo to school after parking outside the girls' dormitory, Yining sighed in relief. At last, Wei Ve arrived. He stretched his neck, feeling utterly exhausted from the past few days. "Thank you for all your help, Yining," Bai Yiluo said, her beautiful eyes sincerely expressing her gratitude. If it hadn't been for their encounter on the road, she would have had to return the same way. Not to mention Yining's kindness in taking her to the hospital and caring for her. Despite the unexpected events along the way, she found herself quite happy with the experience. "It's nothing. We're friends, after all," Yining replied generously. "Friends?" Bai Yiluo repeated thoughtfully, seemingly recalling something. She said mysteriously, "As a friend, I have a gift for you. Please close your eyes." "A gift? And I have to close my eyes?" Yining felt a surge of excitement, closing his eyes in anticipation. He then heard the sound of a zipper followed by rustling as if she were searching for something. Disappointment washed over him. It seemed to be something other than what he had hoped for. He had thought Bai Yiluo, typically devoid of feelings, might have had a change of heart, but it appeared she hadn't. "All right, you can open your eyes now." At her cue, Yining opened his eyes to see Bai Yiluo holding out a sketch in front of him. It was a drawing of him, sound asleep beside her. Yining was pleasantly surprised. It was his first time receiving such a gift. "That day, while you rested beside the hospital bed, I quietly captured the moment in a drawing. What do you think? Do you like it?" Yining nodded, expressing his fondness and gratitude. Suddenly, Bai Yiluo looked deeply into Yining's eyes and, with deliberate clarity, asked, Did you just think I was going to kiss you? Cough, cough. Yining was utterly perplexed by Ilua's train of thought. One moment, they discussed the drawing. And the next, she had shifted to this topic. Although he had indeed entertained that thought initially, it would have been better had she not articulated it. How embarrassing. Fortunately, Yining had a thick skin. Otherwise, he might have been rendered speechless. He feigned a sorrowful expression and replied, "Yes, I was all prepared for it. So, are you going to kiss me?" Ilua slightly lowered her head, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of the question. After a moment, she looked back at Yining and said, "Next time, perhaps. It's a bit awkward with so many people watching me. Next time. Does that imply it could actually happen?" Yining had merely intended to tease her, never expecting Ilua to actually consider it. She was indeed an exceptionally earnest girl. Ilua opened the car door, stating, "I'll head in first. Be careful on your way." With her small bag slung over her shoulder, she walked away briskly, disappearing through the dormitory gate. Unbeknownst to Yining, once he departed, the forum of Jiacheng University erupted with excitement. Did you hear? The campus belle seems to be in love. A rich young man drove the campus belle back to her dorm. The campus belle's boyfriend has appeared, an affluent heir from outside the department, with photographic evidence. Various rumors proliferated, yet they all centered around one topic: Ilua, the most elusive campus belle of Jiacheng University over the years. The rumor regarding Ilua's wealthy boyfriend soon reached her close friend, Aishuan. With her discerning eye, she immediately recognized that the girl in the photo was indeed Ilua. And that car, a Mercedes G-Class, wasn't it the one that had picked her up after her Ferrari broke down on the highway? No wonder she didn't return to school with me, claiming she wanted to go elsewhere to sketch, so that's what she meant, Aishuan muttered, though a smile was creeping onto her face. Her icy friend was finally thawing. At that moment, one of Ilua's roommates caught sight of the image, and a fleeting look of jealousy crossed her face. She had a rather remarkable appearance herself. During high school, she was also considered a campus belle. Countless suitors pursued her then. However, upon entering university, once people laid eyes on Ilua, they scarcely noticed her anymore. Men who approached her did so only to get closer to Ilua. Ilua, why is it that all the good things come to you? Why can you capture the attention of wealthy admirers while I cannot? She too wanted to ride in a Mercedes G-Class. She must become someone of status. As rumors swirled around the campus, the protagonist, Yining, remained blissfully unaware. Walking along the riverbank, Yining returned to Yunsong Longjing. "Mr. Yi, welcome home." As the Mercedes G-Class appeared at the entrance, the security guard saluted. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the guard, Yining drove into the community. Once home, he collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted from the day's events. Nevertheless, the outcome was favorable, particularly regarding his developing relationship with Ilua. Yet, was her mention of next time sincere? Would there truly be an opportunity for a kiss the next time they met? A smile crept onto Yining's lips as he clearly drifted into a pleasant dream. Desiring solitude, Yining had silenced his phone. Thus, he remained oblivious to the notifications illuminating and dimming on his bedside table as private messages flooded in. When he finally awoke, he glanced at his phone, momentarily stunned by the 99 unread messages. What on earth is happening? Did the world nearly come to an end while I slept? Could I perhaps be dubbed the Dream Terminator? Opening the messages, Yining soon realized they were all from Feiyu Live. Though the wording varied, the essence pointed to a singular event. The PK of the small streamer, Su Weier, had commenced. Yining slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I completely forgot about this." He hurriedly opened Feiyu Live, hoping Su Weier hadn't already lost. That would be quite the embarrassment. Of course, if she did lose, it wouldn't matter too much. He still held the title of a shareholder at Feiyu Live. They could always organize another event. Chapter 33, Opening 10 Emperors, $1 Million Tips. In the Magic City, at the Feiyu Live headquarters, the higher-ups were also monitoring the ongoing platform PK. Yu Xinlong nodded repeatedly at the data displayed on the screen, acknowledging that the planning and operation of this large-scale PK had been quite commendable. Given the current trend, it seemed they had nearly achieved their initial targets. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to his assistant, asking, "Why isn't that streamer, Su Weier, on the rankings?" Yu Xinlong had a vivid recollection of Su Weier, not because of her, but because of Yining, who had invested nearly 5 billion to acquire a 30% stake in Feiyu Live. This individual might very well be a genuine magnate. After all, who would spend such an immense sum for a woman? "Chairman, I've been tracking Su Weier, but her current metrics are not promising." "What is the issue?" Yu Xinlong inquired. Puzzled. With a billionaire backing her, how could there be any setbacks? "Mr. Yi may have been distracted by something and has been online," the assistant replied. Not only at the Feiyu headquarters, but also in Su Weier's live stream room, viewers were fervently discussing, why hasn't Ninggu Daolao arrived yet? Did he forget? We've sent so many private messages. Who knows if Ninggu Daolao has seen them? Fortunately, Su Wei'er had advanced past the first round, or else it would have been a complete loss. Do you think Ninggu Daolao has lost interest and moved on to someone new? Very likely. He could have found a new crush. Observing the live stream's comments, Su Wei'er remained unfazed. Although she hadn't had a chance to meet Yining recently, they still communicated daily through texts or calls. Moreover, she understood that Yining was not the type to easily lose interest. His absence today was likely due to unforeseen circumstances. Regarding the PK, Su Wei'er had initially aimed to pass the first round, and she had accomplished that. The second round of PK had already consumed half its time. Su Wei'er's progress bar was merely a fraction of her opponent's. The opposing streamer, Shuang, looked down at Su Wei'er with disdain and mockingly said, "Sister, why hasn't he your big brother come to support you? Would you like me to help you out with a few gifts?" Before Su Wei'er could respond, Shuang sent a gift her way. The viewers in Shuang's stream praised her kindness. The screen was soon filled with a flurry of gift effects. "Thank you so much for the gifts, everyone. Shuang loves you all, sending hearts. Guys from the other side, do come and check me out. I can offer you a different experience." Shuang pouted, her words laced with implications. Even as the PK timer dwindled to 2 minutes, she condescendingly advised Su Wei'er, "Sweetheart, I really don't think you're suited to be a streamer. You can message me for some tips later. Of course, we'll let today slide. But I still have to prepare for the next round. I envy you, dear, being able to relax while I'm so busy." Shuang's air of superiority incited the ire of Su Wei'er's loyal fans, who clenched their teeth in frustration. Ugh. Seeing her like this makes me want to kick her. Seriously, is getting over 100,000 gifts in a PK that impressive? Ninggu Daolao once gifted 100,000 all by himself. Ninggu Daolao, please come. Your little Su Wei'er is being bullied terribly. Forget it, no need to shout. This round is definitely lost. When Yining entered the live stream, he noted the progress bar nearing its conclusion and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment away from defeat, Su Wei'er managed to turn the tide. Congratulations to Ninggu, who activated the Emperor tier multiple times in this live stream. Suddenly, an overwhelming barrage of effects flooded the room, leaving everyone in a state of shock. 10 emperors. That amounts to over 1 million. Ninggu remarked, "Apologies for being late. I thought I'd just send 10 emperors as a gesture." The esteemed Ninggu had finally made his entrance after a few days, and his charm remained undiminished. Many had speculated about his affections, but now it was clear that his heart belonged to Su Wei'er. "I approve of this union," declared one viewer. In a moment of flamboyance, Ninggu remarked, "Over 1 million is merely a token gesture. Wake up, little streamer. Ninggu is coming to claim you on a rainbow cloud." Su Wei'er, startled by the dazzling display of emperors, regained her composure after reading the chat. She expressed her gratitude for Ninggu's generous gifts, her joy palpable. Although it was closely tied to her PK advancement, it was more significantly tied to the arrival of Yining. Upon witnessing the first emperor appear in Su Wei'er's room, Shuang's expression soured instantly. However, considering that her total contributions had reached over 15,000, she was still in contention as long as the emperor did not continue to shower gifts. In her heart, Shuang chanted, "Please don't send more." Yet, contrary to her hopes, an unrelenting stream of emperor effects continued to pour in. The dwindling gift bar that had once pressed down on Su Wei'er had now entirely reversed, with her now reigning supreme. Acknowledging her impending defeat, Shuang resorted to fake tears. Pleading, "Brothers, please help Shuang out. The emperor effects on the other side are so beautiful, I want them too." Unfortunately, her biggest supporter was merely a small-time businessman, capable of only a few thousand in gifts, far from enough to grant her an emperor. At that moment, an ID named Tonight Ninggu entered Shuang's livestream. Chapter 34, Yining's Counterattack. Blinking in disbelief, Shuang confirmed that it was indeed the super benefactor from the opposing side. Could it be that he wasn't just gifting Su Wei'er? This could mean a chance for her. With a mind racing with possibilities, she devised a plan. Pouting her lips, she sweetly coaxed, "Welcome, Ninggu. I'm truly envious of how many emperors you've gifted to the other streamer. I would love some too." She deliberately lowered her collar, revealing a generous expanse of skin. Then, she sent a private message to Yining, who, upon seeing her message, scoffed and tossed it aside. In response, he sent a plain emoji with a message, "Why is this streamer so pitiful? Let me send a plane to support you." He added, "I don't think you're suited for this line of work. Perhaps you could reach out to Su Wei'er for some guidance?" Of course, today was out of the question since Su Wei'er was advancing and wouldn't be as idle as she. Upon seeing Yining's plain emoji, Shuang mistakenly thought her message had struck a chord. However, the mocking messages that soon followed made her realize she had been ridiculed, and she bit down in anger. Viewers in Su Weier's room found Yu Ning's actions utterly satisfying, commenting on how Shuang was nearly driven to despair. Is this what they call a taste of one's own medicine? I've learned a lesson. They praised Ning Gu's prowess, urging the streamer to consider him seriously. As the second round of PK concluded, Su Weier triumphed, her gift totals propelling her into the top 10 rankings. Many viewers took notice, flocking to her stream. And upon seeing her beauty, many clicked to follow her. It was exceedingly rare to find a streamer as pure and lovely as Su Weier. Delighted by her rising follower count, she sang a few songs, crossing the significant milestone of 100,000 fans. This achievement was, in part, thanks to Yu Shenlong's directive to prominently feature her stream, without which reaching this milestone might have taken much longer. Ninggu. The third round of PK is about to begin. Are you ready? Please omit the question mark. Haven't you seen Ninggu say that 1,000,000 is merely a gesture? Tonight Ninggu replied, feel free, I am invincible. Did you hear that? He is not just an influencer, he is a titan. Su Weier recognized Yi Ning's signal for her to continue the PK. This time, she would be up against Kai Go, an outdoor streamer with 3 million followers. Judging by the names in his chat, it was clear that an entire guild was backing him. This was bound to be a fierce contest. Kai Go's eyes lit up upon seeing Su Weier. She was stunningly beautiful. With years of streaming experience, he could tell she was a true beauty in real life as well. This was a fateful encounter. And not only did he want to win this PK, but he also hoped to impress her for a future meeting. Kai Go swallowed hard and put on a gentlemanly faade. Hello, beautiful. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Weier, sensing his gaze, felt a flicker of disdain but maintained her politeness, responding, hello. Kai Go, seemingly oblivious to her disinterest, continued, I see your home is quite modest. Look at mine. It's just under 1,000 square feet. What do you think? He then panned his camera around to showcase his home, lingering on the key to his Porsche 718 as if to flaunt it. Meanwhile, his viewers began to shower him with gifts, the total rapidly surpassing the 1,000,000 mark without any signs of slowing down. Kai Go smirked, confident that this innocent little streamer would be swayed by his possessions and gifts. All he needed to do was offer a little, and she would be his without a doubt. Ugh, that streamer is so nauseating, one viewer commented. What is so impressive about a Porsche 718? Indeed, while it might be trivial for someone of Ninggu's stature, it could still impress the average person. Tonight Ninggu chimed in, there's really nothing to boast about. Su Weier drives a Porsche 911. What? You must be joking. That is a Porsche 911. Of course not. We bought it together. Wow. Is this what it means to be a big shot? Giving away a 911. Seriously, Ninggu is incredible. By the way, when are you going to send gifts to the streamer? The other side has already surpassed 1,000,000. Seeing Su Weier's gift bar overwhelmed, some viewers began to worry. They weren't concerned about Yi Ning's ability to produce the funds, but rather about the possibility that if the opposing side continued to shower gifts, Yi Ning might not be able to keep up. If that happened, the loss would be lamentable. Yi Ning, observing the chat, turned his gaze toward Kai Go with a smirk. I want to be gifting this round. No amount of gifts will change the outcome. I'll save it for the next round. Chapter 35. The misfortunate financial brother. Ninggu, if we lose this round, there won't be a next one. Where would the next round come from? Indeed, are you jesting, esteemed one? Even Su Weier found herself perplexed by Yi Ning's words. Did he not comprehend the mechanics of the PK? Yet, she refrained from voicing her confusion. As long as it was Yi Ning's decision, she would support him unconditionally. Naturally, within Su Weier's streaming room were fans of Financial Brother, who acted as scouts. Upon witnessing the sole big shot in Su Weier's stream, Ninggu, declaring that he would not shower gifts tonight, they were overjoyed. What good is wealth if one is a fool? Dreaming of a next round? Perhaps next year. Financial Brother, upon receiving the news, was elated, convinced that victory was assured. He immediately turned to Su Weier, saying, Beauty, it appears your big shot isn't all that impressive. Why not join my guild? We have many prominent figures. Once you come aboard, I can facilitate introductions. I've already sent you a private message. Come visit me at my place, and we can converse in depth. As he spoke, a sinister glimmer flickered in Financial Brother's eyes, already envisioning the beauty in his embrace. Hearing his words, Yi Ning's expression turned frosty as he swiftly typed on the screen. Who is in charge of the Feiyu platform? Please contact me privately. In the bustling metropolis, Yu Shenlong's assistant had been diligently monitoring Su Weier's stream. After all, she was the streamer Yi Ning had single-handedly promoted. How could he not pay attention? Upon seeing Yi Ning's message, he promptly informed Yu Shenlong. Yu Shenlong immediately issued orders to the operations director, instructing him to contact Yi Ning personally. Within 2 minutes, Yi Ning received a call. Hello? Mr. Yi, I am Su Chong, the operations director for Feiyu Live. Chairman Yu has asked me to reach out to you. Yes, I have two requests. Of course, Mr. Yi, please proceed. First, permanently ban the streaming room of that financial brother and freeze his account indefinitely. Second, gather some individuals to support Xiao Wei'er in the rankings. Ensuring she secures the top position in this PK, funds will be transferred from the company account. Just inform me how much is needed, and I will cover it. Understood. We will ensure the task is completed. Su Chong responded earnestly, aware that with directives from two bosses, compliance was not optional. In the streaming room, just as financial brother was about to ask Su Wei'er for her phone number, the screen abruptly went black. Financial brother, caught off guard, found his streaming room shut down. Within a minute, he was unable to access his account at all. What was happening? Cold sweat broke on his forehead. After years of streaming, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. He had a contract, and failing to rank in the top 10 would result in substantial penalties. Financial Brothers Guild received notice almost immediately. When they inquired about the reason, the staff simply replied, "He has angered a true big shot." Upon hearing this explanation, the guild leader was drenched in cold sweat. Though he was the leader of a guild with assets nearing 100 million, in comparison to those true big shots, he was but a speck of dust. As for the individual financial brother had offended, need it be mentioned? He had been subtly hinting at the streamer Xiao Wei'er, coveting her beauty. To dare covet a big shot woman was akin to courting death. Fuming, the guild leader lamented the considerable funds spent to elevate financial brother to this point, only for it all to unravel. Where could he seek compensation? Only from financial brother. He pulled out a contract, the figure of 50 million in penalties glaring at him. Meanwhile, upon witnessing financial brother's abrupt ban, Su Wei'er felt a surge of joy. For the past 10 minutes, she had been thoroughly annoyed by him. Were it not for the numerous viewers in her stream, she would have shut down her computer and walked away. Host, it seems financial brother has been banned from the streaming world. Yes, there is an official announcement. My goodness, it's true. But why the ban? It's so sudden. Do you recall what Ninggu just said? Indeed, did Ninggu foresee that financial brother would be banned? Which is why he mentioned not showering gifts this round. Wake up. Clearly, financial brother was dealt with by Ninggu. Don't you remember Ninggu addressing the Feiyu platform? How terrifying to think about. From this day forth, I truly recognize that other big shots are mere pretenders. Ninggu is the genuine article. Even Su Wei'er felt a twinge of doubt. She immediately took up her phone to inquire, "Was it you? What do you think? How did you manage this?" Upon receiving Yi Ning's confirmation, Su Wei'er found herself utterly bewildered. Logically, Yi Ning had not showered many gifts, even fewer than those from the super guilds. Yet, how did he wield such influence? I hold shares in Feiyu. I am one of their stakeholders. How do you think I managed it? Su Wei'er could hardly fathom that Yi Ning was a shareholder in Feiyu Live. That was a company worth hundreds of billions. How wealthy was Yi Ning? Moreover, it appeared he was not merely a minor shareholder, but rather a major stakeholder capable of swaying the board of directors. You have truly astonished me, Su Wei'er replied. Do you like it? Yes. Yi Ning, upon reading Su Wei'er's message, felt a profound sense of elation. Exceedingly so. He promptly opened a chat window with Mo Qingqing. A series of flirtatious exchanges left Mo Qingqing blushing deeply. As a scoundrel, he naturally had to cater to all. The PK continued, but with Yi Ning's orders in place, numerous internal personnel utilized alternate accounts to shower Su Wei'er with gifts. Regardless of the opposing streamer's efforts, she consistently triumphed by a significant margin. All speculated this was yet another display of Ninggu's might. Finally, the PK reached its climactic final round. Chapter 36. Yu Shenglong's proactive invitation in the finals. Su Wei'er faced an opponent with millions of fans, Cheng Xi'er. Last year, she had a solid shot at the championship, but ultimately lost by a narrow margin to the first-place winner. This year, she had encountered the streamer who had surpassed her early on and achieved a resounding victory. Now, Cheng Xi'er brimmed with confidence, believing the championship was nearly secured, especially upon realizing her opponent was a newcomer with far fewer fans. While it was curious how Su Wei'er had made it to the finals, encountering such a weak contender made the prospect of victory all the more appealing. Contemplating this, Cheng Xi'er feigned fragility in her stream. Brothers in the chat. It seems there's a formidable boss on the opposing side. Xi'er is quite frightened. Please support me. Witnessing Cheng Xi'er's demeanor, the viewers were flushed with excitement, eagerly shouting their encouragement. Rest assured, we will support you once the PK begins. Yes, let us show them who's boss and send them packing. An unremarkable streamer without 100,000 fans dared to cross paths with someone boasting millions. It was utterly laughable. After several rounds of PK, Su Wei'er's follower count soared to over 800,000. Cheng Xi'er was well aware that merely playing coy in her stream would not garner such support. Without hesitation, She sent private messages to various patrons in her stream. Zhang, please support Sheer a lot later. We can dine together afterward. Zhao Gu, help Sheer secure the championship. And I can wear that outfit you mentioned last time. Gu, I've purchased a new set of pajamas. Could you check the quality for me in a few days? Unbeknownst to the other viewers, during this brief moment, their goddess, Sheer, had reached out to no fewer than 20 affluent patrons. Were Yining to find out, he would be compelled to admire Sheer's prowess. A true model within the industry, making vast sacrifices for her career. As Sheer began to envision her victory speech, the gift channel finally opened. In an instant, the gift progress bar displayed a staggering disparity of 9-1, creating an overwhelming momentum. Sheer wore a smug expression, thinking to herself, as expected. It turned out just as I anticipated. Just as she was about to express her gratitude for the patron's generosity, a barrage of comments flashed across the screen. Wow, the competition is fierce. We've donated 3 million, yet we are still being crushed. What? Being overwhelmed? Sheer rubbed her eyes and focused intently. To her astonishment, the gift progress bar indeed indicated 9-1. However, it was not as she had imagined. Her side with 9 and Su Wire with 1. It was quite the opposite. How could this be possible? How could a small streamer with only a few 100,000 followers receive such lavish donations? Sheer nearly lost her grip on the mouse, silently clicking into Su Wire's live stream for a closer look. Her heart sank. Is this even human? There were hundreds of emperors among the gifts. Along with a multitude of other esteemed patrons, countless donations, not even a few tens of millions would suffice. What kind of terrifying entity lurked behind her? Su Wire's leaderboard prominently displayed the name Jin Yiningu, sitting firmly at first place with a staggering sum of over 10 million in gifts. Astonishingly, this was just from today. Gazing at Jin Yiningu's name, Sheer felt a wave of jealousy wash over her. 10 million, all in a single day. If it were for her, it would imply that after the platform's cut, she would have pocketed 7 million today. Reflecting on her own leaderboard, where those who donated tens of thousands were all patrons she had attracted through her physical allure, Sheer suddenly felt a profound sense of emptiness. Over the years, what had she truly pursued? The streaming industry was akin to a den of iniquity. Though she had amassed considerable wealth, she had lost the most precious parts of herself. Staring at the youthful and vibrant Su Wire across the screen, Sheer was engulfed by a deep-seated inferiority. For the first time, she felt utterly sullied. Like rotten eggs left to fester, the stench was unbearable. As the live stream concluded, Su Wire's gift total soared to nearly 39 million, a sum that left Sheer's contributions in the dust. Including the donations from previous competitions, Su Wire had amassed nearly 60 million in a single day. Her follower count had also surpassed 5 million, officially elevating her to the rank of a major streamer. At that moment, an emperor-level effect appeared, catching the attention of many viewers. Wow, it's Yu Shenlong. Yu Shenlong is here to bestow gifts upon the streamer. Xiao Wire is truly remarkable. What does it mean for Xiao Wire to be remarkable? It's clearly the influence of the Ninggu mogul. Who is this Yu Shenlong you speak of? Just another emperor, right? Has the streamer received too few emperors tonight? You don't even know who Yu Shenlong is? He asked the chairman of Feiyu Live. Exactly. Gifts from the top executive of Feiyu Live. Can you even question its significance? Some of the uninformed viewers finally realized that it was indeed the chairman of Feiyu Live. And even more, it was from an official account. Although Su Wire was aware that Yining was a shareholder of Feiyu Live, Yu Shenlong's arrival was still unexpected. Su Wire felt a surge of excitement. This was all thanks to Yining. Ever since she met him, luck had been on her side. She even felt a twinge of gratitude, had it not been for those unfortunate circumstances that forced her to relinquish her position as a flight attendant. She might never have met Yining, nor would she have had the opportunity to shine in her live stream as she did today. Yu Shenlong typed on the public screen, praising the streamer as singing and encouraging her to keep up the good work. Su Wire replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Chairman. I will certainly strive to improve." Yu Shenlong continued, "Yi, when will you come to the Magic City? Let us have a drink together." Jin Yiningu responded, "Absolutely. I will be sure to make it." Yu Shenlong laughed. "That settles it then." The two engaged in conversation directly in the live stream without private messaging. Other viewers, witnessing the exchange between Yining and Yu Shenlong, were awestruck by the moguls. Yining's phone buzzed incessantly with private messages. A significant portion from streamers at Feiyu Live, all eager to connect with such a prominent figure. If they were fortunate enough to gain his favor, they could achieve instant fame akin to Su Wire, or at the very least, ensure their streaming careers flourished. However, Yining paid no heed, promptly disabling private messages, leaving male streamers exasperated and female streamers forlorn. Naturally, after the competition concluded, Yining proactively contacted the operations director, Su Chong. Today, he had utilized company funds, so he would not overlook such a matter. Chapter 37. Meeting Wu Jishir. Su Chong had initially thought it would take at least a few days for Yining to return the nearly 50 million in cash. To his surprise, shortly after hanging up, the finance department reported that Yining had already transferred the funds to the company account. The ability to withdraw such a large sum in an instant was astonishing. Ding! The host has spent 46.5 million on Su Wire, triggering a critical hit. Reward: a residential building valued at 600 million in a prime educational district. A residential building. This was exhilarating. Previously, Yining had always envied those wealthy individuals with dozens of properties, managing their rentals by day and playing mahjong by night. Now he could join their ranks. It was worth noting that he not only had one residential building to rent out, but also commercial streets and office buildings. The annual rental income would undoubtedly be astronomical. The next morning, as Yining awoke, he received an internal call from the property manager, Luo Rongrong. Mr. Yi, there's a package for you that has been delivered to your doorstep. Please remember to collect it. All right, I'll be out shortly. Upon opening his door, he found Luo Rongrong driving a small sightseeing vehicle with several packages of varying sizes in the back. Naturally, the most eye-catching was the enormous cardboard box belonging to Yining. Good morning, Mr. Yi. As Yining opened the door, Luo Rongrong's eyes lit up. She wasn't certain if he was the wealthiest in Yunshan Longjing, but he was undoubtedly the most handsome. Moreover, he was so young. If a relationship could blossom, Luo Rongrong was certainly interested. However, Yining merely smiled at her, signed for the package, and turned away, carrying the large cardboard box back inside, without even sparing her face a second glance. Was she truly that unappealing? Luo Rongrong touched her smooth face, staring blankly at Yining's villa door. Upon opening the box, Yining discovered dozens of red property certificates, all for the same building. It was quite a delightful surprise. The life of a landlord was about to begin. After considerable effort, Yining finally managed to load the box onto his Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Today, he also needed to visit Jiangxing Kanda Hospital, and after completing his tasks, he would list the properties with a rental agency. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yining dialed Wu Jishir's number. Director Wu, where is your office? I'm on my way. At that moment, Wu Jishir was on a break. Mr. Yi, have you arrived? I'll come down to greet you. Yining, indifferent, replied, Director Wu, just tell me the location. I prefer to keep things informal, as if we were meeting privately. Hearing this, Wu Jishir felt a newfound appreciation for Yining. During their previous conversations, he had formed a favorable impression, sensing that Yining was not the type to put on airs. Although Wu Jishir did not come to the hospital entrance, when Yining arrived at the office building, he spotted an elderly man in a white coat, appearing to be in his 70s, with a rosy complexion. Director Wu? Noticing that Wu Jishir seemed oblivious to his presence, Yining took the initiative to greet him. Upon hearing Yining's voice, Wu Jishir finally widened his eyes in astonishment. You are Mr. Yi? Yes, that's me. Yining extended his hand for a handshake. Wu Jishir was genuinely shocked to see Yining, primarily due to his youth. Although he had discerned from their phone conversation that Yining was not too old, he never expected him to be a young man in his 20s. As they entered the office building together, the other hospital staff couldn't help but steal glances. They didn't know who Yining was, but everyone in Jiangxing knew Wu Jishir. In fact, anyone involved in the medical field within Jiangxing recognized Wu Jishir. Initially, they believed Wu Jishir was awaiting an important figure at the office building entrance, only to discover it was a young man in his 20s. Moreover, it was evident that Wu Jishir held this young man in high regard. They gazed at Yining's face for quite some time, imprinting his visage in their minds. In the future, should they encounter him, they would not seek to befriend him. At the very least, they would resolutely avoid provoking him. In the director's office, Yining conversed with Wu Jishir for over an hour. He had no desire to engage in management, so they merely agreed on the fundamental direction for the hospital's future development. The majority of the authority remained with the elderly gentleman. Wu Jishir felt a sense of relief, gradually easing his concerns. He had not misjudged Yining. He was not the type to be swayed by profit or greed. This was evident in the special medical fund established for impoverished children, which was financed by the owner of Kanda Hospital, essentially, Yining's own funds. Without the slightest hesitation, Yining resolutely preserved this initiative and even doubled the financial support. This gesture profoundly moved Wu Jishir, a doctor with decades of experience. It is often said that a healer possesses a compassionate heart. Though Yining was not a physician, he endeavored to assist others to the best of his ability. Upon concluding his conversation with Wu Jishir, Yining descended to the first floor, en route to the restroom. Suddenly, he spotted a voluptuous middle-aged woman storming out of an office at the end of the corridor. Her face was flushed with indignation as she berated someone inside. Lu Hong, do you not fear being reported for accepting bribes and lining your own pockets? Report me? Huh. You might as well ask who here would dare to do so. Came a brazen response from within the office. Moments later, a rotund man with a piggish visage emerged into the corridor, leering at the woman. Xiaotong, I told you. Getting my signature is quite simple. First, find a place tonight where we can enjoy a drink and discuss matters at leisure. Or perhaps, have your president in come and speak with me personally. As Lu Hong spoke, an insidious glint flickered in his eyes. Yining was taken aback to witness such a scene within the hospital. Truly, in a vast forest, one finds all sorts of birds. Character and education are not necessarily correlated. In fact, those with poor character and high qualifications can pose a greater societal threat. Take, for instance, the infamous female graduate who falsely accused an older man of taking clandestine photographs, a scandal that left many astounded. Xiaotong felt nauseated by Lu Heng's insinuations. As the sales manager for Anshin Pharmaceuticals, she found it appalling to be threatened in such a manner. Even more infuriating was Lu Heng's audacity to covet the current chairman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Lu Hong, suppress your vile thoughts. Do not even dare to entertain them. Xiaotong retorted, her voice laced with fury. Lu Hong scoffed, Xiaotong, do not assume I am unaware of the issues plaguing your company. When president and is ousted from her position, I wonder if you will still hold on to your role as sales director. At that point, do not come begging me. Ha ha ha. Unfazed by Xiaotong's rejection, Lu Hong reveled in his position as the procurement department head at Kanda Hospital, bolstered further by his father serving as the vice president. If Xiaotong wished to sell medical equipment to Kanda Hospital, she would have no choice but to solicit his favor. Given the sharp tensions among Anshin Pharmaceuticals' upper management, Lu Hong was convinced that Xiaotong understood the significance of this order from Kanda Hospital. Xiaotong, let me make this clear. Unless I Lu Hong give the nod, no one will dare to accept this order. You might as well give up. Oh, from your tone, it seems you own Kanda Hospital? At this moment, a young man clad in designer attire, exuding an air of casual confidence, approached the two. With a playful smile, he regarded Lu Hong with derision. This newcomer was, of course, Yining. Initially intending to observe the situation, he perked up at the mention of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Although he was not well acquainted with the company, he had recently acquired a 15% stake, making him a shareholder. Listening to their exchange, he realized that Anshin Pharmaceuticals was not a mere enterprise. It was rife with complexities. While others may have turned a blind eye, Yining found it intriguing. He was determined to explore this den of intrigue. Hey, do you even know who I am? Lu Hong had long noticed Yining observing the altercation. If you're just here to spectate, do so quietly. Can't you see everyone around has the sense to remain silent? Lu Hong, assuming Yining was merely a recent medical school graduate seeking employment at Kanda Hospital, felt he could easily manipulate him, especially with his influential father in the vice presidency. Yining did not respond to Lu Heng's inquiry, but took a step forward with a calm smile. I do not know who you are, nor do I wish to. However, from your words, it is evident that you are unworthy of working in this hospital, let alone being a physician. As he spoke, Yining raised his voice slightly, pointing toward the entrance of the office building. Now, gather your belongings and leave. Yining's voice was loud enough to attract considerable attention, even drawing onlookers from upstairs. Witnessing Lu Hong on the brink of fury, many silently mourned for the young man. Why did you have to provoke him? Yet, some recognized Yining as the young man personally welcomed by Director Wu, and they smirked. Having long harbored disdain for Lu Heng's arrogant demeanor, this newcomer might very well be related to Director Wu, and it would be splendid to see him put Lu Hong in his place. Of course, no one believed Lu Hong would be dismissed. At most, he would face a minor reprimand due to his father's position. Ah, today is quite unusual, Lu Hong sneered. In all my time here, no one has dared to tell me to leave. Do you think you outrank my father, the vice president? Lu Hong adopted a haughty demeanor, his father's title being his source of pride. Observing Yining's silence only fueled Lu Heng's arrogance. Ha ha ha, you dared to tell me to leave. Now, what's the matter? Lost your voice. Just a naive kid, yet so brazen. If you manage to secure a position at Kanda Hospital, I, Lu Hong, will believe you. Yining cast a frosty glance at Lu Heng, his tone composed. I hold no position at Kanda Hospital. A smirk crept onto Lu Heng's face. He had anticipated this. Just another fool, perhaps with a few coins to his name, thinking himself significant. In Lu Heng's eyes, such individuals were nothing but simpletons. However, the next moment, Yining's words sent a jolt through Lu Hong. But I have just taken over this hospital, making me, in essence, its owner. What? Owner? The collective gasp of disbelief echoed around them. including from Xiao Tong, who stood silently nearby. The young man, seemingly fresh out of school, was the clandestine master of Jiangxing Kangda Hospital. Those who had witnessed Wu Jishi's reception of Yi Ning now comprehended the situation. No wonder Director Wu held such reverence for this young man. It was not due to some formidable background, but rather because Yi Ning was an entity that commanded respect. Lu Hong hesitated, taken aback by Yi Ning's confidence, yet he remained skeptical. How could someone so young possibly take over Jiangxing Kangda Hospital? Furthermore, if his father was the vice president, why had he not mentioned this change in ownership? With this thought, Lu Hong pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Ning, veins bulging. You have the audacity to stir trouble in the hospital, thinking I would not dare to act against you? I see you are the one with audacity. How dare you brazenly confront Mr. Yi? Came a voice from the staircase. Everyone present, except for Yi Ning, felt their hearts race. For they recognized that voice all too well. It was none other than Director Wu Jishi, who referred to Yi Ning as Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, are you all right? In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Wu Jishi approached Yi Ning's side. His demeanor lent credence to Yi Ning's declaration. This individual is indeed the proprietor of Kangda Hospital, a person whose mere word could compel others to vacate the premises. Lu Hong now feels a cold sweat trickling down his back. He never anticipated that he would provoke the owner. In fact, when the owner revealed his identity, he foolishly contemplated taking action against him. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. My words were reckless. Please, you must forgive me. Lu Hong, in a state of panic, repeatedly bowed in apology to Yi Ning. Forgiveness? Yi Ning scoffed. I have stated before that you are unworthy to practice medicine. Now, I order you to leave. Director Wu, along with his father, the vice director, ought to conduct a thorough investigation. If there are issues, they should be dealt with accordingly. Yi Ning lamented the presence of such parasites in every profession. They relished the fruits of the people's labor, yet wield the power bestowed upon them by the people to their own advantage. Such individuals are truly unforgivable in Yi Ning's eyes. By the way, Xiao Tong, please wait here for a moment. I need to have a word with Director Wu, and I will seek you out shortly. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Xiao Tong felt a twinge of surprise. She could not fathom why such a prominent figure would wish to speak with her alone. Did he perhaps harbor some peculiar interest? The thought made her blush. However, as she had a request of Yi Ning, she dared not oppose him. As for any ulterior motives Yi Ning might have, she would have to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. Yi Ning and Wu Jishi stepped out of the office building and made their way to an unoccupied flower bed. Initially, both remained silent, but after a prolonged pause, Yi Ning broke the silence. Director Wu, I hope this will be the only instance of such an affair. His expression was calm, yet his tone hinted at a degree of coldness. Wu Jishi nodded, assuring, rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will rigorously investigate the matters concerning the Lu family. Yi Ning shook his head. You know I am not referring to that issue. Since your intentions were noble, I have indulged you in this charade. A look of shock crossed Wu Jishi's face, followed by a rueful smile. He had indeed been seen through by Yi Ning. Until now, he had held a deep admiration for this young proprietor, but only now did he grasp the full extent of his capabilities. Yes, all of this was orchestrated by Wu Jishi. The Lu family wielded excessive power within the hospital, to the extent that even he, the director, could not rein them in, allowing them to act with impunity and corrupt the atmosphere. Recently, there had been individuals from Anshin Pharmaceutical seeking Lu Hong, the procurement minister, which prompted Wu Jishi to let Yi Ning witness the situation, hoping to curb the Lu family's behavior. Although his intentions were good and the outcome was achieved, he had indeed utilized Yi Ning in the process. Mr. Yi, you can rest assured, I was left with no choice this time, and it will not happen again in the future. Very well, Yi Ning replied. After their conversation, he approached Xiao Tong. Having not paid much attention earlier, he now took a moment to observe her. To a man, this woman was undeniably alluring. In terms of mere appearance, Xiao Tong could not compare to beauties like Bai Yiluo, being merely an attractive woman. Yet, when it came to her figure, she possessed a voluptuous form, full and curvaceous, exuding a captivating allure. Such is the archetype of a seductress, which explains Lu Heng's infatuation with her. Regardless of his character, Lu Heng's taste was commendable. Mr. Yi, could you please refrain from staring at me like that? Although she was a 35-year-old mother, being gazed at by a man in his 20s made Xiao Tong somewhat uncomfortable. Of course, it was Yi Ning's striking handsomeness that caused her discomfort. Had he been unattractive, she would have felt revulsion instead. Alas, in a society that values appearances, being handsome indeed offers many advantages. This phenomenon is not limited to modern society. Even in ancient times, the handsome were often the recipients of affection, while the unattractive were left to repay their debts in the next life. Coughing lightly, Yi Ning inwardly chastised himself for being shameless. With Mo Ching and others already in his life, why was he still gazing at a married woman? I apologize, Yining said after gathering himself. How about this? It's nearly noon. Let me treat you to a meal, and we can continue our conversation afterward? A meal? And then continue talking? What about? Xiao Tong's face flushed crimson, and her gaze towards Yining became rather peculiar. This seemingly charming young man indeed had some unconventional inclinations. However, knowing she needed to maintain a relationship with the significant client that was Kangda Hospital, Xiao Tong could only nod in agreement, hoping it would not be as she feared. If it were, she would have to adapt accordingly. Then let us go. After lunch, I still need to visit a real estate agency. Today is rather busy. At Yining's words, Xiao Tong's body trembled, nearly losing her footing. The prospect of visiting a real estate agency without having eaten first? Did he intend to keep her? Glancing at Yining's retreating figure, she gritted her teeth and stepped forward with a resolve reminiscent of a martyr. Chapter 40. Anshin Pharmaceutical. Is there anything you wish to eat? Yining casually inquired while driving. Xiao Tong shook her head, replying, I will leave it to your discretion. Mr. Yi, in that case, let us go to the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. It should suffice. As the owner, Yining spent nearly every day either courting women or en route to do so, hardly attending to his own enterprises. After all, he needed to eat. So he might as well take a look around. No, that might not be appropriate, Xiao Tong stammered. Was this man so eager? Directly to a hotel? Once they dined there, would she still be able to escape? What is inappropriate about it? The food there is quite good. You need not worry. Yining found her reaction curious. Was it not she who suggested eating anywhere? Was this the fickleness of women? As Yining's car entered the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, the security personnel saluted with precision. Hello, Mr. Yi. Yining smiled and nodded, pleased with their demeanor. He thought to himself that the management under Wu Yuan was indeed commendable. Next month, he would ensure the staff at Jiangnan Grand Hotel received a raise. In the passenger seat, Xiao Tong's eyes flickered. She was not deaf. She had clearly heard the security guard address Yining as Mr. Yi. Could it be that he also had a stake in the Jiangnan Grand Hotel? Moreover, the hotel was an integral part of Jiangnan Commercial Street. This implied that Yining was not merely the clandestine owner of Jiacheng Kangda Hospital, but also possessed assets in Jiangnan Commercial Street? This thought made Xiao Tong perceive this dashing man as rather enigmatic. How many more identities did he hold? Boss, you're here. Yining parked the car, and as they approached the lobby entrance, Wu Yuan had already been waiting for them. The tall hostesses on either side bowed, greeting, Hello, Mr. Yi. Yes. Greetings to you all, Yining replied, patting Wu Yuan on the shoulder. Well done. Starting next month, the bonuses for all employees will be doubled. Upon hearing Yining's words, the hotel staff erupted in delighted smiles. At Jiangnan Grand Hotel, as long as one did not commit a particularly egregious error, there would always be a monthly bonus, and it was substantial. A doubling of the bonus next month was tantamount to receiving 2 salaries. Such wonderful news was enough to elate them. How fortunate they were to have such a generous boss. Under Wu Yuan's guidance, a stunning front desk attendant led Yining and Xiao Tong to an opulent private room. The room was lavishly decorated, resplendent with gold and grandeur. After discerning Xiao Tong's tastes, Yining casually ordered several signature dishes. As the front desk attendant exited the room, she cast an envious glance at Xiao Tong, seated across from Yining. Once outside, she looked at her own somewhat youthful visage, her expression melancholic. It seemed all men favored voluptuous figures. Even someone as exceptional as Mr. Yi was no exception. Moreover, Mr. Yi's preferences were indeed unique, as he seemed to favor. Unbeknownst to Yining, his simple invitation to share a meal with Xiao Tong would earn him the title of a scoundrel. Once the dishes arrived, Yining began to address the matter at hand. I heard Lu Heng mentioning that there are internal disagreements among the shareholders of Anshin Pharmaceutical. Could you elaborate on this for me? Xiao Tong had prepared numerous strategies to counter Yining's inquiries. Yet she had not anticipated that he merely sought to understand the internal conflicts within Anshin Pharmaceutical. Mr. Yi, is this what you wish to discuss with me? Xiao Tong inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. What else could it be? Yining replied, his expression slightly tense, unsure of Xiao Tong's intentions. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Tong's lips, yet the mounting issues facing the company weighed heavily on her heart. This was no secret within the industry. If Mr. Yi wished to hear it, she would share. Xiao Tong began to explain the situation as Yining listened attentively, gradually grasping the entirety of the matter. It turned out that the former chairman of Anshin Pharmaceutical had perished in a sudden car accident, leaving behind his only daughter, Annie, as the new chairperson. However, Annie was quite young, and many shareholders within the company were reluctant to accept her leadership, particularly Lu Jiandong, the second-largest shareholder, who had long coveted the chairman's position. He rallied a group of minor shareholders to undermine Annie's authority, placing her in a precarious situation. As Anshin Pharmaceuticals' performance began to decline, more shareholders gravitated towards Lu Jiandong. Compounding Annie's difficulties, Kangda Hospital recently expressed a desire to terminate their partnership with Anshin Pharmaceutical. Xiaotong's intention in coming here was to rekindle the collaboration with Kangda Hospital and assist Annie in navigating this crisis. Have Kangda and Anshin always collaborated? Yining asked, chewing on shrimp. Xiaotong nodded affirmatively. Yes, the partnership has been in place for over a decade since the former chairman's time. Then why would they suddenly want to end it? Is there a quality issue? Yining probed further. Not at all, Xiaotong stammered, denying the claim but hesitating to elaborate. Yining quickly deduced that this was likely another tactic employed by Lu Jiandong to weaken Annie's position. It appeared that Xiaotong's earlier mention of Lu Heng's bribery was not baseless. While Xiaotong was uncertain about Yining's interest in Anshin Pharmaceuticals' troubles, she was primarily focused on whether the two companies could restore their partnership. If Yining were to make a decision, no obstacle would deter her. Mr. Yi actually. Chapter 41. The first kiss. Yining was not only the owner of Kangda Hospital in Jiangcheng, but also a shareholder in Anshin Pharmaceutical. Thus, he would ensure the continuation of their collaboration without Xiaotong having to suggest it. Xiaotong was taken aback by Yining's swift agreement, devoid of any hesitation. Shaking off further thoughts, she felt relieved that the partnership with Kangda Hospital had been preserved. Although this would not entirely resolve the issues Annie faced, it would alleviate a significant portion of the pressure. In truth, Yining believed in keeping profits within his circle. After all, since they were in the business of making money, it was prudent to favor his own. Of course, he was not currently in financial need. After their meal, the two parted ways. Yining realized he had not seen Su Wire in a long time, so he decided to invite her along to the real estate agency. Su Wire readily accepted his invitation. Arriving at Su Wire's residence, he found her waiting, having applied a delicate touch of makeup. How do I look? She asked, her eyes sparkling with joy upon seeing Yining. With her charming dimples appearing as she smiled, she was undeniably sweet. You look beautiful. I truly like it. Yining exclaimed, unable to resist pulling her into an embrace. Inhaling her fragrant scent, he felt that his life was truly worthwhile. Su Wire was startled by Yining's sudden gesture. After a brief moment of tension, she relaxed, reveling in the warmth of his embrace. Yining, isn't this inappropriate? She murmured, a blush creeping onto her cheeks in the public setting. Why not? He responded playfully. We aren't together yet. This is something only couples do. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, yet she did not release her hold on him. Is it that you wish for me to be your boyfriend? Surely you jest. Yining feigned surprise, which caused Su Wire's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Pouting, she declared, I'm going to cry, so comfort me. She tilted her head back to look at Yining, her expression one of displeasure. Of course, she did not genuinely believe that Yining would abandon her. If he were truly indifferent towards someone, he would not mention their name again, much like how he had not referred to his ex-girlfriend, He-Man, since their encounter on Commercial Street. Given Yining's character, it was implausible that he would seek her out if he did not harbor feelings for her. Yining chuckled and ruffled Su Wire's hair. In the video, you even called me mom. So, how could I be your boyfriend? Humph, you're insufferable, Su Wire retorted, her nose scrunching in mock disdain, though a smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. She truly looked enchanting when she smiled. If Yining were to describe someone as pure, it would undoubtedly be Su Wire. She exuded the essence of first love. Unable to resist the allure of her bright red lips, Yining leaned in. What is this? Another surprise attack? Such a rogue. Su Wire thought to herself, yet she tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and wrapped her arms around Yining's neck, surrendering to the moment. After a prolonged embrace, Yining reluctantly pulled away, licking his lips with a nostalgic expression, a mischievous grin plastered on his face. Still smiling? You're the one at fault. Su Wire shot him a glare, feigning annoyance while refusing to ignore him. She took deep breaths, her chest rising and falling dramatically. You need to learn to breathe through your nose. Otherwise, you won't be able to kiss for too long, Yining advised. Su Wire pouted, feeling a tinge of envy. Who do you think can match your level of expertise? Today marked her first kiss. Yining, the scoundrel, took advantage and still acted innocent. Yining was at a loss for words, aware that he held significant influence in this area. Yet, why did he feel a sense of subtle pride? Noticing his silence, Su Wire felt a surge of jealousy. This scoundrel didn't even bother to defend himself. He seemed quite pleased with himself, though she felt slightly uneasy. She wouldn't let it frustrate her. She understood that someone as exceptional as Yining would undoubtedly attract many admirers. If she were to become upset every time, she would have long been driven to despair. By the way, what are we doing later? Yining had only invited her out without specifying their destination. No sooner had she spoken than Su Wire saw Yi Ning's expression shift to one of excitement. Is that possible? Su Wire froze for a moment, quickly grasping what Yi Ning meant. Blushing, she playfully punched him, exclaiming, "You big-headed fool." Sometimes, she wished she could peek inside Yi Ning's mind to see what thoughts lay within. Just joking, Yi Ning chuckled. I acquired a building and planned to rent it out, becoming a landlord. Su Wire was not surprised by Yi Ning's possession of extra properties. Perfect. I've been wanting to change my living arrangements. Why not skip the agency and let me rent from you? She suggested eagerly. Yi Ning realized that Su Wire had misunderstood him. I'll give you a unit. The rest can be rented out, he said nonchalantly. Su Wire's current neighborhood was indeed lacking. Moving elsewhere would be a welcome change. Do you only have one unit? She inquired. I meant an entire building. It's all mine, he clarified as they drove out of the community. As Su Wire processed this information, Yi Ning continued. You can choose whichever unit you like, and we can hand the rest over to the real estate company. Really? That sounds great. Let us go take a look at the properties. Su Wire exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Yi Ning turned the car around, heading towards the school district housing. Chapter 42. Emerald City, Jiangxing University Town is home to numerous institutions, including Jiangxing University and Jiangxing Normal University. Due to the large student population, the area boasts a thriving commercial scene, and naturally, the housing prices are quite steep. Yi Ning's Emerald City ranks among the most expensive in the university town, with each unit averaging around 400 square meters and priced near 10 million. Sir, to enter Emerald City, you will require the owner's consent. We can assist you in making the necessary arrangements, the agent informed. Driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the two were halted by the security guard at the entrance of the Emerald City. Yi Ning casually retrieved a property deed from a box, asserting, I am the owner. By the way, please have your property management come here. I have matters to discuss with them. The guard had never encountered anyone who would place a property deed in a cardboard box, and with such a large box. He wondered if it contained more than just that. Did this individual treat buying a house as casually as purchasing clothing? It certainly wasn't the norm for wholesalers either. Today, he felt he had witnessed a true affluent individual. With a smile, he watched Yi Ning enter the community and promptly contacted the property manager. Upon receiving the call, the Emerald City Property Management's first response was that the tycoon who had purchased an entire building had appeared. When they learned of this news yesterday, everyone had been astounded. The property manager had long wished to meet the person who had acquired an entire building, and today, that individual had come in person. Straightening his suit, the property manager, Liao Ping, hurriedly made his way to Building 6, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. Yi Ning, accompanied by Su Wire, toured the renovated spaces, ultimately selecting an apartment on the 22nd floor. As they exited the elevator, a man in a suit awaited them at the door. You must be Mr. Yi, he said. I am Liao Peng, the property manager of Emerald City. It's a pleasure. Before Liao Peng could finish, Yi Ning exclaimed in surprise, Liao Peng, is that you? You are Yi Ning? Upon seeing Yi Ning step out of the elevator, Liao Peng had felt a sense of familiarity, as if he resembled a university classmate. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that even if Yi Ning were exceptional, it was unlikely he could afford an entire building in such a short time. Thus, when he realized this person was indeed his university classmate, a storm of emotions surged within him. Their university was merely a standard institution, and 3 years post-graduation, Liao Peng earned around 10,000 a month, occasionally reaching 20 or 30,000 when performing exceptionally well. Yet even with that, purchasing a property in Emerald City remained an unattainable dream, let alone in Jiangxing. It would require extensive planning. However, Yi Ning, a classmate, not only managed to buy a property in Emerald City, but an entire building at that. The disparity was difficult for Liao Peng to accept. Moreover, the woman beside Yi Ning must be his girlfriend, and she was strikingly beautiful, surpassing even the stars of television. Yi Ning, you are the owner of Building 6? Liao Peng asked, taking a deep breath and widening his eyes. Yes, Yi Ning nodded. Although Liao Peng had suspected as much, hearing Yi Ning confirm it left him feeling dizzy. This is quite extraordinary. Liao Peng was unaware that his voice trembled as he spoke. Previously confident, he now felt a degree of shyness in the presence of Yi Ning. It was no wonder. Who could maintain their composure upon realizing that someone they knew was, in fact, a major player in the financial realm? Oh, let us not dwell on that. Yi Ning smiled softly. I actually sought the property management to arrange for renting out the apartments. Since it's you, that is even better. Yi Ning decided to keep the apartments from the 20th to the 25th floors for himself, readily handing over the rest to Liao Peng. Liao Peng felt a flicker of gratitude. Back in university, he and Yi Ning were merely classmates with little interaction. Regardless of whether Liao Peng was the property manager or not, Yi Ning would have rented out those apartments. Nonetheless, Liao Peng felt he owed Yi Ning a favor, undoubtedly. Watching Yining and Su Wei hand in hand as they exited the community, Liao Peng couldn't help but feel envious. This was the epitome of success in life. Soon after, Liao Peng took out his phone, unable to resist sharing the news in the class group chat. Do you know whom I just encountered? He typed. Li Wei, Diliriba, Golinaza, Lu Quan, or perhaps it's Malzahar. Liao Ping. None of those. It's a classmate from our cohort. And he even bought a property in Emerald City. Li Wei, no way. Could it be Jiang Xian? I always thought his family was pretty wealthy. Lu Quan. Maybe it's the class monitor. Given that they had only graduated a few years prior and not relied on their families, how many could afford to buy property in Emerald City? Thus, they instinctively assumed it was someone from their class who already had a privileged background. I didn't. Stop spreading rumors. Jiang Xian interjected, curious about who in their class could afford a property in Emerald City. Although not particularly wealthy, he was doing well in Jiacheng, with family assets exceeding 10 million. However, even with that, thinking of purchasing in Emerald City was still a fanciful notion. I'm still abroad, it's not me. Jiang Xian and class monitor Jiang Shui both denied it, leaving everyone intrigued. Who else could possess such financial means? Come on, Liao Peng, don't tease. Just tell us. Liao Peng grinned at his screen, withholding the name. It's just a very handsome man. Very handsome. Upon seeing this message, everyone immediately deduced who Liao Peng referred to. There were a few good-looking guys in their class, but to call someone very handsome could only mean Yining. He was the quintessential campus heartthrob. Even though they knew Yining came from an average family background, many female classmates had fervently pursued him during university. Now that he was wealthy, the admiration would only intensify. All eyes were fixed on Liao Peng's message, their expressions frozen in disbelief. No one could fathom that Yining had surpassed them by such a vast margin. Jiang Shui, who was overseas, also found Liao Peng's information incredible. She had harbored a crush on Yining back then, but due to his family circumstances, she chose to let go. She hadn't the time to wait for a man to make something of himself. Little did she know, Yining had indeed made significant strides. But what if she had given him a chance? However, Liao Peng's next comment doused Jiang Shui with a cold splash of water. And Yining's girlfriend is truly stunning, more beautiful than those stars. Just as Jiang Shui was about to message Yining, she abruptly locked her screen, throwing her phone onto the bed, her eyes ablaze with envy. Chapter 43. Shinqian's thoughts. After addressing the property matters, Yining drove Su Wei to the university town for street food. Unbeknownst to them, a flamboyantly dressed woman had been watching them intently, occasionally breaking into a mysterious smile. Shinqian had a date that day as she passed through the snack street. She unexpectedly spotted a familiar black G-class. Ordinary people might not discern any difference, but as by Ilua's roommate. Shinqian had meticulously studied the photos circulating on the campus forum. After careful comparison, she confirmed that this was indeed the car belonging to the rumored wealthy heir dating Bai Yilao. Initially, she assumed the car owner was there to see Bai Yilao. But to her surprise, a woman emerged from the passenger seat, one whose beauty rivaled that of Bai Yilao. The intimate demeanor between the two clearly indicated a romantic relationship. Shinqian felt a rush of excitement at this revelation and quickly snapped a photo. She had dated many men, but few had truly been wealthy. From Yining's attire, she immediately recognized him as an exceptionally affluent young man. And he was handsome, exactly the kind of man she had always dreamed of. With her own looks not being too shabby, she believed that with a little charm, she could easily attract this wealthy heir. With that thought, Shinqian promptly took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello? Shinqian, have you arrived? I'll pick you up in my Audi A4. A young man's voice came through the line. Hearing it, Shinqian's face flashed with disdain. A mere Audi, what was there to boast about? She had forgotten that she had previously insisted that anyone she dated should at least drive a car worth 300,000. However, upon seeing Yining's multi-million-dollar vehicle, she swiftly dismissed that previous assertion. Zhou Juanhao, don't come. Let us break up. Shinqian replied in a flat tone, having experienced such situations countless times. Zhou Juanhao nearly lost control of the steering wheel, pulling over to the side and hitting the brakes. Shinqian, don't joke around. I never joke. How could a car worth tens of thousands possibly be worthy of me? Zhou Juanhao, don't even think about it. Shinqian snapped before hanging up the call. Gazing at Yining, who was opening the car door for Su Wei in the distance, a surge of excitement filled her heart. Bai Luo, did you ever imagine that your man would be captivated by another? If that is the case, then perhaps I too have a chance. Shinqian did not aspire to be Yining's wife. She was more than willing to become his mistress as long as he provided for her. With her beauty, she believed no man could resist temptation. The next day, before Yining had even risen, he received calls from Wu Yuan and Sun Tao. One was the general manager of the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, and the other, the general manager of Jiangnan Building. Their conversation pointed towards a singular event, a charity auction taking place that night at the Jiangnan Grand Hotel, organized by the Jiangcheng Red Cross Society. Such an auction typically attracted numerous representatives from local enterprises. With nothing better to occupy his time, Yining decided to attend, and naturally, his companion would be Su Weier. Under a moonlit sky, Su Weier drove her Porsche 911, bringing Yining to the hotel. She wore a stunning purple evening gown that accentuated her tall figure, while Yining donned a newly purchased Armani suit, together presenting a picture of elegance. "Sir, here is your invitation. The auction is on the 9th floor," said the receptionist with a professional smile as they approached the entrance. Upon seeing Su Weier, her eyes sparkled with admiration. It was no wonder. The boss's companion was exceptionally beautiful. Clearly, the rumors of him only pursuing mature women were unfounded. "Thank you," Yining replied, taking the invitation and leading Su Weier towards the elevator. As they entered, a young man in his 20s, sporting glasses and a flashy hairstyle, turned to Yining. "Are you here for the auction too?" he inquired. Yining smiled. "Yes, I received an invitation by chance." The young man, Hanyu, introduced himself. "I'm Hanyu, here on my father's behalf." Yining reciprocated the handshake. "I'm Yining, and this is my girlfriend, Su Weier." Hanyu, suddenly recalling her from the online world, exclaimed, "Could you be the Weier from the Feiyu platform?" Su Weier smiled and confirmed, "Yes, that's me. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Han." This acknowledgement made Hanyu, a wealthy second generation, a bit flustered. He often indulged in racing, nightlife, and admired beautiful women. Since Su Weier gained fame in the streaming world, he had watched her broadcasts numerous times, always finding her stunning. Yet, he had never approached her, fearing the reality behind the screen might be deceiving. Seeing her now, he realized he had been mistaken. She was not only real, but breathtakingly beautiful. With a look of envy, Hanyu patted Yining on the shoulder. "You're quite impressive, my friend. How did you manage to attract such a beautiful partner?" Yining beamed with pride, but his expression faltered slightly as a sharp pain shot through his waist. Upon arriving, Yining did not attract much attention, but Su Weier certainly turned heads. Her beauty eclipsed all other women present. Some attendees recognized her, yet few approached, noticing she was accompanied by a handsome man. Naturally, those present were not of modest means, and they were careful not to stir trouble. "Old Yi, what number are you?" Within moments, Yining had transitioned from brother to old Yi in Hanyu's eyes. 7, Yining replied, realizing the invitation bore a number. Hanyu, incredulous, snatched the invitation to confirm. "It truly is number 7. I thought you were just another rich kid here to see the sights. Seems you hold a more significant status than I imagined." Yining, with Su Weier on his arm, took a seat in the front row. His presence piqued the curiosity of many in the hall. Those seated at the front were either high-ranking members of the Red Cross or representatives of billion-dollar enterprises. "Could Yining be the heir of a lesser-known billion-dollar company?" "Mr. Yi, I didn't expect to see you here," a familiar voice called. Turning, Yining recognized Xiao Tong, who was dressed in a vibrant gown that showcased her figure. "Director Xiao, hello. You received an invitation too?" Yining inquired. Noticing Su Weier beside him, Xiao Tong understood why Yining had not pursued her before. He was accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful woman. "Actually, no," she replied with a rueful smile. "I'm here on behalf of Director," and Yining nodded, understanding the connection. Although an Xian pharmaceutical faced challenges, its stature in Jiangcheng was undeniable, making an invitation to the auction quite reasonable. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice interrupted. "Director Xiao, do you know this beauty? Care to introduce us?" A shorter man, dressed in designer clothes, stared at Su Weier with glazed eyes. Lu Tianxiang felt fortunate today. He had initially been reluctant to attend the charity auction but was thrilled to encounter such a stunning woman. He had thought only and could captivate him. Yet here was another beauty of equal caliber. Ignoring Yining, Lu Tianxiang declared, "Hello, beautiful. I'm Lu Tianxiang from an Xian pharmaceutical. My father is the general manager there." Assuming his status would win her over, he was taken aback when Su Weier disregarded him entirely. Resting her head on Yining's shoulder, Yining instinctively wrapped his arm around her delicate shoulders. Lu Tianxiang's plan had unraveled, and witnessing their intimacy ignited his fury. How could such a woman be in another's embrace? "Miss, didn't you hear me? I'm..." Before he could finish, Yining turned, his gaze icy. "Are you not aware that you're being quite loud? Since no one is paying you any attention, would you kindly keep silent? Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with me?" Lu Tianxiang forcefully slammed the armrest and stood up abruptly. He had been seeking a reason to teach Yining a lesson, and unexpectedly, this person had foolishly presented himself. Yining looked at him with derision, stating, "Who am I? I am the one who can order you to leave this place. Do you believe it?" If it weren't for Xiao Tong's involvement, he would have truly wanted to throw this second-generation wealthy individual out. Xiaotong anxiously pulled at Lu Tianxiang, saying, "Young Master Lu, please sit down. This is Mr. Yi Ning, the owner of Kangda Hospital. Let us avoid any trouble." She then turned to Yi Ning, her expression filled with apology. "Mr. Yi, I apologize on behalf of young Master Lu for today's misunderstanding." As she felt a gentle tug on his sleeve from Su Weier, Yi Ning's stern expression gradually softened. He decided to give Xiaotong some face, considering she was, after all, an employee of his. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Lu Tianxiang pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Ning, seething with rage. "So you are the owner of Kangda Hospital. It seems you are the one who agreed to the collaboration. I was just looking for an opportunity to take revenge on you." Before Lu Tianxiang could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the room as a bright red handprint appeared on his face. Chapter 45. Violent strike. "You dare to hit me." Lu Tianxiang glared at Yi Ning, clutching his swollen cheek in disbelief. Throughout his life, who had ever dared to strike him? Especially not in front of such a crowd. Who would dare provoke the son of Lu Jiandong? All eyes in the room turned towards Yi Ning, their expressions a mix of confusion and intrigue. Yet, none stepped forward to intervene. It was not their business, after all. The auction had not yet commenced, and they were witnessing this dramatic spectacle. On one side stood the son of Lu Jiandong from Anshin Pharmaceutical, and on the other, the mysterious new owner of Kangda Hospital. Neither was to be trifled with. Even Han Yu, seated at a distance, cast his gaze towards the unfolding scene. "Yes," Yi Ning sneered, nodding, "I hit you. What of it? Not satisfied? You must enjoy being taught a lesson, do you?" Originally, Yi Ning had no intention of engaging with Lu Tianxiang, but the latter's arrogance was insufferable. Lu Tianxiang was taken aback by Yi Ning's assertiveness. He showed no fear. Now, in front of a crowd, having been slapped, he had lost all face and could not allow this humiliation to stand. "You dare!" In his fury, Lu Tianxiang threw a punch at Yi Ning's head. Yi Ning reacted swiftly, seizing Lu Tianxiang's wrist and delivering another sharp slap across his face. The sound of the slap resonated through the hall once more. Yi Ning's grip tightened, leaving distinct marks on Lu Tianxiang's wrist. "Let go. That hurts." Lu Tianxiang grimaced in pain. Yi Ning forcefully flung him away, causing Lu Tianxiang to stagger back into his seat. "Remember, this is the last time. Don't push your luck." Yi Ning's tone was icy, sending shivers down Lu Tianxiang's spine. For the first time, he felt genuine fear towards Yi Ning. He had always believed that Yi Ning's background was insignificant. Yet he was now intimidated. "All right, I concede." Lu Tianxiang feigned compliance, and once Yi Ning turned his back, he discreetly took out his phone. Yi Ning was well aware that this individual would not easily relent. He had distinctly seen the malice in Lu Tianxiang's eyes earlier. Nevertheless, he remained unafraid. After all, the Jiangnan Grand Hotel was his territory. If Lu Tianxiang dared to retaliate, he would learn what regret truly meant. This farce temporarily concluded with Lu Tianxiang's apology, leaving everyone astonished that the so-called top young master of Jianqing would actually bow his head, regardless of what followed. This young man who had made Lu Tianxiang submit had certainly attracted attention. Yet many shook their heads in private. Understanding that Lu Tianxiang was not one to easily back down, this young man would surely face repercussions. It was not until a middle-aged woman clad in a cheap how appeared on stage that the crowd's attention shifted away from Yi Ning and the others. The woman smiled warmly and spoke gently. "Good evening, esteemed guests. I am Wen Yao, the host of this charity auction." After her introduction, the auction officially commenced. "Now, may we present our first item for bidding, the Tiffany Millennium Necklace, starting price 500,000. It was evident that those present were not short on funds, though the final price soared to 2.3 million, far exceeding the necklace's original value. Someone still purchased it. Yi Ning had little interest in such items and observed quietly, showing no intention to bid. Seeing this, Lu Tianxiang smirked internally, convinced that Yi Ning was just a penniless pretty boy, devoid of substance, unwilling to spend even a few million despite being accompanied by such a beautiful partner. It wasn't until the attendant brought out a hairpin that a smile appeared on Yi Ning's face. He glanced at Su Weier's flowing hair, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Now, this is a fine object." Wen Yao pointed at the hairpin in the attendant's hand and announced loudly, "This is a jade hairpin carved by Master Lu Qianqing himself. Both the craftsmanship and the jade quality are exceptional. The starting price is 2 million, and each bid must increase by no less than 100,000. Gasps filled the audience as they learned it was indeed a masterpiece by Master Lu Qianqing, a name worth far more than 2 million. "This is a remarkable item. I never expected to see such a treasure. I'm not particularly fond of treasures. I simply enjoy charity. 3 million. It's for my wife's birthday, so please don't compete with me. 3.5 million. After a brief discussion, bids began to roll in. Soon, the price of the jade hairpin reached 8 million. 20 million. Yi Ning raised his bidding paddle for the first time. Everyone, including Su Weier, stared at Yi Ning in disbelief. The pin was estimated at around 8 or 9 million, yet Yi Ning had boldly bid 20 million. With a smile, Yi Ning remarked, "Why do you all look at me? It's charity after all, consider it a good deed." This hairpin was perfect for Su Weier, and Yi Ning had already decided to win it. The extra funds could be donated, which was also a good deed. Besides, with a system, the money spent would be refunded, making him indifferent to the cost. Upon hearing Yi Ning's bid, Lu Tianxiang was also taken aback. Wasn't he just a pretty boy? How could he possibly produce such a large sum of money? Even as the owner of Kanda Hospital, it was improbable he could muster such cash flow. Even he, the top second-generation heir in Jiacheng, only received a few 100,000 as allowance each month. Why did Yi Ning have more money than him? Number 7, Mr. Yi has bid 20 million. Are there any other bidders? 20 million once, 20 million twice, 20 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for successfully bidding 20 million for Master Lu's jade hairpin. Before the auction concluded, Yi Ning promptly completed the transaction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 20 million on Su Weier, receiving a critical hit reward. A Koenigsegg 1. A Koenigsegg? Although Yi Ning was not particularly demanding when it came to cars, the arrival of a hypercar worth over 100 million, of which only 6 were produced globally, excited him. This was indeed a Koenigsegg 1, a vehicle that could not simply be purchased even with wealth. Soon, Yi Ning approached Su Weier, gently grasping her hair to place the hairpin in her hair. Su Weier was overjoyed, although she had felt earlier that the hairpin was intended for her. Receiving it directly from Yi Ning moved her deeply. "Yi Ning, this is too extravagant. 20 million. Su Weier exclaimed, sticking out her tongue in disbelief. Yi Ning shook his head, unperturbed. "Compared to your significance in my heart, 20 million is not that important." His words stirred something within Su Weier, causing her to tighten her grip on his arm. Soon, the auction concluded, and the crowd began to disperse. Lu Tianxiang shot Yi Ning a sardonic glance before heading downstairs. Chapter 46, A Warning. Old Yi, that brat may seek to harm you, Han Yu quietly warned as he approached Yi Ning. Earlier, he had observed Lu Tianxiang's expression, which was hurried and clearly indicative of some scheme. Although his family background was not as affluent as Lu Tianxiang's, the businesses of both families did not intersect, and Han Yu was not intimidated by him. Furthermore, the true master of Anshin Pharmaceuticals was Annie, not the Lu family. It mattered little. Yi Ning remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. At present, he was at least on par with Lu Tianxiang's father. A mere second-generation scion was hardly worth consideration. Noticing Yi Ning's composure, devoid of any sign of panic, Han Yu felt reassured. It seemed that Yi Ning had a strategy to deal with Lu Tianxiang. After all, how could someone who secured the 7th seat at this auction not possess some means? As Yi Ning and his companions arrived at the lobby on the 1st floor, Wu Yuan, dressed in a suit, approached briskly. "Boss, Lu Jiandong's son has gathered some people and seems intent on taking action against you." Wu Yuan's tone was light and jovial, as if they were merely engaging in casual conversation. Han Yu, however, stared at Yi Ning in astonishment. "Is the Jiangnan Grand Hotel also yours?" Wu Yuan, the general manager of Jiangnan Grand Hotel, was someone Han Yu recognized. Yet, to see such a person bowing to Yi Ning and addressing him as boss was astonishing. Before Yi Ning could acknowledge it, Wu Yuan interjected, "Mr. Yi is not merely the owner of Jiangnan Grand Hotel. He is the sole proprietor of the entire Jiangnan Commercial Street." At this revelation, Han Yu truly grasped the extent of Yi Ning's formidable background. In mere moments, he learned that Jiangcheng Kangda Hospital, Jiangnan Commercial Street, Jiangnan Grand Hotel, and Jiangnan Building were all under Yi Ning's ownership. The cumulative worth of these assets was already comparable to his family's total wealth. What else was there that he did not know? For the first time, Han Yu recognized that Yi Ning, a figure who had never appeared in Jiangcheng's second-generation circle, was likely someone that most in Jiangcheng could not afford to provoke. "Brother Yi, you are truly amazing," Han Yu exclaimed sincerely. He had not even realized how naturally his address to Yi Ning had evolved from brother to Lao Yi and now to brother Yi. I apologize for the interruption. Yi Ning, if you wish to avoid suffering, you should come out." At that moment, Lu Tianxiang lounged against the doorway, wearing a mocking expression as he looked at Yi Ning. Today, Yi Ning had humiliated him, even delivering 2 slaps. He intended to settle this score thoroughly. Moreover, he had his eyes set on the beautiful woman beside Yi Ning, whom he planned to take back with him tonight for some leisurely enjoyment. With this in mind, Lu Tianxiang turned to Su Weier, saying, "Miss, if you behave obediently, I can ensure that Yi Ning suffers less. What do you think?" He could discern Su Weier's genuine affection for Yi Ning, which only fueled his arrogance. As long as Su Weier was sensible, he had no fear that she would refuse him. However, Su Weier did not even spare him a glance, coldly uttering a single word, scram. Lu Tianxiang, furious yet ironically amused, clapped his hands and replied, "All right, then you shall learn what regret truly means." He then addressed Wu Yuan beside Yi Ning, saying, "Manager Wu, you can see this is not about me lacking respect. It's simply that someone here is truly asking for it. I want to cause trouble in your establishment. Just let Yi Ning come out, and I will handle it." Lu Tianxiang was not foolish. He recognized that Wu Yuan, despite being merely the manager of Jiangnan Grand Hotel, was not someone to be trifled with given the influential background of the owner of Jiangnan Commercial Street. Thus, he was wise enough not to create a scene within the hotel. By speaking this way, he was indirectly granting Wu Yuan a modicum of respect. "Oh." Yi Ning looked at Wu Yuan, a smile playing on his lips. "Manager Wu, what is your stance on this?" Wu Yuan hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lu Tianxiang was digging his own grave, and to think he would involve him in this was an insult. "Boss, rest assured, I will handle it well," Wu Yuan said, bowing slightly towards Yi Ning. This scene was utterly astonishing to Lu Tianxiang. Who was Wu Yuan? The general manager of Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Yet he was bowing to Yi Ning, and though he stood at a distance and could not hear what Wu Yuan whispered to Yi Ning, the respect in Wu Yuan's demeanor made it clear that Yi Ning held a higher status. How could this be? In a state of shock, Wu Yuan coldly regarded Lu Tianxiang and pointed at him, commanding, "Everyone, restrain this fool. I want to see how Lu Jiandong has raised his son to dare act against our boss." "Boss!" Lu Tianxiang gasped in horror, meeting Yi Ning's gaze, which was filled with a mocking smile that appeared terrifying to him. How could this be? The man he had deemed a mere pretty face was not only the owner of Kongda Hospital, but also the superior of Wu Yuan. How ironic was that? Lu Tianxiang was seized by several security personnel, struggling momentarily, his face contorted in fury as he shouted, "Yi Ning, don't think that being the owner of Jiangnan Grand Hotel makes you impressive. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid of you." Yi Ning shook his head and stepped in front of Lu Tianxiang, delivering a swift kick to his abdomen, his gaze as frigid as ice. "Whether you fear me or not is another matter, but remember this, don't provoke me." Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Wu Yuan, felt a chill run down their spines. It was hard to imagine that a young man, outwardly charming and youthful, could be so decisive. Everyone understood that Yi Ning was not someone to be trifled with. If angered, he would not hesitate to act. "Manager Wu," Yi Ning turned his gaze towards Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan took a deep breath, saying, "Boss, you speak. Treat Master Lu and his entourage outside with utmost courtesy. As for the medical expenses, I can certainly cover them." Yi Ning had already noticed the group of unruly thugs outside, clearly hired by Lu Tianxiang. "Rest assured, boss, I will ensure the task is completed." With that, Wu Yuan signaled the security team. After dealing with Lu Tianxiang, Yi Ning unexpectedly received a phone call once he left Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Chapter 47, Lu Jiandong. "Mr. Yi." "Hello, this is Lu Jiandong." A deep voice came from the other end of the line. "Ah, Mr. Lu, it is a pleasure to finally connect with you." Yi Ning replied with a light chuckle. It seemed that the Lu family was quite well informed, having managed to obtain his contact details in less than half an hour. After a brief pause, Lu Jiandong spoke with gravity. "It is a privilege to meet you, Mr. Yi. I wonder if there might be an opportunity to share a meal together?" Lu Jiandong's invitation piqued Yi Ning's interest. If Lu Jiandong was reaching out regarding today's incident with his son, there would be no need for a meeting. A proper apology would suffice. Yi Ning was not one to hold grudges unnecessarily. However, Lu Jiandong's formal invitation hinted at other intentions. Soon enough, Yi Ning surmised that Lu Jiandong had discovered his stake in Anshin Pharmaceuticals. With this thought, Yi Ning's expression shifted slightly. "Mr. Lu, there is no need for a banquet. To be frank, as long as you manage your son properly, I have no concern over how Anshin Pharmaceuticals develops." In truth, Yi Ning was indifferent to who would ultimately wield power over Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Whether it was Lu Jiandong or Annie, it mattered little to him. As long as Anshin Pharmaceuticals remained afloat, his 15 stake would continue to generate income for him. Yi Ning's words served as a reassurance to Lu Jiandong, alleviating much of his anxiety. When he learned that the individual his son had offended was Yi Ning, who held a 15 stake in Anshin Pharmaceuticals, he had nearly lost his composure. He had almost rushed to Jiangnan Grand Hotel to drag Lu Tianxiang out for a beating. Fortunately, Yi Ning showed no interest in managing the company. Otherwise, all his efforts to secure the position of chairman would have been wasted. "Mr. Yi, it is commendable that you have become a major player at such a young age. I hold you in high regard," Lu Jiandong said, sounding somewhat relieved. After exchanging pleasantries, they ended the call. As Yi Ning sat in the passenger seat, his expression was inscrutable. His encounter today made it clear that Lu Jiandong was a man of considerable cunning. Throughout the call, he had never mentioned his son Lu Tianxiang, as if he did not exist at all. Yet, It was precisely this silence that made Lu Jiandong all the more formidable. Such a person could sacrifice everything for the sake of profit. Upon returning to the villa, Yining helped Su Weier prepare a guest room, and they slept separately. The following day, Yining slept until well past noon. During lunch with Su Weier, Luo Rongrong received a call from the manager of Koenigsegg. As the property manager of Yuntian Longjing Villa, she routinely inspected the surrounding area. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of an engine interrupted her thoughts. Looking up, she was astonished to see a sleek, all-black supercar appear at the entrance of the community. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It was a Koenigsegg, not just any model, but the globally limited Koenigsegg 1, of which only 6 existed, valued at an impressive sum. Such a pinnacle of automotive engineering had graced the second-tier city of Jiangxing. Even in the bustling metropolis known as Magic City, with a population exceeding 20 million, such a vehicle was absent. More importantly, it was parked right before her eyes at the entrance of the Yuntian Longjing Villa. Who could possibly own such a marvel? Who in their community possessed the means to acquire such an extravagant car? Luo Rongrong fixed her gaze at the entrance, unblinking, determined to catch a glimpse of this hidden magnate. On the other end of the phone, Yining set down his utensils, his face lighting up with excitement. What man doesn't have a penchant for sports cars? Although, given his current wealth, purchasing a multi-million sports car would pose no burden. Nevertheless, he felt content with his Mercedes G-Class. However, as the Koenigsegg 1 arrived at his doorstep, he could not suppress his delight. What has got you so happy? Su Weier inquired. Come, let me show you your husband's new ride, Yining exclaimed, disregarding the tableware as he took Su Weier's hand and headed towards the community's entrance. After a brief 7 to 8 minutes, they arrived at the gate together. Mr. Yi, I am Yin Shihao, the Asian regional manager of Koenigsegg. It's a pleasure to meet you. The elegantly attired Yin Shihao introduced himself, glasses perched upon his nose, exuding sophistication. He was aware of Yining's youth, but was nonetheless taken aback by his age upon meeting him. Here stood the magnate who had acquired the Koenigsegg 1. In his 20s, his net worth must surely be in the hundreds of billions. And the stunning woman beside him, the most beautiful he had encountered in his years of work. Only someone as youthful, wealthy, and handsome as Yining could be worthy of her. As Yining conversed amiably with Yin Shihao, Luo Rongrong, lurking in the corner, felt a pang of desolation. Moments ago, her heart had nearly leapt out of her chest upon seeing Yining at the entrance. She was now certain that Yining was the wealthiest figure in the entire Yuntian Longjing community, without equal. If anyone dared to contest this, let them produce a vehicle of the same caliber as the Koenigsegg 1 for comparison. She had intended to greet him. But upon seeing the radiant Su Weier beside him, she understood why Yining had never shown her any kindness. That woman was extraordinarily beautiful, and even Luo Rongrong, confident in her own looks, had to concede that she paled in comparison. Only a woman of such stature was deserving of Yining. With this thought, Luo Rongrong took a deep breath, reoriented her mindset, and quietly slipped away. Chapter 48, Red Cherry Bar. Yining. That car must be quite expensive, right? Driving the Koenigsegg 1, Yining and Su Weier circled the artificial lake, attracting countless envious gazes. Those who resided nearby undoubtedly had some means, at the very least. They must have a modest fortune. Yet, upon seeing Yining's vehicle, they could not help but gasp in awe. This was the allure of a supercar worth over 100 million. Ha, just a little over a small target, nothing too extravagant, Yining quipped. Su Weier shuddered at his words, sticking out her tongue in disbelief. A car worth over 100 million, and you call that nothing too extravagant? Upon first seeing the car, she suspected it was pricey, but her estimate had merely placed it a few million above her Porsche 911. She never imagined it would be worth over 100 million. Although she knew Yining was a shareholder in Feiyu Platform, the owner of Jiangnan Commercial Street, and the proprietor of Jiangsheng Kanda Hospital, such a lavish expenditure seemed excessive. Each time she thought she grasped Yining's wealth, she soon realized it was merely the tip of the iceberg. It was utterly surreal. That afternoon, upon returning home, Yining received a pair of jade pixios sent by Lu Jiandong. He smiled softly, having anticipated this gesture. The pixiu was evidently expensive. Lu Jiandong was quite willing to invest for the sake of his directorial position. A week later, Han Yu, a wealthy second-generation heir he had met at the auction, invited Yining to a bar, claiming he wanted to introduce him to some friends in the circle. Having never truly indulged in nightlife aside from a drunken escapade, Yining was curious about the vibrant atmosphere of a bar filled with flashing lights and dancing patrons. Not wanting to disturb Su Weier, who was live-streaming, he set off in the Koenigsegg 1. The engine roared, harmonizing with the cool evening breeze, and Yining couldn't help but marvel at the joys of wealth. Red Cherry Bar, the most famous bar in Jiacheng, was a magnet for countless alluring young women each night. It was a favored haunt for affluent young men like Han Yu, especially those arriving in supercars, who became the prime targets of attention. Is this Yining really that impressive? A young man with bleached hair, leaning against a white McLaren, asked Han Yu with skepticism. The news of Liu Tianxiang's beating had already spread through their circle, yet Han Yu claimed that this Yining was the owner of Jiangnan Commercial Street, which seemed incredulous. How could I jest? I was standing next to the manager of Jiangnan Grand Hotel, Wu Yuan, when he personally referred to Yi as boss. Surely, there can be no mistake? Han Yu explained, his respect for Yining evident in his tone. It was no wonder, while his family was wealthy, it was his father's fortune. Though he had taken over some of the family business, he was still under the control of others. Yining was different. From Wu Yuan's tone, it was clear that he not only respected Yining, but also regarded him with a sense of awe. This indicated that Yining was his superior. A mere word from him could dictate Han Yu's fate. Thus, Yining's wealth was entirely within his own grasp, as evidenced by his willingness to spend 20 million on a hairpin for his girlfriend. Han Yu's invitation had been premeditated. He sought not collaboration, but rather familiarity with Yining. It was clear that Yining had transcended the level of second-generation heirs reliant on their parents' fortunes. Associating with Yining promised significant rewards. The roar of the engine drew attention. Not just Han Yu and his friends, but countless handsome men and beautiful women outside the bar turned their gaze toward the approaching Koenigsegg. Koenigsegg. The young man with bleached hair's eyes widened in disbelief, excitedly nudging Han Yu, oblivious to the cigarette that had fallen from his lips. It was indeed a Koenigsegg, the one which he had seen in videos just days prior. Even Han Yu, usually composed, trembled at the sight of the car gliding toward them. Someone in Jiangxing actually owned a Koenigsegg 1. Han Yu had previously dismissed online rumors of such a vehicle existing in Jiangxing. Only upon reaching their level of affluence did they comprehend the rarity and difficulty of acquiring such a limited edition supercar, valued at over 100 million. It was unlikely even for the super-rich in Magic City to procure one. The notion that someone from the modest Jiangxing could afford it seemed absurd. Yet, the car was undeniably present before their eyes, gradually coming to a halt by the roadside. Some onlookers, unfamiliar with the Koenigsegg 1, were puzzled by the excitement of those around them. It's just a sports car, isn't it? There are plenty around here, they mused. However, those who recognized the vehicle were filled with admiration and exhilaration. No one felt jealousy. True jealousy arises only when the gap between individuals is small. When one is leagues ahead, jealousy dissipates into mere awe. Evidently, the disparity between the current owner of the Koenigsegg 1 and the others is as vast as the heavens and the earth, rendering any feelings of jealousy completely unwarranted. In a state of profound astonishment, Han Yu parked the car, opened the door, and approached Yining, who wore a smile on his face. Han Yu. He is coming over. The owner of the Koenigsegg 1 is actually walking towards us, Huang Mao exclaimed, shaking Han Yu's shoulder, his expression brimming with excitement, akin to a fan meeting a celebrity. As Yining stopped in front of Han Yu, the group was rendered speechless, not daring to breathe. Han Xiao, won't you introduce me to your friends? Yining waved his hand in front of Han Yu's eyes, speaking playfully. At that moment, Han Yu's friends turned to him in shock, their lips trembling. Han Yu, could this be the Yi Ge you mentioned? Chapter 49. Yi Xiao. Han Yu was jolted from his stupor, though his astonishment remained unabated. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, Yi Ge, you are truly intimidating. If previously Han Yu was merely impressed by Yining's identity, he was now genuinely frightened. In his eyes, Yining appeared extraordinarily tall and enigmatic. The ability to purchase a Koenigsegg 1 signified a level of influence far beyond what they, mere second-generation heirs of Jiangxing, could comprehend. Even those top-tier heirs from the Magic City or the imperial capital could only be on par with Yining at best. He could hardly fathom Yining's true identity. If there had been any inclination to investigate before, that notion had now completely evaporated. Yi Ge, allow me to introduce you. Yining waved his hand, interrupting Han Yu. Adopting a casual demeanor. There's no need for formalities between us. Let's remain as we were. Han Yu's attitude made Yining feel a bit uneasy. They were of similar age, peers in friendship, which was quite pleasant. Yining's words significantly enhanced Han Yu and the other heirs' fondness for him. It is worth noting that many would boast about their ability to purchase a multi-million-dollar sports car, often displaying disdain for those they deemed beneath them. Yet, Yining was an exception. All right, Yi Ge, Han Yu replied, his tense demeanor easing slightly. This Huang Mao is Zhouchen. His family is in the clothing business. The dapper gentleman in the suit is Liao Xian. His family operates Li Jing Xian. And this is Ai Yang, who deals in furniture. Just call him Glasses. After the introductions, Yining followed the group into the honging bar. Upon entering the hall, a plump young man in a suit approached them, rubbing his hands together with a smile. Han Xiao, it's been a while since your last visit. He then greeted Zhou Chun and the others one by one, indicating that Han Yu and his companions were regular patrons. Xiao Wang, allow me to introduce you. This is Yining, Yigo. Please do not treat him lightly. Han Yu said, placing a hand on the young man's shoulder. Wang Quan's heart raced. He initially thought Yining was merely a follower of Han Yu. To discover that he was someone whom even such a prominent figure called Gu was a revelation. Yigo, I apologize for any oversight earlier, Wang Quan said, bowing slightly. Yining smiled and shook his head, showing no concern. Wang Quan then led the group to the number 1 VIP booth, the largest and most expensive in the entire honging bar. Han Xiao, shall we stick to our usual arrangement today? Wang Quan inquired. Yigo? Han Yu looked to Yining for his opinion. Yining simply shook his head, stating, I do not understand these matters, you decide. All right, Han Yu nodded, indicating they would proceed as usual. Before long, Wang Quan returned with 4 elegantly dressed women, filling the table with drinks. 3 of the women appeared to be regular companions for Han Yu and his friends, sitting down and engaging in lively conversation. The last young lady approached Yining, sitting beside him, her head lowered and somewhat shy, likely new to this line of work. What is your name? Yining asked, taking a sip from his glass. Yigo, just call me Ying, she replied bashfully. Wang Quan had previously briefed her about Yining, urging her to attend to him well. Yining nodded, smiling. There's no need to feel shy. I'm here just to experience the atmosphere. Observing Han Yu and the others already engrossed in lively banter with the women, even Liao Xian in his suit had begun to engage. Yining felt a sense of dismay. Indeed, he was rather ostentatious, although Ying was pleasant-looking. She paled in comparison to Su Weier, leaving Yining disinterested. Thus, their interaction consisted of casual conversation over drinks, devoid of any physical contact. Ying gradually relaxed, sharing amusing anecdotes from her life. After consuming 2 bottles of alcohol, Yining excused himself to the restroom. While washing his hands, a familiar figure flashed past the mirror. Yining quickly turned, spotting a young woman dressed as a student, with striking features, rushing down the corridor. Her expression was one of panic and urgency. Behind her, a tattooed man with a menacing appearance reached out, attempting to grab her by the hair. Yining's expression darkened as he swiftly kicked the tattooed man in the abdomen. Thud! The man fell to the ground, feeling a sharp pain in his stomach from the impact. Yining, disregarding the tattooed man, seized the woman's wrist, half embracing her. Frowning, he questioned coldly, Xiao Xiao, what is happening? How did you end up in a place like this? The woman in his arms was none other than his cousin. Yi Xiao Xiao, a student at Jiangcheng Medical University. She wasn't part of the top-tier institutions but was still respectable. With diligence, she would likely secure a position at an ordinary hospital upon graduation. Yi Xiao Xiao had always been a well-behaved and sensible child. How could she find herself in such a chaotic environment? To say nothing of being pursued by a clear thug. Had he not happened to be at the honging bar today, the consequences could have been dire. The thought made Yining's gaze even colder. Chapter 50. The resolute Yining Yi Xiao Xiao, suddenly pulled into an embrace by a stranger, was terrified and on the verge of screaming when she heard Yining's familiar voice. An overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. She clung to Yining's tall figure, calling out, Brother! Woo-woo in the noisy bar. Yi Xiao Xiao's voice failed to stir any ripples, yet to Yining, it resonated deeply, striking at his heart. He could distinctly feel her trembling body and fully grasp her fear and distress. He dared not contemplate what might have transpired had he not arrived or encountered Yi Xiao Xiao today. Xiao Xiao, tell me what happened. Yining gently wiped away her tears, his tone softening. Tell me, and I will help you seek justice. Yining's words provided Yi Xiao Xiao with immense comfort, but suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her face paling as she shook her head frantically. Brother, we must leave. We cannot afford to provoke those people. Being relatives, Yi Xiao Xiao was undoubtedly aware of Yining's family background. Although their communication had diminished over the years since he entered the workforce, she understood that Yining, despite his few years in society, lacked the power to confront such individuals. Not to mention that he had just assaulted the tattooed man to save her. Want to leave? Today, if I let you depart, wouldn't my kick be for nothing? The tattooed man groaned, clutching his abdomen as he struggled to rise. A vicious glare directed at Yining. From their conversation, he had discerned that Yining was Yi Xiao Xiao's brother. But so what? The woman that Qi Xiao desired, no matter if it were merely her brother or even her father, would have to comply. Yining smirked derisively. I had no intention of leaving. I stated that I would help Xiao Xiao seek justice. Do you even know who is backing me? You dare come here to demand justice? It was evident that Tian Wu was a mere thug, undoubtedly supported by someone with greater influence. However, Yining felt no fear. He had no intention of letting this matter slide today. Yining beckoned to a waiter and whispered a few words in his ear. He then turned his gaze to Tian Wu and said, "Lead the way. Take me to meet your elder brother." Tian Wu, incredulous, replied, "What are you saying?" He never expected Yining to audaciously request to meet Qi Xiao directly. Was he seeking his own demise? With a swift motion, Yining slapped Tian Wu across the face and coldly said, "Are you deaf? I told you to lead the way." Tian Wu cupped his face, glaring at Yining with anger, yet deep within his eyes, a flicker of fear began to emerge. He had initially thought Yining's bravado was mere theatrics, but it was becoming evident that Yining had no trepidation regarding Qi Xiao, let alone himself. Seeing Tian Wu still daring to glare at him, Yining raised his hand once more. "No, please, don't hit me." Tian Wu, deflated like a punctured balloon, lost all his previous arrogance. "I'll take you there. I'll take you there." In his eyes, Yining was nothing short of a madman, unyielding and quick to resort to violence. Such a person, regardless of Qi Xiao, was someone Tian Wu could not afford to provoke. As Yining, with his arm around Yi Xiao, followed Tian Wu towards the private room, Wang Quan arrived at booth number 1, looking anxious as he whispered something to Han Yu and the others. "What?" Han Yu pushed away the woman in his arms and stood up in an instant. "What is going on, Lao Han?" Zhou Chen asked, noticing Han Yu's grave expression. "Brother Yi has had a confrontation with Qi Yuan. They are heading towards Qi Yuan's private room now," Han Yu explained. Qi Yuan thinks highly of himself, even daring to provoke Brother Yi. "Let us go see," said Liao Xian and Ai Yang, both rising to their feet. Supporting their friend in such critical moments was essential. They were all aware of the Qi family's status, owning several large hot spring establishments in Jiangxing, with assets exceeding 10 billion, making them a significant second-generation family. However, compared to their own family backgrounds, the Qi family paled in comparison, especially when it came to Yining, who possessed a Koenigsegg 1. Upon reaching the door of the private room, Yi Xiao clung more tightly to Yining's arm, her fear palpable. Moments ago, she had barely escaped from this place. "Don't be afraid. I'm here," Yining reassured her. His gentle smile brought a sense of warmth to Yi Xiao, making her feel fortunate to have a brother like him. Unbeknownst to her, once Yining turned his head, his expression morphed into something sinister. His gaze sharp as a blade. Creak. The door swung open, and the dense smell of smoke wafted out, causing Yining to frown slightly. While he did not mind smoke, the heavy haze in the private room was rather discomforting. "Tian Wu, where's that girl?" A man dressed in a white suit, lounging on the central sofa, directed his gaze towards Tian Wu at the entrance. In his embrace was a provocatively dressed woman, his hands busy exploring. "Qi Xiao. I brought her, but..." Tian Wu stammered, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Qi Yuan licked his lips, a sinister grin forming. "But what? Get lost." Before Tian Wu could reply, Yining kicked him aside and stepped into the room. He approached Qi Yuan, looking down at him with a furrowed brow. "So, you're the one who bullied my sister Xiao? Chapter 51. How to apologize. Who are you?" Facing the towering presence of Yining, Qi Yuan's anger flared. Yet, despite his fury, he was not as foolish as Tian Wu. He could see that Yining was draped in designer labels. Clearly, he was a wealthy individual, though Qi Yuan could not ascertain which prominent family he hailed from. "I am Yining," he replied calmly. "Yining?" Qi Yuan frowned, this name stirring a vague recollection. Yet he could not pinpoint its origin. It mattered not. As long as he wasn't dealing with the top-tier elites, there was still room to maneuver. "Yi Xiao, I'm not unreasonable. The girl is someone I paid for. If you want her, you can buy her for 50,000. For a man like Qi Yuan, women were in abundance. While Yi Xiao was indeed beautiful, offending a mysterious young master for a woman was clearly unwise. 50,000? To buy her? Yining laughed derisively. Qi Yuan's expression darkened. "Yi Xiao, what do you mean?" In Qi Yuan's view, he had already extended considerable courtesy to Yining. Yet, it appeared Yining was unimpressed. "How about you bring your mother here, and I'll give you 50,000. What do you say?" Yining replied nonchalantly. "You're courting death." Qi Yuan slammed his hand on the table, unable to endure such humiliation any longer. The thugs in the room rose in solidarity, their eyes glaring menacingly at Yining. One particularly burly young man shouted, "Kid, kneel and apologize to Qi Xiao, then offer him the girl to play with. Maybe we'll let you off today." Before the bald youth could finish his sentence, Yining's fist connected with his face. Bang! With that single blow, the young man's nose shattered, blood gushing forth. "Damn it, hit him." Without needing Qi Yuan's command, the other thugs prepared to strike. "Qi Yuan, if you dare touch Brother Yi, you're asking for death." Outside the door, Han Yu and his companions, hands in pockets, kicked the door open. Upon seeing Yi Ning standing unscathed in the center, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who dares to stop me, believe it or not? Qi Yuan, momentarily blinded by rage, regained his senses upon seeing Han Yu and the others. He realized that he could not afford to provoke any of them. Han Yu, Zhou Chun, Liao Xian, or Ai Yang. He was in no position to challenge even one of them. His father was even eager to curry favor with Han Yu's father. Brother Yi, are you all right? Brother Yi. Brother Yi. Han Yu and his companions ignored Qi Yuan and made their way directly to Yi Ning. Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Yi Ning nodded. He then pointed at Qi Yuan and asked, do you know this person? Liao Xian stepped forward and replied, Qi Yuan, his family runs hot spring establishments. They have a bit of money. Indeed, Yi Ning cast a glance at Qi Yuan, pulling Yi Xiaoxiao closer. This is my sister. If it weren't for this scoundrel, she wouldn't have been in such peril. What? Han Yu glared at Qi Yuan. Is that true, Qi Xiao? Seeing Han Yu and his companions, Qi Yuan had already crumbled. Hearing the young masters address Yi Ning as brother sent him into a panic. Now at a loss for what to do. He could only hope Yi Ning would spare him. Tian Wu, the bald youth, and the other thugs were equally dumbfounded into silence. The thought of crossing any of these young masters was terrifying, especially with the enigmatic and fearsome Yi Ning present. Hey Chan Xiao, I was just caught in the crossfire. I hope brother Yi can forgive me, Qi Yuan stammered, trembling. Bang! Yi Ning delivered a sharp kick to Qi Yuan's waist. Qi Yuan lost his balance and fell sideways. Yi Ning stepped forward, raising his foot to kick Qi Yuan's abdomen fiercely. If you wish to beg for mercy, you must show it. Can't you even kneel? Even Han Yu, having witnessed Yi Ning's confrontation with Lu Tianxiang, was taken aback by Yi Ning's current ferocity. Not to mention Zhou Chun and the others, who had only just met Yi Ning today. The approachable impression Yi Ning had left at the bar had transformed into one of sheer brutality. As for the bald youth and his companions, they were already paralyzed with fear. Tian Wu, seeing his brother Qi Yuan being mercilessly beaten, suddenly felt fortunate to be in a less dire situation. No, Brother Yi, I was wrong. Brother Yi, I'll kneel for you. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Miss Yi, I'm sorry. No one dared to intervene as the private room fell into an eerie silence, filled only with the sounds of Yi Ning's strikes and Qi Yuan's pleas for mercy. Brother, why don't we let this go? Finally, it was Yi Xiaoxiao who stepped forward, gently tugging at Yi Ning's sleeve. Seeing Qi Yuan, bruised and bloodied, she feared for his life under her brother's wrath. Yi Ning finally ceased his assault, but Qi Yuan remained on the ground, bowing fervently. At that moment, Yi Ning coldly asked, you claim you were also caught in the crossfire. What exactly happened? Cough, cough, sputter. Qi Yuan spat out a bloodied tooth and hastily explained, Brother Yi, it's her. This woman brought Miss Yi here and extorted 10,000 yuan from me. He pointed at a woman in the corner, her golden hair and flamboyant attire accentuating a malicious tone. Chapter 52. The reason upon seeing Yi Ning's gaze shift towards her, the blonde woman turned pale with fright. Particularly when her eyes met Yi Ning's abyss-like stare, an icy chill coursed through her. Brother, this is my classmate Zhao Yan, Yi Xiaoxiao whispered as she approached Yi Ning. What exactly happened? Yi Ning inquired. I was looking for a part-time job, and she said she knew of a quick-paying opportunity. I didn't expect her to bring me to a bar. I wanted to leave, but she insisted I stay. Yi Xiaoxiao's words ignited a blaze of fury within Yi Ning. He had believed that Yi Xiaoxiao would never find herself in such a place, only to discover she had been deceived by her own classmate, no less. Is that so? Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, causing Zhao Yan, who was cowering in the corner, to panic and hastily defend herself. I was just here to accompany some drinks. I didn't mean to, slap. In a fit of rage, Yi Ning struck Zhao Yan across the face. Do you think I'm a fool? The makeup on her face was instantly marred, swelling up swiftly. Tears streamed down Zhao Yan's face, yet she dared not retort. Instead, she turned her gaze to Yi Xiaoxiao, hoping she would intercede on her behalf. However, Yi Xiaoxiao ignored her entirely, stepping aside. She was not naive. She understood that the current predicament was entirely Zhao Yan's doing. While she appreciated Zhao Yan for suggesting a part-time job, it was certainly not this kind of work. Moreover, Qi Yuan had mentioned that Zhao Yan had pocketed 10,000 yuan from him, selling Yi Xiaoxiao out for that sum. Such so-called camaraderie was utterly worthless. Yi Ning disregarded Zhao Yan's emotional turmoil and directly pulled out his phone to call Wu Jisher. Mr. Yi, what do you need from the old man? Wu Jisher's voice came through the line. Director Wu, do you have connections at Jiangxing Medical University? Yi Ning asked. Indeed, I am the honorary vice principal there, Wu Jisher replied. That's good. There's a student named Zhao Yan. Please expel her, Yi Ning said nonchalantly. Understood, I'll personally visit the university tomorrow. Wu Jisha agreed without even asking for the reason. No, no. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please hit me, but don't expel me. I beg you. Despite not knowing who was on the other end of the call, Zhao Yan was no fool. She understood that if Yi Ning mentioned expulsion, he had the power to execute it. If she were truly expelled from Jiangxing Medical University, all her years of effort would be in vain. She would rather endure a beating from Yi Ning than face expulsion from school. Xiao Xiao, we are friends, classmates. Please help me. Talk to your brother, I beg you. Zhao Yan knelt, moving her knees to Yi Xiao's side, weeping as she begged for mercy. But Yi Ning seized Zhao Yan by her hair, pushing her away. Get out now. This matter ends here. If you dare utter another word, believe that I will call the police. Zhao Yan shivered, sobbing silently. She knew that, given Yi Ning's methods, combined with her deceit of Yi Xiao, a police report would yield dire consequences. Recognizing the expression on Yi Xiao's face, Zhao Yan felt defeated. Only able to take out 10,000 yuan in cash from her handbag and place it on the table before leaving in despair. Brother, do you want me to teach her a lesson? Han Yu asked. Yi Ning shook his head. Let this be the end of it. He then turned his attention back to Qi Yuan. Young Master Qi, consider this a minor lesson. Next time, it won't be so simple. Hearing Yi Ning's words, Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Yi Ning intended to spare him. Rest assured, young Master Yi, there won't be a next time. Good. Yi Ning wrapped an arm around Yi Xiao and addressed Han Yu and the others. Let us go. As they exited the private room, Qi Yuan collapsed onto the sofa, overwhelmed with dread. In the main hall, Yi Ning said to Han Yu, I'll head back now. Let us hang out another time. Han Yu and the others nodded in understanding. Brother, is this your car? Yi Xiao asked, leading her to the side of a Koenigsegg 1, where she was genuinely astonished. She knew little about cars, but it was evident that this one was quite expensive, easily worth several million. It's mine, Yi Ning nodded, offering no further explanation as he drove Yi Xiao away from the Honging bar. You can stay at my place tonight, and I'll take you to school tomorrow. How does that sound? Realizing that school would soon close, Yi Xiao agreed to the proposal. As she quietly observed Yi Ning's focused driving, she felt an air of mystery surrounding her brother for the first time. Not only was he acquainted with Jiangxing's wealthy elite, but he was also quite affluent himself, capable of having Zhao Yan expelled with a mere phone call. How impressive. What is the matter? Yi Ning asked, noticing her unwavering gaze. Nothing. Just thinking you've changed so much, she replied. By the way, brother, don't you think your girlfriend would be upset about you going to a bar? Which girlfriend are you referring to? Yi Ning pondered. Of course, I mean He-Man. Is there another girlfriend I should know about? Yi Xiao teased, recalling her previous visits to Yi Ning's rental, where she had met He-Man. Chapter 53. Yi Xiao and her roommate. I broke up with He-Man a long time ago. Then are you single now? Should I set you up with a girlfriend? Not quite. I have a new girlfriend. Really? Do you have photos? I want to see. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up at the news of Yi Ning's new girlfriend. Here. The password hasn't changed. Yi Ning handed his phone to her. Upon seeing Su Weir's photo, Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. This girl is stunning. Yi Xiao herself was quite beautiful, but seeing Su Weir's photo made her realize that there were levels of beauty she had never encountered. However, as more photos appeared, a frown crossed her face. Brother, you're such a scoundrel. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, having discovered 3 different women in Yi Ning's phone, each more captivating than the last. One of them was by Ilua, the campus belle of Jiangxing University. Each of these 3 women was a top-tier beauty. It wasn't just men who would be enamored. Even she, a woman, found them appealing. Yet, all 3 had connections to her brother. While Bai Ilua's photos were unremarkable, just casual snapshots, the pictures with Su Weir and Mo Qingqing were evidently taken between couples. Placing Bai Ilua's photos beside these, was there any doubt about the implications? Why do you say that? Yi Ning asked, feigning innocence. Don't tell me those 3 beautiful women have no connection to you. You scoundrel. You're mistaken. Yi Ning shook his head. I'll not let you wriggle out of this. Yi Ning replied earnestly, it's not 3, it's 4. You just haven't seen the photos of another sister-in-law yet, but I'm sure you will. Yi Xiao was speechless, thinking she had truly misunderstood, only to find it was even more complicated than she had imagined. Forgive her for her limited experiences and shallow understanding. Upon returning to Yunshang Longjing with Yi Ning, Yi Xiao found the villa before her even more chaotic. Was this truly the cousin she knew? Luxury cars, lavish mansions, and beautiful women, her cousin was undoubtedly living at the pinnacle of life. The next day, as Yu Xiao had classes in the morning, Yi Ning took her to school early. While she didn't recognize Yi Ning's Koenigsegg, she was familiar with the luxurious Mercedes he now drove. Wealthy heirs at school often favored BMWs, Audis, and Mercedes. And Yining's grand vehicle was undoubtedly expensive. Jiangxing Medical University was located within the university town, and Yining navigated it with ease. Upon reaching the university, he escorted Yi Xiaoxiao to her dormitory building. Be careful in choosing your friends from now on, understand? Stay away from those unsavory characters, Yining earnestly advised. Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled playfully, sticking out her little tongue, attempting to evade the seriousness. If anything comes up, just give me a call. If you truly need a part-time job, I can help you find one. Yi Xiaoxiao, a student at Jiangxing Medical University, though yet to graduate, had the opportunity to intern at Jiangxing Kanda Hospital, which would undoubtedly benefit her future career. Thank you, brother. Yining gently ruffled her hair. Hurry along. Don't delay your classes. Are you off to flirt? Yi Xiaoxiao retorted. Have you grown bold enough to tease your brother? She dodged Yining's playful attempt to pinch her cheek, swiftly opening the car door. I'm off now. Watching Yi Xiaoxiao bounce up the stairs, a flicker of tenderness crossed Yining's eyes. He believed that after this incident, Yi Xiaoxiao's vigilance would certainly heighten. At the very least, should a similar situation arise again, she would not be as passive as she had been yesterday. Upon returning to her dormitory, Yi Xiaoxiao found her 3 roommates still asleep. Is this the lifestyle of university students? Staying up late and rising late. Get up. Yi Xiaoxiao patted each roommate's blanket. Class starts in half an hour. If you don't wake up now, you'll be late. Xiaoxiao, you're back? A short-haired girl by the door opened her sleepy eyes. Yes. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Xiaozi, get up quickly. You're always the last one. As Xiaozi rolled out of bed and changed her clothes, she asked, So, how did it go? How much did you earn working part-time with Zhao Yan yesterday? Let us save that for later. I can only say that Zhao Yan has been expelled. What? The other 2 roommates in the dorm sat up in shock. You went to work part-time, and she got expelled? What about you? How did it go? Xiaozi asked with concern. Yi Xiaoxiao shook her head. Don't worry, I'm fine. After class, Yi Xiaoxiao recounted the events of the previous night to her roommates. She explained how Zhao Yan was summoned to the dean's office before classes even started that morning. Finally, her roommates understood the entirety of the situation. That was too thrilling, Xiaozi said, still looking worried. But, Xiaoxiao, is your cousin the handsome guy from the photo you showed us? One of Yi Xiaoxiao's roommates asked eagerly. They had all seen the picture of Yining, whose striking features and tall stature were undeniably attractive. Even more so than the so-called campus heartthrob. Indeed, it is him. Seeing their eyes light up, Yi Xiaoxiao raised her hand to stop them. It's not that I don't want to introduce him. It's just hopeless. How can it be hopeless? Xiaozi playfully tugged at Yi Xiaoxiao's sleeve, pouting. Come on, introduce us. What if we hit it off? He is not only handsome, but also wealthy. He is so protective of his sister. Who wouldn't he be captivated by such a man? Sighing, Yi Xiaoxiao replied helplessly, My brother has someone he likes, and you all know her. Who is it? As long as one wields the hoe well, no corner is unturned. Exactly, no matter which vixen it is, she cannot steal my brother away. The women appeared fierce, which made Yi Xiaoxiao chuckle. It's by Yiluo, the campus beauty of Jiangxing University. Stop dreaming, you can't compete with her. Yi Xiaoxiao shrugged. By Yiluo? Xiaozi exclaimed, tapping Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Isn't your brother S. Ben's a G class? Huh, how do you know? Did you see it? Yi Xiaoxiao asked incredulously. My brother said that S the model. Yi Xiaoxiao's 3 roommates gasped simultaneously. Could it be that the mysterious boyfriend of Bai Yiluo, who had been circulating rumors, was actually Yi Xiaoxiao's cousin, Yining? Chapter 54. The hypocrisy of Shen Qian after leaving Jiangxing Medical University. Yining drove to the commercial street of the university town. Though it was still not yet 8 o'clock, many shops were already open for business. Remembering that Su Wire had called 2 days ago to say she had hired a moving company to relocate to Jade City, Yining purchased a bouquet of gypsophila and headed to a breakfast shop to buy some food to take to her. Since encountering Bai Yiluo's boyfriend, Yining had become the object of Shen Qian's relentless thoughts. She dressed meticulously every day, hoping to encounter Yining one day. In fact, she had blocked all her former male friends, wishing to focus solely on him. Bai Yiluo had never revealed her affluent background at school. Yet everyone knew she was quite wealthy. The Gucci bags and Cartier necklaces were part of her daily attire, certainly gifts from the rich second-generation Yining. The thought of this filled Shen Qian with jealousy. If only she could climb into Yining's bed, even as a mistress, she could attain the life she desired. However, her ex-boyfriend, Zhou Juanhao, had been desperately seeking her out, wanting to reconcile, even coming to her class. Fed up, Shen Qian finally decided to settle things with him in person today. They agreed to meet on the commercial street, and Shen Qian set off early in the morning. Originally feeling agitated, Shen Qian's spirits lifted upon spotting a black Benz G-Class parked by the roadside. scanning her surroundings. She finally saw the familiar figure in front of the breakfast shop. Yes, that's definitely Yi Ning. Shen Qian was overjoyed and approached him. Hey, this flower is beautiful. Where did you buy it? Yi Ning turned to see a flamboyantly dressed woman, heavy with perfume, gazing intently at the gypsophila in his hand, clearly enamored. Just over there at the flower shop. You'll see it if you turn the corner, Yi Ning replied calmly, pointing toward the shop. Having successfully struck up a conversation with Yi Ning, Shen Qian felt a surge of happiness. Could you take me there? I'm a bit lost. I'm sorry, but I have something to do shortly. Just follow the street and you'll see it. The sign is quite prominent. Yi Ning declined without hesitation. As Yi Ning collected his buns and soy milk from the vendor, preparing to leave, Shen Qian felt a pang of urgency. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her line of sight. A plan formed in her mind. Qian, you finally made it. Look what I got you, an LV bag worth 18,000. Do you like it? Zhou Juanhao approached Shen Qian, handing her a gift box. Knowing her fondness for luxury items, he had splurged to win her back. Confident that this gesture would rekindle her affection, he even hoped for a chance to have a romantic evening together. However, what he received was not reconciliation, but a scornful laugh. Oh, Zhou Juanhao, spare me the theatrics. I told you I'm not interested and I have a boyfriend now. Who is it? Qian, tell me. Upon hearing that Shen Qian had a new boyfriend, Zhou Juanhao's anger flared, veins bulging on his forehead. This is my boyfriend, Yi Ning. He is richer and more handsome than you. Shen Qian proudly pointed to Yi Ning by the bends. Yet, she failed to notice Yi Ning's tightly furrowed brow. The fact that this woman knew his name while pretending not to recognize him, using him as a shield, struck him as hypocritical and unpleasant. Naturally, Yi Ning had no intention of letting Shen Qian have her way. As Zhou Juanhao stormed towards them in anger, Yi Ning clarified. I don't know her, and I'm not her boyfriend. Saying this, he prepared to open the car door, but a hand suddenly grasped it. Kid, you're pretty arrogant, daring to steal my woman. Yi Ning's expression darkened as he replied, each word deliberate. Are you deaf? I said I don't know this woman. Your issues have nothing to do with me. But you just said you bought this gypsophila for me. How can it not be related? Shen Qian, taking advantage of Yi Ning's momentary distraction, entwined her arm with his. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Juanhao's expression darkened considerably as he threatened. Kid, I advise you to keep your distance from Qian, or else get lost. Yi Ning had been exceptionally restrained. But Zhou Juanhao's incessant provocation was unbearable, prompting him to retort sharply. The sudden shift in Yi Ning's demeanor startled Zhou Juanhao. He knew full well he could not match Yi Ning's imposing stature in a physical confrontation, so he could only retreat while pointing at Yi Ning, declaring, Fine. We shall see. Perhaps fearing Yi Ning's potential aggression, he turned and vanished into the bustling crowd. Yi Ning, I apologize for the conflict with Zhou Juanhao. Shen Qian feigned an apologetic expression, tucking her hair behind her ear. How about I treat you to lunch today as a token of my gratitude for your help? Her tone was laced with flirtation, reminiscent of those girls in nightlife venues seeking attention. This woman's duplicity made Yi Ning feel slightly nauseated. Suppressing his revulsion, he forcefully shook off her hand. You too, get lost. Casting a disdainful glance at Shen Qian, he drove away in his Mercedes-Benz G-Class, leaving her in a daze. Chapter 55. He is not interested in you. As Shen Qian watched the taillights fade into the distance, she stomped her feet in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she took out her phone to compose a post on the campus forum. Folks, who understands? Today I encountered a lowly boy. At the end, she attached a photo of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Unbeknownst to Yi Ning, after gaining notoriety for escorting Bai Yiluo back to school, he was thrust into the spotlight once more due to Shen Qian's post. At Jiangxing University, any information regarding Bai Yiluo always garnered significant attention. This time, a rumor claiming that Bai Yiluo's wealthy boyfriend was a scoundrel only amplified Yi Ning's notoriety. Yiluo, look, the school forum is abuzz about your supposed boyfriend. Ai Xian remarked during lunch, presenting her phone to Bai Yiluo. Bai Yiluo found it peculiar that those around her were casting strange glances. It wasn't until Ai Xian pointed out Shen Qian's post that Bai Yiluo comprehended the situation. However, being astute, even upon recognizing Yi Ning's car in the photo, she remained skeptical of Shen Qian's one-sided narrative. Yiluo, what do you think? Ai Xian inquired with concern, observing her dear friend's reaction. Despite Bai Yiluo's explanations that she and Yi Ning were not in a romantic relationship, Ai Xian could discern a distinct sentiment in Bai Yiluo's demeanor toward Yi Ning, indicating that she held feelings for him. This was Bai Yiluo's first experience with romance, and Ai Xian naturally wished to shield her from disappointment. Yet, contrary to Ai Xian's expectations, Bai Yiluo did not appear disheartened or angry. She maintained her composure, calmly eating her meal while perusing Shen Qian's post. After finishing, Bai Yiluo returned the phone to AI Xian, shaking her head. It's false. Yiluo, how can you be so sure when you weren't even present? Suddenly, Shen Qian's voice emerged from behind Bai Yiluo. She approached with a tray in hand, sitting beside her. Yiluo, I'm not joking. Your boyfriend is truly repulsive. This morning, he even tried to lay hands on me. Had I not evaded quickly, things could have escalated. Shen Qian patted her chest, feigning a sense of fear. I advise you to break up with him post-haste. He is just a scoundrel who flirts with every pretty woman he sees. Who knows what he's truly like behind closed doors? After a lengthy tirade denigrating Yining, Shen Qian felt parched. However, Bai Yiluo exhibited no reaction, her expression unwavering, even failing to furrow her brow. Wiping her mouth with a tissue, Bai Yiluo stood with her tray. Qian, are you full? If you are, let us go. She acted as though Shen Qian were invisible, treating her words as if they were mere air. Bai Yiluo, don't you believe me? Shen Qian panicked as Bai Yiluo prepared to leave, standing up and calling out loudly. I don't believe you. At the very least, he would never harass you. For he simply does not find you appealing. This remark silenced Shen Qian entirely. Bai Yiluo, accompanied by the amused AI Xian, departed with poise. He simply does not find you appealing. He simply does not find you appealing. These words echoed ceaselessly in Shen Qian's mind. Reflecting on Yining's disdainful gaze when he told her to leave that morning, her heart ached, and she buried her face in her arms, weeping openly. Yiluo, you're incredible! Shen Qian must be furious. Once outside the cafeteria, AI Xian burst into laughter. This was her friend. When undisturbed, she resembled a serene angel. But when provoked, she would not rest until her opponent was brought to tears. The key was Bai Yiluo's earnest and cautious demeanor, which made her words all the more convincing. When Yining arrived at the base of Building 6 in Emerald City, he unexpectedly encountered Liao Peng, who was showing two young women around. Upon seeing Yining, Liao Peng's face brightened with joy. Yining, I was just about to call you to transfer the funds. And here you are. Having entrusted the rental rights of Building 6 to Liao Peng, his income had at least doubled this month, fostering genuine gratitude toward Yining. No need, just transfer it directly to my account, Yining replied with a smile. He was confident that, with the substantial reputation of Emerald Bay, they would not engage in any unscrupulous behavior that could tarnish their image. All right, your trust is greatly appreciated. I'll take these two lovely guests to the property management, Liao Peng said, giving a thumbs up to Yining as he entered the elevator. The reason for his haste was not only to see Su Weier quickly, but also to avoid the two women who seemed ready to pounce on him with curiosity. After Yining ascended, the two young women expressed their disappointment. This guy is so handsome, but he is clearly taken, given the flowers he was holding. Otherwise, he would have asked for our contact information by now. If you rent here, you'll likely see Mr. Yi frequently, Liao Peng remarked playfully, observing the lady's expressions. Oh, that handsome guy lives here too? One of the women inquired eagerly, while the other gazed at Liao Peng with anticipation. Cough, cough. Mr. Yi doesn't reside here. But the entire building belongs to him, making him the landlord, Liao Peng clarified hastily. As soon as he finished speaking, the two women had already moved in front of him. Hurry up. Are you not eager to sign the contract? Liao Peng thought to himself. Is it really that simple to use good looks to charm? Chapter 56. Yu Qiu knock, knock, knock. Xiao Weier, are you there? Open the door. After a moment, the sound of slippers shuffling could be faintly heard from within. Yining had almost prepared to call Su Weier, surprised that she was already up so early. Creak. The door swung open. Why are you up so early today? Missing me already? Yining flashed a playful grin as he extended the bouquet of baby's breath towards her. However, the person who opened the door was not Su Weier, but a middle-aged woman in her 40s, dressed rather plainly. My apologies, I must have the wrong place, Yining quickly said, turning to leave. But the woman interjected, Are you looking for Su Weier? Yes, ma'am. May I ask who you are? Yining inquired, sensing a connection. Upon hearing Yining affirm, the woman smiled warmly as she retrieved a pair of slippers from beside the door. I am Su Weier's mother. Please come in. Realizing the situation, Yining stepped back slightly and bowed slightly. Hello, auntie. My name is Yining. I am Su Weier's boyfriend. You can call me Xiao Yi or Xiao Ning. Upon hearing Yining voluntarily disclose his relationship with her daughter, Yu Qiu felt a surge of joy. During her university years, she had encouraged her daughter to find a boyfriend, but despite the numerous suitors, none had succeeded, including those introduced by friends. This situation had left Yu Qiu feeling quite helpless. Even she had once pondered whether her daughter might have issues with her sexual orientation. Today, upon seeing Yining, she finally found the answer to her long-standing concern. It was not that Su Weier was unwilling to date, but rather that she had yet to encounter someone she truly liked. Sitting on the sofa, Yining noticed Yu Qiu holding a teapot and promptly rose to assist. Auntie, Let me help you. All right, please fetch the tea leaves from the cabinet. Sue Wire's mother was not very tall, yet Sue Wire had inherited her father's height, standing at 7 meters. As Yuchio placed the brewed teapot on the table and sat down, the door at the end of the corridor swung open. Out stepped a girl clad in a thin nightgown that revealed her delicate figure, her hair tousled, and her eyes still heavy with sleep. Mom, what are you doing so early? It sounds like a racket. Sue Wire rubbed her eyes, pouting, her voice sweet and endearing, reminiscent of a child seeking affection. From the moment Yi Ning first encountered Sue Wire, he recognized she possessed considerable allure. However, it was only upon this encounter that he truly grasped the extent of her magnificence. The Mariana Trench seemed shallow in comparison. Moreover, Sue Wire's skin was fair and smooth, radiating a natural glow even without lotion. It's a bit dazzling, a bit overwhelming. Cough, cough. Yuchio feigned a cough. Mom, are you coming down with a cold? Before Sue Wire could finish her sentence, she finally noticed Yi Ning seated on the sofa. Instantly, a blush crept from her collarbone to her cheeks. Sue Wire quickly hugged a teddy bear and dashed back to her bedroom, slamming the door behind her, leaving only a brown teddy bear swaying at the door. Sighing, Yuchio closed her eyes and rubbed her forehead, shaking her head. Half an hour later, Sue Wire emerged from her room, fully dressed, and stepping lightly into the living room. Yi Ning, why didn't you say you were coming? Sue Wire's tone held a hint of reproach. The nightgown she wore was cut high in the front and low in the back, and it was quite thin. Had she known, she would have chosen differently. If it had just been Yuchio, Sue Wire would have been unfazed. However, being exposed to both her mother and Yi Ning at the same time while wearing the nightgown was mortifying. Her face still burned with embarrassment, especially when she inadvertently caught Yi Ning's teasing smile, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, prompting her to roll her eyes in exasperation. Daughter, why haven't you told me about your boyfriend? If it weren't for Xiao Ning coming today, were you planning to keep it a secret for life? Yuchio said, exasperated. Sue Wire knew her mother was particularly concerned about this issue, and to have a boyfriend while being so evasive was simply outrageous. Besides, Yi Ning was quite handsome. Together, they presented an enviable pair. Was she afraid her mother wouldn't approve? Mom, we haven't reached that stage yet, Sue Wire retorted. While it was true that Yi Ning and Sue Wire were not officially together, they had shared intimate moments. And the very apartment Sue Wire lived in belonged to Yi Ning. Could there be any room for misinterpretation? What do you mean you haven't reached that stage? Your face practically screams that you could only marry Xiao Ning. Yuchio's words made Sue Wire even more bashful. Mom, what are you talking about? She then turned her gaze to Yi Ning. You don't know how to help me? Do you find it entertaining to listen to my mom berate me? Yi Ning solemnly nodded. I believe Annie is correct. I even thought of offering you a cup of cappuccino. Sue Wire. Look. Even Xiao Ning agrees with me. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Yuchio stood up. Xiao Ning, you chat with this girl while I go buy groceries. We'll have lunch here. Auntie, let's eat out for lunch. Today, it's on me, Yi Ning suggested. Those things outside are too expensive and unsanitary. You two chat first. With that, Yuchio grabbed her small handbag and hurried downstairs. Only Yi Ning and Sue Wire remained in the house. Seeing Sue Wire, who appeared as delicate as a blooming flower, made Yi Ning's heart race. What are you doing? Sue Wire shifted slightly backward, lowering her head and tucking her hair behind her ear, her cheeks rosy like a ripened peach. So charming and beautiful, how could Yi Ning resist? With a soft gasp from Sue Wire, he pulled her into his embrace. Chapter 57. The mother-in-law observes the son-in-law inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Sue Wire. Yi Ning felt utterly captivated. Did you miss me? He gently asked, resting his chin on her silky hair. Yes, I did, Sue Wire replied, eyes tightly shut, burying her head deeper into Yi Ning's embrace. It was only when she was with him that she felt safe enough to let down her guard and reveal some of her beauty. Though it was not their first kiss, Sue Wire's soft, warm lips made Yi Ning reluctant to let go. It was only when Sue Wire was nearly breathless that he finally released her with a grin. You've improved since last time, but there's still room for practice. Yi Ning declared proudly. Humph, you just like to bully me. Sue Wire turned her face away, ignoring him. Yet, her flushed ears betrayed her feelings. Who didn't know that Yi Ning was the type to take advantage of a situation? He must be feeling quite pleased with himself. The two exchanged sweet nothings until Yuchio's return prompted them to pull back. Upon catching Yuchio's knowing gaze, even the thick-skinned Yi Ning felt a twinge of embarrassment, instinctively touching his nose. As for Sue Wire, she had already scurried into her room, flustered. Later, Yi Ning assisted Yuchio in the kitchen. Although his culinary skills were undoubtedly superior to Yuchio's, he graciously ceded the position of head chef to her, content to play a supporting role. Even so, Yuchio continually praised Yi Ning's capabilities. The more she observed him, the the more she appreciated his thoughtfulness and culinary talent, which was quite admirable. At the dining table, Yuchio kept serving Yining more dishes. Seeing his bowl piled high, Su Wire pouted. Was this truly her mother? It felt as if Yining were her own son. Xiaoning, how did you and my daughter meet? Yuchio inquired. At the commercial street. Su Wire was live streaming at the time. Yining replied with a smile. By the way, Auntie, how about we go to the commercial street together this afternoon? Sure. I've been here for several days and haven't had the chance to explore yet. In the afternoon, Yining drove the mother and daughter duo to Jiangnan Commercial Street. Once in the car, Yuchio was astonished to discover Yining's wealth, as he drove a car valued at several million. Moreover, the beautiful two-seater car belonging to her daughter was also a gift from Yining. Xiaoning, is your family quite wealthy? Yuchio asked, glancing at her daughter with concern. In her eyes, her daughter was stunning, but in many other aspects, she seemed to pale in comparison to Yining. Furthermore, wasn't it said that wealthy families often held deep-seated prejudices? If her daughter were to marry into such a family, would she not be looked down upon? Mom, it's fine. Yining's mother is very kind, and all this money is earned by Yining himself, Su Wire reassured her. Yining had shared his family background with her, and it was actually quite similar to theirs. However, it was astonishing that someone from such humble beginnings could achieve so much in such a short time. Furthermore, Su Wire's position in the live streaming industry was entirely due to Yining's support. Hearing her daughter's words, Yuchio felt a sense of relief. Today, Yining had left a very favorable impression on her. Still, she worried about the vast differences between their backgrounds and feared her daughter might be mistreated. Learning that Yining had earned his wealth through hard work only reinforced her belief that this young man was quite capable, handsome, skilled, and caring toward her daughter. Such a son-in-law was indeed a rare find. Daughter, you must cherish this opportunity. Don't be headstrong. Be a little accommodating towards him, all right? Faced with her mother's admonition, Su Wire could only nod in agreement. What else could she do? It was clear her mother had already begun to regard Yining as a prospective son-in-law. Only her mother remained unaware that Yining had other girlfriends. Naturally, she would keep it to herself and remain silent. Upon arriving at Jiangnan Commercial Street, as Yining approached the entrance of the pedestrian street, the security guard recognized his identity and respectfully saluted. Hello, Mr. Yi. Yining smiled and nodded. Hello to you as well. It's quite hot outside. Why not come in and enjoy the air conditioning? As Yining exchanged pleasantries with the guard, Yuchio felt a tinge of confusion. Observing her mother's expression, Su Wire chuckled and explained, Mom, this Jiangnan Commercial Street actually belongs to Yining. Yining's property? If seeing Yining's luxury cars worth millions had already impressed Yuchio, the current situation was beyond mere capability. This was an entire commercial street, even without any expertise. She understood that its value was not merely in the hundreds of millions. It must be worth at least $1 billion, right? $1 billion. What an astonishing amount. Realizing this, Yuchio glanced at Yining and then at her daughter, her expression inscrutable. Mom, what kind of look is that? Su Wire noticed the complex emotions in her mother's gaze, laced with a hint of disdain. Yes, a disdainful look. She felt unjustly judged by her own mother. Who could she complain to? I'm just curious how such an impressive boss like Yining would be interested in you. Yuchio mused, resting her chin on her hand. Deep in thought, Su Wire was taken aback, realizing she had unwittingly become a mere substitute. Was it really necessary for her mother to say such things? Was there no justice left in the world? The trio chatted and laughed, creating a vibrant scene as they strolled along the pedestrian street. However, as they entered the Chanel boutique, Su Wire's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Yining immediately noticed her reaction. Su Wire shook her head. It's nothing. Let's go to another store. Yining suspected she might have encountered someone she preferred to avoid. Since she did not elaborate, he chose not to pry further. They departed the Chanel store and moved next door to Gucci. Yuchio had never shopped in luxury boutiques before. As she picked up a piece of clothing, she was astonished to find the price soared into the 5 figures. Glancing at the others, she noted that even the cheapest items cost several thousand. Daughter, the things in this store are incredibly expensive. She had never imagined a piece of clothing could be sold for such a price, especially that tiny camisole, which, despite being made of less than a foot of fabric, cost 50,000. These people are so generous. They could just rob you but instead offer you a piece of clothing. Mom, this is the standard pricing in these stores, Su Wire quietly explained. For instance, the outfit Yining is wearing probably costs over 300,000. 300,000. Yuchio finally understood why wealthy individuals remained wealthy. Take Yining, for example. He appeared to be just a handsome young man. Yet a few of his garments equated to the total earnings of an ordinary family over several years or even a decade. Mom, this outfit looks great. You should try it on, Su Wire said, picking up a purple short-sleeve shirt. No, no, no. I don't want it. At my age, I can't dress as flamboyantly as you young people do. Yuchio quickly waved her hands. Su Weier knew it wasn't that her mother was unwilling to dress up. Rather, she found the clothes too exorbitant. Even though she had mentioned her current income to her mother, the thought of spending tens of thousands on clothing was daunting for Yuchio, a traditional woman. This was more than she could earn in a year. Consequently, here she was, limited to purchasing the most ordinary of garments. Xiao Weier, why don't you take your aunt to try some on? Li Ning suggested. Spending tens of thousands on clothing was a trivial matter for him. Even now, Su Weier could easily afford it. Encouraged by Yu Ning and the enthusiastic sales associate, Yuchio finally agreed. Subsequently, Yu Ning selected several appealing styles for both Yuchio and Su Weier to try. Indeed, one's appearance is greatly enhanced by attire. The mother-daughter duo, now clad in new garments, radiated charm. Mom, you look stunning. Su Weier genuinely complimented. Yuchio gazed at her reflection, hardly able to believe her eyes. Was that really her? It felt as if she had transformed into someone entirely different. Yu Ning approached Su Weier, leaning in to whisper, "Darling, you look lovely." The fresh, sunlit aura surrounding Yu Ning, coupled with his warm breath against her ear, sent a shiver down Su Weier's spine, causing her cheeks to flush. Although shy, Yu Ning's praise filled her with delight, her heart racing to the point of nearly choking her. This mischievous man had a knack for flirting with her at any moment. Their playful interaction naturally caught the attention of the sales associate, who gazed at Su Weier with envy, thinking how fortunate she was to have such a handsome and wealthy man who adored her. "Wrap it all up, please, and let us know the total," Yu Ning instructed, startling the sales associate. Having worked at Gucci for a few months, she had never encountered someone so extravagant. "Sir, are you sure you want everything?" she asked, stepping forward for confirmation. Even the seasoned sales associate was taken aback, let alone Yuchio, who had never been in a luxury store before. Yu Ning's words left Yuchio frozen, her fingers gripping tightly. Even Su Weier, who was accustomed to Yu Ning's spending, could not help but tremble slightly. Indeed, Yu Ning was still the same Yu Ning. While one might think his greatest asset was his appearance, it was truly his aura when spending money that shone the brightest. Yu Ning nodded. "Yes, everything. It won't amount to much." "Not much?" Tens of millions were hardly a small sum. Only a man like Yu Ning could make such a statement. Even Su Weier, a top streamer earning millions monthly, could not afford such extravagance. "All right, please hold on, sir." The sales associate was enveloped in overwhelming excitement, knowing her commission for the month would at least double. A few minutes later, the sales associate returned with a receipt. "Sir, the total is 18 million. How would you like to pay? How about I handle this?" Su Weier stepped forward. Most of the items were for her and her mother. Yu Ning had only purchased a belt. "No need, consider it a gift for your aunt." Yu Ning insisted on paying. After all, he could earn cashback when spending. Moreover, with Su Weier as his lucky star, he had a good chance of hitting the jackpot. Ding. The host spends 80,000, earning a fivefold cashback, totaling 400,000. Ding. The host spends 650,000 for Yuchio, achieving a 20-fold critical hit, earning 13 million cashback. Not bad. He had just made over 10 million from shopping. Wasn't that faster than developing a company? Of course, the big rewards were yet to come. Yu Ning's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Su Weier. This girl was the true treasure. As expected. Ding. The host spends 450,000 on Su Weier, achieving a critical hit, rewarding 66 shares of Shanghai Airlines, valued at 12 billion. Shanghai Airlines, 66 shares. Even though Yu Ning currently possessed 100 billion, with 15 billion in cash, suddenly acquiring absolute control over an airline was exhilarating. Yu Ning tilted his head, sizing up Su Weier, who felt uneasy under his scrutinizing gaze. Each time he bought her something, he would regard her with such fervor. Su Weier had no inkling of Yu Ning's thoughts at that moment. Yu Ning mused, could this little beauty be the daughter of destiny? Just as Yu Ning reveled in the fortune of having won the favor of a lucky charm, a woman's voice disrupted his thoughts. Su Weier, it truly has been a long time since we last met. Darling, come quickly and see who I've run into. Standing beside Su Weier was a young woman adorned with heavy makeup. She appeared to be of similar age to Su Weier, possessing an appealing appearance. Though not quite as stunning as Su Weier, she certainly qualified as a beauty. Like Su Weier, this woman was tall, even slightly taller than her. At that moment, she glanced towards the store entrance, beckoning a balding middle-aged man. The middle-aged man appeared to be in his 40s. Though not short, his substantial belly combined with a receding hairline rendered him far from handsome. Had it not been for hearing the woman refer to him as her husband, Yu Ning might have mistaken them for a father and daughter duo. In contrast to the woman's enthusiasm, Su Weier's expression was far from pleasant. She not only recognized these two, but was also quite familiar with them. Earlier, She had pulled Yining away from the entrance of the Chanel store upon spotting them inside. To her dismay, they had encountered them again. The young woman named Lu Xian was Su Weier's university classmate, both studying to become flight attendants. Her husband, Zheng Wanyan, was the business director of Shanghai Airlines. Wielding significant power, just a few months prior, he had visited Su Weier's university to recruit flight attendants. Zheng Wanyan, a seasoned man, had seduced many flight attendants, particularly those fresh out of school and naive enough to comply with his advances to avoid being dismissed. The moment Zheng Wanyan laid eyes on Su Weier, he became infatuated with her beauty, vowing to win her over. He had never encountered anyone as stunning as Su Weier, whose pure looks and graceful figure captivated him entirely. However, to his astonishment, Su Weier rejected his advances outright, even leaving the aviation industry altogether. This rejection had become a lingering regret for Zheng Wanyan. Now, unexpectedly encountering Su Weier in this commercial street reignited his long-dormant feelings. "Su classmate, or should I say Miss Su? It's a pleasure to see you again," Zheng Wanyan exclaimed, approaching Lu Xian with a gentlemanly gesture towards Su Weier. Upon seeing Su Weier's delicate hand, he struggled to suppress his desire. Yet, Su Weier ignored him completely, taking the shopping bag from the sales associate and coldly stating, "I'm sorry, I don't know you. Nor do I have time to get acquainted." With that, she turned her attention to Yining and Yu Qiu, saying, "Mom, husband, let us go." "Husband?" Zheng Wanyan was startled to realize that Su Weier was married. He then noticed Yining, who was casually dressed yet strikingly handsome, standing silently. He had initially mistaken him for a male model from Gucci, only to discover he was Su Weier's husband. Meanwhile, Lu Xian felt a pang of jealousy upon learning that Su Weier had such a charming spouse, while her own partner was a greasy, balding man with a substantial belly. Why did Su Weier deserve such a dashing husband? Furthermore, Su Weier's lavish purchases indicated considerable wealth, likely provided by this young man. To Zheng Wanyan and Lu Xian, Su Weier's utterance of husband felt like a dagger. For Yining, however, it was akin to a gentle spring breeze, soft, warm, and delightfully sweet. If she were to call him that a few more times, it would be even better. Yining wore a tender expression as he gently accepted the items from Su Weier's hands, holding on to hers as he replied, "All right, my dear wife." As Su Weier's mother, Yu Qiu watched the couple's interaction with quiet admiration. Just then, as Yining and the others prepared to leave, Zheng Wanyan stepped forward, remarking, "Young man, you are quite fortunate to marry a celestial beauty like Miss Su." Yining smiled faintly and retorted, "You are fortunate too. It's a miracle that someone like you has such a daughter." Yining easily recognized Zheng Wanyan's sarcasm and countered it directly. "You." Zheng Wanyan pointed at Yining. Sneering, sharp-tongued, "Miss Su, your choice in a husband is rather lacking. He seems rather frivolous. You may be composed and steady, but I wonder if your daughter can handle it." Yining chuckled, "Huh? I, Zheng Wanyan, have served as the business director of Shanghai Airlines for so long and have yet to encounter such an arrogant youth. I have yet to meet someone like you." Yining began before pausing in surprise. "Wait, did you just say you were the business director of which company?" "Shanghai Airlines." Zheng Wanyan proclaimed proudly. "I am the business director of Shanghai Airlines. Are you afraid now?" Seeing the astonished expression on Yining's face, Zheng Wanyan assumed he had intimidated him. It was understandable. Although Yining appeared somewhat affluent, he was merely a young rich heir from Jiangxing. To hold such a position in one of the nation's top 10 airlines was an impressive feat, far beyond what someone like Yining could aspire to. How coincidental, Yining thought. I just acquired 66 of Shanghai Airlines shares, and now I encounter Zheng Wanyan from the same company. Su Weier had previously discussed why she transitioned from the aviation industry to becoming a live streamer, and it seemed that Zheng Wanyan was the one who had attempted to exploit her. If Zheng Wanyan's interest in Su Weier were purely romantic, Yining might have overlooked it. However, knowing that Zheng Wanyan was aware of Su Weier's marriage, yet still harbored intentions towards her, was something Yining would not condone. "Mr. Yi, I am Peng Yuran, the manager of the Gucci store in Jiangxing. It's a pleasure to meet you." A woman in a tailored suit and glasses approached Yining, excitedly shaking his hand. "Mr. Yi, I'm the manager of Chanel. Welcome to our store." "Mr. Yi, I am the owner of Van Cleef Arpels. Welcome." In an instant, nearly all the store managers from the first floor gathered at the entrance of the Gucci store to greet Yining. As the sole proprietor of Jiang'an Commercial Street, Yining was regarded as their benefactor. Only by currying favor with him could they ensure their livelihoods. No other commercial street in Jiangxing could rival the prosperity of Jiangnan Commercial Street. Establishing a store here was not merely about foot traffic, but also about the prestige associated with luxury brands. Su Weier and Yu Qiu had long been aware of Yining's ownership, hence their composed demeanor. However, Zheng Wanyan and Lu Xian were entirely oblivious. Seeing Yi Ning being courted by so many store managers left them utterly astounded. Zheng Wanyan, in particular, suddenly realized that Yi Ning was far from the simple rich heir he had imagined. Perhaps stopping Yi Ning and his companions had been the most foolish decision of his life. Let us go. Zheng Wanyan, sensing the shift in atmosphere, attempted to discreetly retreat. Fearing Yi Ning might cause trouble, realizing that this was clearly someone else's territory. However, Yi Ning would not grant him that opportunity. He called out to the patrolling security personnel, "Please detain those two. Do not let them escape." "Yes, boss." Several burly men quickly surrounded Zheng Wanyan and Lu Xian. Yi Ning strolled up to Zheng Wanyan, hands in pockets, and mockingly asked, "Why aren't you running away?" "Kid, I am the business director of Shanghai Airlines. You better think carefully." Even surrounded, Zheng Wanyan remained unconvinced that Yi Ning would dare to take action against him, no matter how powerful Yi Ning appeared. Could he truly rival the top figures in Jiangqing? His status as the business director of an airline was not to be underestimated. "Well, I've thought it over." Yi Ning pondered for a moment and nodded. Seeing Yi Ning relent, Zheng Wanyan felt a sense of relief, even looking down on him. Thinking that this impressive demeanor was merely a fade. At most, he had a bit of money. It was no big deal. "Take Director Zheng to the security room for a little exercise. If you do well, your bonus this month will be doubled." Hearing the mention of a bonus, the security guard's eyes lit up, grinning as they eyed Zheng Wanyan. "Kid, do you believe that if you touch a single hair on my head, Zheng Wanyan, will see you through the company's legal department?" Yet, Yi Ning was not intimidated as Zheng Wanyan had anticipated. With a smile, he replied, "I don't believe you, because you have already been dismissed from Shanghai Airlines." As he spoke, Yi Ning displayed the screen of his phone, flashing it before Zheng Wanyan's eyes. The number displayed above unmistakably belongs to Imoku, the overall head of Shanghai Airlines and its second-largest shareholder. On the other end of the line, Imoku's furious voice echoed, "Zheng Wanyan, how audacious of you to threaten even the chairman. You are fired. Our Shanghai temple is too small to accommodate a Buddha like you." Zheng Wanyan was utterly aghast. What had he just heard? Chairman? Imoku actually referred to Yi Ning as the chairman? Could there be anything more terrifying than this? There had always been a rumor within Shanghai Airlines that beyond Imoku, there existed a mysterious magnate. Many believed it, but even more dismissed it with scorn. Zheng Wanyan was one of the skeptics. How could a so-called mysterious benefactor neglect their own enterprise, especially one valued at nearly 20 billion? What nonsense. But now he realized how profoundly mistaken he was. The young man before him, who appeared almost absurdly youthful, was indeed the sole magnate of Shanghai Airlines, possessing absolute control over its shares. "Chairman, please forgive me." Zheng Wanyan's plea was cut short by the mocking gaze of Yi Ning, his expression dimming. He understood that no amount of supplication would salvage his situation. As a mere business minister, how could he dare covet the chairman's woman? Was there any hope for him? Without even glancing at Zheng Wanyan, Yi Ning pressed the phone to his ear and commanded, "Have the HR department terminate all those hired under Zheng Wanyan. Additionally, gather evidence regarding his misconduct, and the legal department will prosecute him." Imoku felt a slight tremor in his heart. This was the enigmatic figure who commanded the majority of the company's shares. His first order was decisively executed. Truly extraordinary. "Yes, I will take care of it immediately," Imoku affirmed solemnly. Zheng Wanyan's gaze reflected despair. He knew his fate was sealed. Yet beside him, Lu Xian's expression was unusual. This was the man she desired, one capable of providing the life she longed for. Summoning her courage, she asked, "Handsome, do you think I'm beautiful?" Yi Ning cast her a fleeting glance, his tone calm as he replied, "Even if you lack a mother, it does not justify your self-deprecation. The flight attendant profession does not suit you. Write your resignation letter." Uffed. Su Weier nearly burst into laughter, her face flushed with suppressed mirth. "You are truly wicked." After the trio departed, Su Weier leaned closer to Yi Ning and whispered, "I have even more wicked ideas." Yi Ning chuckled, "My dear wife, would you like to try?" Su Weier was taken aback by his audacity, cautiously glancing at the front where Yu Chiu walked, and only relaxed slightly upon noticing her indifference. Chapter 61. Meng Du is getting married. A week later, beneath a starry sky, Yi Ning drove to the riverside. At this hour, aside from a roadside barbecue stall, only the 24-hour convenience store remained open. "Old Four, come sit." Upon seeing Yi Ning, a burly man at a small table greeted him warmly. The table was already laden with freshly grilled skewers, indicating he had been waiting for quite some time. Yi Ning approached with a smile, calling out, "Boss, it's been a long time." The sturdy man was Yi Ning's college roommate, Meng Du, a true Northeastern fellow. Alongside him, there were also Li Bin and Qian Wentao, who had both pursued postgraduate studies and left Jiangqing after graduation. Only Meng Du and Yi Ning continued to meet from time to time. "Boss, I remember you saying you were busy the last few times I invited you. What brings you to ask me out today?" Meng Du, who worked as a planner at an advertising company and was also a part-time fitness instructor, had little free time due to his demanding schedule. Naturally, his earnings were substantial, exceeding $15,000 a month, a commendable income by any standard. I called you today for two reasons. First, it's been ages since we gathered, and second, I want to officially announce that I'm getting married. Really? Congratulations, Yi Ning exclaimed, raising his glass to toast Meng Du, who was genuinely pleased for his friend. During their college years, Meng Du had been quite reserved, even blushing when speaking to girls. But one day, he introduced the campus beauty, Tang Iran, to the group, leaving them utterly astonished. They couldn't fathom how this quiet fellow had won the heart of such a sought-after girl. Later, they discovered that it was Tang Iran who had actively pursued Meng Du, which only intensified their envy. Initially, many doubted the viability of their relationship due to their differing backgrounds. Meng Du came from a humble rural family while Tang Iran was a local girl from a more affluent household. However, their love had endured, and now they were on the brink of matrimony. Yi Ning had witnessed their journey, and he was genuinely happy to see them reaching this milestone. So, after all these years, you finally managed to win over your mother-in-law? Yi Ning teased, recalling how Tang Iran's mother had objected to their relationship. Meng Du paused, a complex expression crossing his face. Not quite. Iran secretly took her household registration book and ran away to marry me after an argument with her family. Yet, I know she seeks her parents' blessing. With that, Meng Du raised his glass and downed it in one swift motion, slamming the empty cup onto the table. Yi Ning nodded, observing the dejected man in silence. He saw in Meng Du a mix of determination and pressure, a proud northeastern man, yet one who found it difficult to breathe under the weight of expectations. Nevertheless, he was fortunate to have a woman willing to stand by him. After a lengthy conversation, as the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, their dialogue grew more casual. Old 4, I recall rumors that class monitor Jiang Shui had a crush on you. Why didn't you pursue her back then? Yi Ning chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Jiang Shui was indeed attractive, but her ambition was overwhelming. He remembered her approaching him shortly before graduation, asking about his family's background. When he replied that his parents were farmers, her face fell in disappointment, and she left without another word. Only later did he realize she had harbored feelings for him. I dared not entertain any notions. Our family circumstances were worlds apart, and there was no chance for us. Yi Ning was well aware of the disparity between their families. And what about now? I heard Jiang Shui is returning to the country. Chapter 62. You even have a Koenigsegg one. One I heard she's back and wants to treat us old classmates to a meal. Teacher Wang will be there too. Did you not receive the invitation? Yi Ning shook his head, genuinely unaware of such plans. During their university days, his relationship with Jiang Shui had been amicable. However, to say they were close would be an exaggeration. Thus, when rumors circulated that Jiang Shui had feelings for him, it may have merely stemmed from a slight admiration for Yi Ning's looks. After all, he was quite the handsome figure at school back in the day. Now, many years have passed, and it is likely that such sentiments have faded into oblivion. At the very least, if Meng Du did not mention Jiang Shui today, Yi Ning would not have recalled her at all. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I'm not concerned about anything else. You must attend my wedding. Naturally. Let us drink to that. Yi Ning smiled as he lifted his glass. Thus, the two continued to drink until the early hours of the morning. Yi Ning called for a designated driver, bringing Meng Du directly to his villa, and sent a message to Tang Iran to explain the situation. The next day, as the sun reached its zenith, Yi Ning leisurely sipped tea in the living room, watching Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. He nearly spat out his tea when he heard Mei Yong'ong exclaim, I don't want to share a pot with Fei Yong'ong. Suddenly, there was a noise from upstairs as a door opened, and he looked up to see Meng Du rubbing his eyes, his face contorted in discomfort from a hangover. Oh, you're up, Yi Ning remarked. Ugh, I'll never drink that late again. I've been to the restroom twice and still feel awful, Meng Du lamented, clutching his stomach in pain. But you really are impressive. I heard you've struck it rich. And I didn't expect you to be living in such a grand villa. Previously, he had heard Liao Ping mention that Yu Ning had purchased a house in Emerald City. Now, it seemed that the spacious flat there was hardly a luxury compared to this villa, which was worth at least 50 million. The decor and layout were exquisite, alas. He lacked the cultural background to fully appreciate it. Meng Du traced the intricately carved railing of the corridor, savoring the experience. Such a residence was beyond what even their company's CEO could aspire to. He couldn't fathom how Yi Ning had acquired such wealth, or if he was merely a super-rich second-generation heir, hiding his identity during their university years, waiting for the 3-year agreement to invite the young master back? Surely, it couldn't be that outrageous, could it? What's wrong? Are you tempted? Just by one, Yi Ning teased. Meng Du rolled his eyes as he descended the stairs. Do you think everyone is as wealthy as you? My goal is simply to buy a 3-bedroom apartment someday. That would be quite sufficient. Currently, he had savings of over 100,000 and believed that with a few more years of work, he could manage a down payment in the outskirts of Jiangqing. He didn't dare to dream of the city center. Even with a down payment, the pressure of a mortgage would be no laughing matter. By the way, there's congee and buns on the dining table. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Yining asked, reclining casually. Mengdu brought a bowl of congee to sit beside Yining, stuffing half a bun into his mouth. I'll change clothes and head to class later. Yining nodded. All right, I'll drive you after we eat. You go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to first. Yining stood up and went upstairs to his bedroom. In Mengdu's puzzled gaze, Yining grabbed a bag and left the villa. Half an hour later, Yining returned home. Let us go. I'll drive you back. Sure. Mengdu gathered his belongings and headed to the parking lot. Wow, you actually drive a Mercedes G-Class. This is every man's dream car. Last night, Mengdu had been too intoxicated to notice what vehicle he was in, but now, seeing the Mercedes G-Class made his eyes light up. He truly admired this car. Even a regular Mercedes was beyond his means. After working for several years, he had managed to buy a Chamonixang as his mode of transportation, which he considered quite impressive. Don't just stare at this one. There's another one beside it. Another one? With Yining's hint, Mengdu noticed a black sports car parked behind the Mercedes G-Class. It turned out to be a Koenigsegg 1. Old 4. This is just too extravagant. Mengdu's lips trembled. He knew Yining was wealthy, with a villa worth several million and cars worth hundreds of thousands. But these possessions paled in comparison to the Koenigsegg 1. This was a car that even the truly affluent could not easily acquire. At that moment, Mengdu truly grasped the extent of Yining's extraordinary wealth. The teammate with whom he once shared a dormitory had now surged ahead of everyone else, so far ahead that one could not even see his tail. Want to give it a try? Yining jingled the keys in his hand. Mengdu rubbed his hands together, of course, but I'd rather try the G-Class. No worries, just drive it, Yining replied nonchalantly. Mengdu shook his head. He truly dared not drive the Koenigsegg, his hands trembling at the thought of it. How could he treat something worth over 100 million lightly? Taking the keys to the Mercedes G-Class, Mengdu sat inside, closing his eyes to relish the spacious comfort it offered. Being a tall man, he found this vehicle particularly agreeable. Let us go, he declared. Yining settled into the passenger seat and closed the door. Okay. Mengdu signaled and pressed the accelerator, roaring away. Half an hour later, they arrived at an apartment in the west side of the city. Chapter 63. Is Su Wire taking a shower? Come on, let us go sit for a while. At the apartment entrance, Mengdu, cigarette in mouth, invited. Yining shook his head. Forget it. You still have your fitness class later. After speaking, Yining retrieved a red envelope, the size of a file folder, from the trunk and handed it to Mengdu. You and your fiancé are getting married. I'll give you your share of the wedding gift now. It's still 2 months away. No matter, just take it, Yining insisted, forcing it into Mengdu's hands. He quickly hopped into the car and sped away without looking back. Mengdu stood there, bewildered, realizing he couldn't even see the taillights of Yining's car before he registered that the red envelope seemed excessively large. Moreover, it felt quite thick. Could it possibly be filled with money? With a mixture of apprehension and excitement, he climbed the stairs. You're back. Tang Iran opened the door and immediately noticed the large envelope in Mengdu's hand. What is this? Such a big red envelope, she exclaimed, questioning her own eyes. Mengdu shook his head. It's from Yining. I haven't opened it yet. It really is a red envelope, but this size is a bit exaggerated. Is it all money? Tang Iran asked, her curiosity piqued. If it's all cash, it should be over 100,000. I don't know. I haven't opened it yet. With that, Mengdu placed the envelope on the table and carefully began to unwrap it. A glimmer of dark red caught his eye. When he pulled it out, it turned out to be a property deed, along with several property transfer contracts and a set of keys. The couple's pupils dilated slightly as they exchanged stunned glances before slowly unfolding the property deed. To their astonishment, it was clearly inscribed with their names. Mengdu and Tang Yiran both swallowed hard, mouths agape, at a loss for words. Emerald City, 400 square meters. Owners, Mengdu and Tang Yiran. With each line they read, their hearts raced uncontrollably. This is. Mengdu found himself momentarily speechless. Quick, call Yining. How can we accept something worth nearly $1 million? Tang Yiran snapped back to reality, her expression frantic, repeatedly shaking Mengdu's shoulder. Her delicate feet tapped anxiously on the floor. Oh, okay, I'll call him right now. Mengdu fished out his phone and dialed Yining's number. Yining, driving, saw Mengdu's call and pressed the answer button. Hello? Boss, what is up? What is up? How dare you ask what is up? Do you know? Mengdu shouted into the receiver. Hello? Hello? Boss. What are you saying? Yining replied, unable to hear over the wind. Boss, I'm hanging up now. Beep, beep, beep. Mengdu and Tang ran. Mengdu gritted his teeth and dialed again. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Well, it seems Yining has directly added Mengdu's number to his blacklist, intending to release it only after the wedding. This guy is ruthless. Mengdu muttered in disbelief. On the other end of the line, Yining chuckled as he tossed his phone aside. You want to compete with me, boss? You're still a bit inexperienced. Driving to Emerald City, he realized he hadn't seen Su Wire yet today and felt a pang of longing. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A melodious voice rang out from inside, like the tinkling of silver bells. Your husband has arrived. My dear, shouldn't you welcome me? Clang. Su Wire shot Yining a look filled with mock annoyance upon seeing his cheeky grin, but her joy was unmistakable, her face beaming with a smile. Where's Andy? Yining surveyed his surroundings, unable to spot Yuchio's figure. She had just left yesterday, come in quickly. Su Wei took the initiative to grasp Yuning's hand, pulling him into the room. As soon as they settled onto the sofa, Su Wei wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head against his chest, burying her face in his embrace. Why are you so forward today? Yining asked, astonished. After a prolonged silence, Su Wei finally spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper. I missed you. The impact of her words was overwhelming. Unable to resist, Yining planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, holding her slender waist. Suddenly, Su Wei wriggled free, turning to sit on Yining's lap. She gazed at his face for a while, then leaned in, pressing her soft, supple lips against his. The two remained entwined for quite some time before Su Wei released him, her face flushed yet still prideful. So what do you think? Has my technique improved? Yining was taken aback by her boldness today. Her unexpected assertiveness left him somewhat flustered. However, he found himself thoroughly enjoying it. Goodness, am I developing a submissive side? He thought, amused. You've certainly improved, he complimented with a mischievous grin. Su Wei beamed with pride, tossing her hair. Of course, I consulted my mother for advice. Yining was utterly astonished. Could one really seek such guidance from their parents? This silly girl was quite bold. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how her mother managed to teach her so well. They embraced in the living room until evening, and after dinner, Yining stood up. Are you leaving? Su Wei asked, her expression filled with reluctance. Aren't you going to start your live stream? Not today. All right then. I'll stay and keep you company. Yining sat back down, reaching out to embrace Su Wei, but she deftly slipped away like an eel. Su Wei stood up and, with a shy demeanor, silently walked to the corner. After a moment, she peeked out, hesitated, then mustered the courage to say, her face flushed, You can watch TV. I'm going to take a shower. With that, she dashed off, leaving only the faint sound of the bathroom door closing and water running. Yining was stunned for a while. A shower? He paced back and forth between the living room and balcony, unable to concentrate on anything. Was Su Wei without a towel? Should he go check on her? It was peculiar that, despite each bedroom having its own bathroom, she chose the public one. Was this a subtle hint? Coupled with her unusual behavior today, it seemed she was intentionally provoking him. Ever since his encounter with Mo Qingqing, he had not been with any other woman for over half a month, and the pent-up desire was becoming unbearable. Perhaps he should take a cold shower to calm down. Yining randomly selected a bedroom, entered the bathroom, and took a shower. Half an hour later, he emerged in his pajamas, feeling remarkably refreshed. Just as he was about to look in the mirror, the lights suddenly went out. Confused, Yining glanced around. In the moonlight, he discerned a vague silhouette standing quietly at the door. A faint, alluring fragrance lingered in the air, tantalizing and unforgettable. Wei? Yining swallowed hard. What was she up to? Su Wei stood there in silence for a long moment, finally sighing softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sadness. Yining, why didn't you come to peek? Yining was taken aback. Was sneaking a glance the right choice? Was he not more beastly than a beast for refraining? Where? You. Before he could finish his sentence, a fragrant breeze enveloped him as Su Wei leapt into his embrace, revealing that she was completely unclothed. Her smooth skin, slender waist, and breathtaking beauty ignited every nerve in Yining's body. Wei, Yining, take me. I'll go buy something. Yining would not hesitate any longer. In such a moment, who could pretend to be virtuous? No need, my mother already bought everything. Su Wei's face burned with embarrassment, a vivid hue akin to the evening sunset. Even in the dim moonlight, Yining could see her clearly. He marveled at how this typically shy woman had summoned such courage tonight. Kudos to your mother. Just as he gently laid Su Wei onto the soft silk quilt, his phone rang unexpectedly. Ning, answer the phone. No. Oh, come on. What if it's urgent? Su Wei urged, nudging his chest. In her eyes, it was remarkable that someone as busy as Yining could find time to be with her. The call might concern important matters from his company. Reluctantly, Yi Ning's expression darkened as he picked up the phone without checking who it was. Who is it? Speak quickly. His tone was understandably irritable, given the interruption. Haha. Third brother, even though you've blocked my number, I didn't expect I could call you from your sister-in-law's phone. The cheerful laughter of Meng Du came through. Even without the speakerphone, Su Wei'er could hear every word clearly. When she saw Yi Ning's face darken and the countless lines of anger etched on his forehead, she nearly burst into laughter. Meng Du, Yi Ning shouted into the phone, grinding his teeth. Get as far away from me as possible. If you dare to call again, I'll call you every night until you can't take it anymore. With that, he hung up abruptly and tossed the phone aside, glaring at the amused Su Wei'er. You like to laugh, huh? Let us see if you still can. Yi Ning, wait. Su Wei'er feigned a timid demeanor. It's too late to apologize. The fire tonight was ignited by you. As the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, under the tranquil night sky, the occasional mewling of cats echoed, prompting deep reflection. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Meng Du was utterly bewildered by the sudden outburst. What was going on? Even if he genuinely wished to return the property deed, he didn't need to unleash such fury. He could tell that Yi Ning was genuinely upset. Could a mere jest between friends provoke such a reaction? No way. He had to call again for clarification. Their friendship couldn't fade away like this. Beside him, Tang Yiran discerned the underlying meaning in Yi Ning's words. She snatched the phone away and shot Meng Du a disapproving glance. How could he be so foolish? If you call back now, you might actually end your friendship. Why? Meng Du asked, perplexed. Tang Yiran shook her head in disbelief, unwilling to waste time explaining to this simpleton. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yi Ning opened his eyes, stretching lazily, feeling utterly content. After half a month, he had finally experienced the pleasures of intimacy once more, and it was absolutely delightful. Su Wei'er, nestled in his arms, had yet to awaken. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, and her long, curled eyelashes were utterly charming. Yi Ning gazed at her for a while, unable to resist leaning in to kiss her smooth forehead. At that moment, he noticed Su Wei'er's eyelids fluttering, and a smile crept onto her lips, illuminating her face with a rosy glow. It turned out she had already awakened, but was too shy to open her eyes. Yi Ning smirked mischievously, feeling playful. He slipped his hands beneath the covers and began to tickle her waist. Ha ha ha, Yi Ning, stop. Let go, please. Su Wei'er squealed, laughing uncontrollably. No, don't tickle me. I'm too ticklish. Their playful banter continued until, in a sudden twist, Su Wei'er spun around, her body lightening as she accidentally tumbled off the bed. Yi Ning reacted swiftly, lunging forward with great fervor. He wrapped his hands around Su Wei'er's delicate waist, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. Are you all right? He gently inquired, patting her smooth back in a soothing manner. Su Wei'er shook her head, murmuring an affirming I'm fine. Yet, despite her words, her heart raced incessantly, likely above 120 beats per minute, not from the earlier scare of nearly falling from the bed, but from the intimate closeness they now shared. She could distinctly feel every muscle on Yi Ning's body, a sensation that stirred a profound shyness within her. Upon confirming that Su Wei'er was uninjured, Yi Ning exhaled in relief. Just as he intended to release her from his hold, he felt her cling to him even tighter. Don't. Su Wei'er said bashfully, her soft, pale arms encircling his neck, her entire being draped over him. His ear brushed against her soft, delicate cheek, and he could feel the warmth radiating from her flushed face. It was amusing to see her, who had been so bold the night before, now too shy to meet his gaze. Chuckling softly, Yi Ning patted her back and drew up a cool silk blanket to cover her. With her nestled against him, he gradually lay down on his side. When Yi Ning finished his morning routine and entered the dormitory, he found Su Wei'er still lying on the bed, her hands gripping the blanket tightly, revealing only a portion of her nose and eyes. He smiled as he approached, gently tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Aren't you getting up? You go ahead. I'll get up soon, Su Wei'er replied, her eyes flickering. Avoiding his gaze, Yi Ning nodded in understanding. All right, I'll head to the supermarket to buy some groceries and prepare a meal for you. Su Wei'er softly acknowledged him, her gaze fixed on him, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. Realizing her intent, Yi Ning entered Su Wei'er's room and retrieved a clean outfit from the drawer, placing it on the sofa beside the bed. As he leaned down to kiss her forehead, Su Wei'er pulled down the blanket slightly, revealing her strikingly red lips. Taken aback for a moment, Yi Ning couldn't help but smile as he leaned in closer. The cool, sweet sensation of her lips, combined with the fragrant aura she exuded, stirred something within him. Fearing he might lose control, he gently tapped her pert backside through the blanket, teasing, little enchantress. Before rising to leave, hearing the door close, Su Wei'er slowly got out of bed. Cautiously, she opened the door and peeked into the living room. Only when she saw no movement did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. But then, a sharp pain made her gasp, gritting her teeth against the discomfort. She stepped into the bathroom. In the University District, numerous residential properties were complemented by well-stocked supermarkets. Yuning opted to walk, taking a leisurely 10-minute stroll to the large supermarket with its 5 floors divided into sections. He made his way directly to the 3rd floor, where fresh produce was located. Considering Sue Wire had just experienced her first intimate moment, he decided to buy some pork ribs and radishes for a nourishing soup. As he approached the meat counter, a familiar figure caught his attention. A woman in a white shirt and jeans, exuding a professional air with a small bag slung over her shoulder, appeared troubled. She took the prepared pig trotters from the clerk and turned to leave. "Zhao Na, what a surprise to see you here after so long." Yining greeted her with a smile. Zhao Na was the close friend of his ex-girlfriend, He-Man. While Yining held a low opinion of He-Man, he had always appreciated Zhao Na's bright and industrious nature. During his time with He-Man, she had lent him considerable support, and he felt genuine gratitude towards her. Yining, Zhao Na turned, momentarily unable to recognize him. After a long absence, the changes in Yining were striking. Not only had he become more handsome, but his overall demeanor had transformed as well. Although she was aware of his newfound wealth, having previously received an expensive watch from him, his current appearance suggested a wardrobe worth at least 200,000. "What's wrong? Can't recognize me?" Yining teased, waving a hand in front of her face. "It's just that you seem to have moved to a different stratum now," Zhao Na replied, shaking her head as if to dismiss the notion. Yining chuckled. "What strata are we talking about? Am I a deity now? Your achievements seem almost divinely inspired to me," Zhao Na remarked, her tone filled with admiration. Yining felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, all his success stemmed from the system's assistance, akin to divine intervention. "By the way, why do you look so glum? Did your boyfriend dump you?" Yining jested, recalling how Zhao Na had always been the lively, cheerful type, capable of chatting with anyone. It was unusual to see her with such a sorrowful expression. Zhao Na's response was complex. After a long pause, she finally said, "Yining, could you accompany me to see Man? She's not doing well." Curiosity piqued, Yining was willing to help her if she faced difficulties. But the mention of Man dampened his enthusiasm. "I'm not going to, goodbye," he said, picking up his shopping bag and turning to leave. However, Zhao Na grasped his arm, pleading, "Wait, Yining, Man just had surgery, so..." Yining scoffed, "What do I have to do with her? So what if she had surgery? Is it an abortion? Am I the father?" He continued, "Zhao Na, I appreciate your past kindness, but that has nothing to do with her. If you need help, just tell me directly, and I will do my best. But with her, I have no connection whatsoever. Let's leave it at that. I hope you won't use her to drain our friendship." With that, he broke free from Zhao Na's grip and walked away without looking back. Zhao Na stood there, dazed, watching his retreating figure in silence. After checking out, Yining exited the supermarket, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. It wasn't he that he still had feelings for He-Man. Rather, he regretted having spoken harshly to Zhao Na. She had always shared a good rapport with He-Man, and now, with her friend's health declining, it was understandable that she was anxious. With this thought, he took out his phone and sent Zhao Na an apology message. "Zhao Na, I'm sorry for my harsh words earlier. I hope you won't take them to heart." It's fine," came her reply 2 minutes later. Yining smiled faintly and made his way back to Sue Wire's home. Upon entering, he found Sue Wire emerging from the shower, standing before the mirror, fussing with her hairdryer. Yining approached, took the dryer from her, and began to help her dry her hair. This scene felt oddly familiar. It reminded him of the time he had helped Mo Ching with her hair at the Jinyang Hotel. "What's wrong?" Sue Wire asked, noticing Yining lost in thought. Nothing," he replied, returning to his task. Through the mirror, Sue Wire caught the look on Yining's face as he held her hair. A mix of nostalgia and perhaps a hint of guilt washed over her. She scrunched her nose and let out a soft huff, thinking to herself, "This rascal must have helped other women with their hair before. How infuriating." Seeing her adorable pout in the mirror, Yining found himself both amused and slightly embarrassed. Grasping her hair and recalling Mo Ching made him reflect on the saying, "A man remains a boy at heart until death." Indeed, the ancients did not deceive. That will suffice. Yining placed the fan on the washstand and gently leaned forward, wrapping his arms around Sue Wire's slender waist from behind. "Are you angry?" he asked. "Humph." Sue Wire raised an eyebrow. "If it were you, what would you do?" Yining chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. He let out a couple of sheepish laughs and ceased to explain further. Sue Wire felt somewhat helpless. This mischievous rascal was truly infuriating. Yet, ironically, she found herself drawn to him. Who could she possibly complain to about this predicament? Especially after last night, when they had already crossed certain boundaries. and there was no going back. At that moment, Su Wei'er did not wish to dwell on it too much. As long as she could be with Yining, she felt immensely content. I'm going to make you dinner. You can watch some TV for a while, she said. About to release her hold when Su Wei'er tugged at him, pouting to express her dissatisfaction. Observing her adorable expression, Yining tightened his embrace, capturing her peach-like lips in his for a kiss. It was only several minutes later that he finally released Su Wei'er and turned toward the kitchen. As Yining exited the bathroom, Su Wei'er felt her legs grow weak. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, her eyes shimmering with a glistening sheen, and her beautiful collarbone seemed to glow with a rosy hue, extending to the tips of her ears. She cupped her face in her hands, momentarily unable to believe that such a bold individual could indeed be herself. Alas, it was all her mother's fault for coming by a few days ago and unwittingly imparting knowledge about matters between men and women. She had even prepared an umbrella for her, and now, it seemed the big bad wolf had finally caught Little Red Riding Hood. In the kitchen, Yining noticed freshly washed bedding hanging out on the patio, unmistakably the set they had used the previous night. Under the bright sunlight, a faint dark red mark could be discerned in the center of the sheets. Chapter 67. Tonight, may I wear it for you? By noon at Yining's call, Su Wei'er reluctantly emerged from her bedroom. She was astonished to see a steaming bowl of rib soup on the table. Earlier that morning, when Yining had mentioned cooking, she had assumed he would only be preparing some pre-packaged meal. To her surprise, the big boss Yining could actually cook, and the presentation was quite delightful. The rich aroma of the bone soup mingled with the fragrance of radish made Su Wei'er unable to resist swallowing hard. Seeing her frozen in place, Yining smiled and pulled her to sit beside him, personally serving her a bowl. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat. Do you need me to feed you? Of course not, Su Wei'er retorted, knowing that Yining was teasing her. She defiantly picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth. The tender meat combined with the sweet broth made her large, watery eyes light up instantly. This is absolutely delicious. Yining's cooking is surprisingly good. Noticing Su Wei'er's reaction, Yining understood that this meal was precisely to her liking. He gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, exposing her delicate profile, her nose perfectly sculpted, creating an exquisite picture of pure beauty. Su Wei'er felt a ticklish sensation on her face, but rather than being annoyed, she found it quite comforting, her heart swelling with joy. After lunch, Su Wei'er nestled against Yining, the unique sweetness of her scent making his heart race. She could sense the unusual tension in his body, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Shyly turning her head, she stole a glance at him. Ahem. Yining chuckled awkwardly. It's just an involuntary reaction. He had anticipated Su Wei'er would scold him, but instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, Yining, my mom bought me a few outfits the other day. May I wear one for you tonight? Boom. Su Wei'er's words acted like an aphrodisiac, instantly dismantling his resolve. Of course, Yining replied, his throat dry, desire igniting within him. In the following days, Yining stayed over at Su Wei'er's house. There was no particular agenda. He simply wanted to help her relax with a massage after her daily live streams. One day, while strolling in the square, they suddenly heard the roar of an engine. A sleek red Ferrari 599 zoomed past them. Yining was slightly taken aback. This was the second Ferrari he had seen in Jiangxing, the first being by Elua's white Ferrari 488. Although Jiangxing was not large, it housed quite a number of affluent individuals. People like Han Yu owned various luxury cars, from Lamborghinis to Porsches. Just then, Yining's phone rang. Hello? Lao Han. What do you need? Yi ge ha? Han Yu's voice sounded somewhat sheepish. After a pause, Yining said, just spit it out. Why are you being so coy? As he finished speaking, he noticed Su Wei'er glaring at him, her fingers resting on his waist. Yining chuckled softly and silently mouthed, Wife, I'm just kidding. Upon hearing him call her wife, Su Wei'er's face flushed, and a smile crept onto her lips as she finally withdrew her hand from his waist. Oh, if you're too shy, I'll just say it myself. At that moment, Yining heard Zhou Chen's impatient voice. Hey, Yi ge, I'm Zhou Chen. We were wondering if we could borrow your Koenigsegg for a spin. Is that all? Yining was speechless. Did Han Yu really need to beat around the bush for such a trivial matter? Just take it. When do you need it? Han Yu and the others were taken aback by Yining's straightforwardness regarding the Koenigsegg 1. They had planned to offer him some money to rent the car, but Yining had lent it without hesitation or conditions. Thank you so much, Yi ge. Liao Xian and Ai Yang were equally astonished. Yi ge, it's tomorrow. There's a race up on Dongshan. Would you like to come and watch? Han Yu asked. I want to be attending. Come to Yunshan Longjing tomorrow morning. Building 7 is mine. Yi ge, you're amazing, owning a place at Yunshan Longjing. Upon hearing Yining's words, Han Yu was left in awe. His family was wealthy. But they would never spend close to $100 million on a house, as that money could solve many unexpected problems for their business. Yet, Yuning not only owned a car worth over $100 million, but also a property nearing that value. It was evident that he had substantial cash flow backing him up. After chatting for a while, they hung up the call. "Yining, are you heading back tonight?" Su Wei'er inquired, noting that he would likely not stay at the Emerald City since he mentioned Han Yu going to Yunshang Longjing the following morning. "Yes, I'll return to the villa tonight, but you will accompany me," Yining said, lifting Su Wei'er's chin with a smile. Chapter 68. The Law of Irresistible Appeal. Su Wei'er thought to herself, "This rascal, always trying to flirt with me." She declared, Su Wei'er, will not fall for your tricks. Even if I walk back, I want to join you at the villa." Half an hour later, Yining drove a Mercedes G-Class, with Su Wei'er sitting in the passenger seat, heading toward Yunshang Longjing. In the back seat was a black plastic bag containing not only clothes for Su Wei'er to change into, but also 2 cosplay outfits, complete with cat ears and a tail. Su Wei'er turned her face away, closing her eyes, too shy to look at Yining. Her delicate hands fidgeted restlessly with the hem of her clothes. A quick glance in the rearview mirror revealed Yining's devilish grin. "Pervert," Su Wei'er cursed inwardly. She wondered where Yining had learned such antics. He seemed to take delight in teasing her daily, and she couldn't fathom how he never tired of it. Moreover, her mother had shamefully purchased so many odd items without a hint of embarrassment. It seemed she had forgotten that just days ago, she had willingly donned those very outfits. Yining, intrigued by her, had impulsively ordered over 20 beautiful outfits for her in recent days: stewardess, nurse, catgirl, you name it. Tonight was destined to be another extravagant affair. The following day, Yining, rubbing his tousled hair and yawning, sat up in bed. The room was a chaotic mess, clothing strewn everywhere, a testament to the fervor of the previous night. Su Wei'er, with a gentle smile, remained in a deep slumber, half covered by a cool blanket, blissfully unaware of the expanse of fair skin revealed. Yining, momentarily dazzled by the sight, inhaled deeply and carefully pulled the blanket back over her. Aware of how exhausted Su Wei'er must have been the night before, he rose from bed with utmost caution. By 10 in the morning, Han Yu and his companions arrived at Yining's villa. Upon entering the garage housing the Koenigsegg 1, their excitement was palpable, particularly when Yining handed the key to Han Yu. The latter nearly fell to his knees in reverence. In the presence of this magnificent vehicle, their Lamborghini suddenly seemed lackluster. Han Yu settled into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel, savoring its exquisite touch, already feeling a sense of exhilaration before starting the engine. "Brother Yi, aren't you coming with us?" Han Yu inquired again, perplexed by Yining's refusal. It was bewildering that a super-rich individual with a Koenigsegg 1 showed no interest in racing. What is the purpose of purchasing such a car if not to flaunt? Han Yu pondered aloud. Yining, however, simply replied, "You all go ahead. I wish to accompany your sister-in-law." "Brother Yi, you truly have a girlfriend." Except for Han Yu, the others were unaware of Yining's romantic involvement. Although Han Yu had previously mentioned that Yining's girlfriend was exceptionally beautiful, they had dismissed it as mere banter. After all, who would forsake an entire forest for a single tree? Now that Yining confirmed it, they were inclined to believe him. It made sense why Yining had shown no interest in the barmaid at Hongying Bar. He was devoted to one woman. Little did they know, Yining had more than one girlfriend and yearned for harmonious relations among them. On the second floor of the villa, Su Wei'er heard Yining's voice and donned her pajamas, peeking out of the window. Spotting Han Yu and the others, she smiled and nodded, greeting them. "Sister-in-law," they chorused. "All right, you all hurry along." Yining waved them off, not even inquiring about when they would return the car. As they departed from Yunshang Longjing, Zhou Qin sat in the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg 1, lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Han Yu glanced at him and asked, "Old Han, why does Yi's girlfriend seem so familiar?" Zhou Qin mused, recalling their brief encounter. The voice was strikingly recognizable, yet it eluded him. He could not shake the feeling that such beauty should be memorable. Han Yu smiled mysteriously. "Why not try to recall her name?" "Name?" Zhou Qin frowned. "Su Wei'er. Is there something extraordinary about her name?" After a moment of contemplation, a realization struck Zhou Qin, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Old Han. Could sister-in-law possibly be that Xiao Wei'er from the Feiyu platform?" "Yes, it must be her," Zhou Qin declared, his certainty palpable. Han Yu chuckled, impressed by his friend's deduction. Not only was Su Wei'er stunningly beautiful, but she also held a remarkable presence that surpassed her on-screen persona. The thought of Yining being in a relationship with such a goddess left Zhou Qin in awe. As they drove, Zhou Qin's mind wandered to another captivating figure they were soon to encounter, a woman known for her racing prowess and enigmatic allure. The next day, Yining unexpectedly received a call from Lu Jiandong, the shrewd old fox, inviting him to attend the shareholders' meeting the following morning. with a 15% stake in Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Yi Ning was the third largest shareholder and, naturally, would be invited. Mr. Yi, we have an understanding then. You won't interfere when I ascend to the chairman's position, and I will ensure your dividends are doubled, Lu Jiandong assured him, to which Yi Ning replied, rest assured, I am a man of my word. After lunch, Han Yu returned the Koenigsegg 1 to Yi Ning's residence. As Yi Ning took the key to bid him farewell, he noticed a red handbag lying under the passenger seat. Wait, brother Yi, what's wrong? Is there an issue? Han Yu asked, his heart racing at the thought of damaging the car. Don't worry, it's nothing, Yi Ning replied, bending down to pick up the handbag. But whose is this? Huh? Han Yu broke into a cold sweat. Yi Ning, puzzled, pressed further, what is going on? Han Yu sighed, to be honest. This car wasn't just driven by us last night. It turned out they had encountered a woman while racing, initially driving a Ferrari. She had become infatuated with the Koenigsegg 1 and had borrowed it for a few laps. Yi Ning's first thought was of by law, yet he dismissed it, knowing she was not the type to indulge in racing. All right, just clarify everything. Is this handbag hers? Yes, it belongs to Sister Annie, Han Yu confirmed. Relieved that Yi Ning was not upset. Sister Annie? Is that the chairwoman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals? Yi Ning inquired, taken aback. Indeed, do you know her? I don't know her personally, but I've heard about the difficulties she is facing since her father's accident. She must have it tough. Lu Jiandong's call this morning was clearly about consolidating power. I imagine Anshi is quite overwhelmed right now. Indeed, Han Yu sighed, if it weren't for the Lu family, Sister Annie wouldn't be in such a predicament. Yi Ning nodded, indifferent to the unfolding drama, content to observe the conflict from a distance. Just as he was about to hand the handbag back to Han Yu, he noticed a Polaroid attached to the strap. His hands trembled, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he pointed at the woman in the photo. Is this Annie? Yes. Brother Yi, what is the matter? Han Yu asked, perplexed by Yi Ning's unusual reaction. Nothing, Yi Ning replied, suppressing his excitement. After exchanging a few parting words with Han Yu, he returned to the villa, placing the handbag on his bedside table, gazing tenderly at the Polaroid. In the photo, Annie wore her hair in cascading waves of burgundy, adorned in a simple red dress, exuding an irresistible charm. Her disdainful gaze suggested a disinterest in the world around her, reminiscent of a fairy tale enchantress. Fairy, hello. I have finally found you. Annie was indeed the woman with whom Yi Ning had shared a wild night after experiencing heartbreak in both love and career. Though their conversation had been brief, her every smile and word was indelibly etched in his memory. Annie was his, and he would not let anyone else encroach upon what was his. Lu Jiandong, you may have grand plans, but you will find them thwarted this time. As for integrity, why should he uphold it with someone who bullies his beloved? The following day, Yi Ning arose early, returning Su Wei'er to Emerald City before setting off for Anshin Pharmaceuticals alone. During the morning rush hour, the roads were congested with a cacophony of vehicles, transforming a journey that typically took 40 minutes into a grueling hour-long endeavor. Anshin Pharmaceuticals, the largest pharmaceutical company in Jiangxing, not only collaborated with numerous local hospitals but also held a respectable reputation in the neighboring provinces. However, over the past year, the company's stock price had plummeted significantly from its peak. As Yi Ning parked his car, he noticed a sleek BMW pulling up beside him. The driver was none other than Xiao Tong, a woman with whom Yi Ning had crossed paths several times before. Despite her makeup, the fatigue on her face was evident, accentuated by the worry etched in her eyes, which conveyed a palpable sense of sorrow from a distance. Hi, Director Xiao, good morning. Yi Ning greeted her with a smile and a wave. Xiao Tong, noticing the impeccably dressed young man approaching, was taken aback. Mr. Yi, what brings you here? She asked in surprise. Is there a shareholder meeting today? Or is there someone here to discuss business with Jiangxing Kanda Hospital? Besides, who in the sales department has the clout to invite you in person? Of course, I am here to see you. Ever since our last encounter, I have been thinking about it incessantly. Yi Ning teased with a grin. Xiao Tong pursed her lips, reluctant to respond. Had their meeting occurred before the auction, she might have believed his words. However, after witnessing Su Wei'er at the auction, she was no longer inclined to entertain such notions. Though Xiao Tong was confident in her appearance and figure, she recognized her limitations when compared to Su Wei'er, whose beauty was simply unparalleled. Su Wei'er radiated a pure and fresh aura, reminiscent of a lotus blossom in a serene pond, graceful yet untouchable, a beauty not to be sullied by others. If there was anyone who could rival her in appearance, it might be her superior, Annie. However, the youthful and pristine charm that Su Wei'er exuded was unmatched. One might wonder how Yi Ning, with such a girlfriend, could ever fall for another woman. Clearly, Xiao Tong misunderstood him. If he were to answer, he would affirm, indeed, for I am quite fond of your director and as well. Director Xiao, where is the shareholder meeting being held? Yuning inquired. Xiao Tong, momentarily surprised by his question, decided not to press further. It's in the office hall. I need to head there as well. Let us go together, she replied. As they walked, numerous employees cast curious glances at the duo. The beautiful Xiao Tong, known for her charm at Anshin Pharmaceuticals, was seen strolling alongside a handsome stranger. Yining's gentle smile only intensified the intrigue, leading many unmarried women to speculate about their relationship. Whispers circulated that Xiao Tong had audaciously brought a young man to the company. Unfazed by the murmurs, Yining followed Xiao Tong into the office building without obstruction. Ahem. Mr. Yi, I apologize. We have quite a few young women in the company, and this is just how it is. Xiao Tong coughed awkwardly, attempting to explain. Yining shook his head, indifferent to the gossip. He had faced much speculation during his student years. If he were to dwell on every rumor, he would have long been overwhelmed. Mr. Yi, may I ask which shareholder invited you? Xiao Tong queried, not considering the possibility that he might be a shareholder himself. If he were, would he not have appeared at the company before? Thus, he must have been invited by another shareholder for a discussion. Why can't I be a shareholder? Director Xiao? Yining chuckled, flashing his phone screen, displaying a message before signing in and entering. Xiao Tong was momentarily stunned by the seamlessness of his actions. She could hardly fathom that Yining was indeed her superior, having transitioned from a business partner to an employee under him. Mr. Yi. Xiao Tong's voice faltered, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yining waved dismissively, unconcerned with titles. Welcome, welcome. A cheerful voice rang out. A middle-aged man in a suit, exuding an air of sophistication, approached Yining with an outstretched hand. You must be Director Liu, right? It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Yining responded. His demeanor warm yet enigmatic as he shook hands with Lu Jiandong. Though it was their first meeting, they appeared as if they were longtime acquaintances. Behind Lu Jiandong, other shareholders stepped forward to greet Yining, clearly having been briefed on his identity. At that moment, Lu Jiandong playfully tapped the back of a younger man beside him. Lu Tianxiang stiffened, his gaze towards Yining filled with a mix of emotions. This was the man who had humiliated him at the auction, and after being slapped by Yining, he had endured a scolding from his father instead of receiving support. Now, he was compelled to apologize personally. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for my previous indiscretion. I hope you can forgive my impulsiveness, Lu Tianxiang said, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow, showcasing his reluctance to comply, yet knowing it was essential for his father's plans. That's quite all right. Youthful impulsiveness is common. Just remember to think things through in the future. Yining replied with an air of maturity. As the third largest shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, he certainly did not regard Lu Tianxiang as his equal. Next to them, Xiao Tong's expression shifted slightly, though she quickly regained her composure. Inside, however, she was engulfed in turmoil. The realization that Yining had been invited by Lu Jiandong only deepened her concern for the shareholder meeting. Regardless of how many shares Yining possessed, he likely stood with Lu Jiandong, placing Annie, the chairman, in an even more precarious position. Resolute, she approached Yining. Mr. Yi, may I speak with you privately? She asked, her voice low enough for only the two of them to hear. To outsiders, Xiao Tong's proximity to Yining was striking, especially given her voluptuous figure that nearly enveloped his arm, releasing a sweet fragrance that wafted between them. Such intimacy raised eyebrows, leading many to suspect a deeper connection between them. What could Director Xiao wish to discuss? Yining teased. Mr. Yi, this place is rather crowded. Would you mind if we talked in my office? Xiao Tong suggested, her voice laced with urgency. If you intend to persuade me to support Annie, there's no need for further discussion, Yining stated openly, aware of Xiao Tong's intentions. Hearing his words, Xiao Tong's face drained of color. She had yet to articulate her thoughts when she was outright rejected, and in front of so many employees. A bitter taste filled her mouth as she pondered the potential consequences. Would Annie truly be ousted from the board after today? Just as Xiao Tong found herself enveloped in profound despair, Yining inquired, Director Xiao, could you kindly show me where Annie's office is? Upon hearing Yining's words, Xiao Tong's eyes lit up. Could it be that there was still a glimmer of hope? Of course, I'll take you there, she replied hastily, leading Yining into the elevator. Xiaoyan, is the chairman in? Upon reaching the exterior of Annie's office, Xiao Tong eagerly asked a young woman in her 20s. Secretary Xiao Yin shook her head, stating, the chairman went to the conference room 2 minutes ago. Oh, Xiao Tong's expression reflected her disappointment. She firmly believed that with Annie's capabilities, there was a significant chance to win over Yining. At the very least, she would have been able to prevent him from siding with Lu Jiandong. Yet, it seemed fate had conspired against her, as Annie had gone to the conference room early. The singular opportunity for negotiation had slipped through their fingers, and it was highly likely that all their efforts would be in vain. However, Yining stepped forward, smiling as he said, "No worries. I'm here to return something. Your chairman left her bag with me." As he spoke, Yining handed over a small red leather bag to Xiaoyan. The situation left both Xiaotong and Secretary Xiaoyan momentarily taken aback. Annie's bag was with Yining? Did this man share a special connection with the chairman? At 27, Annie had never been known to have any particular associations with men, apart from Lu Tianxiang, who persistently bothered her without receiving any warmth in return. Could it be that Yining was the reason Annie had turned down other suitors? Xiaotong scrutinized Yining with renewed interest. She acknowledged that he was exceptionally handsome and possessed a fortune nearing 100 billion, truly a young prodigy. But wasn't Yining already in a relationship? Was he perhaps straddling two boats, one of which belonged to the usually stern and formidable Annie? That seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, if that were the case, Yining would undoubtedly stand by Annie's side. Perhaps he was the greatest asset for Annie's comeback today. Ahem, Director Yi, you? With a glimmer of hope in her gaze, Xiaotong looked toward Yining. Yining flashed a mysterious smile, confidently stating, "As long as your chairman holds 35 of the shares, she cannot possibly lose today." Ah! The two women exclaimed in unison, nearly leaping with excitement. By saying this, Yining had effectively revealed that he possessed 15 of the shares, coupled with the 37 inherited by Annie from the former chairman. They could secure a victory over Lu Jiandong. Not to mention, several smaller shareholders were also aligned with Annie. "Director Yi, you were truly impressive," Xiaotong said sincerely. No wonder Yining had mentioned that if he were assisting Annie, there was no need for further discussion. It all made sense now. Even Xiaoyan nodded vigorously in agreement. "Haha, don't praise me just yet. There is even more impressive to come." Yining winked at the two. Xiaotong, being a mature woman in her 30s with children, was accustomed to such banter and maintained a certain level of composure. However, Xiaoyan, a recent university graduate, blushed at Yining's gaze. A considerable part of her willingness stemmed from Yining's striking handsomeness, combined with his charmingly roguish demeanor, which left the inexperienced Xiao Yan somewhat flustered. Chapter 72. The long-awaited meeting with the fair lady even after Xiaotong and Yining exited Annie's office. The secretary's face remained flushed. This clearly indicated how shy the young woman was. As a senior executive at Enchanting Pharmaceuticals, although Xiaotong was not a shareholder, she still had the privilege to attend the meeting as an observer. The large conference room featured an oval red wooden table at its center, surrounded by more than 20 chairs. Small tables and chairs formed 3 layers around the perimeter, indicating that the center was reserved for shareholders, while the management team occupied the outer seats. Yining and Xiaotong arrived relatively late. Several people stood to greet Xiaotong, while others remained seated. The atmosphere in the conference room was charged, akin to a powder keg ready to explode. As for Yining, who walked alongside Xiaotong, many assumed he was a newly appointed junior supervisor. However, rather than taking a seat at the periphery, he bypassed Xiaotong's position and headed straight for the center. This bold maneuver naturally attracted the attention of numerous senior executives, with some privately sneering. Does Xiao Jie really think her newly promoted supervisor has the audacity to sit there? How reckless. Several leaders close to Xiaotong urged her anxiously. "Quickly, stop that handsome guy. Those seats are for shareholders." But Xiaotong merely smiled calmly and shook her head. "It's fine." Her demeanor remained composed, revealing no hint of anxiety. In her view, if Yining were unqualified to sit there, then the smaller shareholders of Enchanting Pharmaceuticals were even less deserving. As everyone braced themselves for Yining's potential embarrassment, Lu Jiandong rose to speak. "Director Yi, you've arrived late, haha." Hiss. Except for Xiaotong, the rest of the senior executives at Enchanting Pharmaceuticals turned their attention to Yining upon hearing Lu Jiandong's words. Did Lu refer to this young man as Director Yi? Could it be that he was part of the board of directors at Enchanting Pharmaceuticals? Yet, Yining appeared oblivious to Lu Jiandong's greeting, directing his gaze instead towards the woman seated at the head of the table, engrossed in her documents with a furrowed brow. She still sported her captivating wine-red waves. Despite her lowered head, her exquisite features were evident. With fiery red lips, her every gesture exuded allure. Annie was not merely a beauty, she was, without a doubt, the most enchanting woman in the world. Yining's actions caused Lu Jiandong to frown slightly, a jolt of unease coursing through him. Could it be that Yining was smitten with Annie? It wasn't too surprising. Annie's beauty was unparalleled, only rivaled by a few. However, could such a young man with considerable wealth truly be swayed by the beauty before him? "Director Yi, allow me to introduce you to our current chairman of Enchanting Pharmaceuticals." Chairman Annie and Lu Jiandong's expression darkened slightly, but he forced a smile to make the introduction. Yining's lips curled into a slight smile as he nodded. Approaching Annie's seat, he extended his hand, saying, "Chairman, it is a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, Annie finally lifted her head. and upon locking eyes with Yining, her pupils dilated in shock. She instantly recognized him as the man with whom she had shared a wild night. How is this possible? Chairman, are you not welcoming me? Shall I take my leave? Yining raised an eyebrow playfully, his expression teasing. Everyone present, including Lu Jiandong, was taken aback. They couldn't help but sweat for Yining. This man was audacious enough to flirt with Annie. Yet, upon further reflection, Lu Jiandong secretly relished the scene. If Annie were to lash out, it would pit her against Yining, ensuring that the chairman position he coveted would be within his grasp. Annie found herself chuckling inwardly at Yining's boldness. Had it been any other man, she might have kicked him out. Yet, with Yining, she found him somewhat endearing. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Annie extended her right hand to grasp Yining's, welcoming him warmly. In that moment, she discreetly traced her fingertip along Yining's palm, sending a thrill through him. This enchantress was dangerously captivating. As Yining settled into his seat, he still felt the lingering sensation from their handshake. One could not deny that Annie's hand was remarkably soft. The silky skin, coupled with its coolness, left him yearning for more. 10 minutes later, the shareholders' meeting finally commenced. After Annie summarized the company's performance over the past 6 months, she proceeded to outline a series of subsequent strategies. Following this, Lu Jiandong led the senior executives in their addresses. As the meeting neared its conclusion, just as Annie was preparing to deliver her summary, a shareholder with a small mustache abruptly rose, exclaiming, Chairman, you've mentioned a great deal, but in my view, none of it translates into tangible profits. We shareholders prefer not to interfere with company operations, yet our dividends have barely increased over the past year. This illustrates a profound truth. Your plans and strategies have met with failure, since following you has yielded no profits. It would be wiser to reconstruct the leadership team and appoint individuals of greater talent. As soon as the shareholder finished speaking, others rose in agreement. Yes, I support Director Lu's suggestion. Indeed, irrespective of other matters, the position of chairman should be occupied by someone of greater capability. Finally, the moment had arrived. Yining slowly opened his eyes and took a delicate sip from the tea before him. He cast a piercing gaze upon the orchestrators of this drama, his expression sharp and discerning. Chapter 73. The orchestrated act. With a loud thud, an elderly shareholder with graying hair and deep-set eyes slammed his palm on the table. Pointing at Director Lu, he admonished, Lu Li, your ascent to this position is solely due to the support of Xiaoan's father. And what are you doing now? This is a classic case of ingratitude. Coughing, the elderly shareholder leaned back in his chair, attempting to ease the pent-up frustration within. Everyone knew that today, Lu Jiandong would confront Annie, but Lu Li stepping up as the scapegoat left the old shareholder utterly disheartened. These individuals were no different from ungrateful wolves. Anshin Pharmaceuticals' medical supplies are flawless in quality. Yet why have collaborations with numerous hospitals been abruptly terminated? This is not due to external factors. Rather, someone within the company is pulling strings. Naturally, their knives are aimed at the current chairman, the woman who holds the highest authority in Anshin Pharmaceutical, Annie. Lu Li, chastised by the elderly shareholder, felt his face flush with embarrassment and anger. However, he still proclaimed defiantly, this is a matter of principles. We are discussing the company's profitability. It must not intertwine with personal feelings. I am not only advocating for the future well-being of all shareholders, but also for the livelihoods of every employee at Anshin Pharmaceutical and the future of the company. Lu Li stood tall, his words imbued with righteousness, as if he were truly a self-sacrificing benefactor. But all present understood that he was merely a hypocrite, motivated by greed and opportunism. Enough. Director Lu, how can you so casually defame the chairman? No one expected that the voice to halt Lu Li would belong to Lu Jiandong. Even Yining's expression flickered with surprise. Yet a moment's reflection revealed the depths of Lu Jiandong's cunning. He aspired to take that position while wishing to avoid any insinuation of ulterior motives. What a masterful performance he was putting on. Lu Jiandong rose and declared, today, Anshin Pharmaceutical faces numerous challenges, but I believe the chairman is merely young and slightly inexperienced. If we grant her a bit more time, she will undoubtedly lead Anshin Pharmaceutical to new heights. While appearing to defend Annie, his words subtly hinted at her managerial inadequacies while quietly painting a rosy picture for all present. In today's society, who does not recognize that such grandiose promises often mask deception? Some shareholders, uninterested in the feud between Lu Jiandong and Annie and merely desiring dividends, found themselves lost in contemplation. Over the past year, the dividends they received from Anshin Pharmaceutical had not seen significant growth compared to previous years. How many more years would it take to reach the levels achieved under the former chairman? Thus, many began to ponder Lu Li's proposal. Why not consider a new chairman? What if it truly yields unexpected results? Seeing several neutral shareholders deep in thought, the tension in Lu Jiandong's heart eased. He immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Li. Lu Li understood the silent communication, his expression of grievance pleading. Lu, it is not I who defames the chairman, but our situation is dire. I implore you to empathize with us, small shareholders. By the way, Lu Li clapped his hands, feigning a sudden realization. Lu, as the company's general manager, you are undoubtedly well acquainted with all aspects of the company, and as the second largest shareholder, you are fully qualified and capable of assuming the role of chairman. He emphasized further, yes. Lu, please take up the position of chairman and elevate Anshin Pharmaceutical to greatness. As soon as Lu Li's words fell, shareholders aligned with Lu Jiandong clamored in agreement. Please, Lu, become our chairman. Yes, I, Old Qian, am the first to support this. Faced with the backing of Lu Li and others, Lu Jiandong donned a facade of conflict. After much deliberation, he turned his gaze to Annie. Annie quietly observed Lu Jiandong's theatrics, her heart heavy with realization. It was a well-known fact among the upper echelons that Lu Jiandong sought to usurp her position. How could she be oblivious? Originally, their combined shareholding alongside the support of respective shareholders maintained a delicate balance. However, today, Lu Jiandong, under the guise of prioritizing shareholder interests, had swayed a few neutral individuals to his side. Truly, a cunning fox. With keen interest, Annie regarded Lu Jiandong and his supporters, silently tossing a stack of documents onto the table. Lu, before you consider my opinions, I implore everyone to review these materials first. In the face of Lu Jiandong's coercion, Annie remained composed. Many believed she was merely putting on a brave front, yet Lu Jiandong did not share this sentiment. It is often said that your enemies know you best, and this held true. Lu Jiandong recognized that Annie was not one to act without purpose. Her calm demeanor indicated she possessed methods to navigate the current crisis. Just moments ago, Annie's expression was as tranquil as a still lake, exuding an unsettling calm that stirred unease within Lu Jiandong. Now, with a thick stack of documents in hand, his heart raced, sensing impending doom. Chapter 74. Annie's counterattack. Lu, why are you dawdling? Hurry and take a look, Annie urged, her voice frigid and devoid of emotion, sending chills through everyone present. Lu Jiandong, in particular, felt as though Annie's words were a death knell, causing cold sweat to beat upon his brow. Swallowing hard, his trembling fingers finally made contact with the papers. They were not cold, yet to Lu Jiandong, it felt as though he had plunged his hand into a frigid abyss. He longed to retract his hand, but found himself paralyzed under the scrutiny of all present. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and grasped the documents. Upon closer inspection, a violent flash of realization struck him, followed by a deafening roar in his mind. This, it cannot be. Lu Jiandong's hands trembled as panic set in, for the documents contained irrefutable evidence of his bribery of hospital executives over the past year. And the hospitals that accepted his bribes, save for Jiangshan Kangda Hospital controlled by Yining, had all terminated contracts with Anshin Pharmaceutical. As confusion spread among the onlookers due to Lu Jiandong's reaction, Annie stood up. Her beautiful eyes glowed with an icy intensity, akin to a scorching sun igniting the soul. Impossible? With bloodshot eyes and fury radiating from her, Annie thundered, Lu Jiandong, what remains impossible for you? Did you not consider the improbability of your actions when you engaged in such self-destructive behavior? Did you contemplate the consequences when you incited your useless son to provoke me? Did you reflect on the possibility of failure when you deceived shareholders into siding with you, employing any means necessary to achieve your goals? With that, Annie snatched the documents from Lu Jiandong's grasp and forcefully flung them at the shareholders supporting him. Open your eyes and behold. This is the so-called diligent and dedicated general manager Lu, who claims to act in the interest of the company and its stakeholders. Annie's anger caused her chest to rise and fall rapidly, veins bulging in her hands. After her outburst, she stumbled back unsteadily. Yining, quick to react, sprang up and caught her delicate waist, gently guiding her back to sit. Upon observing her bloodshot eyes and the pallor of her exquisite, oval face, it was evident that she was utterly fatigued. A flicker of guilt crossed Yining's gaze. This woman must be exceedingly weary from gathering such evidence. Had he taken the initiative to delve deeper into Annie's situation with Xiaotong earlier, she might not be enduring such hardship today. Unbeknownst to him, the atmosphere in the room had erupted into chaos. The cause was twofold. Firstly, the stack of documents presented by Annie, meticulously detailing Lu Jiandong's misdeeds, and secondly, the shocking sight of Yining embracing the frosty beauty, Chairman Annie of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Strangely, Annie exhibited no sign of resistance. Their gestures appeared so natural, reminiscent of longtime lovers. Only Xiaotong, seated at a distance, wore a knowing expression. Her suspicions had been confirmed. The chairman and Yining indeed shared a clandestine relationship. Although Annie was a few years younger, Xiaotong treated her as a subordinate in the professional realm while adopting a sisterly demeanor in their personal lives. The emergence of a man willing to care for Annie brought Xiaotong joy, yet unease lingered, for Yi Ning was entangled with another woman, Su Wire, whose beauty rivaled Annie's. Sighing, Xiaotong could only shake her head, recognizing that some matters lay beyond her control. Lu Jiandong, you are truly ambitious, she thought. As the senior shareholder who initially supported Annie scrutinized the documents, pointing at Lu Jiandong with a withered finger. Mr. Lu, is this true? He demanded. You dare deceive us. I understand your desire for the chairman's position, but how could you engage in such duplicitous actions? The tide had turned against Lu Jiandong, as the shareholders, akin to reeds in the wind, swayed with the prevailing sentiment, especially when it concerned their finances. Faced with the onslaught of accusations, Lu Jiandong sank despondently into his chair, his once genteel demeanor crumbling into despair. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and cast his gaze towards Yi Ning. Yes, Yi Ning, the third largest shareholder of Enchanting Pharmaceuticals, was a man of business. If he could be swayed, there remained a glimmer of hope. Mr. Yi, as the company's third largest shareholder, what is your opinion? Lu Jiandong implored, signaling desperately. Yi Ning stared at him in astonishment for a prolonged moment. Was this man truly foolish? Even a businessman of Lu Jiandong's stature resorted to desperate measures in the face of adversity? Yi Ning felt a tinge of pity, though he would not extend sympathy. While other matters could be set aside, what business did Lu Jiandong have in inciting his son to provoke Yi Ning's wife? He was no cuckold. I have stated before. I shall not meddle in your affairs, Yi Ning replied with an air of indifference. Lu Jiandong, unwilling to concede, insisted, Mr. Yi, should I become chairman, I shall allocate 1/3 of my profits to you. 1/3? How generous of you, Yi Ning retorted, amusement dancing in his eyes. Lu Jiandong's heart leapt with joy at Yi Ning's response, but as he prepared to express his gratitude, he met Yi Ning's mocking gaze. Why not transfer all your shares to me, and perhaps I might consider your proposal? At that moment, Lu Jiandong realized he was being toyed with. Desperation washed over him as he scanned the room, finding no ally among the crowd. Even those who typically fawned over him averted their gazes. Rage surged within him, causing a rush of blood to his head, leading to dizziness and a loss of consciousness. Mr. Lu Jiandong. Ultimately, Annie took charge, organizing help to escort Lu Jiandong to the hospital. Subsequently, the shareholders who had backed Lu Jiandong approached Annie, heads bowed in apology. Yi Ning stood to the side, observing silently. He was confident in Annie's ability to manage these fair-weather allies. His presence was merely to support her. When the room emptied, leaving only Annie and Yi Ning, he finally approached her. Annie looked at Yi Ning, weariness evident on her face, yet she managed a forced smile. How was that, little brother? Impressive, right? Yi Ning nodded silently, opening his arms to embrace her. Annie, though slightly shorter than him in her heels, fit perfectly against his frame. He tenderly wrapped his arms around her waist, burying his face in her flowing hair, enveloped by the fragrance of roses that transported him to a place of utter bliss. Annie was taken aback by Yi Ning's boldness, her alabaster arms instinctively drawing in front of her, momentarily at a loss. After a brief struggle, she surrendered. For her feelings towards Yi Ning were complex. Perhaps they were just a hair's breadth away from affection, but she certainly harbored fondness for him. Otherwise, she would not have shared such intimacy with him that night. Regret was not the right term, yet a tinge of melancholy lingered. Just when she believed she would never see him again, he appeared before her today as Enchanting Pharmaceuticals' third largest shareholder. How extraordinary! Even more astonishing was the fact that this man was now holding her as if he wished to merge their very beings. But this is a conference room. And there are cameras, Annie reminded, lightly patting Yi Ning's back. Her delicate fingers brushed against his muscles through his thin shirt, igniting a memory of that night when she had explored his physique. A blush crept over her cheeks. Who do you think you are? You can't just walk away after doing something wrong. You must take responsibility, she teased. Yi Ning gently released her, caressing her cheek, his own eyes glistening with emotion. Fairy. You owe me for the mental anguish. Fairy? Annie had never been addressed in such a manner before. In her father's time, she was known as Missin. Her peers called her the big sister. Yi Ning's use of fairy intrigued her, and she found herself delighting in it. Little brother, how would you like me to compensate you? She inquired playfully, her tongue sweeping across her lips in an enchanting manner. If outsiders had witnessed Annie's demeanor, they might have thought they were dreaming. As the chairman of Enchanting Pharmaceuticals had always been a woman of ice, stern, with an unyielding presence. Yet, this frosty facade masked a duality, when ignited with passion. She resembled the most vibrant red rose, breathtaking and alluring. Witnessing Annie's expression and hearing her captivating voice stirred something deep within Yi Ning. Heat coursed through him, the air around them growing charged. His he inhaled deeply, fixating on her flawless visage, unable to resist inching closer. "Wait," Annie said, placing 2 fingers against his lips, releasing intoxicating scents. "Aren't you the one who wanted compensation?" With a playful smile, she shook her head, not under the watchful eye of the cameras. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. "Then what?" "Humph," Annie replied, turning away, leaving a trail of her enticing fragrance in her wake. As she was about to exit the conference room, a delicate voice called out, "Wishing to make amends, follow me upstairs." Chapter 76. The sweet bitter coffee. Yi Ning trailed behind Annie, encountering numerous employees of Anshin Pharmaceuticals along the way. Most had not attended today's shareholders meeting. Thus, when these individuals spotted a young stranger following Annie, they couldn't help but speculate about Yi Ning's identity. "Look, is that the chairwoman? Who is the handsome man behind her? He looks quite dashing." Together with the chairwoman, they truly embody a perfect match. What if he's her brother? "Brother, my foot. Did you not see the chairwoman's bashful demeanor? Even if he were her brother, he must be quite exceptional." Although I couldn't detect any shyness from the chairwoman, your analysis does seem somewhat plausible. Upon arriving at Annie's office, her secretary, Xiao Yin, brewed a cup of coffee for each of them and discreetly exited. Yi Ning took a sip of his coffee, and a wave of intense bitterness flooded his mouth, overwhelming his taste buds. He wrinkled his brow, pursed his lips, and quickly set the cup down, fearing that another sip would leave the entire village waiting for their meal. "Do you not like this?" Seeing Yi Ning's reaction, Annie chuckled, stirring her coffee with a small spoon. "Not to my taste. Coffee is quite bitter." Yi Ning shook his head in disdain. Oddly enough, he did not despise bitter flavors in general. He quite enjoyed dishes like bitter melon stir-fried with eggs. However, coffee had never appealed to him since their first encounter. Annie's eyes twinkled with mischief as a playful idea struck her. Leaning slightly closer to Yi Ning, her long, fair arm draped over his shoulder. With her lips near his ear, she whispered, "Little brother, I have sweet coffee here. Would you care for a taste?" After speaking, she teasingly traced her tongue along Yi Ning's earlobe. The warmth of her touch sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to turn and gaze at Annie with incredulity. This woman was far too skilled. Were it not for the vivid crimson he had witnessed on the sheets, he might have doubted her experience in such matters. Her driving skills were top-notch, perfectly understanding the male psyche. Naturally, this was one of the most alluring aspects of her character. Noticing Yi Ning's stunned silence, Annie playfully tapped his cheek with her index finger. Licking her lips, she blew a soft whistle while tossing her hair back, urging, "Come on. Do you want to try it, or not?" This gesture was utterly enchanting, making Yi Ning wish he could transform into Sun Wukong to vanquish the seductive forces before him. "Absolutely," he affirmed without hesitation. Annie smiled and nodded. "That's splendid." With that, she lifted her now lukewarm coffee, parted her lips, and took a small sip. The lingering bitterness was mild, swiftly replaced by a rich sweetness. Was this the sweet coffee Annie had mentioned? It was indeed quite delightful. Unable to resist, Yi Ning wrapped his arms around Annie's slender waist, yet feeling somewhat unsatisfied, his hands began to wander upwards. Smack! Annie adeptly halted his movements, creating space between them. With a teasing grin, she remarked, "Little brother, you're not being very proper." Ahem. Caught in the act, Yi Ning felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, what could he do? Given the circumstances, could he, the most passionate man in Jiacheng, refrain from making any advances? "Well, I've given you what you wanted. Let me rest for a while," Annie said, intertwining her fingers and stretching. Bending down, she removed her high heels, revealing a pair of delicate feet encased in stockings. Finding a comfortable position, she rested her head on Yi Ning's thigh, closing her eyes. Throughout this, a gentle smile graced her lips, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. Perhaps only Yi Ning could appreciate this side of her. She was like a locked diary, accessible only to the one who possessed the key. With one arm wrapped around Annie's slender waist, and the other cradling her delicate face, Yi Ning found this moment to be profoundly beautiful. Since meeting Annie, his world had undergone a tremendous transformation. One could say that everything traced back to that fateful night. Thankfully, he had encountered this woman again today and had naturally pulled her into his embrace. As he pondered these thoughts, his eyelids grew heavy, and he drifted into slumber. When he awoke, the woman in his arms had vanished. He faintly heard whispers outside the office door. In the next moment, the door creaked open, and Annie entered. Wearing a pair of slippers and treading lightly, Yi Ning, quick to react, closed his eyes at once. Though Annie walked softly, with careful listening, he could still discern her approach. Yi Ning distinctly felt her presence as she stood before him. After a prolonged silence, the aroma of roses intensified, and a warm breath drew near, soft and gentle against his face. Yi Ning opened his eyes just as Annie was caught off guard, and he swiftly embraced her. "Ah, Annie let out a startled gasp, quickly silenced by his kiss. Chapter 77. Lu Tianxiang's provocation knock, knock, knock. Inside the office. The two were locked in a passionate kiss when the sound of knocking pulled them back to reality. Chairwoman and Director Lu wishes to see you. Came Xiaoyan's voice from outside. In an instant, Annie acted with lightning speed, pushing Yi Ning away. She stood up, hastily smoothing her slightly wrinkled skirt and tousled hair, adopting a serious demeanor as she sat at her office chair. Yi Ning couldn't help but chuckle silently at Annie's antics, especially when she shot him a glare that transformed her expression into one of utmost seriousness, resembling an icy queen atop a snow-capped peak. Her ability to change her demeanor was akin to the rapid face-changing art of Sichuan opera, an intangible cultural heritage worth witnessing. Annie cleared her throat. Come in. Yi Ning was puzzled about who Director Lu could be. As the door opened, it turned out to be Lu Tianxiang, the foolish son of a landlord. Upon seeing Yi Ning lounging on the sofa, Lu Tianxiang's expression shifted to one of surprise. Following Yi Ning's gaze, he suddenly noticed the red high heels resting on the coffee table, and his countenance darkened as if a realization struck him. An Anshin, who did not know that Lu Tianxiang was pursuing Annie, even if his father, Lu Jiandong, encouraged him out of a desire for Annie's shares. Only he knew that his feelings were genuine. However, now he found Annie's high heels at Yi Ning's feet. Not to mention, the two had been alone together in the office for quite some time. What exactly were Yi Ning and Annie doing? Surely not merely playing a stimulating game? As anger ignited within him, Lu Tianxiang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress it. Annie, why is he here? He questioned through clenched teeth, his tone laced with accusation. Director Lu, you should address me as chairwoman, Annie retorted coldly, her gaze sharp. Furthermore, Yi Dong is the third largest shareholder of Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Is it so strange for him to be in my office? Yi Ning found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Lu Tianxiang's opening line. It was indeed accurate to call him the landlord's foolish son. What kind of subordinate walks in and interrogates their superior without discernment? Even Lu Jiandong would only raise questions with Annie, never with such a cold demeanor. Lu Tianxiang was momentarily rendered speechless by Annie's rebuttals. Seeing that she had no intention of asking Yi Ning to leave, he shifted the topic. Chairwoman, and my cousin's wife just contacted me, claiming she was fired. Is that true? Is that what this is about? Upon hearing Lu Tianxiang's words, Annie felt a wave of disinterest. She continued to gaze at her computer screen as she replied, Indeed, I personally terminated her employment. The finance department has already begun processing her final paycheck. Hearing Annie's indifferent response, Lu Tianxiang became anxious. Why, chairwoman? She's my relative. And what of it? Your relatives can lounge about all day, lacking any competence, yet still ascend to minor managerial positions? If the company operates on nepotism as you do, chaos would surely ensue. What will the subordinates think? What of those who genuinely contribute to the company's success? And reprimanded. However, Lu Tianxiang wished to say more, only to see and dismissively wave her hand. Director Lu, there is no room for discussion on this matter. If you have no further business, please leave. Faced with An's unwavering firmness, Lu Tianxiang could only sigh in resignation. He understood that An was targeting his family, and while today it was merely the dismissal of a minor manager, tomorrow it could be someone more significant. Yet, he felt utterly powerless. His most significant ally lay in a hospital bed, leaving him to watch helplessly as his father's influence was methodically dismantled by An. As he departed, Lu Tianxiang cast a glance at Yi Ning, only to find Yi Ning's attention fixated on and completely disregarding him, treated as if he were invisible. A flame of humiliation ignited within him. Suddenly struck with inspiration, Lu Tianxiang smiled and addressed Yi Ning. Director Yi, I apologize for previously offending your sister-in-law. He bowed deeply before turning to leave, his demeanor surprisingly sincere. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning felt a sense of foreboding. Once the office door closed, only he and An remained. Stealing a glance at An, he found her scrutinizing him with intriguing intensity. Those stunningly beautiful eyes, when directed at him, sent a chill coursing through him. Ah, my dear wife, the weather is splendid today. Yi Ning laughed awkwardly. Wife? And echoed, her tone laden with meaning. Isn't there something missing? Shouldn't you prefix that with little? Little? Little wife. No, no, no. Yi Ning fervently shook his head, refusing to admit it. Are we? An's enchanting eyes narrowed, and she held up a slender finger, drawing a 1 in the air. I will ask you one question. Who is the sister-in-law that Lu mentioned? Ah. Yi Ning fell silent. He certainly knew it referred to Su Wire, but was that something he could admit? Ah. Lost your tongue? Seeing Yi Ning's discomfort, and gestured towards the door, the exit is there. You leave. Chapter 78. You say you want to teach me a lesson. Yi Ning rose, circumnavigating the desk to embrace her. Yet, and turned, her alabaster arm pressing against his chest, urging, I must work now. You should go. It appeared, and was genuinely upset. Naturally, a strikingly beautiful chairwoman would not share her man with another woman. Feeling somewhat defeated, Yining lowered his head and exited the office. Just as he was closing the door, Anne's voice rang out, "By the way, bring your Koenigsegg one. One for me to play with the day after tomorrow." "Yes, that's it." Without lifting her gaze from the computer, her fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard. Yet, inexplicably, her captivating eyes occasionally twinkled with amusement, as if she were both laughing and not laughing at all. Yining's gloom dissipated. It seemed she was just being playful. With a cheeky grin, he elongated his words. "Understood, my enchanting wife." Anne's hand faltered, struggling to suppress an involuntary smile. She inhaled deeply, exhaling a cold huff through her nose, then returned to her work. As Yining descended in the elevator, he hummed a tune, cheerfully making his way to the entrance. Lu Tianxiang had been waiting at the door for quite some time, hoping to witness Yining's crestfallen expression. However, contrary to his expectations, Yining appeared exuberantly happy, humming and stepping lightly as if he might break into dance. Lu Tianxiang gaped, astonished, searching for any signs of Yining's facade. Impossible. A woman of Anne's caliber would not remain indifferent to the fact that Yining had a girlfriend. He must be putting on a brave face. Yes, that had to be it. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yining approached the door. As they brushed past one another, Lu Tianxiang's eyes glinted with derision, and he whispered just loud enough for them to hear. "Yining, you must feel quite resentful to have been expelled by, and no? What? You wish to teach me a lesson?" Yining's countenance shifted dramatically, raising his voice intentionally. Lu Tianxiang was taken aback. Had he ever claimed he would teach Yining a lesson? Before he could comprehend, an intense blow struck his abdomen. Lu Tianxiang staggered back, falling to the ground, groaning in pain as he clutched his stomach. Yining's face darkened as he raised his hand, slapping Lu Tianxiang twice across the face. "I let you off last time. You wish to teach me a lesson? Are you not ashamed?" Lu Tianxiang felt stars dancing in his vision, his cheeks swelling painfully. The commotion naturally attracted the attention of everyone present. "Director Lu has been struck. Hurry to assist." "Are you mad? The one who hit him is one of our bosses. I've heard he has a connection with, and many witnessed him embracing her today. Is he really that impressive? What do we do now? Just pretend we didn't see anything. Carry on as usual." "Exactly. I've long been fed up with the Lu family. Seeing Lu Tianxiang get beaten is honestly quite gratifying." Even the security personnel monitoring the surveillance cameras discreetly turned their focus elsewhere upon realizing it was Lu Tianxiang being assaulted. Lu Tianxiang had anticipated that his standing in the company would garner him some assistance. Yet not a single person intervened until Yining finally released him. Having grown weary of the confrontation, "Lu Tianxiang, perhaps it is time to reconsider your approach to others. Sometimes, you may find yourself receiving a sharp slap in the face," Yining remarked, casually wiping his hands. Indeed, a slap in the face, albeit a physical one. He discarded the tissue into the trash, spinning the keychain of his Mercedes-Benz G-Class with his finger, casting a dispassionate glance at Lu Tianxiang before striding away. As Yining's figure gradually receded, Lu Tianxiang finally exhaled a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That madman had finally departed. A bitter expression settled on Lu Tianxiang's face. Was Yining truly his nemesis? Ever since encountering Yining, nothing had gone smoothly. Not only had he failed to become the most prominent heir of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, but even his father's managerial position now hung by a thread. Just moments ago, he had been publicly humiliated by Yining. How could Lu Tianxiang hold his head high within Anshin Pharmaceuticals again? Shortly after, Xiaoyan entered Anne's office. "Chairwoman, here are the materials you requested." She placed a folder on Anne's desk and poured her a cup of coffee. "By the way, Director Lu was just assaulted downstairs." And looked up, surprise etched on her features. As she contemplated the situation, a conclusion formed in her mind. Was it Yining? Yes, apparently Director Lu threatened him. Wanting to teach Director Yi a lesson, and Yining acted decisively, Xiaoyan explained. "Is Yining all right?" and queried, her voice tinged with urgency. "Director Yi is fine. It was Director Lu who received a kick and a few slaps. As long as Yining is unharmed," and sighed in relief, nodding as she began to review the folder. Observing Anne's reaction, Xiaoyan mused. It seems the chairwoman regards Director Yi quite differently than other men. May Director Lu rest in peace. I hope he finds someone who loves him in the afterlife. Xiaoyan closed the door, leaning against it, silently offering a prayer for Lu Tianxiang. Chapter 79, Basic Professional Ethics of a CAD. Meanwhile, Yining was en route to Su Wire's residence. Today, being toyed with by that enchantress had left him feeling quite unsettled. As a self-proclaimed CAD, he understood the necessity of eliminating any traces of other women before meeting the woman in question. This was a fundamental aspect of his professional ethics, which Yining was all too well aware of. Upon entering a flower shop, Yining purchased a bouquet of roses, identical in fragrance to that of Annie. With these roses as a gift, Annie would undoubtedly harbor no suspicions. There was no chance of a mishap. Ding! The host Su Wire spent 999 yuan, achieving a critical hit and receiving a villa in the Rose Garden of Magic City. Another villa? And in the Magic City, no less. What a bargain. Exchanging a few hundred yuan for a villa. Truly a stroke of fortune. Su Wire was once again on a roll, clutching the roses. Yining turned to leave. The shop owner gazed for quite some time, her admiration unmistakable. This young man was exceptionally handsome. Alas, those roses were not meant for her. What a pity. Sister, stop staring. He's already gone, a young boy of around 14 or 15 commented beside the owner. Besides, weren't you fond of that artistic brother? Have you now taken a liking to another handsome lad? Xiaoyu, mind your tongue. I am merely appreciating beauty. You wouldn't understand. You little brat. Yining, are you back? Hearing the sound of the door unlocking, Su Wire emerged from her small study. As she spoke, she removed her hairpin. Clad in traditional Hanfu, she had just finished her live stream. Tada! Yining presented the roses to Su Wire with a smile, asking, "These are for you. Do you like them?" "Thank you. I love them," Su Wire replied, gently lifting a petal to inhale its sweet fragrance, which brought her immense relaxation and a delightful smile to her face. She placed the roses beside the baby's breath and resumed admiring herself in the mirror as she removed her hair accessories. Moments later, Su Wire took out the last hairpin, letting her lustrous black hair cascade down like a waterfall, flowing and natural. So beautiful. Yining gazed at the enchanting sight before him, his breath quickening. Just as Su Wire was about to continue undressing, Yining stepped forward decisively, grasping her delicate hand. Leaning closer to her ear, he whispered, "Don't take it off just yet. Try wearing it a little longer, will you?" Su Wire was initially perplexed by Yining's intent, but upon meeting his fervent gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson. This mischievous scoundrel, thinking such thoughts the moment he returned home. Yet, she did not resist. Instead, she slightly lowered her head, fixating on her petite feet, her fingers tugging at the hem of her dress, speechless. Noting her response, Yining understood she had acquiesced. Amidst her startled exclamations, he effortlessly swept her up in a princess carry and entered the bedroom, closing the door with a soft thud. Some time later, the door to the room opened, revealing Su Wire dressed in cozy home attire, her hair still damp, exuding the fragrance of shower gel. However, her gait appeared somewhat unsteady. With weary legs, she sank onto the sofa in the living room. From the kitchen came Yining's cheerful singing, which infuriated her. She clenched her teeth in frustration. Having initially agreed to wear the hanfu, she was now exhausted after their earlier activities. Meanwhile, he appeared invigorated and lively as ever. After dispelling his previous fervor, Yining prepared 2 steaming bowls of tomato and egg noodles and called, "Shao Wire, dinner is ready." Su Wire's stomach had long been growling with hunger. Upon seeing the fragrant, glistening noodles on the table, her appetite was piqued. They sat shoulder to shoulder, enjoying their meal with delight. "By the way, Yining, I have something to discuss with you." Su Wire seemed to recall something, grabbing her phone from the table to show him a message. "Feiyu Platform has invited me to attend an event at their headquarters in Magic City. Do you think I should accept?" Since Su Wire sought his opinion, it was evident she was inclined to go. Moreover, it was a positive opportunity, and Yining naturally supported her. "Go ahead. You're now a prominent streamer on the platform, and participating in such events is certainly beneficial," he replied while skillfully maneuvering his chopsticks. "When is it?" Yining inquired. "The event is scheduled for mid-next month." Yining nodded. "All right, I will accompany you. Will it interfere with your work?" Su Wire expressed some concern. "Not at all. You are far more important than work." Yining tenderly brushed Su Wire's hair, his gaze filled with affection. "Yining, you are so kind," Su Wire exclaimed, touched, and planted a kiss on his cheek. That evening, Yining held Su Wire's delicate frame in bed, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Su Wire rested her head on his chest as they watched an animated series on his phone. Meanwhile, Yining's other hand was far from idle, exploring new heights with its ventures. Just as their breathing grew heavier, the screen suddenly shifted, and a video call came through. Yining's pupils constricted, and his heart skipped a beat upon seeing Annie's name displayed on the screen. Chapter 80, each with their own merits. Annie's sudden call startled Yining, causing him to flinch. Su Wire let out a soft gasp, removing her hand from his, sitting up to glare at him. She was well aware of why Yining had grown tense. This woman, tagged as Fairy, was undoubtedly one of Yining's admirers. Even Su Wire, with her stunning looks, had to concede that the enchanting figure in the avatar was indeed breathtaking. Dressed in a striking red dress with cascading waves of dark red hair, her tall stature and perfect proportions were captivating. The most striking feature of her exquisite face was her plump, luscious red lips, reminiscent of the sun, intense, and soul-stirring. Truly magnificent. Of course, Sue Wire possessed equal beauty, albeit of a different style. She noted that while Annie's beauty was considerable, it still paled in comparison to her own. With this revelation, a hint of smugness crept onto Sue Wire's lips. Yet, the reality that Yu-Ning had other women besides her dampened her spirits. Alas, Yu-Ning was not merely a rogue. He was a notorious flirt. Are you not going to answer? Sue Wire asked. Her tone tinged with jealousy as Yu-Ning remained still. Noticing her tone, Yu-Ning was aware of her jealousy. With a resigned pat on her head, he picked up the phone and stepped onto the balcony. Surprise, little brother. Did you expect my call at this hour? Have you been busy? As the video connected, Annie's ethereal face graced the screen, clad in a thin nightgown and a messy bun, her skin gleaming like a lotus flower just emerging from water. With a playful smile and a teasing tone, she remarked on Yu-Ning's delay in answering. Given the circumstances, even Yu-Ning found it challenging to maintain his composure. Fairy, you look stunning, Yu-Ning complimented sincerely, though it served as a diversion. Naturally, Annie basked in the praise. For the adage holds true, women adorn themselves for those they wish to impress. However, she huffed in disdain, her eyes reflecting her scorn. Humph. Only those with guilty consciences would dodge questions. Yu-Ning chuckled, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. I harbor no guilt, but it seems you might. With that, he fixed his gaze on the screen, pretending to swallow hard, eliciting a scoff from Annie. While such antics may have worked on a younger girl like Sue Wire, they bore no effect on a worldly woman like Annie. Save those lines for the little sister in your room, she retorted. Speaking of which, is she indeed your sister? Annie inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Yu-Ning nodded in affirmation. Sue Wire was indeed 2 years younger than him, and there was a 2-year age gap between him and Annie as well. Alas, I was here first, Annie lamented in mock regret. Yu-Ning. Realizing Annie referred to the order of arrival, he understood his misunderstanding. Regardless of the circumstances, Annie would always be the elder. With her eyes gleaming with interest, Annie continued. What does she look like? Is she more beautiful than I? The moment those words left her lips, alarm bells rang in Yu-Ning's mind. This was a perilous question. He turned his gaze towards the bedroom direction. Indeed, a small ear peeked through the gap of the glass door. This girl is eavesdropping. Coughing lightly, Yu-Ning adopted a serious demeanor and remarked, both you and she are beautiful, each with your own merits. Upon hearing this, Annie giggled and nodded, clearly pleased. If she can be compared to her, then she must be exceptional. This flirtatious little brother of hers certainly has high standards when it comes to women. Hand me the phone. I want to meet the little sister, Annie said excitedly. Yu-Ning's eyes revealed a hint of oddity. Shouldn't Sue Wire be her rival? Why did she seem so thrilled upon hearing that Sue Wire was beautiful? Wait a moment, could his enchanting companion be the type to be attracted to both genders? Yu-Ning felt the need to be cautious. Just as he was about to find a reason to decline, the sound of the glass door opening caught his attention. Sue Wire approached Yu-Ning, her expression slightly anxious. Gathering her courage, she gently shook his hand resting on the railing and said softly, Yu-Ning, I would like to talk to my sister too, all right? The pleading look in Sue Wire's eyes instantly shattered Yu-Ning's defenses. All right, here you go. He handed the phone to Sue Wire, remaining still as he perked up his ears, eager to hear what the two would discuss. This was not mere curiosity. If things went awry, he could find himself in a precarious situation. At that moment, Annie spoke, little sister, find a quiet place to chat. We need to discuss matters pertaining to women. Sue Wire considered this and nodded with a smile, clutching her phone as she made her way to her usual streaming room. After closing the door, she even locked it to prevent any eavesdroppers. As for her earlier act of listening in on Yu-Ning's conversation, she had long since dismissed it. Chapter 81. Beneath the pajamas, Sue Wire's series of actions flowed seamlessly, leaving Yu-Ning in a state of bewilderment as he stared at the empty bedroom. Was this the unspoken understanding among women? He waited alone in the empty room until he finally heard Sue Wire opening the door, accompanied by their laughter. Sue Wire entered the dorm with her phone in hand, her cheeks flushed and her small hand covering her mouth as she giggled uncontrollably. The weight that had been pressing on Yu-Ning's heart lifted. It was evident that the two women were enjoying each other's company, fostering a harmonious rapport. Regardless of how their eventual meeting might unfold, at least they had made a promising start. It's getting late, my dear sister. I won't disturb you two any longer, Annie said. Sue Wire, feeling bashful, could hardly withstand Annie's teasing. She smiled shyly, glancing at the screen while stealing glances at Yu-Ning, who lay on the bed. Oh, by the way, you must answer my earlier question properly, Annie continued to hint. Sue Wire's face turned even redder, but she nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Yu-Ning began to speculate about the peculiar questions Annie might have asked Sue Wire, Annie raised her voice towards the phone. Little brother, I really like this sister, so don't you dare bully her. With that, accompanied by a few enticing giggles. Annie decisively hung up the call. Yining was curious about the questions Annie had posed, especially upon witnessing Sue Wire's adorable demeanor as she shyly curled her toes. "Little Wire, what did Annie say to you just now?" Yining took Sue Wire's delicate hand in his. Applying a gentle pressure, Sue Wire leaned into his embrace. Upon meeting Yining's starry gaze, she seemed to remember something and grew even more bashful, her heart racing. Flushed with embarrassment, she playfully stuck out her tongue at Yining. "I want to tell you. Not going to tell me? Let us see if you dare to keep it from me." Yining grinned mischievously, targeting the spot on Sue Wire's waist that was most sensitive to tickling. "Haha. Yining, stop. I'm about to cry." Sue Wire, who loathed this, begged for mercy. "Will you tell me? I want tea." Sue Wire pouted. "Fine, don't blame me then." "Hey, when did you change into that?" Yining exclaimed in surprise. Under Sue Wire's loose pajamas, she was wearing a JK uniform. Faced with Yining's bewilderment, Sue Wire averted her gaze, tucking her hair behind her ear, revealing her fair neck. The sight was so breathtaking that even Yining was momentarily entranced. His breath caught in his throat as he slowly wrapped his arms around Sue Wire's slender waist. She melted into his embrace, flipping her hair back, showcasing her pure and exquisite profile. Her cherry-like lips glistened enticingly, drawing Yining deeper into her allure. He turned off the light, plunging the surroundings into darkness. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the mimosa plant on the balcony to quietly fold its leaves. 2 days later, Yining returned to the villa, driving a Koenigsegg one towards Anshin Pharmaceutical. The bustling streets were filled with honking horns, and amidst the sea of cars, a striking black supercar stood out. The roar of its engine and its dazzling appearance compelled countless pedestrians to pause and admire. "That is so cool. Darling, if you buy me that car, I'll agree to marry you." Along the way, a glamorous woman flirted with her slightly chubby companion. The man followed her gaze, which landed on the Koenigsegg supercar, specifically. "The one. Darling, please?" The woman swayed her hand, playfully coaxing him. The man remained silent, simply opening her handbag and retrieving a mirror, handing it to her. "Take a look at yourself, then look at me. Don't even think about the Koenigsegg one. Do you really think you're worthy of even an ordinary supercar? Or do you think I can afford it?" After saying this, he disregarded the woman's indignant expression and walked towards the bus stop. Yining was well aware that driving this car would attract countless gazes. Even upon arriving at the parking lot of Anshin Pharmaceutical, many drivers yielded to him, wary of a potential scrape. "Director Xiao, what a coincidence. It's us again, in the same spot." Yining stepped out of the car and greeted Xiao Tong, who had just parked. "Yi. Oh no, Director Yi." Xiao Tong's jaw dropped in astonishment as she looked at Yining. "Is this your car?" "Yes. It's quite nice. Isn't it?" Yining chuckled, patting the car roof. Xiao Tong pouted. "Nice? This is more than just nice. This is out of this world." Even if she wasn't a car enthusiast, she understood that this vehicle was far beyond her little Minnie's league. In fact, she sensed that Yining's car was likely more expensive than the chairman's Ferrari. Otherwise, why would those employees searching for parking spaces not park nearby? It was only she who, like a naive fool, had parked her car next to Yining's. Chapter 82. I don't want to go anywhere right now. Good morning, Director Yi. Upon arriving at the office building of Annie, many employees of Anshin Pharmaceutical greeted him, especially a number of young women in their 20s who eagerly rushed to offer their salutations. Yining smiled and returned the greetings, inciting envy among numerous single men. Yet, considering Yining's status, they could only retreat to the corners, feeling enraged yet powerless. What could they do? Yining was not only handsome and charming, but also exceedingly wealthy. Rumor had it that he was being groomed as a successor by a prominent family in either Magic City or Imperial Capital. His arrival in Jiangxing was primarily for Annie, and secondarily to return to his family with authority in 3 years. Such a top-tier young master was not someone to provoke. Finally arriving at Annie's office door, Yining knocked gently. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," Annie's voice called out. Yining pushed the door open, finding Annie in a red dress. Her brow furrowed as she focused intently on her computer screen. Only when Yining approached did she lift her head. Upon seeing Yining, the tightly furrowed brows of and relaxed in an instant, and her previously cold and stern expression blossomed into a smile. "Please, have a seat. I am a bit busy at the moment." Yining nodded, but did not immediately head to the sofa. Instead, he picked up the coffee pot filled with steaming coffee from the table and poured a cup for her. "Thank you," and said with a beaming smile, taking a small sip from her cup. For the next 2 hours, and demonstrated what it truly meant to be a workaholic. The office was bustling with at least 10 individuals, each a key player from various departments. Upon noticing Yining on the sofa, they greeted him before diving into discussions with and regarding work matters. This scene made Yining feel somewhat embarrassed. Despite managing numerous assets, including the Feiyu platform and Shanghai Airlines, he had scarcely taken the reins of the local Jiangnan commercial street. Am I perhaps a bit too leisurely? He pondered, and epitomized the normal working state of a company president, while he, on the other hand, seemed to flit between tasks. How is it that as a major boss, I don't even have a secretary? He mused, or perhaps he simply didn't need one, considering he hardly engaged in any serious business. Observing the diligent laborers around him, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt about his own carefree lifestyle. In a moment of clarity, Yi Ning felt a tickling sensation on his face. Opening his eyes, he found Anne's breathtaking face merely 10 centimeters away, her slender fingers playfully brushing against his cheek. Upon realizing Yi Ning had awakened, she halted her movements. Just as Yi Ning assumed and would sit beside him, she instead draped her hands on his sturdy shoulders, knelt on the sofa, and settled onto his lap. Yi Ning instinctively wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, gently pulling her closer. When did I fall asleep? He inquired with a smile, and, with a playful pout, shook her head softly, replying, You were in a deep slumber by the time I finished my work. Is there any work left? He asked. None at all. This afternoon, we will go racing together, and replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Although Yi Ning held little interest in racing, he resolved to accompany her for her sake. All right, where shall we go now? He agreed. In response to his question, a flirtatious glimmer crossed Anne's face as she leaned closer to his ear, whispering, Little brother, I don't want to go anywhere but to be with you, her tone laced with playful charm, igniting a fire within Yi Ning's heart. Truly, she was an unparalleled enchantress. Her allure so profound that even Yi Ning, a seasoned figure in the world, felt nearly overwhelmed. Yi Ning gently cupped Anne's exquisite face, capturing her full, red lips in a kiss. The golden sunlight streamed through the window, brightening the room. Whether due to the light or some other reason, Anne's complexion seemed to glow even more than before. Unlike Su Weier and Mo Qingqing, who might shy away to an extreme, and felt a hint of bashfulness at the passionate kiss they shared in the office, particularly as her heart raced with excitement. Little brother, you are quite skilled, she teased, her expression playful as she regained her composure. Yi Ning understood her insinuation regarding other romantic interests, yet he merely shook his head, unwilling to dispute it. Both Anne and Su Weier, as well as Mo Qingqing from Yang City, were individuals he could not bear to part with. Not to mention Bai Yilua, who, though rarely smiled, had sketched a portrait of him while he slept. How is it that you embrace me while thinking of other women? And quipped. Noticing Yi Ning's distracted gaze, Weier was right. You are indeed a thoroughgoing flirt. After lunch, and gave a few brief instructions to her secretary, Xiao Yan, before leaving the company side by side with Yu Ning. Unlike their earlier arrival, the greetings they received were more serious, particularly from the younger women, who gazed at them with wistful expressions, feeling a deep sense of loss. Yi Ning and Anne appeared to be the perfect couple, a true match made in heaven. And the courage to compete with and seemed to elude the young women entirely, as they entered the sparsely populated parking lot, and took the initiative to link her arm through Yi Ning's, drawing close to him. The softness of her touch stirred the waters of Yi Ning's heart, sending ripples of excitement coursing through him. Upon reaching Yi Ning's vehicle, he willingly relinquished the driver's seat to Anne. She bit her luscious red lips and smiled. Little brother, you are so obedient, before placing a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth, leaving a faint red mark. Settling into the driver's seat, and caressed the steering wheel, her enchanting eyes shimmering with excitement as she focused intently ahead. The engine roared to life like a wild beast, echoing through the quiet parking lot. Hold on tight, and exclaimed, pressing the gas pedal and speeding away. The Koenigsegg 1 became the star of the road, especially with such a stunning young lady at the wheel, prompting many men to jest. Rich lady, please take me in. Yi Ning found himself the envy of many, being such a striking figure sitting in the passenger seat. This was his first visit to the Dongshan racing circuit, where the picturesque scenery captivated the eye. The parking lot was already filled with an array of supercars, including Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Porsches, with most priced around 6 million, and very few exceeding 10 million. None, however, matched the caliber of Yi Ning's Koenigsegg 1, a vehicle that was beyond the reach of the affluent youth of Jiang City. Hey look, a Koenigsegg, Liao Xian exclaimed, tapping Han Yu on the shoulder in excitement. Oh come on, can anything be better than Brother Ye's Koenigsegg 1? Han Yu replied nonchalantly. Yet his curiosity got the better of him as he followed Liao Xian's gaze. Upon spotting the sleek silhouette, his eyes widened in disbelief. No way. It really is Brother Ye's car. Their loud chatter drew the attention of Shouchen and Ai Yang, who quickly turned to see the Koenigsegg 1. What brings Yu Ning here? Isn't he uninterested in racing? They wondered, contrasting it with the sweetness of his time within. However, They could not deny that no one else in Jiang City could afford such a car. As the Koenigsegg approached and parked not far from them, they soon saw Yi Ning's charismatic figure emerge from the vehicle, striding confidently to the other side and opening the driver's door. Confused, Han Yu and his friends wondered why Yi Ning exited from the passenger side. As they pondered this, they moved closer, only to see a delicate, graceful hand extend from the driver's seat, which Yi Ning took in his own. The sight left them utterly astounded. For the woman beside, Yi Ning was none other than the formidable Anne. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking they were hallucinating, but upon refocusing, they realized they were indeed witnessing the stunning reality. Clad in a red dress with striking red hair, her beauty and tall stature were unmistakable. This was Anne, without a doubt. Yet, the two were holding hands. How could this be possible? Yi Gu, Dijieta, what is going on? Han Yu inquired. The other three also looked at Yi Ning with confusion, hoping to receive an explanation from him. Just as Yi Ning found the title of Dijieta amusing, Annie lifted their intertwined hands and smiled. Can't you tell? We are together, gasped. Han Yu and the others collectively inhaled sharply, although they had their suspicions. Annie's verbal confirmation still caught them off guard, especially since the Dijieta was joyfully declaring their relationship without a hint of pretense. The other second-generation individuals present, who knew Annie, were equally astonished. In their minds, Annie had always been synonymous with indifference. While it was undeniable that the Dijieta's beauty was flawless, those who pursued her were pitifully few, not for lack of desire, but out of fear. Annie's family background placed her at the pinnacle of the elite circle in Jiang City, further accentuated by her master's degree in finance from a prestigious university, surpassing all the young heirs present. Chapter 84. The melody of the heart. Especially after Annie took over Anshin Pharmaceuticals, she transformed into the frosty beauty of a chairwoman. With such accolades, it was daunting enough to even engage in casual conversation with her, let alone seek a romantic relationship. They had silently placed Annie on a pedestal, equating her with their parents' generation. Yet, today, this formidable Dijieta had publicly announced her romantic involvement, which was utterly unexpected. Many had already cast sympathetic glances toward Yi Ning, as they doubted his ability to handle Annie. Even Han Yu and others pondered whether Yi Gu was being overly courageous. Could he truly navigate a relationship with someone as assertive as Annie? Moreover, Yi Ning was also concealing a beautiful livestream host in his apartment. At this thought, they couldn't help but worry for him. Yi Gu, do you really want to be so bold? Are you not concerned about capsizing? Yi Ning felt bewildered by their gazes, but dismissed it after greeting Han Yu and the others. He allowed Annie to lead him toward a nearby apartment. The building, predominantly white, stood modestly at just over 10 stories, yet it occupied a spacious area. As they entered, a slender middle-aged man in a suit approached briskly. Shawan, everything you need is prepared, he said with a relaxed demeanor. Annie smiled and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Uncle Chu shook his head with a smile. Not a bother at all. We are all your employees. Just let us know if you need anything. His gaze then shifted to Yi Ning, a look of approval on his face. So, this is Yi Ning? Quite the handsome young man. You flatter me, Uncle Chu, Yi Ning replied with a smile. Although he was unfamiliar with the man, he felt assured following Annie's lead. Ah, if your father could see you now, he would certainly bless you, Uncle Chu reminisced. Uncle Chu had been Annie's father's driver since before she was born, having accompanied him throughout her childhood, including school commutes. He had witnessed Annie's growth from a small infant to her current status as a chairwoman. Over the years, he had never seen Annie show interest in any boy, which saddened him as someone who regarded her as a daughter. Now, however, Annie finally had a boyfriend, and he could see how much she cared for Yi Ning. Annie took a deep breath, her voice subdued. Yes, he surely would. It was evident to Yi Ning that she was missing her father. He tightened his grip on her hand, conveying warmth through their touch. Annie noticed and smiled gently at Yi Ning's tender expression. At that moment, she was no longer the frigid chairwoman or the enchanting siren. She was simply a vulnerable girl, bereft of her father. Hurry and change. We have a race starting in half an hour, Uncle Chu urged, glancing at his watch. All right, see you in a bit, Uncle Chu, Annie waved. Yi Ning nodded. Uncle Chu, we'll head up now. Hand in hand, they entered the elevator, where Annie began to share stories about herself. She revealed that the expansive Dongshan racing circuit was a birthday gift from her father for her 25th birthday. Tragically, he had passed away in a car accident just a year later. Annie, who loved driving, preferred not to have a chauffeur, leading Uncle Chu to volunteer his assistance at the racing circuit. Yi Ning then understood why Annie, who was serious and committed at Anshin Pharmaceuticals, displayed such respect toward Uncle Chu. As the owner of the Dongshan racing circuit, she had her own private office. Upon entering, the room was spacious and bright, with a row of floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a breathtaking view of the surrounding landscape. including a clear view of the tower atop the opposite hill. This place has a stunning view, Yining remarked sincerely. Do you like it? Should I have Uncle Chu reserve a room just for you? Annie teased. Yining shook his head, smiling at Annie's exquisite features. That won't be necessary, we can share a room. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around Annie's waist, pulling her closer. Little brother, we came here to race, and you're wasting time with this, Annie said playfully, her arms draping around his neck. Yining grinned mischievously. Isn't racing what I'm here for? Oh, so you're implying your driving skills are exceptional? Annie's eyes sparkled as she licked her lips. Yining winked. You know how good I am behind the wheel. With that, they leaned in, their lips meeting in a kiss. A few minutes later, Annie emerged from the bedroom. Now dressed in athletic wear, her red hair pulled back, exuding an aura of vigor and competence. Though the attire concealed her perfect figure, Yining was nonetheless captivated. Indeed, she was enchanting. She looked beautiful in anything. Chapter 85. The seasoned veteran struggles to cope. The Dongshan racing circuit comprised both professional and non-professional tracks. Both required reservations and waiting in line. As the owner, Annie naturally did not need to queue. The professional track was already in use by skilled racers, who frequently traveled nationwide for competitions. Although Annie was quite proficient, she still lagged behind the professional drivers, who trained daily. It was no surprise, they were seasoned athletes, while she was merely an amateur. Yet, it was impressive for a female driver to possess such skills. Yining could attest to Annie's exceptional driving abilities. As they arrived at the parking lot, the announcement for the track's opening echoed through the air. Yigu, are you hitting the track? Han Yu asked upon seeing Yining in his sports attire. Hearing the powerful roar of engines from the professional track, Yining shrank back and shook his head. No, I'll just cheer for you. Then why are you in that outfit? Han Yu asked with a hint of disappointment. Yining pondered for a moment before stating earnestly. I'm afraid of dirtying my suit worth hundreds of thousands. All right, you're impressive, Han Yu exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up before heading towards his car. Are you really not coming with me? Annie asked as they stood by her Koenigsegg 1. I'm not going, Yining replied firmly. If you run a few laps with me, I'll take you home tonight. Annie whispered enticingly in his ear, sending a shiver down Yining's spine. Since their reunion, this enchanting woman had been teasing him daily, but it always felt as though he was left wanting. Reflecting on it now, he couldn't help but feel for Su Wei'er. At this moment, the fairy unexpectedly proposed such conditions. It was nothing less than a pure test for the old Taoist. As a seasoned wanderer of the Jianghu, it was indeed his duty to subdue demons and eliminate evil. Yining nodded gravely and said with utmost seriousness, If I do not go, then who will? The fairy urged, Come, let us ascend the chariot. The vehicle. Annie, observing Yining's resolute gaze, could not help but chuckle internally. Shaking her head, she opened the car door and gracefully slipped inside. Virum, virum, virum. The parking lot resonated with the thunderous roar of engines, a cacophony echoing in succession. A dozen supercars simultaneously appeared at the starting line. Among them, the most striking was undoubtedly Yining's Koenigsegg 1. Many onlookers had already taken out their phones to capture the moment, eager to flaunt it to their friends. This was truly a top-tier divine vehicle. Not only driving it, but even laying eyes upon it was a privilege. With a beep from the broadcast, an array of supercars surged forward like untamed stallions. Yining gripped the seatbelt tightly, his eyes fixated ahead. As Annie accelerated relentlessly, he felt as though he were about to take flight. Do not panic. We still have a long way to go. Annie, being an experienced racer, navigated with ease. Her fingers danced atop the steering wheel as if skimming across a tranquil lake, executing maneuvers effortlessly. Stealing a glance at the dashboard, Yining noted the speed had reached around 220. A jolt of unease coursed through him, prompting a discreet shift of his gaze. However, Annie was clearly not content with the current pace, continuously accelerating and overtaking the vehicles before them. It was evident that her skill surpassed that of many amateur enthusiasts. She truly was the owner of the Dongshan racing circuit. Finally completing the last lap, Annie's Koenigsegg 1 crossed the finish line first. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yining was immediately struck by a wave of dizziness. Are you all right? Seeing Yining gently massaging his temples, Annie supported him. Her eyes filled with concern and a hint of guilt. I am fine, just need a moment to rest. Yining shook his head and took a couple of sips of mineral water, feeling considerably more at ease. Despite a slight dizziness, he found a peculiar thrill in watching the rapid blur of scenery whizzing past on either side of the track. After resting for over 20 minutes, Yining felt revitalized. Recalling the condition Annie had mentioned earlier, he felt a sudden surge of anticipation. Ahem. Yining cleared his throat. Fairy, shouldn't we be heading back? Meeting Yining's hopeful gaze, Annie instantly understood his thoughts. What? Are you so eager, little brother? She asked with a teasing smile. Indeed, Yining nodded earnestly, admitting his impatience. Now it was Annie's turn to be speechless. Was that truly the implication she had meant? Rolling her eyes at him, her beautiful gaze brimmed with allure. Then why are you still dawdling? Hurry up, do you not wish to return sooner? The two made their way to Annie's room to freshen up. After her shower, Annie emerged from the bathroom clad in a dress, while Yining stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, drinking water. Through the light, the movement of his Adam's apple was distinctly visible. For a moment, Annie found herself entranced. Her man was simply too handsome. She approached him slowly from behind, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her face against his back. All done? Yining inquired. Then shall we depart? Annie did not release her grip, saying, no, let me hold you a moment longer. Yining gently lifted her delicate arms, tenderly suggesting, can we not save this for later when we return? At that moment, Annie whispered in his ear, when we get home. It should be you embracing me from behind. Yining felt a sudden shiver run through him. The old Taoist was on the verge of losing control. Chapter 86. Mirong. Critical reward. At the financial building, Yining and Annie arrived at the apartment lobby, where they coincidentally encountered Chu Zhongji, the manager of Dongshan Racing Circuit. Uncle Chu. Annie and Yining greeted in unison. Shaoan, Yining, are you leaving? Chu Zhongji smiled. Having felt immense joy ever since hearing about Annie's romantic involvement over the phone the previous day, his face radiated with a smile upon meeting Yining. Even the employees at Dongshan were privately discussing how cheerful Manager Chu seemed that day. Yes, I wish to introduce Yining to my stepmother, Annie replied. Chu Zhongji nodded in understanding. Of course, Xiao Rong deserves. Well, never mind. After a heavy sigh, he focused his gaze on Yining. Yining, you must treat Shaoan well. Irrespective of the future's outcome, do not cause her any harm. Chu Zhongji's words were resolute, leaving no room for debate. He understood that for the youth today, relationships often came and went. Should Yining and Annie find themselves mismatched in the end, it was beyond anyone's control. Yet, he wished for Annie to remain happy, at least not perpetually sorrowful. Yining nodded solemnly. Uncle Chu, rest assured, I will cherish her. Since meeting Annie, I have realized how beautiful the world can be. This statement held true. Had it not been for the system binding him that day, he would not have the life he currently enjoyed. He would not have crossed paths with Mo Qingqing, Su Wire, and Bai Yilao. Nor would he have encountered the fairy again. Hearing Yining's words, Annie's lips curved into a radiant smile, her enchanting eyes sparkling with delight. Good. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Chu Zhongji's voice was deep as he patted Yining on the shoulder. The hour is late. You should head back. Chu Zhongji habitually glanced at his watch, smiling as he reminded, Shaoan, please send my regards to Xiao Rong. Understood. Goodbye, Uncle Chu. After parting from Chu Zhongji, they found many still queuing in the parking lot. However, Han Yu and the others had presumably left to enjoy themselves elsewhere. Annie handed the car keys to Yining, indicating he should drive. Following her directions, Yining soon realized that both their residences in Yunshang Longjing were located in the same vicinity, not far apart. Upon reflection, it made sense. This was a high-end residential area developed by numerous real estate companies. With many villas, it had become one of the affluent districts in Jiangqing. Annie's prominent family naturally owned property in the vicinity. Unlike Yunshang Longjing, Annie's home resembled a traditional Chinese courtyard. Though not tall, it occupied a vast expanse of land, particularly with its charming bridges and flowing waters that captivated Yining. Investing in a home here would be quite appealing. Near, you are back today? A woman, elegantly dressed with her hair neatly pinned back, emerged from the main hall upon hearing the gate open. Seeing Annie at the entrance, Mirong's face lit up with joy. Since Annie had taken over her father's position, she had been exceedingly busy, rarely returning home except on holidays. Mirong was about to step forward when she noticed a handsome young man standing beside Annie. Just as her confusion mounted, Annie spoke first. Mom, this is Yining, my boyfriend. Annie took Yining's arm, subtly nudging him with her finger at his waist. Understanding the cue, Yining presented the gift he had purchased on the way. Hello, Aunt Mi. I am Yining, Annie's boyfriend. You may call me Xiaoning. To be honest, under normal circumstances, Yining would never refer to Mirong as aunt. After all, she was only a decade older than him, and logically, he should address her as sister. Yet, given her status as Annie's stepmother, he respected the hierarchy. Mirong stood frozen in place for a moment, only returning to her senses when Yining presented the gift before her. Near, you actually have a boyfriend. Her astonished reaction left Yining momentarily bewildered. Even if Annie was the aloof chairwoman, seemingly unapproachable, her sudden choice in a boyfriend should not have warranted such surprise, right? After all, he was rather dashing. Wouldn't it be entirely natural for someone like Annie to fall for him? Perhaps feeling that her reaction was somewhat excessive, Mi-rong composed herself, offering a somewhat bashful smile. She accepted the paper bag from Yining, gently smoothing 2 stray strands of hair. I'm sorry, Xiaoning, did I frighten you just now? No, auntie. Annie has a strong presence. It's indeed difficult for other men to approach her, Yining replied, shaking his head and smiling. After casting a peculiar glance at Yining, Mi-rong lowered her head to retrieve a scarf from the paper bag, her face lighting up as she expressed her gratitude. Xiaoning, thank you. I really like this gift. Ding. The host, Mi-rong, has spent 26,000 yuan, triggering a critical hit, and has received the financial building of the Rhine Tower in Magic City. The financial building of Magic City. Although Yining was unfamiliar with the exact location of the Rhine Tower, the name itself implied it was far from ordinary. Regardless, he would accompany Su Weier to Magic City for the Flying Fish Live broadcast event, and it would be a splendid opportunity to visit his own properties there. Speaking of which, he still owned a villa in that city. Chapter 87. The wind is gentle in the evening. Mi-rong took on the role of chef, while Annie and Yining assisted her. Yining was surprised to find that Annie, as the chairwoman, was quite adept at chopping vegetables and cooking. It was evident she often prepared meals at home. The phrase beautiful and wise aptly described her. Yining wore a delighted expression, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. As Mi-rong began to stir-fry, she shooed Yining and Annie out of the kitchen. The two nestled together on the sofa, watching television. Yining felt a weight on his shoulder. Annie rested her hands on him, exhaling softly as if seeking recognition. Hee, did you not expect that I could cook? Yining nodded with a smile, wrapping his arm around Annie's slender waist, genuinely surprised. Hee, this is just a surprise. What if there's an even greater surprise later? What greater surprise? Yining's lips curled with a mischievous expression. Raw rice becomes cooked rice. Annie's voice was soft, yet it pierced Yining's heart like an arrow. After speaking, her full, crimson lips brushed lightly against his cheek, and with a playful laugh, she rose from his embrace. Once Annie returned to the kitchen, Yining took several deep breaths to calm his racing heart. This enchanting creature was indeed powerful. If Mi-rong weren't present at home, he would have already swept Annie into his arms. Dinner was lavish, consisting of 6 dishes and a soup. Yet the 3 of them could not finish it all. After the meal, at Mi-rong's suggestion, Annie took Yining for a stroll nearby. As they walked beside the artificial lake, Annie recounted her story with Mi-rong. It turned out that when Annie was 4 years old, her biological mother passed away from illness. Her father raised her alone, and as their family business flourished, he became increasingly busy, often squeezing out time to spend with her. When Annie was 10, the 20-something Mi-rong became her nanny, eventually developing feelings for Annie's father. After Mi-rong's status changed, Annie did not take a liking to her and even harbored intense dislike. However, Mi-rong never complained, instead caring for Annie with meticulous attention. In fact, Annie later suggested that her father have a child with Mi-rong, but Mi-rong declined, saying having Annie as a daughter was enough. Thus, for Annie, although Mi-rong was not her blood relative, her position in Annie's heart was no less than that of a biological mother. Despite Mi-rong's limited education, Annie's feelings for her were genuine. As the conversation continued, Annie's voice grew softer until it faded entirely. The moonlight was bright, and the last gentle breeze of late spring caressed the lake's surface, creating shimmering reflections. Annie stared blankly at the lake, her eyes, like gentle water, glimmering with a hint of red. She missed her father. Yining gently wrapped his arms around Annie from behind, his strong embrace encircling her delicate waist. Resting his head on her smooth shoulder, he closed his eyes and said softly, "Fairy, I will take good care of you in place of uncle." Yining's voice was light, yet in Annie's ears, it resonated heavily, akin to a hammer striking her heart. Annie discreetly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, her beautiful gaze slightly closed, her body leaning back against Yining. The gentle breeze came, and the water remained still. Yining, the wind is truly gentle tonight. The cool breeze lifted a strand of her red hair, carrying a faint scent of roses into the distance. Yining responded softly. Yining, yes, kiss me. By the tranquil lakeside, a couple shared a tender kiss, their lips meeting in a passionate embrace. With their eyes closed, they savored each other's soft breaths. The handsome young man and the beautiful young woman nestled closely together, painting a beautiful scene beneath the endless moonlight. After a quarter of an hour, they returned home hand in hand. After exchanging pleasantries, Mi-rong noticed Annie leading Yining into her room, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She smiled, nodded, and left the living room. Inside Annie's room, Yining could no longer contain his curiosity. "Fairy, why do I feel like Auntie is looking at me strangely?" He had noticed Mi-rong's odd expression when they first met, initially thinking he had misread it. But having seen Mi-rong's astonishment again just moments ago, He was certain he was not mistaken. For some reason, he felt a little anxious. Really? Annie asked, trying to suppress a smile. Her curiosity piqued. Yes. Yining nodded emphatically, his expression earnest. Seeing Annie's lips twitching with suppressed laughter, he realized that this enchanting creature must know the reason. He grinned, pretending to be fierce as he inched closer to Annie. Quickly tell me. Otherwise, you and T have a good time tonight. However, Annie was not intimidated by Yining's fierce demeanor. Instead, she playfully wrapped her arms around his neck. Little brother, I want to see how you plan to make me uncomfortable. Seizing the opportunity, Yining placed his hands on Annie's slender waist, tickling her sides as he had done with Su Weier. Annie was somewhat ticklish, but her reaction was notably less intense than Su Weier's. She merely closed her eyes, biting her lip as her fair cheeks flushed slightly. After about 10 seconds, Annie finally surrendered. Little brother, stop tickling me. I'll tell you. As Yining ceased his antics, Annie's voice reached his ears. Actually, I once had a relationship. Chapter 88. Annie's secret. Yining nodded. Annie was 2 years older than him, and it was perfectly normal for her to have had a relationship. That's nothing, he said nonchalantly. When we met, I had just broken up as well. Annie struggled to meet Yining's gaze, stammering. I was with a boyfriend. What about your ex-boyfriend? Seeing that Yining had not grasped her meaning, Annie took a deep breath and clarified. I said, I was with a boyfriend. You? Huh. The immense surprise rendered Yining momentarily speechless, his mouth agape and eyes wide as he stared at Annie in disbelief. Annie lowered her head shyly, her red hair partially concealing her flushed face. After a long moment, Yining finally managed to ask, are you saying your ex was a girl? Annie's voice was barely audible, her head nodding slightly, though it was uncertain. Fortunately, they were close enough that Yining could hear her reply. Realizing the truth, Yining let out a heavy sigh. He finally understood why Mi Rong had been looking at him with such a strange expression. Mi Rong was aware that Annie had previously liked girls. Thus, when she heard Annie introduce Yining, her reaction had been, you actually found a boyfriend. The emphasis was not on the relationship but rather on the gender. Family, who understands? My girlfriend was once a little Lily, and she was the one pursuing. What about your, ex-girlfriend? Yining felt an odd sensation with this question. You don't need to worry. She's already married. Annie replied softly. Yining replied with a hint of annoyance. Did I ever say I was worried? Suddenly, a sense of alertness washed over him. Could this enchanting creature truly be someone who indulged in both men and women? His little Weier, his Ching, and potentially even his Bai Luo. Could they really be swept away by this seductress? The thought sent a genuine wave of concern through him. Are you scared? Noticing Yining's wary gaze, Annie quickly discerned his thoughts. Cough, cough, not at all. Yining shook his head, attempting to feign calmness. Annie's eyes sparkled as she rose on her toes, gently pressing her lips to his for a fleeting moment. A pair of fair, snow-like arms tightened around his waist, while her delicate ear pressed against his firm chest. Listening to his heartbeat as she explained, you really needn't worry. Firstly, my ex is my close friend, and she is now married. We haven't been in contact for quite some time. Secondly, I mentioned this morning that I only wish to be with you now. Yining suddenly understood. Annie's words carried this implication as well. Indeed, if she were not genuinely inclined to be with him, she would not have brought him home to meet Mi Rong. With this realization, he gently caressed Annie's delicate face, his fingertips softly tracing the nape of her neck, capturing her fiery lips once more. Surprised joy blossomed within Annie, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck in response. Their breaths grew heavier when a soft knocking echoed from the door. They both halted their movements, simultaneously opening their eyes and straining to listen. Xiaoning and I are. I'm afraid you young ones might not understand. If you've bought something, remember to take it off the doorknob. Mi Rong's voice drifted in before the sound of her slippers faded away. Yining rubbed his nose awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed. In truth, Mi Rong need not worry at all, for they had also made a trip to a small shop while purchasing a gift for her. What to do? Annie shot Yining a speechless glance. Since Mom has already bought it, we might as well bring it in. Although Mi Rong had entered the bedroom, she left a narrow gap in the door, attentively monitoring the sounds outside. It wasn't until she heard the door to Annie's room open and the rustling of a plastic bag that a satisfied smile crept onto her face as she quietly shut the door. Meanwhile, Yining pulled Annie back into his embrace, only to be gently pushed away by her. Aren't you going to shower? Don't you want to sleep? Annie teased with a smile. All right, let us shower together, Yining suggested, nudging her delicate shoulders towards the bathroom. No. You go to the other bathroom, Annie insisted, shaking her head vehemently. Isn't it all the same? Yining questioned. Are you going or not? Annie shot him a fierce look. Fine. As Yining left, Annie stealthily approached the door, pressing her ear against it for a long while before mysteriously retrieving a red sailor's suit, a cat ear headband, and a cattail toy from her handbag. When Yi Ning returned to the room, towel in hand, he was taken aback to see Annie emerging from the bathroom clad in the sailor outfit, cat ears perched atop her head, a tail trailing behind her. She approached gracefully, exuding an alluring charm akin to a blood-red rose, stunningly beautiful. Yi Ning stared, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. Satisfied with his reaction, Annie playfully lifted her red lips, casting a flirtatious glance. Little brother, do I look good? Fairy, you are too beautiful, then what are you waiting for? Annie opened her arms wide. Yi Ning stepped forward, crouching slightly to lift her up. In the late spring, the tranquil night was pierced by the first cicada's call, heralding the onset of summer. Chapter 89. Returning home, Ying in early June, with Yi Ning's assistance, Yu Xiaoxiao and her friends successfully secured internships at Jiacheng Kongda Hospital. Additionally, Yi Ning treated the young ladies to a sumptuous meal at the Jiangnan Grand Hotel. Initially, Yu Xiaoxiao and her friends were somewhat reserved, but as they grew familiar, they bombarded Yi Ning with questions, particularly inquiring if he was in a relationship with Bai Iluo, the campus belle of Jiangxing University. Yi Ning could only clarify that they had not yet reached that stage. Speaking of Bai Iluo, he realized he hadn't seen her in quite some days. Although they frequently communicated via phone, he still found himself missing the breathtaking figure that donned white dresses. He recalled how that expressionless beauty had mentioned a kiss upon their next meeting. The thought intensified his longing. Was this yearning? Or was it merely desire? Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he remembered he needed to return to his hometown in Yangcheng. With the college entrance examination approaching for Yi Xiaohua, it was only natural for him to go back. The Yuma had urged him to bring Su Wei'er on his next visit. He hesitated, recalling that Mo Qingqing was still in Yangcheng. Considering the potential encounter between the two women, he decided against it. Even if both were aware of his multiple romantic involvements, he couldn't predict how things would unfold upon their meeting. Driving across provinces was exhausting, so Yi Ning decided to have Shanghai Airlines prepare a ticket to Jincheng, Sichuan province. With his exceptional looks and designer attire, which must have cost a fortune, he naturally attracted the attention of numerous beautiful flight attendants, particularly those single ones hoping to catch a wealthy husband. The way they gazed at Yi Ning resembled wolves spotting their prey, their eyes gleaming with interest. Had he not worn a serious expression that signaled his disinterest, some might have boldly approached him for contact information. Even so, upon disembarking the plane, he still received a note from a flight attendant, who raised an eyebrow at him and sweetly wished him a pleasant journey, her voice laced with flirtation. Yet, Yi Ning remained unmoved, quietly tossing the note into a trash bin as he exited the airport, lacking even the desire to glance at it. It was that the attendant was unattractive. In fact, she could easily score an 8, 7 out of 10 compared to some campus belles. However, when juxtaposed with the likes of Su Wei'er, she paled in comparison. Had it been the old Yi Ning, he might have exchanged contact details with her, but now, his standards had risen, and he found little interest in anyone outside of Su Wei'er's caliber. Upon landing in Jincheng, Yi Ning spent nearly 800,000 yuan to purchase a silver BMW X5, a vehicle intended for his father. Since Yuma lacked a driver's license, even if she bought a car, she wouldn't be able to drive it. Yi Ning had previously mentioned wanting to buy a car, but his father had adamantly refused. Now, bringing the new car home meant old Yi had no choice but to accept it. Ding. Host spent 786,000 yuan, receiving a 5-fold cashback, totaling 3,930,000 yuan. Once again, nearly 4 million yuan was credited to his account, and Yi Ning couldn't help but feel a bit euphoric. 4 million was merely a modest sum? He recalled that before binding the system, 400 yuan could cover nearly half a month's rent. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to driving a Mercedes G-Class. Switching to a smaller vehicle felt somewhat disconcerting. Arriving at the old neighborhood, he suddenly remembered his family had long since moved to the luxurious Jingshui Wan Yihao villa. Just as he was about to turn the car around, a familiar voice called out, "Yi Ning, is that you?" Ying, upon spotting the confident young man behind the wheel, couldn't help but exclaim. The present Yi Ning seemed vastly different from her recollections. While his appearance had hardly changed, merely a new hairstyle, his demeanor had improved drastically. Every time they met during the new year since Yi Ning's graduation, Ying had noticed a hint of weariness in his eyes, a sign of his struggles. But now, the Yi Ning before her exuded vitality and confidence, a stark contrast to the despondence of before. He exuded the confident demeanor of a successful individual. The brand new BMW X5 further attested to Yi Ning's flourishing lifestyle. He lowered the half-open windows, revealing Ying, dressed in a light blue short-sleeve top and denim shorts, sporting thin-framed glasses and a ponytail. She held a plastic bag containing items she had just purchased from a nearby convenience store. Her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Yining inside the car. Waving at her, Yining smiled and greeted, "Sister Yingying, you're back too?" Du Yingying's father maintained a good relationship with Yining's father, and their families once resided in the same community. An outstanding student from a young age, Du Yingying was often regarded as the ideal child. After graduating from a prestigious university, she secured a position at a prominent company in Jincheng, promising a bright future. Her father's tendency to boast about her achievements also contributed to her esteemed reputation in their old neighborhood. "Is this your car, Yining?" Upon hearing his greeting, Du Yingying confirmed that she had not mistaken him for someone else, her heart racing with surprise. She could hardly fathom the changes that had transpired in Yining's life. She was certain that he could not afford such an expensive vehicle just a year prior. "Well, it belongs to my father," Yining replied with a nod. Although the car was technically registered in his father's name, it was indeed a gift for him. With a sigh of astonishment, Du Yingying exclaimed, "That's quite impressive." "What's wrong? Yingying, why did it take you so long to shop?" Just then, a tall, slender man with a refined appearance approached Du Yingying, taking the plastic bag from her hands. "Yining, allow me to introduce my fiancé, Shincheng. Shincheng, this is my childhood friend, Yining." Yining and Shincheng nodded in greeting. Shincheng was of similar height to Yining, with an impeccably neat appearance that suggested he was a meticulous individual. His willingness to assist Du Yingying indicated that he treated her well, as evidenced by the joyful smile on her face while introducing him. At least, Yining's initial impression of Shincheng was quite favorable. "Well, Sister Yingying, I want to keep you and your fiancé," Yining said, waving goodbye. "Oh, and don't forget to invite me for drinks when you get married." Ha ha. With that, Yining slowly drove away in the BMW X5. As they watched the car disappear from view, Shincheng tugged at Du Yingying's sleeve. "Shall we ask Yining for help? Perhaps he can assist us." Shincheng pondered for a moment, but ultimately sighed, saying, "The financial requirements for this game are exorbitant. It's beyond the means of most. While your childhood friend may drive a luxury car, gathering tens of millions in cash would still be quite challenging." Hearing this, the sparkle of hope faded from Du Yingying's eyes, replaced by a look of dejection. Shincheng was right. Even if someone possessed such wealth, why would they invest it in them? However, they found themselves at a loss for alternatives. After leaving the old neighborhood, Yining took half an hour to arrive at Jingshui Bay. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" Once parked, a handsome security guard approached the window with a friendly demeanor. Before Yining could respond, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, clearly of some authority, arrived. "Xiao Zhang, please help Mr. Yi register his license plate in the system. I'll handle things here," he instructed the guard. "Understood, Manager Qian," Xiao Zhang replied. Once Xiao Zhang had departed, Manager Qian bowed slightly, smiling at Yining. "Mr. Yi, I am Qian Jin, the property manager of Jingshui Bay. Please hold on a moment while Xiao Zhang registers your license plate, and you'll be allowed entry." Yining returned his smile, slightly puzzled. "Manager Qian, how did you recognize me?" "While inputting your parents' information, we also recorded yours and your sister's details. Coincidentally, I came across your photographs," he explained. In truth, Yining was unaware that Manager Qian had scrutinized the family's pictures. As the property manager, it was essential that he recognized every resident of Villa Number 1. At that moment, Manager Qian's walkie-talkie crackled to life with Xiao Zhang's voice. "Manager, Mr. Ye's license plate has been registered. He may enter." "Excellent," Manager Qian replied, bowing once more. "Welcome home, Mr. Yi." "Thank you. I appreciate it." Yining nodded, lightly pressing the accelerator as the BMW X5 glided into the community. 2 minutes later, he arrived at Villa Number 1. Yining exited the vehicle and knocked on the dark security door. "Who is it?" came his mother's voice from within. "Mom, it's me, your son." Upon hearing Yining, his mother opened the door a crack, peeking out before scanning the surroundings. "I know you're there. I'm looking for my daughter. Where is she?" she questioned, fixing her gaze on Yining. "Xiaogua, isn't she at school?" "Mom, let me in." Yining chuckled, well aware that his mother was not referring to Yi Xiaogua, but rather to Su Wire, hoping to deflect her inquiry. His mother scoffed, knowing her son all too well. "You didn't bring Wei back, did you? Fine, goodbye." With that, the door slammed shut, barely missing Yining's face as he stepped back just in time. This is undoubtedly a mother's judgment. Just 10 seconds later, however, his mother reopened the door. "Hey, Mom," Yining greeted with a grin, his demeanor eager to please. She shot him a sidelong glance, her irritation palpable. "Enough of your antics." With that, she turned away, leaving him with a nonchalant air. Looking down, Yining noticed a pair of brand-new men's slippers on the floor, warming his heart. Despite her outward demeanor, his mother was undeniably attentive to him. After changing into the slippers, he heard her voice again. Shall I make you some dumplings? Having arrived after lunchtime, Yining hadn't mentioned his return, so he was unlikely to catch the meal. Fortunately, his mother often prepared dumplings in advance and stored them in the freezer. Sure. As a masterful cook, the thought of his mother's dumplings made Yining's mouth water. Within 20 minutes, a steaming bowl of dumplings was placed before him. The aroma of the spicy red oil mingled with green onions ignited his appetite, even though he had eaten a light meal on the plane. Nothing compared to the enticing bowl of dumplings before him. Watching Yining relish the food, his mother sat beside him, resting her chin on her hand, her face adorned with a warm smile. By the way, son, she began, I noticed you're driving a BMW now. Wasn't it your last car a Mercedes? Did you change vehicles? In truth, she didn't recognize many car brands, but these two were simply too well known. As she inquired, her brows furrowed slightly. She understood that her son was quite wealthy, yet she felt that frequently changing cars was unwise. First, it was a waste of money, regardless of wealth. It would eventually dwindle. Second, she worried that he might grow weary of things too quickly. After all, the Mercedes still appeared practically new. Surely he wouldn't tire of it so soon. No, not at all. Ouch, it's hot. Yining replied, his mouth half full of dumpling. Speaking through his food, this car is for my father, my actual car is in Jiangxing. Yima revealed a contented smile on her face, remarking that when your father returns, he will undoubtedly be very pleased. Really? Last time I asked him to buy something, he refused, came the reply. TCH. Do you really listen to him? Yima scoffed coldly. After you left, he practically nagged me every day. It's just that he can't bring himself to admit it. Yining was left speechless, astonished to discover that his father possessed a sundry trait. Indeed, when old Yi returned home that evening, he immediately noticed the BMW X5 parked in the garage. Upon learning that Yining had purchased it for him, he muttered about the waste of money. Yet he couldn't help but touch it, exploring every inch. Sitting in the driver's seat, he spun the steering wheel, thoroughly enjoying himself, his face lighting up with the joy of a child who has just received a lollipop. As the early summer warmth enveloped the day, old Yi seemed somewhat cold, as evidenced by the persistent trembling of his fingers, which were precariously clutching a cigarette. That night, he eagerly took Yima out for a drive, completely disregarding his son, who felt like an invisible presence. Yining silently shed tears of sorrow. Was this truly the reality, where parents are the real love and children are mere byproducts? Alone in the empty house, Yining watched the latest anime while chatting with a few female friends. When Mo Qingqing learned that Yining was returning to Yangqing, she immediately expressed her desire to see him. Aware that night was falling, Yining informed her that he would meet her the following morning. Mo Qingqing did not respond. About half an hour later, Yining received a phone call. He quickly answered, surprised to find it was Mo Qingqing. Hello, Qingqing? The background noise was somewhat chaotic, with the sound of square dance music suggesting she was outside. Yining, you won't believe it, but I'm downstairs at your place. Her playful voice was crisp and melodious. Downstairs? Realizing that he had not informed Mo Qingqing about his move, he understood she still thought he lived in the old neighborhood. At that moment, Yining felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Mo Qingqing had come all this way at night just to see him. What was he hesitating for? Qingqing, stay nearby and don't leave. I'll come find you right now. It should take me about 40 minutes. Yining, aren't you at home? Mo Qingqing asked, her tone tinged with disappointment. I'm sorry, Qingqing, I forgot to tell you I moved. I no longer live in the old neighborhood. Then I'll head back. She pouted, sounding aggrieved. No, Qingqing, please go to the convenience store nearby and just sit there waiting for me. Uncle Ma is a nice person. Upon hearing Yining's insistence, a smile broke out on Mo Qingqing's adorable face as she sweetly replied, Okay, be careful on your way. Yining called Yima to inform her of his plans, hopped on his electric scooter, and headed toward the old neighborhood. As night fell, the distant chirping of crickets echoed from the roadside bushes. In his haste, Yining had forgotten to wear a light jacket, feeling the chill as he rode, his thoughts consumed with the image of Mo Qingqing waiting alone for him. As the last square dance song concluded, the dancers began to disperse in small groups, returning home. Mo Qingqing, anxious, glanced at her phone and then outside the store, hoping Yining would arrive soon while simultaneously wishing he would take his time for safety's sake. This inner turmoil made her restless. Finally, a small cluster of lights appeared in the distance, growing nearer and more pronounced, slightly blinding. Mo Qingqing shielded her eyes with her delicate hand and, through the haze, discerned the tall figure of a man, Yining. Overjoyed, she sprang to her feet, ready to run towards him, only to pause and turn back to thank the elderly man at the store entrance. Uncle Ma, Yining is here. Thank you. Not at all, the old man waved dismissively, tapping his cigarette against the steps. Hurry along now, that lad has arrived. Yining set down his feet, and Imo Qingqing was already before him. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed silently at his face, her longing evident in her beautiful eyes. Qingqing, Yining called softly, opening his arms to embrace her petite, delicate form. Yining, I really miss you so much. Imo Qingqing's voice quivered with emotion, yet it resonated with happiness. Chapter 92. Looking ahead and behind, Imo Qingqing stood at only around 160 centimeters. Her petite frame unremarkable in many ways. Yet, her skin gleamed like jade, smooth and delicate. Particularly striking was her porcelain doll-like face, exquisitely crafted. People often say that when God closes a door, he opens a window. Isn't it beautiful? It was a trade at the airport. The sweet, fragrant aroma enveloped him, reminiscent of baby cream, soothing and invigorating. After a moment, Yining took Imo Qingqing's small hand and led her to the convenience store entrance. Uncle Ma, thank you for looking after Qingqing, he said with a smile. Uncle Ma chuckled as he regarded Yining, his murky eyes sharp and penetrating. Young lad, this girl is charming and polite, quite impressive, he praised while enjoying his cigarette. Hearing Uncle Ma's words, Yining interlaced his fingers with Imo Qingqing's, affirming, Qingqing is truly the best girl in the world. He nodded confidently, silently adding to himself, one of the best. Alas, there's nothing to be done. We're merely following the path of the scoundrel, aren't we? The pond is vast, and one must tread carefully. It was all quite disheartening. In the future, please bring along more of such delightful encounters. Seeing the pride on Yining's face, Uncle Ma beamed, his eyes shimmering as if recalling decades past when he held his wife's hand for the first time to meet his parents. Meanwhile, Imo Qingqing felt shy at their conversation, her eyes fixed on her canvas shoes, as if she could spot a flower blooming there. After chatting with Uncle Ma for a few moments, Yining spent a few coins to buy 2 bottles of drinks, receiving nearly 100 in cashback. Tonight's late-night snack was secured. Qingqing, are you hungry? Let me take you out for something to eat. As soon as Yining asked, he felt something was amiss. It dawned on him that after a bowl of dumplings at noon, he had not eaten anything since. Old Yi and Yima had gone out for a feast, entirely oblivious to their famished son. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Let us go. I'm a bit hungry too, Imo Qingqing replied sweetly. Though she usually had a small appetite, she had not felt hungry until she saw the yearning in Yining's eyes, prompting her to agree with a smile. How about barbecue? I know a place nearby that serves pretty good food, Yining suggested. Sounds great. At the mention of barbecue, Imo Qingqing's dark eyes sparkled a little brighter. Although she didn't eat much, her cravings were undeniable. Recalling her early university days, she had visited every snack shop surrounding the campus within just half a semester. There was even an occasion when she ventured to another campus solely for a delicious cold noodle dish. As the neon lights in the square dimmed, the largest screen above ceased its advertisements. Under the tranquil night sky, the riverside nightlife was just beginning. Imo Qingqing clung tightly to Yining's waist from the back seat of the scooter, refusing to let go. Through the sensation on his back, Yining could faintly feel the soft rise and fall of her petite form. This is rather bittersweet, he mused, yet he naturally did not mind. Imo Qingqing didn't need to be sexy. Her cuteness was her greatest charm. Furthermore, there was an air of enchanting innocence about her. Upon reaching their destination, the once quiet square transformed into a bustling scene. Diners chatted animatedly, filling the air with vibrant energy. Yining found a spot by the river, placing their order with the owner. Imo Qingqing watched the busy grill master and the owner's wife, who was attending to customers and occasionally wiping the sweat from her brow, filled with admiration. Miss, you're so pretty. A child's innocent voice interrupted Imo Qingqing's thoughts. Imo Qingqing looked down and discovered a girl about 4 or 5 years old, with 2 horn-like braids. Her skin was not exceptionally fair, yet she possessed a pair of bright, large eyes, complemented by a plump little face that was utterly adorable. Imo Qingqing's gaze softened as she leaned forward, giggling. Thank you. Little sister, you are very cute too. What is your name? How old are you? Where are your parents? My name is Imo Yusin, and I am 4 years old. My mom and dad are earning money, the little girl said, pointing to the proprietress who was attending to customers with a sweet voice. Ah, what a coincidence. My surname is also Imo, Imo Qingqing responded, somewhat surprised, as she took Imo Yusin's small hand. Just then, the proprietress approached with a plate of grilled skewers. Yusin, didn't I tell you not to run around? What if you bump into the older siblings? The proprietress placed the plate filled with skewers in front of Yining and squatted down, her expression somewhat serious. After speaking, she apologized to Yining and Imo Qingqing, saying, I'm sorry, ladies. My daughter can be quite mischievous. She wore a helpless expression as she spoke. Haha, it's all right. Children should be lively, Yining chuckled, shaking his head to indicate it was no trouble. Imo Qingqing added, indeed, Yusin is so adorable. I really like her. It seems we are actually related, right, Yusin? She affectionately patted Mo Yusin's little head, her eyes brimming with fondness. Proprietress, is my barbecue ready? At that moment, a customer at another table called out loudly. The proprietress acknowledged and turned to Mo Yusin. Yusin, come on, follow mommy. Mommy, I want to play with the big brother and the pretty sister, Mo Yusin pouted, looking down and acting cute. No, the older siblings are busy. She wanted to say more, but Yining interjected, it's all right, proprietress. Let Yusin stay here with us for a while. We can play with her. The proprietress hesitated, but, upon noticing Mo Qingqing joyfully holding her daughter's hand, finally agreed. Then I'll trouble you too. After thanking them, she turned to her daughter and instructed, Yusin, you must behave and play nicely with the older siblings. Don't run around. After the proprietress walked away, Mo Qingqing invited Mo Yusin to sit beside her. Yusin, here, this grilled beef is delicious. Mo Qingqing used chopsticks to slide the meat off the skewer and placed it into a disposable paper bowl, offering it to Mo Yusin. The little girl shook her head in refusal, saying, pretty sister, my mom and dad don't want me to eat other people's food. Yet her beautiful big eyes were fixated on the beef in the bowl, her mouth watering uncontrollably. Your mother is right. Eating food from strangers can lead to trouble. Yining pretended to make a scary face. As the menacing expression faded, he gently ruffled Mo Yusin's small head. But your mother has already entrusted you to the care of your older siblings, so we are no longer strangers. It's perfectly fine to have a little bit. Is that so? Mo Yusin looked up at Mo Qingqing, her small face hopeful. Yes, go ahead and eat, Mo Qingqing encouraged. Yay! Mo Yusin danced with joy, appearing very happy. She clumsily picked up a piece of beef and popped it into her mouth, her face lighting up with satisfaction. 10 meters away, the proprietress observed the trio laughing and chatting, her eyes softening. In this line of work, afternoons and evenings were the busiest. Previously, having elderly family members around made it easier to care for children. Now, with her parents absent, she had to squeeze time to pick her daughter up from kindergarten. Let alone play with her, there was simply no opportunity. Tonight, for the first time in many days, Mo Yusin was smiling the happiest. Perhaps, she thought, she should discuss with her husband about taking 2 days off to take their daughter out for a nice outing. When Yining and Mo Qingqing finished eating, it was already late at night, nearly 11 o'clock. Ding! Host spent 126 yuan, receiving a threefold cashback, totaling 378 yuan. It was a pity there was no critical hit, but it was still acceptable. Little Yusin, though reluctant, tugged at her mother's clothing and waved goodbye with understanding. Yining found Mo Qingqing's behavior quite amusing, as she turned back every 3 steps, especially when they got on the electric scooter, casting glances back often. Are you that reluctant? Maybe you should just have a child, Yining teased. Absolutely not. Mo Qingqing's face flushed. With her current responsibilities of caring for her mother while working part-time, where would she find the energy to have a baby? Furthermore, with the upcoming graduate entrance examinations, she had even less time to consider such matters. Noticing Yining's silence, Mo Qingqing grasped his shirt and tightened her grip slightly, biting her lower lip. She finally mustered the courage to whisper, wait until after I finish my exams. Then we can. Her voice dwindled to nearly a whisper, her head lowering. The cool breeze brushed her face, yet her cheeks burned with embarrassment, as if they were ablaze. To do what? Yining's lips curled into a mischievous smile. You. Mo Qingqing huffed, playfully hitting Yining's solid back. You're so mean. He was fully aware that such words made her shy, yet he always pursued her for clarification. Asking was one thing. He enjoyed teasing her when her face turned red. How could someone be so infuriating? As they passed by a bustling shop, Yining told Mo Qingqing to wait on the scooter while he hurriedly went inside. Mo Qingqing, glancing at the sign with 4 characters, immediately understood what Yining was about to buy. She shot him a disapproving glance, her exquisite face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, she did not stop him. In fact, she felt a tinge of anticipation. Hey there, young man, you're quite lucky. The shopkeeper, peering through the translucent door curtain, spotted Mo Qingqing beside the electric scooter and silently gave Yining a thumbs up. Of course, Yining winked at the shopkeeper, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Here, take this. Yining handed a black plastic bag to Mo Qingqing. I don't want it. Really don't want it? Absolutely not. Mo Qingqing's tone was resolute and firm. Yining squinted his eyes, leaning closer to Mo Qingqing's ear. He whispered, does that mean you're ready to give me a big, chubby baby? Yining's closeness sent warmth spiraling into Mo Qingqing's ear, causing her to shiver, her heart racing. Her cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, deepening to the roots of her ears. Yining, if you keep this up, I won't talk to you anymore. Mo Qingqing pouted in a playful anger. Humph, just take me home. Home? Who's home? Of course too. 2. You're home. After saying this, Mo Qingqing bit her lip. Feeling her limbs weak and tingly, under the bright moonlight, she clung tightly to Yi Ning's back, refusing to respond to his teasing words. Chapter 94. Do you like it? Upon returning to the old neighborhood, Yi Ning took out a rusty key and unlocked the door. The interior remained largely unchanged and was quite clean, indicating that old Yi and Yi Ma must have been visiting from time to time. It was no surprise the elderly couple's social circle was here, especially Yi Ma's mahjong friends. This was her greatest hobby. How could she abandon it simply because they moved? Although the wealthy ladies in the villa district also enjoyed playing mahjong, their stakes were high. While Yi Ma was not short of money, she played for entertainment, not gambling. Hence she did not fit in with them. As soon as he closed the door, Mo Qingqing leapt into Yi Ning's arms. Wait, no, that's not right. You mean to say, bumping into someone, right? Feeling her soft body in his embrace, Yi Ning realized that Mo Qingqing was entirely warm and tender at that moment, along with the fresh scent she emanated, causing his gaze to become dreamy. Yi Ning. Now, I want, she whispered softly, but in an instant, it shattered Yi Ning's defenses. His steadfast resolve crumbled to dust. Yi Ning effortlessly lifted Mo Qingqing, lowering his head to kiss her cherry-like lips, gradually making his way toward the bathroom. The next morning, in the depths of slumber, Yi Ning sensed an unusual sensation enveloping him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his pupils dilating in astonishment. Qingqing, you. Upon hearing Yi Ning's surprised voice, Mo Qingqing lifted her head, her delicate face flushing like a ripened apple. Timidly, she inquired, do you like it? Yi Ning was instantly rendered parched, his breath heavy and labored. Shortly thereafter, the chaotic bedroom once again blossomed with the warmth of spring. Approaching noon, Yi Ning took Mo Qingqing's hand and stepped outside. Just as they arrived at the garden below their apartment complex, they fortuitously encountered Du Yingying and Shen Cheng. Yi Ning, is this your girlfriend? Du Yingying stared at Mo Qingqing, internally marveling at the girl's striking beauty. Yi Ning nodded affirmatively, introducing them to one another. Qingqing, you are truly stunning. And how is it that your skin is so flawless? Du Yingying praised sincerely. Naturally attractive herself, Du Yingying often attracted attention on the streets. Yet Mo Qingqing eclipsed any girl she had ever seen. Although her height was average, her proportions were exquisite. Particularly, her enchanting visage was utterly captivating, devoid of any blemish. He, Yingying Jia, you are also very beautiful. Shen Cheng interjected, casting a knowing glance at Du Yingying, who smiled slightly in acknowledgement. She was aware that she was considered a beauty by most, yet she also recognized the disparity between herself and Mo Qingqing. This girl was the sort of breathtaking beauty that one could never forget after a mere glance. Even in a city teeming with stunning women, few could rival her allure. Yi Ning, you are truly fortunate to have captured the affections of such a beauty as Qingqing, Du Yingying remarked earnestly. Mo Qingqing stepped forward, taking a small, hurried step, and insisted, no, it is not that way. I am the lucky one for being accepted by Yi Ning. Du Yingying gazed at Mo Qingqing in surprise, taken aback by the girl's fervent defense of Yi Ning. How deep was her affection for him that she would so ardently advocate for him? It was as if she wished to offer her very heart to him. Yi Ning, you must cherish her well. In today's society, girls like Qingqing are rare. Yi Ning felt a swell of pride, replying, indeed. Qingqing has always been my guiding light. He gently ran his fingers through Mo Qingqing's hair, appreciating how endearing she was. He considered himself incredibly fortunate to have crossed paths with her, his gaze softening as he admired her profile. Du Yingying and Shen Cheng observed the scene, feeling as though they had been satiated by a feast of affection, despite being a couple themselves. Forget it. I shall not engage further. I fear that if I chat with you any longer, I might forfeit lunch. Just as they were about to turn away, Du Yingying suddenly paused. Wait, Yi Ning, isn't Xiaoguo about to take her college entrance examination soon? Yes, in just a couple of days, Yi Ning confirmed, explaining that he had returned to support his younger sister. You two siblings, one already in the workforce, and the other soon to be in college. It's remarkable how quickly time flies, Du Yingying mused, gazing into the distance. Indeed, Yi Ning began to concur, but then noticed something peculiar. Wait, something feels off. Du Yingying raised an eyebrow. What seems off? You clearly are not 2 years older than I am. Why do you speak with such an air of maturity? You haven't been possessed, have you? Yi Ning's eyes widened in alarm, his pupils narrowing as he pulled Mo Qingqing's delicate hand, retreating a step. I shall not possess your sister, Du Yingying retorted playfully. If you dare to possess Xiaoguo, I shall never agree. Fine, fine, I am too lazy to argue with you. Realizing she could not win against Yi Ning, Du Yingying took Shen Cheng's hand and turned to leave. Shen Cheng, however, discreetly gave Yi Ning a thumbs up behind his back, silently expressing his approval. As a man of few words, he rarely managed to get a word in with Du Ying, but witnessing someone outwit his fiancée, he was oddly satisfying. What is the matter? Are you pleased? Just as Shin Cheng was reveling in his quiet triumph, a chilling voice pierced his thoughts. Startled, he stammered, "Am I?" "Heh," Du Ying scoffed, "my relative has departed." At her words, Shin Cheng shivered involuntarily, bitterly reflecting that it was said that the greatest hindrances appeared before marriage, while saviors emerged after. Yet here he was, still unwed, already feeling the onset of trepidation. Chapter 95. The approach of the college entrance examination. 2 days later, the sun shone brightly in a clear sky. Under the sweltering summer heat, the students of the third year of high school gradually made their way into the examination hall. As in previous years, the testing venue for Yangcheng High School students was set at Yangcheng Foreign Language School. That day, Old Yu drove early to the school. Soon, he spotted a bus adorned with banners arriving at the school entrance. As Yining searched for a bus from Yangcheng High School, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. "Brother, did you expect to find me right behind you?" Yi Xiaohua, dressed in a blue and white school uniform with a ponytail, radiated the vibrant spirit of youth. She was overjoyed to see Yining just before the examination. Although her older brother rarely expressed much, his presence outside the examination hall on such an important day filled her with happiness. "Let us go?" Yining affectionately ruffled Yi Xiaohua's thick hair, his gaze warm and indulgent. "Mom and Dad are here. Let me take you to them." Yi Xiaohua giggled, lightly tapping her fair chin, and eagerly stepped forward to link arms with Yining. "By the way, what about Qianqian?" Yining inquired. Yi Xiaohua scrutinized him for a moment, her words laden with implication. "Brother, I believe you are not merely inquiring about Qianqian, are you?" Yining felt a touch of embarrassment. Since Yi Xiaohua was not with Mo Qianqian, it followed that Mo Qingqing must have come alongside him. Asking about Mo Qianqian was merely incidental. "Humph, I knew it." Yi Xiaohua scoffed, yet a flicker of concern crossed her features. How had she never noticed before that her brother was such a flirt? While he was charming Mo Qianqian, he was also pursuing Mo Qingqing. There might even be other beautiful girls she was unaware of. What if one day, he truly found himself in a predicament? After walking a few steps, they soon spotted their parents, Yi Ma and Old Yi, standing by the roadside. Yi Ma, dressed in a simple dress and holding a floral umbrella, exuded elegance. Old Yi, in casual attire and sunglasses, looked quite handsome from a distance. "Mom and Dad, I've missed you so much." Upon seeing his daughter eagerly approach, hand in hand with Yining, both parents smiled broadly. Let me take a good look at my daughter." Yi Ma stepped forward, handing the umbrella to Yining while cupping Yi Xiaohua's face in her hands, inspecting her closely. Old Yi gently patted his daughter's shoulder, speaking seriously, "Do your best, but don't put too much pressure on yourself." Yi Xiaohua's academic performance had always been commendable, as long as she maintained her usual standard. Gaining admission to a reputable university was well within her reach. Compared to Yining's high school grades, she was indeed more accomplished. "Don't worry. This semester has been filled with exams. This one feels no different than the others," Yi Xiaohua replied confidently. The family initially intended to offer more comforting words, but hearing her assurance, they smiled and held their tongues. Indeed, none among them, including Yining, could rival Yi Xiaohua's understanding of the current examination formats and strategies. It would be folly for those who were uninformed to instruct someone so knowledgeable. Sometimes, a few uninformed individuals could hardly measure up to a single wise one. "Hey, Xiaohua, it's time to gather," a voice called out from a distance, and sure enough, they spotted a petite girl waving her hand high in the air. It was Mo Qingqing's younger sister, Mo Qianqian. Standing beside her was the graceful figure of Mo Qingqing, who wore a light green floral dress. Her shoulder-length hair styled in a small braid. Her already fair skin glowed softly in the sunlight. The two sisters together resembled the most exquisite pair of lotus blossoms. Breathtakingly beautiful. That young lady is indeed beautiful. The one beside her must be her sister, right? Truly stunning. Naturally, Mother Yi also noticed the two sisters from the Mo family, especially when her gaze fell upon Mo Qingqing, who shone like a beacon of beauty. Mo Qingqing is so exquisite that she attracts countless gazes simply by standing there. Yes, that is indeed my dear friend Qianqian, whom I often mention. As for her sister, you should inquire with my brother. He knows her better than I do. With a hint of meaning in her words, Yi Xiaohua playfully nudged Yining's side with her elbow, right? Upon hearing Yi Xiaohua steer the conversation towards Mo Qingqing, Yining sensed impending trouble. Indeed, just as Yi Xiaohua had not gone far, Mother Ye's attention swiftly shifted to him. "Son, there was something in Xiaohua's words just now. Analyze it for me. What does she mean?" "What do you mean?" Yining felt a bit guilty, casting furtive glances at his father. However, old Yi remained indifferent, whistling nonchalantly. Not going to say, huh? Then let me ask directly, what is your relationship with that girl? We are high school classmates. High school classmates. Is that merely one layer of your relationship? Confronted by Mother Yi's directness, Yi Ning felt a flush of embarrassment and smiled awkwardly. Could a mother not understand her own son? It would indeed be strange if the connection between Yi Ning and that young lady were ordinary. Remembering yesterday's mahjong game at the old neighborhood, where someone remarked on how lovely his daughter-in-law was, she now thought, with enchanting's beauty. Mere words like lovely did not do her justice. Compared to the girl in the video, Sue Wire, she was clearly not lacking at all. Well, perhaps in certain aspects, there was still a significant difference. Son, what about Wei Wei? Have you two broken up? Mother Yi scrutinized Yi Ning's eyes. Ahem, no. Huh. Mother Yi scoffed, poking Yi Ning's temple in frustration. What nonsense are you up to? What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and bring that girl over for your father and me to see. What is the point of making her stand in the sun? Oh. Watching Yi Ning's retreating figure, Mother Yi felt exasperated. If it were in the past, seeing such a lovely girl interested in her son would have made her wake up smiling from her dreams. Now, however, she was at a loss, gazing at enchanting, who held Yi Ning's hand from a distance, and recalling the innocent-looking Sue Wire, her head spun. Just as she turned around, she caught old Yi nodding approvingly at the couple. What is this? Are you envious? Mother Yi narrowed her eyes. Me? Envy what? What could I possibly envy? Old Yi retorted, startled. Let us hope there is nothing to envy. With Mother Yi retracting her gaze, old Yi felt a sense of relief. As they conversed, Yi Ning approached with enchanting's delicate hand in his grasp. As they drew closer, enchanting's features became clearer. Her large eyes sparkled like stars. Her nose was elegantly shaped, and her small mouth was charming. Particularly striking was her flawless, porcelain-like skin. She lowered her head, half hiding behind Yi Ning, appearing somewhat shy. Chapter 96. Enchanting meets the parents after Yi Ning squeezed her little hand. Enchanting finally mustered the courage to take a small step forward. Uncle, Auntie. Hello, I am Enchanting. Her palms were damp with nervous sweat, her voice quavering as she addressed Yi Ning's parents. Her small, translucent ears were flushed with embarrassment, radiating shyness. Such a demeanor was undeniably endearing. In an instant, Mother Yi was captivated by Enchanting. The girl evoked no feelings of dissatisfaction whatsoever. What on earth had her son done to earn the devoted affection of such a pure-hearted young woman? Dear, come here. Don't be afraid. Mother Yi stepped forward, taking Enchanting's hand with a joyful expression. Enchanting glanced back at Yi Ning, who nodded encouragingly. Lowering her head, she allowed Mother Yi to lead her. They both sat in the back seat, engaging in a textbook-like round of inquiries. When Mother Yi learned that Enchanting had given up further studies for the sake of her mother Li Qingru's illness, she couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion. This girl appeared delicate, yet her inner strength was formidable. She had shouldered family responsibilities so soon after entering society. Although she hadn't asked, Mother Yi knew her son must have provided assistance. After all, how many families could afford medical expenses amounting to hundreds of thousands? If such a situation had befallen the Yi family in the past, what would they have done? In the following 2 days, the entire family, including Enchanting, accompanied Yi Ning to Yangqing Foreign Language School for the exams. Until the final English exam concluded, marked by the ringing of the collection bell, the college entrance examination officially came to an end. Watching Yi Xiaohua, carefree as she held Enchanting's hand, both girls exited the school together. Yi Ning and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At least their expressions suggested they had performed well. Dad, Mom. Yi Xiaohua bounced excitedly. Uncle, Auntie, hello? Enchanting was considerably more reserved, greeting Mother Yi and old Yi first. Their gazes then fell simultaneously upon the intertwined fingers of Yi Ning and Enchanting. See, Chanqian, I told you we would become true sisters. Enchanting nodded in agreement, her smile radiating joy. Since their last meeting, she had discerned her sister's affection for Yi Ning. Now that they were finally together, it was only natural for her to feel happy for Enchanting. Come, I've prepared some delicious food for you two. Let us celebrate, Mother Yi declared. Due to the BMW X5 being unable to accommodate everyone, Yi Ning and Enchanting suggested they take a taxi. In the taxi, Enchanting closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips as she leaned against Yi Ning. Her delicate fingers gently rubbed Yi Ning's hand resting on her abdomen. Feeling utterly content, Yi Ning, with the exams over, are you headed back to Jiangxing? Enchanting's tone was slightly melancholic. She understood that Yi Ning would not remain in Yangqing for long. Naturally, Yi Ning was reluctant to part with Enchanting. How about you and your mother come with me to Jiangxing? I can help you find a place for you both to live. Not only for Enchanting, But Yining also wished for his parents to move to Jiangxing. However, they insisted that Yangsheng was their root and that they could not leave. Even Yining, no matter how much wealth he amassed in the future, hoped to return to this small city in his old age. This city held all his childhood memories and encompassed every moment of his youth. Before entering university, his world had been limited to the confines of Yangsheng. As he aged, he wished for his world to shrink back down to that same size. My mother probably wouldn't agree. Mo Qingqing shook her head. Upon hearing this, Yining understood. It was a natural sentiment. After her refusal, Mo Qingqing continued, however, in a couple of months, my mother should be much better. At that time, I'll take her to Jiangxing for a visit and conveniently look for you. How does that sound? Mo Qingqing's small face brimmed with hope. She certainly did not wish to be separated from Yining for too long. Once in Jiangxing, even if they could not meet every day, their interactions would be far more frequent. All right. Yining leaned his forehead against the crown of Mo Qingqing's head, nuzzling her gently. He would definitely support Mo Qingqing's decision. Before they knew it, the taxi arrived at the Jinong Hotel. Mr. Yi, a tall man, nearly 6 feet tall and clad in a suit, approached. Behind him stood at least 10 other hotel executives, also in suits. Upon seeing Yining and Mo Qingqing seated in the back of the taxi, the towering man personally opened the door for them, greeting them loudly. His booming voice was striking and thunderous, startling the taxi driver. Through the rearview mirror, the driver cast a peculiar glance at Yining. From the start, he had sensed that this striking young couple was anything but ordinary. Although the girl was dressed modestly, her exquisite beauty was undeniable. The man was even more impressive, not only handsome but exuding an undeniable air of authority. The current situation only confirmed the driver's suspicions. It was indeed unusual for a wealthy boss to take a taxi with his girlfriend. As he helped Mo Qingqing out of the car, seeing the ostentatious demeanor of the tall man, Yining couldn't help but punch him in the chest playfully. With a playful reprimand, he remarked, "Well done on becoming the general manager. Your demeanor has certainly transformed." The robust figure beside him was none other than his good friend, Li Hu. Initially, Yining believed this lad needed more time to mature, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find that Li Hu was performing admirably, at least avoiding any significant blunders. Li Hu scratched the back of his head, a touch embarrassed. He was hardly concerned with the hotel business, still learning the ropes under someone else's guidance. However, he was determined to fulfill Yining's directives, not solely because Yining was the owner of Jinyang Hotel, but also due to their brotherly bond. If he failed at such a simple task, he would rather resign and return to a more mundane job. Subsequently, Yining greeted each of the employees trailing behind Li Hu. Under Li Hu's guidance, Yining arrived at the hotel's top VIP room. The expansive space, nearly 100 square meters, featured only a circular dining table at its center. Inside the room, aside from 2 tall and graceful waitresses, the familiar faces of old Yi, Ma, Xiaoguo, and Mo Qianqian awaited their arrival. "Brother, you're here. Sister, son, quickly bring Qingqing over." The warm atmosphere enveloped Yining as he entered, filling his heart with comfort. This was the life he yearned for. "Let's go," Yining said, taking Mo Qingqing's hand, and they exchanged smiles as they walked together. After raising a toast, Li Hu found an excuse to leave the private room. At the dining table, it was Yu Xiaoguo, the lively spirit of the group, who animated the conversation. Yet, Yima strictly prohibited any drinking, causing her to pout as she guzzled down soy milk. Even Mo Qianqian, who was typically shy, ate more than usual now that the pressure of college entrance exams had lifted. After the meal, old Yi, having enjoyed a drink, was escorted home by Yi Ma in a taxi. Mo Qingqing held a thermos filled with takeout for Li Qingru while sitting in the passenger seat. The 2 children in the back seat observed the couple in front, whose love was palpable even without overt displays, whispering to each other and giggling. Chapter 97. The Goal. Jiangxing University. Upon meeting Li Qingru again, Yining noted her improved demeanor, markedly better than a month prior. She appeared revitalized, her spirit noticeably uplifted. Yining and his sister's arrival was warmly welcomed by Li Qingru. Over the past month, though Mo Qingqing remained silent, Li Qingru could see her daughter missed Yining dearly. Each time Yining called, it was as if she had received a shot of adrenaline, her excitement unmistakable. Xiaoning, Qingqing is usually sensible, but she can be a bit willful at times. If you two ever find yourselves at odds, I hope you'll be patient with her. Li Qingru's thoughts were solely on her eldest daughter, wishing for their relationship to flourish without being derailed by trivial matters. If they were to part ways, it would undoubtedly be her daughter who suffered the most. Yining nodded earnestly, placing Mo Qingqing's small hand between his. "Rest assured, Auntie, I will cherish Qingqing." Li Qingru smiled with relief, finding comfort in his words. With Yining holding her hand in front of everyone, Mo Qingqing felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Especially upon hearing Yu Ning's promise, her fair complexion blushed delicately, embodying the essence of beauty. She attempted to withdraw her hand slightly, but finding it firmly held, she surrendered to the gesture, her heart brimming with joy, all masked by her bashfulness. Mo Qianqian shared in her sister's happiness, beaming at the sight of her sister's flushed cheeks, while only Yu Xiaobo rolled her eyes, skeptical of her brother's assurances. Brother, you must drive carefully. If we crash, no one will be able to save you. Declining Li Qingru's invitation to stay longer, Yi Ning decided it was time to leave with Yi Xiaobo as the sky darkened. Initially, Yi Ning suggested taking Mo Qingqing out for some fun the next day, only for her to mention she had classes. Mo Qingqing worked part-time as a teacher at an educational institution. Though it lacked benefits, the pay was decent. Even if she wished to resign, she would have to wait until the semester concluded, as the impending final exams would significantly affect the students if a new teacher were introduced at this juncture. All right, I will pick you up after your classes. On the way home, Yi Xiaobo inquired, Brother, what do you think about me applying to Jiaqiang University? While not the top institution in the country, Jiaqiang University held a commendable reputation. Given Yi Xiaobo's academic performance, she had a good chance of being accepted. That sounds great. I can arrange a place for you near the university. If you don't want to stay in the dorms, you can move out. He had several spacious apartments in Yuyue City, offering her the freedom to choose. However, a villa was out of the question. There were no villa districts near the university town, and commuting would be too cumbersome. Really? That would be amazing. Yi Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, Mo Qianqian and I can move in together, and we'll be roommates again. Wait, are you saying Qianqian is also planning to attend Jiang University? Yi Ning raised an eyebrow. Yi Xiaobo nodded enthusiastically yes. Qianqian's grades are similar to mine, with only about a 10-point difference. She should be able to get into the same university. Plus, after I mentioned I wanted to apply to Jiang University, she expressed her desire to go there too. All right, Yi Ning replied, ruffling Yi Xiaobo's hair affectionately. Do your best. Once you're accepted, I have a surprise for you. What surprise? At the mention of a surprise, Yi Xiaobo's eyes gleamed with curiosity. She was well aware that her brother was no longer the frugal worker who hesitated over spending a few dozen yuan on clothes. Now, he could casually drive a luxury car worth millions and reside in a villa worth tens of millions, dwarfing the wealth of those so-called rich kids in high school. Considering the Patek Philippe on his wrist, Yi Ning's surprise could hardly be anything trivial. How about this? If you get accepted into Jiaqiang University and learn to drive during the summer, I'll gift you a sports car. What do you think? A sports car? How much does it cost? Yi Xiaobo could hardly contain her excitement at Yi Ning's proposal. With her boyish spirit, how could she refuse the idea of a sports car? Just imagining driving to school in a flashy car filled her with exhilaration. Seeing Yi Xiaobo's enthusiasm, Yi Ning couldn't help but chuckle. However, upon reflection, it was entirely understandable. After all, it wasn't that women didn't like cars. Otherwise, why would so many people insist on having a car and a house before marriage? They might not be well-versed in automobiles, but who wouldn't relish the thought of driving a luxury vehicle? As long as it brought joy, the price was of little consequence. Ha ha, brother, you are simply the best. Love you. Yi Xiaobo playfully winked, forming a heart gesture with her hands. Once she received her acceptance letter and driver's license, she would truly become part of the car-owning elite, and not just any car, but a supercar. Just the thought made her slender legs tremble with excitement. Chapter 98. Yi Ning's dilemma. With over a month having passed since her last visit home, today marked Yi Xiaobo's second visit to Mingshui Bay. The last time she came to check on the house, many furnishings were yet to be arranged. Now, upon witnessing the fully equipped villa, she was as exuberant as a child, darting about and exploring every room. Particularly enchanted by the bedroom tailored for her, she flopped onto the bed, reluctant to rise. Clutching the pristine pillow, she buried her face in it, inhaling its subtle fragrance. Do you like it? Yi Ning inquired, sitting beside her and gently stroking her head with a smile. Yi Xiaobo slightly propped herself up, resting her head against Yi Ning's palm, her eyes closed as she playfully twisted her little head. I used to scoff at classmates bragging about their wealthy families. Now I realize how wonderful it is to have wealth, Yi Xiaobo remarked with a sense of enlightenment. Although her family was never in dire straits, it could hardly be said that their circumstances were particularly favorable. Otherwise, she would not have forsaken her dance lessons to devote herself entirely to academic pursuits. Indeed, Yi Xiaobo has genuinely experienced the remarkable transformation of her family from ordinary to affluent. Nowadays, her household even employs a maid who comes weekly to handle the cleaning. This lifestyle was something Yi Xiaobo had never dared to imagine. One can only say that her brother, Yi Ning, is truly exceptional. In just a few short years, he has amassed wealth that would take other families several generations to achieve. If Yining were to hear Yi Xiao's thoughts, he would retort, "Young lady, your perspective is far too conservative. The assets I possess now are beyond what many families could accumulate in 100 lifetimes." The following day, after lunch, Yi Xiao insisted on taking their mother to enroll in a driving school. This left their mother, who had prepared her change, unable to return to the old neighborhood, and she grumbled incessantly. Around 4 in the afternoon, the only one remaining in the villa, Yi Ning, also set out, heading to the educational institution where Mo Qingqing worked. Fortunately, it was not far. After less than half an hour on the bus, Yi Ning arrived at his destination. He finally escaped the 2 women on the bus who had been vying for his contact information, adorned in gold and jewels. As he disembarked, the memory of their ravenous gazes sent a shiver down his spine. Considering that Mo Qingqing also commuted via public transport, Yi Ning chastised himself for being so careless. It was time to buy her a car. Even if Mo Qingqing were to move to Jiangxing later, he could always procure a vehicle for her there. Since it was a training institution, most of Mo Qingqing's classes were scheduled for the weekends, leaving few students attending during weekdays. As Yi Ning stepped out of the elevator, the receptionist's eyes sparkled with intrigue. First and foremost, it was undoubtedly Yi Ning's striking appearance, which could rival that of any romantic novel's protagonist. Secondly, his attire. Though seemingly ordinary from afar, upon closer inspection revealed an Armani shirt and casual trousers, complemented by Versace shoes. Not to mention the dazzling watch on his left wrist. The identity of this individual could hardly be considered mundane. "Excuse me, how old is your child?" the receptionist inquired, assuming Yi Ning was there for a younger sibling's educational needs. Yi Ning smiled and shook his head. "No, I'm here to see someone, teacher Mo Qingqing." "Do you know her?" Upon mentioning Mo Qingqing's name, a mischievous thought flickered in Yi Ning's mind. How delightful it would be to see Qingqing in a teacher's outfit. Cough, cough. When did I become so undisciplined? It seems I have always lacked composure in front of Mo Qingqing and her friends, especially in the presence of that enchanting creature. "You're looking for teacher Mo? Please wait here. She will finish her class in half an hour." Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, the receptionist's demeanor shifted noticeably, pointing towards a sofa in the corner of the lobby with a perfunctory remark. The change in her tone was palpable. Yi Ning sensed the alteration in the receptionist's tone and felt a twinge of confusion, especially when he noticed her whispering with another receptionist, occasionally glancing in his direction. Furrowing his brow, he picked up a magazine, but found it impossible to concentrate, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that Qingqing was unpopular here? That seemed unlikely. Given her character, she would hardly provoke conflict with anyone. As he pondered this perplexing question, another receptionist approached, carrying a cup of brewed tea. "Sir, would you like some water?" Yi Ning stood up, gratefully accepting the cup with both hands. Just as he was about to turn away, he said, "Excuse me, could you spare me 2 minutes?" Naturally, Yi Ning was very interested in anything concerning Mo Qingqing. The receptionist hesitated briefly, but nodded at the sincerity in Yi Ning's eyes. "Thank you," he replied, eagerly asking, "I would like to know, how does teacher Mo Qingqing feel about working here?" "Feelings?" The receptionist appeared puzzled. She understood that Yi Ning's inquiry was directed towards Mo Qingqing, but she was taken aback by the simplicity of his question. Despite her doubts, she responded, "Well, at least Mo is one of the most popular teachers among the students. Indeed, she is one of the most beloved teachers among the students. But she is also the most looked down upon in our office." Just then, a male teacher holding a book in one hand and a teapot in the other casually interjected. Yi Ning's gaze sharpened instantaneously, and after taking a deep breath, he asked, "Could you elaborate on that?" "Elaborate? Huh?" The male teacher scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. "Given your evident concern for her, you must be one of her admirers." Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, acknowledging, "I do indeed have feelings for Mo Qingqing." "Then you're out of luck," the male teacher replied, shaking his head with a feigned sense of pity. Noticing Yi Ning's look of confusion, he continued, "Mo has a very wealthy boyfriend. How could she possibly be interested in someone like us? I once shared a mutual affection with her, only to have our relationship tossed aside for a mere 500,000. Upon hearing the phrase boyfriend, the male teacher's tone noticeably intensified, implying that Mo Qingqing had been financially supported by someone else. Yi Ning, however, could only scoff at the notion of Mo Qingqing betraying him. If she were truly that kind of person, would she have waited for him to return to Yangqing? At that time, He Wei had explicitly offered Mo Qingqing 50,000 to be with him. The truth was clear. This man was lying, not only deceiving but also tarnishing Mo Qingqing's reputation. "Are you implying that you were once in a relationship with Mo Qingqing?" Yi Ning rose to his feet, his right hand forming a claw-like grip on his thigh. A closer inspection would reveal the veins on the back of his hand bulging ominously. The icy gaze he directed at the male teacher was chilling, his pupils resembling bottomless abysses, piercing to the core. Yes, we were together back in college, often visiting hotels on weekends. The male teacher continued his grandiose tale. But before he could finish, Yi Ning delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sound echoed through the air. Seemingly unsatisfied, Yi Ning followed up with a kick that sent the male teacher crashing to the ground. The teacher, caught off guard, watched helplessly as the cup in his hand flew away, shattering into pieces. The male teacher cried out in pain, attempting to rise, only to find Yi Ning's knee pressing down on his chest. With a flurry of slaps raining down, the teacher's face quickly swelled. "Stop! What are you still doing? Hurry and help Teacher Chen pull him away." The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the office, who rushed forward to separate Yi Ning from the male teacher. A middle-aged woman with glasses, the principal, demanded, "Sir, do you have any idea why you were causing such a ruckus in our school? This is a place of education." Naturally, she was furious. The man Yi Ning had attacked was her employee. As a principal, if she could not protect her staff, what use was she? "Principal Lee, I will sue him." "Ugh, you're finished. I will not forgive you." The male teacher, emboldened by support, spoke in an arrogant tone. "Teaching and educating." Yi Ning slammed his palm down on the desk, causing the glass teacup to rattle. What a fine example of teaching and educating. With a liar like this, I shudder to think what kind of students he will produce. Pointing accusingly at the male teacher, his fury boiling over, Yi Ning thundered, "I am going to hire a lawyer right now. Do you dare to deny that you have slandered Mo Qingqing? Do you dare?" Faced with Yi Ning's unwavering defense of Mo Qingqing, the male teacher's heart sank. He knew all too well that his words were false. He had previously harbored unilateral feelings for Mo Qingqing, persistently pursuing her despite repeated rejections. Over a month ago, he, as usual, approached Mo Qingqing to confess his feelings, only to be met with the revelation that she had a boyfriend. This revelation struck him profoundly. It was common knowledge that Mo Qingqing's family was in dire need of financial assistance due to health issues. Consequently, when Mo Qingqing claimed to have a man in her life, he concluded that she must have resorted to being financially supported. In a bid to retaliate against her, his narrative gradually morphed into one where Mo Qingqing was depicted as having betrayed their relationship. When he encountered Yi Ning today, he initially intended to flaunt his superiority, hoping to intimidate Yi Ning into relinquishing his pursuit. To his astonishment, Yi Ning reacted with aggression, fiercely protective of Mo Qingqing. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs with Mo Qingqing?" he defiantly retorted. Yi Ning was taken aback by the man's audacity, realizing the depths of his depravity. Perhaps in fabricating lies, this man had become so entrenched in his own deceit that he believed them himself. However, Yi Ning was not inclined to indulge him. A swift punch sent the male teacher reeling, blood pouring from his nose. "Listen carefully. I am Yi Ning, Mo Qingqing's man. Do you wish to cause me trouble?" Each word from Yi Ning was deliberate, causing both the male teacher and the female principal to tremble internally. Yet, the principal maintained her composure, stating sternly, "Mr. Yi, should you resort to violence again, we will have to take drastic measures." Confronted with the principal's threat, Yi Ning responded with a sardonic smile, "Very well." He retrieved his phone and dialed Li Hu. "Li Hu," he spoke with gravity. Li Hu, currently in a meeting, gestured for silence among the employees. "Yes, boss." In matters of work, Li Hu addressed Yi Ning with respect. "Cease all activities and bring the entire legal and security teams to Sunshine Education Institution. If any disturbance is caused to the guests, there will be no need for explanations. Expect a five-fold compensation." With that, Yi Ning ended the call, casting a dispassionate glance at the astonished principal and the trembling male teacher. This incident demanded resolution. Otherwise, as the owner of Jinyang Hotel, how could he maintain his dignity? What explanation would suffice for the slander against his beloved? Chapter 100. The cost. No one anticipated that this seemingly youthful and handsome man could wield such formidable authority. Even more alarming was the realization that he was the owner of Jinyang Hotel. Yi Ning reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, his right hand resting casually against the wooden armrest, tapping rhythmically, producing a soft sound. "Mr. Yi, perhaps this is all a misunderstanding," the principal stammered, her heart racing upon hearing Yi Ning claim ownership of the esteemed establishment. While Jinyang Hotel might be commonplace in Jiangqing, it was synonymous with high-end consumption in Yangqing. High-profile gatherings in the city often took place within its opulent walls. Could a mere training institution principal dare to confront its owner? Moreover, the commanding aura Yi Ning exuded was even more potent than that of the Sunshine Education Institution's founder. This young man might indeed be more than just a hotel proprietor. A misunderstanding? Yi Ning scoffed, his expression mocking. "I personally heard this individual maligning my beloved in my presence. Do you not find it absurd that you now label this as a misunderstanding? Slander? Defamation? The principal finally grasped the gravity of the situation. What exactly transpired? She inquired, directing her gaze at the male teacher, Chun, demanding an explanation. Trembling, he recounted the events, realizing he could no longer fabricate lies. If he dared to deceive further, a confrontation with Mo Qingqing would unveil the truth. Silence enveloped the room as the male teacher's account unfolded, the principal's expression darkening with each word. Increasingly agitated, the teacher faltered, his composure crumbling until he collapsed to the floor, his bruised visage rendering the scene almost comical. Upon concluding his account, the principal's face turned ashen, her finger trembling with indignation. Chen Junjia, do you comprehend that defaming others is a criminal offense? Moreover, Mo Qingqing is our part-time teacher, your colleague. Is your jealousy truly so overwhelming? The principal's disappointment was palpable. She had intended to commend Chen Junjia for his teaching quality at the upcoming conference, even preparing a reward for him. She never anticipated such a disheartening turn of events. Mr. Yi, the principal began. But Yuning interrupted with a dismissive wave. I have no interest in hearing your apologies, he replied impatiently. And you, Chen Junjia, having dared to slander my beloved. Be prepared to face legal consequences. I will ensure you understand that adults are held accountable for their mistakes. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I apologize to both you and Mo Qingqing. I will make amends. Chen Junjia stammered, panic overwhelming him. The reality of facing legal action sunk in, leaving him in despair. He knew there was no room for defense. If the matter escalated to court, it would ruin him. Even if incarceration were avoided, a future in education would be impossible. Compensation? Yining's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Do I appear to be a man in need of a few coins? You should discuss this with my legal team. Anyone who dares to offend my woman will undoubtedly pay the price. Chen Junjia gaped, utterly dumbfounded, his complexion paling as he crumpled to the floor, devoid of strength, overwhelmed by hopelessness. Yining's unwavering resolve left him no room for escape. Finally, a ringing sound broke the tension. The principal signaled to a front desk teacher, who hurried to Mo Qingqing's classroom, confused but sensing urgency in the teacher's demeanor. Mo Qingqing stepped into the hall just as Li Hu and his team, clad in matching suits, exited the elevator. The principal's expression shifted as she recognized Li Hu's entourage. She had hoped Yining was merely posturing, but the unfolding situation shattered her last glimmer of hope. Hello, boss. Li Hu and his team greeted in unison, exuding an imposing presence that left the teachers at Sunshine Education Institution awestruck. They exchanged incredulous glances at Yining's striking and stern countenance. Could these individuals truly be employees of Jinyang Hotel? Only Yining could command such respect. Who was the head of the legal department? Yining inquired. Boss. I am the head of the legal department, Qin Yao, replied a poised woman with glasses and a practical hairstyle, standing beside Li Hu. Very well, Yining replied impassively. I am entrusting this matter to you, with one clear objective. Exert every effort to ensure that vile man pays the price. Without needing Yining to specify, everyone present understood who he referred to, as only Chen Junjia bore the marks of his misdeeds, visibly anxious and at a loss. Chapter 101. You are not worthy of speaking to me, Mr. Yi. Please calm down. I will personally handle this matter. Is it really necessary to escalate it to court? The principal implored. If the situation went to trial, it would not only tarnish Chen Junjia's reputation, but also cast a shadow over the entire institution, jeopardizing their student enrollment and stability. You have no right to speak to me, Yining retorted coldly. If you wish to discuss matters, summon your superior. Yining had no desire to continue conversing with the principal, as he noticed Mo Qingqing approaching him. Qingqing, let's leave this job behind, shall we? Yining stood, gently taking her delicate hand in his. Mo Qingqing smiled and nodded. All right. Her reluctance to resign stemmed from her desire not to abandon her students before the end of the term. But if faced with a choice between her students and Yining, the decision was clear. Without hesitation, she would choose Yining. Whatever Yining requested, she would agree to without a second thought. In the current situation, she didn't need to ask to know what had transpired. Originally, Mo Qingqing believed that she would resign within a month at most. Some baseless rumors would not significantly affect her. She thought she could endure and it would pass. However, since Yining had come forward to defend her today, as the woman behind Yining, she only needed to offer unconditional support. She trusted that Yining would handle everything adeptly. Is there anything to take? If not, let us depart. All right. As Yining held Mo Qingqing's hand and walked out the door, the female principal wanted to seize her last opportunity. Gritting her teeth, she rushed forward. Mr. Yi. Teacher Mo, please hold on. But several burly men from the security department promptly blocked the glass door, stopping her. Li Hu stood behind the security personnel, disdainfully stating, "Did you not hear our boss's words? Your status is not on the same level as his. Be gone." As for Li Hu's stout finger pointed at Shin Junxia, revealing a chilling smile. "Before you receive the court summons, my brothers will entertain you." When Yi Ning and Mo Qingqing arrived downstairs, they coincidentally encountered Du Yingying and Shin Cheng. Shin Cheng was driving a Hongqi HS5, with Du Yingying seated in the passenger seat. "Yi Ning, Qingqing, where are you headed? We can give you a ride," Du Yingying cheerfully inquired, her elbow resting on the window. She truly adored Mo Qingqing, finding her charming, sensible, generous, and her love for Yi Ning to be pure. "Boss." Li Hu led several executives from Jinyang Hotel to Yi Ning's side. Yi Ning wore a relaxed smile. "Thank you all for coming out today. Li Hu, please distribute some money for cigarettes and drinks when you return." Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, joy spread across their faces, including Li Hu's. The bonuses at Jinyang Hotel were substantial, and the amount Yi Ning mentioned for cigarettes and drinks was at least in the thousands. Earning such a sum for just a short trip made them exceedingly happy. While Yi Ning conversed with Li Hu and the others, Du Yingying and Shin Cheng were internally stirred. These individuals were all extraordinary, including the imposing security guards behind them, exuding an unusual aura. Yet, this group showed utmost respect towards Yi Ning, even addressing him as boss. In that moment, Yi Ning's identity became mysterious and grand in the eyes of Du Yingying and Shin Cheng. Initially, they thought Yi Ning could afford a BMW X5 due to a small fortune in Jiangcheng, but given the current situation, it seemed far more complex. Perhaps it was not just a small fortune. "Qingqing, does your Yi Ning have his own company?" Du Yingying could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Mo Qingqing glanced at Yi Ning, feeling a bit shy, and replied softly, "Yes, Jinyang Hotel is Yi Ning's enterprise." The way Du Yingying referred to your Yi Ning made Mo Qingqing feel like a true mistress. Just the thought of marrying Yi Ning caused her heart to race like a startled deer. This peculiar emotion left her both bashful and elated. Du Yingying was taken aback by Mo Qingqing's shyness, but was too preoccupied with the revelation of Yi Ning's identity to think of anything else. Yi Ning was actually the mastermind behind Jinyang Hotel. As a local of Yangqing, Du Yingying could not possibly be unaware of Jinyang Hotel's significance. How much wealth was required to become its owner? More importantly, where did Yi Ning obtain such vast resources? Even if he had the money, what connections did he possess to acquire the thriving Jinyang Hotel? This thought led Du Yingying and Shin Cheng to exchange glances, both pondering their current predicament. Shin Cheng's gaming studio, co-founded with friends, was in dire need of at least 10 million. This sum was astronomical for an average person, but maybe mere pocket change for Yi Ning. Perhaps, I should take this opportunity to mention our situation to Yi Ning. Regardless of whether he helps financially, at least we will know we made an effort. We won't be left regretting our pride later. Chapter 102, Jinding Law Firm Yi Ning. Are you interested in gaming? On their way to Yangqing Auto City, Du Yingying inquired. Yi Ning pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. "It's been a while since I played." He was unsure why Du Yingying posed such a question, but her expression suggested an explanation was forthcoming. Sure enough, the next moment, Du Yingying began recounting her and Shin Cheng's circumstances post-graduation. It turned out that Shin Cheng and Du Yingying were classmates. Shin Cheng, with his exceptional talent in computer science and passion for gaming, along with a few roommates, developed a decent small game. After graduation, they naturally formed a studio to explore new gaming ideas together. Fortunately, their new game caught the eye of a large gaming company in Jincheng. Unfortunately, this company wanted to buy the game outright rather than negotiate a profit-sharing contract. As the game was the result of their hard work, they refused to let their efforts go unrewarded. However, the gaming company relentlessly pressured Shincheng's studio, dissuading many smaller companies from collaborating with them. The studio found itself in a precarious position. They currently required a significant capital influx to maintain operations. Although Du Yingying did not explicitly state it, Yi Ning understood that she was sharing this with him to solicit his involvement. To put it bluntly, she was seeking his financial support. "How much are we talking about?" Yi Ning asked. Du Yingying and Shin Cheng felt a surge of hope. As long as Yi Ning did not outright refuse, there was a glimmer of possibility. 10 million. Ideally 12 million. As she uttered this astronomical figure, Du Yingying felt her face flush, her heart racing. Shin Cheng, in the driver's seat, took a deep breath. His ears perked up. Yi Ning remained contemplative, taking a long time to respond. "All right, let me think it over. I will give you a response within 3 days." Although over 10 million was not a substantial sum for Yi Ning, he did not wish to be taken advantage of. The depths of human nature are the most profound. The most fragile is human character. If this situation was as Du Yingying described, even if the game did not yield profits, he could still extend his assistance. However, If they were merely using the facade of game development to swindle him, then Du Yingying would never find her name on his list of friends again. Seeing that Yining did not immediately refuse, Du Yingying and Shuncheng were ecstatic. The absence of a refusal indicated that Yining could indeed provide the substantial funds they needed. It suggested that their studio might, from this moment on, glimpse a faint ray of hope. Upon arriving at Yanqing Auto City, Yining took Mo Qingqing to several 4S dealerships. Ultimately, Mo Qingqing set her sights on a BMW M2 priced at 600,000. Initially, she had been interested in a more modest Chang'an costing around 100,000. But Yining insisted on purchasing her a car starting from 500,000. Beep. The host spent 598,000 on Mo Qingqing, achieving a critical hit, rewarding the Magic Capital Jinding law firm. Another critical hit, and it was a law firm. With such a law firm, Yining would find his future endeavors much more convenient. At the very least, he would feel more assured when engaging in legal disputes. Naturally, the car purchased for Mo Qingqing was for her to drive. Yining could not always be the one behind the wheel. Occasionally allowing her to drive would add a touch of charm, or rather, a unique flavor. As Yining settled into the passenger seat, he took out his phone and messaged Annie. Yining, Fairy, how much do you know about gaming companies? Annie, not much, but you could ask Hanyu. Yining, isn't his family in the building materials industry? Does he have a gaming company too? Annie, no. 2 years ago, Hanyu used some money from his family to venture into the internet sector for a while. Although he didn't make money, he didn't incur significant losses either. Yining had not anticipated that Hanyu, the scion of luxury cars and beautiful women, a second-generation model from a high-end club, had genuinely ventured into the world of business. Thus, the probability of wealthy families producing wayward offspring is not as high as one might think. Others are born into a world of elite education, truly starting life ahead of the race. In terms of vision and knowledge, they are immensely ahead of the vast majority. Those emerging from such families invariably possess some degree of capability. Heeding Annie's advice, Yining dialed Hanyu's number. Hello? Brother Hanyu. Are you aware that I am hosting a pool party? Care to join? There are plenty of lovely ladies in cool attire here. The sound of rock music and the tinkling laughter of various women mingled on the other end of the line. If not for Hanyu's booming voice, Yining would have struggled to hear him at all. A few beads of sweat formed on Yining's forehead as he processed the earlier revelation that Hanyu had once run an internet company. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration for him. Yet, with a single phone call, he found himself listening to Hanyu talk about a pool party and beautiful girls in swimsuits. Hanyu, return my admiration. Chapter 103. Chung Siyu and Old Han. I heard you have a good grasp of the internet. Yining got straight to the point. Upon hearing Yining mention the internet, Hanyu sprang upright from his beach chair, gently pushing aside the beauty in his arms. Brother Yining, are you planning to venture into the internet realm? Hanyu was aware that Yining owned a commercial street and a hospital, likely following a path of industrial enterprise. Well, it's like this. Yining recounted Du Yingying's words to Hanyu. The moment Hanyu learned it was about developing a game, he became even more animated. He had contemplated entering the gaming industry before, but had never found the opportunity. Now, with a studio in desperate need of funding and attention from a major internet company in Jincheng, how could he remain indifferent? Brother Yining, this matter is quite straightforward. You can hire a lawyer and a notary public to conduct an on-site investigation. Hanyu confidently offered his services as a notary, suggesting that Yining should secure a well-regarded lawyer. Realizing Hanyu's interest in Shuncheng's game studio, Yining recognized that Hanyu wanted to ride on his coattails for potential benefits. I have a law firm. I will have them contact you promptly, Yining casually mentioned. Hanyu was taken aback, standing up as his towel slipped from his shoulders. A law firm? Brother Yining, you actually own a law firm? What's its name? Jinding Law Firm in the Magic City. Have you heard of it? How could I not have heard of it? Hanyu's mind raced, gripping his phone tightly. The Jinding Law Firm held significant prestige throughout the Jiangnan region and even nationally. The firm boasted many illustrious lawyers, some of whom were law professors at prestigious universities. To discover that such a renowned law firm was part of Yining's enterprise left Hanyu in awe of his newfound acquaintance. Brother Yining. No. Father Yining, do you need a son? Get lost. I'm not in need of a son. A grandson would suffice. Grandpa? After hanging up, Yining contacted the higher-ups at Jinding Law Firm, briefly explaining the situation and sharing Hanyu's contact information. Upon completing these tasks, he realized Mo Qingqing had already parked the car in the commercial district. She sat quietly in the driver's seat, holding Yining's free hand and watching him make the call without interrupting. Once Yining finished, she let go of his hand and turned to grab her bag. However, just as their fingertips parted, Yining quickly stepped forward and grasped Mo Qingqing's delicate hand, pulling her closer. Ah, mmm. Mo Qingqing gasped, her rosy lips sealed tightly. It seemed neither wished to relinquish the tender, sweet sensation, as they both remained still. Even as Yineng's hand found its way to Mo Qingqing's slender waist, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. After a prolonged kiss, Mo Qingqing finally relented, her cheeks flushed and her breath uneven. I'm feeling a bit tired from that kiss. Let us go grab a bite, Yineng teased, a smile playing on his lips. Humph. Mo Qingqing picked up her bag and opened the car door. Once outside, she eagerly linked her arm with Yineng's. After dinner, they decided to catch a movie. The film told a poignant love story of a pilot, culminating in a tragic ending. While Yineng remained largely unaffected, Mo Qingqing wept openly beside him. Had it not been for the tissues in her bag, the situation might have become quite awkward. At the corridor's end, Yineng leaned against the wall, holding Mo Qingqing's bag as he waited. Handsome, why haven't you added me on WeChat? I've been waiting for days. A strong scent of perfume wafted toward him, accompanied by a woman's voice. Yineng glanced up, his phone's screen dimming, to find a striking woman dressed in a cropped tank top and ultra-short denim shorts standing before him. She gazed at him with an expression of longing. The woman seemed vaguely familiar, yet Yineng was certain he did not know her. He frowned slightly and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" Cheng Siyuan was taken aback that such a stunning beauty could approach someone only to find that he had not even added her on WeChat. Nor did he recall her appearance. She had always been confident in her looks, but now, doubt crept in. Could it be that a man could see her and not be captivated? Handsome, I'm a flight attendant. Do you remember me? Cheng Siyuan pressed on, refusing to give up. After her prompt, Yineng recalled a charming flight attendant who had discreetly given him her contact information during his flight from Jiangxing to Jincheng. However, he had discarded the note as soon as he exited the airport. Feeling a bit awkward, Yineng admitted, "I remember now. I'm sorry, that note got lost." "That's all right. The mere fact that we crossed paths here suggests a certain fate. It's never too late to get acquainted," Cheng Siyuan responded, appearing to genuinely believe Yineng's fib. She pulled out her phone, eager to add him to her contacts. Chapter 104. The Clause of Temptation. No need. My girlfriend will be out shortly, Yineng declined, waving his handbag in front of her as a sign of his commitment. Despite Cheng Siyuan having noticed the handbag from the beginning, her ambition to snag a big fish in the dating pool overshadowed any concerns. She had numerous unfamiliar men in her contacts, many of whom were married. Eventually, she planned to settle down with a relatively honest and well-off man, continuing her life of luxury. "No worries, handsome. I don't mind, as long as you don't mention it. Your girlfriend will never find out," Cheng Siyuan smiled, showing no signs of concern. Little did she know that Yineng held her demeanor in disdain. This woman likely frequently added various men to her contacts, refusing to relent even after being turned down. It appeared the dating pool was vast, and now he was just another fish she wished to reel in. "But I do mind," Yineng stated curtly, leaving her with those words as he strode towards the restroom. Through the wall mirror, he caught sight of the petite, lovely figure before him. As he glanced up, he met Mo Qingqing's bright, smiling eyes in the reflection, which seemed to speak volumes. Suddenly, Mo Qingqing seemed to notice something. "Yineng, who is this?" It was only after Mo Qingqing's prompt that Yineng realized Cheng Siyuan was still trailing behind him. "What do you want?" Yineng's tone turned icy, irritated by this woman's persistence. "No, I'm sorry," Cheng Siyuan stammered, genuinely startled by Yineng's demeanor. She hurriedly apologized and swiftly departed. She was indeed somewhat intimidated by Yineng's mildly angry tone. However, the more significant reason that deterred her from approaching him was the striking beauty of Yineng's girlfriend. Mo Qingqing's exquisitely beautiful face rendered Cheng Siyuan, who had always prided herself on her looks, feeling utterly inferior. This was only the second time in many years that she had encountered such a situation. Back in college, there was a junior who possessed an unparalleled, pure, and charming face. With that face, the junior had effortlessly claimed the title of campus beauty upon entering school. Today, she had unexpectedly come across another beauty of the same caliber. How foolish it was for her to harbor the delusion of winning Yineng's affection from her. Inside the elevator, Yineng recounted the events that had just transpired to Mo Qingqing, who expressed her complete understanding. Given Yineng's good looks, it was indeed strange that no beautiful woman approached him. If she were to feel jealous over every such encounter, she would have long succumbed to envy. As they exited the cinema, it was almost midnight. The moon shone brightly, and the stars were sparse, with gentle winds sweeping through the air. Yineng was driving, with Mo Qingqing seated in the passenger seat. They arrived near Jingshui Bay, but Yineng did not stop. Instead, he drove past Jingshui Bay and headed outside the city. "Yineng, where are you taking me?" Gradually, they found themselves on a rural road devoid of streetlights. Apart from the dark silhouettes of trees, only a few distant lights flickered faintly. Accompanied by the sounds of chirping birds and insects, the tranquil surroundings offered a unique charm. If it were enchanting, she would never dare venture into such a remote countryside alone at night. Yet, with Yining by her side, she felt no fear. On the contrary, in this serene and quiet place, her bright eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. They crossed a stone bridge and wound their way up a serpentine mountain road. After approximately half an hour, they finally reached the summit. Atop the mountain, they found a spacious platform with a breathtaking view, and Yining parked the car steadily. Although it was mid-June, the evening breeze still carried a slight chill. The cool wind caused enchanting to instinctively lean closer to Yining. He, in turn, wrapped his arms around her soft, slender frame. With her back pressed against him, they nestled together. Yining's warm breath grazed enchanting's ear, sending a delightful shiver down her spine. Her cheeks flushed, radiant like the clouds at sunset. Had it been daytime, Yining would have been able to admire the blushing beauty of the woman in his embrace. "Yining," she murmured, her eyes fluttering shut as a delicate hand climbed up her tender skin, prompting her to sigh softly. Her crescent-shaped eyebrows quivered slightly, and her delicate nose emitted gentle hums. "Carry me back." Enchanting felt a wave of warmth wash over her, her knees bending. Had Yining not supported her, she would have faltered. "Where to?" She opened her eyes slightly, tilting her head. Her brows knitted together as she spoke. "You mean back, Just as her lips were silenced, she felt herself lifted effortlessly by Yining's strong arms. It seemed she instinctively understood what was about to unfold. With her hands clutching the back of Yining's neck, her face buried into his chest, she felt her cheeks growing warmer with each step towards the car. When he finally set her down in the seat, her face resembled a blooming flower at dusk, vibrant and alluring. "You're a bad egg." Enchanting pouted. "What did you say?" "I said, you are a bad egg." Although she lay back in the seat, she did not release her hold on Yining. Her gaze wandered, avoiding direct contact with his eyes. "Hee, little girl, I have much worse in store." Under the bright moonlight, inside the BMW M2, Yining transformed into a wolf, revealing his sharp fangs to the anxious little darling beside him. The luxurious car swayed on the quiet hillside, with soft moans echoing in the night, captivating the heart. 2 days later, Yining received news of Han Yu's arrival in Yangqing. At the luxurious top-floor private room of the Jinyang Hotel, Han Yu exclaimed, "Brother Yi, you finally made it. Mr. Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Pei Zheng, the one you spoke with 2 days ago." In the private room, alongside Han Yu, was Pei Zheng from the Jinding law firm. Yining and Enchanting were the last to arrive, as is often the case with the main characters. Yining introduced Enchanting to Pei Zheng, who maintained a calm demeanor, while Han Yu dropped his jaw upon seeing Enchanting. "Brother Yi, this is incredible. With Su Wei'er and the boss lady already, you still dare to keep a beauty hidden in Yangqing." Most astonishing to Han Yu was that every woman by Yining's side was stunningly beautiful, while others would consider themselves lucky to gain the affection of even one. Yining had 3 by his side, and this was merely the ones he had seen. There could be more behind the scenes. At the dinner table, Han Yu informed Yining about the gaming studio established by Shuncheng and his roommates. As Du Yingying had mentioned, there was no exaggeration in their claims. Han Yu went on to praise the new game they were developing, indicating great potential for profitability. Yining was not particularly concerned about whether the game would be lucrative. The moment he realized that Du Yingying and Shuncheng had not deceived him, a relaxed smile graced his face. Whether or not it made money, and how much, mattered little to him. If he truly desired wealth, his worth would not merely be a few hundred billion. At present, he yearned for a life filled with familial love, romance, and friendship. Seeing the expression on Yining's face, Enchanting understood he had made his decision and felt secretly pleased for Du Yingying and Shuncheng. In the afternoon, Shuncheng and Du Yingying, filled with excitement, headed to the Jinyang Hotel, as Yining had directly invited them to discuss the equity distribution. This signified that Yining had indeed decided to invest in their studio. Dressed in a brand new suit, Shuncheng stood alongside the exquisitely made-up Du Yingying, a perfect match. "Sister Yingying, allow me to introduce you to Han Yu, my good brother, and this is my lawyer, Pei Zheng." After Yining's introductions, the conversation turned serious. They even utilized video links to include several of Shuncheng's roommates in the meeting. "By the way, old Han, should we ask Zhou Chun and the others? What if they might want to invest a little as well?" Yining suddenly recalled and looked at Han Yu. "Brother Yi, don't even think about it. Those 3 are as broke as can be," Han Yu replied, shaking his head seriously. Yining felt slightly puzzled. Logically, Zhou Chun and his peers, being of the same status as Han Yu, should have at least a few 100,000, if not more. Han Yu, sensing Yining's thoughts, explained, "Zhou Chun spends all his money on women, His father gives him 10,000 a month, and it all goes to that. Liao Xian fell head over heels for some Mihu game last year and dumped millions into it, after which his pocket money was cut off by his family. As for Ai Yang, he got played by a senior in college, losing both money and affection, and now every penny he spends is strictly controlled by his sister. It was hard to believe that these three oddballs were in such dire straits, while Han Yu was flourishing, having recently hosted a pool party. Living carefully surrounded by beautiful women. Ultimately, Yining decided to invest 15 million, acquiring 60 of the shares. Han Yu contributed 5 million for 20, while the remaining 20 would be distributed among Shen Cheng and his roommates. This allocation far exceeded Shen Cheng and the others' expectations. They had originally hoped for Yining to invest 12 million for 90 control, leaving them with 10. Instead, they not only received 20 million in funding but also retained 20 of the shares. This contract felt like a windfall for them. Old Han, you don't have to worry about me losing out. After Shincheng and Du Yingying departed, Yining patted Han Yu's shoulder. Han Yu shook his head, stating earnestly, Brother Yi, I don't feel like I've lost anything at all. I genuinely believe in this game. I'll head back to Jiangxing tomorrow and restart the company. Yining was momentarily taken aback. He had initially thought Han Yu was merely being considerate of his feelings, but it seemed there was more to it than that. Reflecting upon it, it seems plausible. If Shincheng and his colleagues had not excelled in their game development, the major internet company in Jiangxing would not have proposed a complete buyout. Therefore, it is conceivable that in the near future, their game may indeed become a coveted sensation. Could the shares he holds truly bring him unforeseen delight? Chapter 106. The pitiful Han Yu. The following day, Yining boarded a flight back to Jiangxing with Han Yu. Initially, Yi Xiaobo wished to accompany them, but was firmly prevented by Yi Ma. Consequently, Yi Xiao was sulked alone in her room, feeling quite discontented. Ultimately, upon receiving Yining's promise that she could visit Jiangxing once she obtained her driver's license, a smile returned to her face. Brother Yi, look over there. That girl is quite attractive. In first class, Han Yu was fixated on a figure ahead. Yining began to understand why Han Yu and Zhou Chun got along so well. Zhou Chun was evidently the type to approach beautiful women head-on, while Han Yu was the quintessential brooding type. Although less direct than Zhou Chun, he too would gradually lure his desired target into his embrace. Of course, Yining was not immune to the allure of beauty. However, since binding himself to the system, he had encountered only exceptional women, raising his standards considerably. For instance, the charming girl he met at Hongying Bar was indeed lovely, yet she failed to ignite any interest in him. Following Han Yu's gaze, Yining was momentarily taken aback. The woman he referred to was none other than the flight attendant who had approached him not long ago. This marked their third encounter, and even Yining found it remarkably coincidental. Today, Cheng Siyuan wore a lighter makeup compared to their previous meeting, which rendered her appearance more pleasant. Yet, the thought that this woman was a siren, known for seducing married men, left Yining feeling quite unsettled. This woman is a siren. You cannot handle her. He cautioned Han Yu. A siren. Han Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement at Yining's words. Isn't that even better? I only wish to enter her body, not her life. Yining sighed. All right, it appears I have underestimated you. As Cheng Siyuan approached, Han Yu seized the opportunity to hand her his prepared phone number, winking playfully at her. Curiously, Cheng Siyuan merely returned a polite smile and calmly walked away, granting Han Yu no chance for further conversation. Yining found Cheng Siyuan's demeanor perplexing. She seemed a different person from his previous impression. Han Yu was not unattractive, though he paled in comparison to Yining. He was certainly a handsome fellow, coupled with his designer attire worth a fortune. It was clear he fit the profile of the affluent young man that Cheng Siyuan typically favored. Whatever. Whether she is a true siren or a false one is of no consequence to me, Yining thought. Once they disembarked, Han Yu lingered in the plaza, unwilling to leave immediately, his eyes glued to his phone. After waiting a considerable time without receiving a message from Cheng Siyuan, he lamented, Brother Yi, are you deceiving me? He even suspected that Yining had an interest in the beautiful flight attendant and had labeled her a siren merely to deter him. Brother Yi, if you like her, just say so. I want to compete with you for a woman. Although he held these thoughts, he refrained from voicing them. Yining shook his head, about to explain when suddenly his phone rang. It was Annie calling. Little brother, where are you? I'm here to pick you up. Annie's sultry voice chimed in. Initially, Yining had planned to join Han Yu and Zhou Chun for a night out, but Annie's call made it clear who held greater significance in his heart. After informing her of his location, he bid farewell to Han Yu. Old Han, one must look forward and not be shackled by a woman, Yining advised, patting Han Yu's shoulder. Your sister-in-law is here to pick me up. I must take my leave. Initially, Han Yu thought Yining made a valid point until he was met with a comment about women. Wait, Brother Yi, aren't you coming to hang out with us tonight? Didn't you say not to let a woman hold you back? That is true. Yining replied, nodding. But I am neither a castrato nor do I have only one woman, so that advice does not apply to me. Watching Yining's carefree departure, Hanyu was determined to become someone who could embrace the entirety of the forest, just like him. Wait a moment, did Brother Yi just call me a castrato? Damn it, Brother Yi, I am not a castrato, Hanyu shouted after Yining, oblivious to the curious stares directed at him from nearly everyone in the plaza, including parents who instinctively pulled their children away from him. Hey, handsome, Hanyu felt a tap on his shoulder from behind, followed by a flirtatious voice. Could it be that the beautiful flight attendant had come to see him in person instead of contacting him? Hanyu's heart raced as he adjusted his tie, turning around with a standard gentleman's smile. Hi, beautiful tonight. To his astonishment, standing before him was an unfamiliar figure with dyed purple hair, a scruffy man with a raspy voice, who was making suggestive gestures while gazing at him with longing eyes. Handsome, you just returned from Thailand, right? There's a gathering for enthusiasts of cross-dressing tonight, waiting for you. Chapter 107. Is it not delightful? Yining, unaware of Hanyu's current predicament, would not return to rescue him even if he knew, as he was preoccupied with his own concerns. Standing by the door of the Porsche Panamera, Yining found himself deep in thought. He had initially wondered why Annie had not driven her Ferrari 599. Now, it became clear. What are you doing standing there? Get in. Annie beckoned from the driver's seat, wearing a teasing smile. Were it not for the back door being open and Sue Wire waiting inside, he might not have felt so conflicted. Yining pinched his nose. Where should I sit? Wherever you like, Annie replied, casting a sideways glance at him, clearly enjoying the moment. She regretted not having brought snacks or drinks for the ride. Seeing Yining hesitate, Sue Wire whispered, Annie, let us not make it difficult for him. Sue Wire's words relieved Yining, who thought, indeed, little Wire cares for her husband, unlike some other enchantress. He silently vowed to make sure she wouldn't be caught in his grasp. Yining, you should sit next to Annie, Sue Wire suggested with a giggle. Annie had expected that after making Yining stand for so long, Sue Wire would feel sorry for him. But when Sue Wire said that, Annie's eyes sparkled with mischief. As Yining was about to get in, she blocked his way, saying, Oh, we can't let the younger sister suffer. You go sit in the back. Yining, want to play, do you? Yining made his way to the driver's side. In Annie's puzzled gaze, he opened the driver's door. You and little Wire sit in the back, I'll drive. I want tea. Annie firmly refused. Very well, Yining nodded, bending down to unbuckle Annie's seatbelt. He reached out to embrace her. No, you're being unreasonable. As Annie playfully punched his chest, Yining felt a fluttering sensation in his heart. He leaned in and kissed her on her rosy lips. Behave yourself. In the presence of onlookers, including Sue Wire behind them, Yining kissed Annie. Even though she was more resilient than most, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Burying her face in her vibrant red hair, Yining gently pulled her into the back seat of the Panamera. Seated in the driver's seat, Yining caught a glimpse of Annie's enchanting eyes through the rearview mirror. A victorious smile graced his lips. Annie shot him a sidelong glance, dismissing him as she engaged in conversation with Shuwei. Sister Wei, the things you told me last time were truly useful. Those were all taught to me by my mother. And it just so happens that Yining likes them too. Upon hearing Annie's words, Shuwei's fair complexion blushed crimson, with her head lowered, her hands clasped together as if weaving a flower. Did Yuchio teach you? Does he really like them? Yining's eyes widened in realization. That night, while dining on fairy meat, he had wondered why the fairies possessed accessories like cat ears. It turned out she had sought advice from Shuwei. Alas, Shuwei was far too bold. How could she casually discuss such matters? From now on, please ensure Qingqing is taught properly. As he observed the two women enjoying their conversation, the heavy weight in Yining's heart gradually lifted. He hoped that when Mo Qingqing and Bai Eloa eventually met them, it would be just as harmonious. But wait, how did these two come together? Questions flooded his mind, yet Yining refrained from asking. They would meet sooner or later. He considered this mere prelude. Leaving the airport, at Annie's request, Yining drove straight to Emerald City. All vehicles entering Emerald City must register. However, Yining drove directly into the community, indicating that Annie had visited here before. With two stunning beauties by his side, Annie and Shuwei naturally attracted many gazes. However, their beauty was so striking that men without any confidence dared not approach. Especially the alluring woman in red hair and dress, whose every move exuded an air of authority. Her identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Provoking her could lead to unforeseen consequences. After all, one must tread carefully when dealing with such exquisite beauty. It was a stroke of luck to admire them from afar. Yet, what was the situation with the man accompanying them? In plain sight, Shuwei and Annie each linked arms with Yining, engaging in light-hearted banter as they vanished into the elevator. Little brother, being held by both me and Sister Wei. Isn't that delightful? Is it? Ening smiled, a look of satisfaction on his face. To be honest, it was indeed quite pleasurable, particularly with Shiwei, both emotionally and physically fulfilled. Though the fairy's charms did not rival Shiwei's grandeur, they were not insignificant. Moreover, both women possessed distinctly different styles of beauty, one a delicate lotus, the other a thorny rose. What more could he desire? Upon reaching the door, Shiwei opened it, and the aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air, igniting an appetite. Ening had tasted Shiwei's cooking before. Though good, it was still a notch below this. Clearly, the fairy was an accomplished cook, her skills far beyond his expectations. On the dining table lay braised fish, stewed ribs, and spicy shrimp, each dish appearing exquisite. A warm sensation enveloped Ening's heart as he felt grateful. Returning home to a beloved one who had prepared a meal was a delightful experience, and now, with two, it was double the joy. Eat up. You must fill your stomach, Shiwei encouraged as she excused herself to the restroom. Annie leaned close to Ening, whispering enticingly, "Tonight, I want to be well fed too." As she teased, her fingers gently caressed his palm. This fairy was rather audacious. Even in Shiwei's home, she began her flirtation. "Wait, you aren't leaving tonight, are you?" Ening, taken aback, inquired. "Why? Do you wish for me to leave?" "Of course not." Ening shook his head, a spark of intrigue in his eyes. What did this mean? Did a special program await him tonight? Just the thought sent a thrill through him. He gulped down a large glass of fruit juice, still feeling parched. If not for the growling of his stomach, he would hardly have any appetite. When Shiwei emerged from the restroom, Annie quickly assumed an innocent demeanor, sitting properly, as if nothing had transpired. Shiwei sensed something unusual between the two, but said nothing and joined them at the table. Ening, in 5 days, the platform event begins. And we depart the day after tomorrow. How does that sound? Shiwei asked, placing peeled shrimp into Ening's bowl. After a moment's contemplation, Ening nodded in agreement. Sure. I'll have someone arrange the tickets. Owning an airline company indeed made things convenient, relieving him of concerns about securing flight tickets. Ening felt a sense of anticipation for this trip to the Magic City. He had never been there despite it being the nation's economic hub, a gathering place for the elite. This cosmopolitan city was home to several of his investments, including the Rose City Garden Villa and the Rhine Capital Financial Tower, places he intended to visit. Additionally, there were the Golden Summit Law Firm and the headquarters of Flying Fish Live. Collectively, his ventures in the Magic City were worth hundreds of billions. He had been too carefree, leaving such immense wealth unattended. This was an opportunity to make an appearance and familiarize himself. After dinner, the three settled on the sofa to watch television, engaging in light conversation as night fell. An ambiguous atmosphere enveloped the living room, and the scent of the two women's perfumes tantalized Ening, causing him to swallow hard. As he brushed against Shiwei's delicate fingers, she recoiled like a startled kitten, quickly withdrawing her hand. "I'm going to stream now," she declared, dashing toward her studio. Ening extended his hand, words of protest unspoken, only to hear the door slam shut behind her. "Fairy, he turned to Annie, who stood, stifling a yawn, and headed toward the guest room. Ening's heart brightened as he rubbed his hands together and followed her. Yet, just as he stepped toward the door, Annie swiftly closed it, locking him out. What does this mean? Wasn't I supposed to be well fed? Am I the only one with improper thoughts? After a few knocks and receiving no response, Ening realized he had been played. Returning to the living room, he found himself unable to focus on the television. As he lounged on the sofa, nearly dozing off, the guest room door opened. Annie emerged in a sheer nightgown, instantly waking Ening, his gaze following her. After pouring herself a glass of water, she cast a casual glance at him before retreating to her room without a word. Disappointed, Ening contemplated knocking on her door several times, but ultimately chose to abandon the idea, as fatigue overwhelmed him and he prepared to retire. He passed Annie's door and noticed a bright light seeping through the crack, illuminating the patterns on the doorframe. She hadn't locked her door. Realization dawned on him, and a smile crept upon his lips as he gently pushed the door open. There sat Annie on the bed, her red hair cascading like a waterfall, casually flipping through a magazine. "Fairy, I've come to feed you," Ening greeted cheerfully as he approached the bedside. Annie glanced up, her expression one of disdain. "Go shower first. We'll eat slowly afterward." Ening inhaled sharply, suppressing the heat rising within him, and dashed into the bathroom, switching the hot water to cold. He barely managed to calm himself. After about 10 minutes, he emerged, towel drying his hair. The room was enveloped in darkness, save for the silhouette on the bed. Tossing the towel aside, he lunged forward, feeling the delicate form beneath the cool blanket tremble slightly. With playful mischief, he teased, "You said you wanted to be fed, yet you're already afraid before we begin?" With that, he slipped his hand beneath the covers, unable to resist the tender warmth. What's this? He suddenly noticed something and pulled back the thin blanket, revealing Shui's pure and beautiful face, flushed with a rosy hue. Chapter 109. The kitchen. Su Wire's eyes, as clear as flowing water, cautiously fixated on him, her finger playfully resting on her lips, a truly exquisite and delicate beauty. Noticing Yuning lost in thought, Su Wire pouted and tilted her head upward. Her cool, soft lips brushed against Yuning's, then swiftly parted. Lying on the bed with arms wide open, she presented the most beautiful of poses to him. Her perfect proportions outlined an intoxicating curve. Husband, hold me, Su Wire cooed, her tone soft and soothing, serving as an aphrodisiac for Yuning. His strong arms enveloped her delicate waist, and in the next moment, the room was filled with soft, melodic whispers. Gazing down at Su Wire's breathtaking sleeping visage, Yuning couldn't resist gently poking her tender cheek with his fingertip. In her slumber, Su Wire felt a tickle on her face, her eyelids fluttering as she twitched her nose. As she turned over, the cool blanket slipped from her shoulder, revealing her fair arm. The fullness of her curves rose and fell with her breath, utterly enticing. Such a beautiful sight stirred Yuning once more, even after his recent release of desire. At that moment, the door creaked open. Had it not been for the faint sound of the doorknob turning, Yuning might not have noticed at all. Light seeped through the narrow gap, revealing a slender silhouette behind the door. Annie stood silently, extending her long middle finger into the room. With a gentle flick towards Yuning on the bed, her beautifully manicured nails sparkled enticingly. Naturally intrigued, Yuning discreetly withdrew his fingertip from Su Wire's face. Slowly descending from the bed, he curled his body like a thief in the night, taking cautious steps away from the room. After exiting, he quietly closed the door behind him. Looking around, he found no trace of Annie. Only from the direction of the kitchen did a faint, melodious singing drift through the air. Turning the corner, he indeed spotted the dim, flickering lights of the kitchen. Beneath the glow, a graceful figure stood, her back to him, unaware of his presence as she washed something. Yuning approached the dining area, his breath growing heavier with anticipation, his gaze fixed ardently upon the enchanting sight before him, a stunning beauty clad only in a lace-trimmed apron. As if sensing his soft footsteps, Annie paused momentarily, tilting her head slightly, but not turning back. Instead, she continued rinsing the glistening grapes in the basket. Suddenly, she felt a pair of strong hands encircle her slender waist, accompanied by a warm breath near her ear. What are you up to, fairy? Eating grapes? Annie turned off the water, peeled a grape, and rested it on her shoulder. Yuning inhaled gently, so sweet. Fairy, I want more. There are only 2 left. Will you have some? With sultry eyes and a soft breath, Annie replied, eat here. Yuning's pupils dilated in surprise as he pointed nervously towards Su Wire's resting room. Annie smiled sweetly, playfully tossing her hair aside. After what you put her through, do you think she can wake up? Besides, don't you know that to satisfy one's hunger, one must stay in the kitchen? As she spoke, a blush crept onto her cheeks, indicating her own fluttering emotions. Yuning held his breath, extending his hand into the hollow of her apron. Wait. He halted. Confusion etched on his face as he looked at Annie. Aren't you worried about waking your sister with too much noise? Annie gestured towards the kitchen's glass door. Her face flushed as she said, first, close the door. Understanding her cue, Yuning shut the door. Beneath the tranquil night sky, with a hazy moonlight casting shadows, only the faint light of the kitchen illuminated their swaying figures. The next day, Su Wire was the first to awaken. Having gone to bed early, she naturally rose first. Quietly shifting her jade-like leg off Yuning, she sat up only to discover another beauty still sleeping beside him. Annie, clad in a light nightgown, clung to Yuning's arm, her ample curves barely concealed. Although her face was mostly hidden by a cascade of crimson hair, it could not disguise her inherent allure. Even Su Wire, a beauty in her own right, had to concede that Annie was a mesmerizing enchantress that captivated every man. Each of her movements, each smile, was unforgettable, not just for men but for women as well. In the presence of the mature and alluring Annie, Su Wire felt youthful and naive. Perhaps only Sister Annie truly deserved Yuning. In that moment, Su Wire found herself feeling like an interloper, realizing that even in her own beauty, she could not compete with Annie. Indeed, Annie was a perfect woman beyond reproach. What am I thinking? Yuning sensed her stirrings and opened his eyes, finding Su Wire gazing at him and Annie with red-rimmed eyes, lost in thought. Gently flicking her smooth forehead, Su Wire jumped, regaining her composure. Little Wire, don't worry. You are no less than anyone else. Yuning reassured her warmly, quietly sitting up to embrace her. He understood her concerns, but she was overthinking it. In his heart, as long as Su Wire chose to be his little kitten, he would cherish her for a lifetime. Chapter 110. Arrival in the Magic City soon. The time arrived. Just 2 days before the Fly Fish live streaming event, Yining and Su Wire boarded a plane together. On board, Su Wire appeared exceptionally excited. This was her first time being invited to participate in an event as a major streamer, and she was eager to meet many impressive peers. Previously, she had only seen them on screen, and now, the opportunity to meet them in person was thrilling. As they exited the airport, a Cullinan pulled up in front of Yining. A graceful woman with striking features stepped out. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Xie Minshu, specially sent by Mr. Mo to pick you up." Xie Minshu spoke straightforwardly, her attitude respectful. Initially reluctant to personally attend to a young man in his 20s. Her demeanor changed when she learned that Yining was the true helm of Star Sea Airlines. She realized how fortunate she was to have this opportunity to converse with a major shareholder, an opportunity many higher-ups in the company would envy. When she spotted Su Wire standing beside Yining, she felt no surprise. It was only natural that a young, handsome, and wealthy mogul like Yining would have such a stunning beauty by his side. The sight of a couple with celestial good looks already drew attention, and now, the arrival of a dashing woman in a Cullinan bowing to them only intensified the intrigue, leading onlookers to speculate about their identities. Especially Yining, whose every gesture exuded the grandeur typically associated with super-rich individuals. Yining was quite pleased with Mr. Mo's arrangements. "Little Wire, tell Fly Fish not to send anyone over." As an important figure for the event, Fly Fish had indeed prepared a dedicated driver for their transport. A high-end suite was already set up, complete with a makeup team and dress designers ready for Su Wire. In essence, all she needed to do was arrive, and she could walk the red carpet at any moment. All right. Inside the Cullinan, Su Wire took out her phone to make the necessary call. Hearing their conversation, Xie Minshu felt slightly surprised. She only knew Yining as the big boss of Star Sea Airlines, but not the true purpose of his visit to the Magic City. Their dialogue hinted at a connection to Fly Fish, explaining why Yining mentioned that their destination was the Ping An Hotel. Almost everyone in the Magic City knew that Fly Fish was hosting its 8th anniversary celebration in 2 days, with the venue being the Ping An Hotel. Of course, Xie Minshu wouldn't pry further. Sometimes, excessive curiosity in front of a boss could be seen as inappropriate. Playing dumb was indeed an art. After about half an hour, the Cullinan came to a smooth stop in front of the Ping An Hotel. The driver, Uncle Gong, announced, "Mr. Yi, Miss Su, Secretary Xie, we have arrived at the Ping An Hotel. Mr. Yi, Miss Su, Uncle Gong, and I will be staying at the hotel across the street. If you need anything, just give me a call." Yining smiled and thanked them before taking Su Weier's hand as they stepped out of the car. Upon exiting, Yining gazed up at the grand letters spelling out Ping An Hotel, realizing she had initially underestimated it. She had assumed that a place named Ping An Hotel would be far from luxurious, but upon seeing it, she understood that it was no mere hotel. With its magnificent scale and opulent design, it was clearly a lavish establishment. The rows of luxury cars in the nearby parking lot further attested to its exceptional status. "Xiao Weier, is that you?" Just as they were about to enter the hotel, the door of a Porsche opened behind them. A woman dressed in a simple white dress stepped out, exuding a classical beauty with her delicate oval face. Striding confidently in high heels, she approached Su Weier with delight. Su Weier turned at the sound, her eyes lighting up in excitement. "Sister Miying, it's you. We finally meet." Upon seeing Miying, Yining's mind conjured another figure dressed in white. Miying was indeed beautiful, yet she felt she paled in comparison to that other woman. The two were overjoyed as they linked arms and spun around joyfully before coming to a stop. At that moment, Miying finally noticed Yining standing nearby. Deep in thought, "Xiao Weier, who is this?" If it had been any other man, she might have assumed he was simply Su Weier's assistant. However, Yining's extraordinary aura and the evident value of his exquisite attire made it clear that he was no ordinary assistant. After all, what assistant would walk around dressed in clothes worth hundreds of thousands? "Hee, Sister Miying, let me introduce you. This is Yining, my boyfriend." Su Weier began, but was abruptly silenced as Miying placed her hands over her mouth. Looking around cautiously, she only relaxed once she confirmed there were no outsiders nearby. "Xiao Weier, are you trying to get yourself into trouble? Do you know that walls have ears? As a prominent streamer, if others find out you have a boyfriend, you could be targeted by online harassment. For streamers, especially female ones, the perception of being in a relationship was a starkly different matter. Particularly for someone like Su Weier, who projected an innocent image, the consequences could be dire if fans discovered her secret. She recalled a fellow female streamer who had suffered from severe online bullying, leading to depression and her subsequent withdrawal from the public eye. Although this was their first meeting, she and Su Weier had connected multiple times during live streams and had developed a strong rapport. As a senior in the streaming industry, Miying felt it her duty to look out for this endearing younger sister, imparting wisdom about the industry. Grateful for Mi Ying's kind advice, Su Weiyu expressed her understanding, and the three entered the Ping and hotel together. When Mi Ying and Su Weiyu presented their identification at the front desk to receive their room keys, they discovered the accommodations provided for them were markedly different. Logically, as a leading streamer in the industry, Mi Ying should have been granted a suite comparable to Su Weiyu's. Yet the room key clearly indicated that she had been assigned a luxury suite, while Su Weiyu had received a presidential suite. This disparity reflected the platform's recognition of their respective statuses as streamers. Mi Ying's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she glanced between Su Weiyu and the composed Yi Ning, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. She had heard whispers that Su Weiyu might be backed by a powerful figure, but she had only half believed it until now. Given the circumstances, it seemed there was indeed substance to those rumors. Moreover, she felt a strong intuition that the formidable figure behind Su Weiyu was none other than her charming and composed boyfriend, Yi Ning. The two suites were not only of different tiers but also located on separate floors. As Ming arrived at her level and prepared to bid farewell to Su Weiyu, she cast a lingering glance at Yi Ning before turning to leave. Wow, Yi Ning, look, how beautiful. Upon entering the room, Su Weiyu dashed to the floor-to-ceiling window. Pointing at the distant Pearl Tower, her spirits lifted. Yi Ning surveyed the surroundings, acknowledging that the presidential suite in this top-tier hotel in the magical city was indeed unparalleled in both decor and view, far surpassing any other hotel. He retrieved 2 bottles of juice from the fridge, twisting open one and handing it to Su Weiyu. Do you like it here? He inquired. Su Weiyu blinked, accepting the juice. Yes, I do. Thank you, darling. Yi Ning smiled, gesturing towards a skyscraper across the river. Do you see that tall building? You are its owner. Su Weiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had anticipated Yi Ning to comment on the building's beautiful lights at night, not to declare her as the owner. What did this mean? Did Yi Ning possess numerous properties in this city where land was valued like gold? Did he casually point at them as if they were his? Naturally, she had no reason to doubt him. After all, with his wealth, why would he need to deceive her? They had already crossed certain boundaries in their relationship, and the notion of deceit seemed utterly pointless now. As the realization dawned on her, Su Weiyu gazed at Yi Ning with stars in her eyes, admiration radiating from her expression. Her man was simply too handsome. At that moment, she began to understand why her mother, Yu Qiu, had posed that question to her. Just as Su Weiyu was entranced by Yi Ning's striking profile, the doorbell rang, jolting her back to reality. Chapter 111. Invitation. Yi Ning opened the door to find a short, stout middle-aged man awaiting him. The man sported a buzz cut and a small goatee, dressed in formal attire with polished leather shoes. Upon seeing Yi Ning, his expression flickered with excitement before he quickly composed himself. Extending his right hand, he spoke with a hint of eagerness. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Su Chong from Feiyu Live. We spoke on the phone previously. I wonder if you remember? Su Chong. Yi Ning pondered for a moment before recalling that he was indeed the operations director of Feiyu, whom he had contacted while assisting Su Weiyu with a PK. Initially, he had imagined a tall, robust figure based on the voice, but the reality was a stark contrast. Director Su, is it? Yi Ning said with a smile, extending his hand. Su Chong was taken aback that such a young and accomplished figure like Yi Ning remembered him. He felt a rush of exhilaration. Although he held a high-ranking position at Feiyu, it was rare to be recognized by someone so significantly younger. After their handshake, Su Chong explained his purpose. He had come to invite Yi Ning on behalf of the Feiyu Live CEO, Yu Shenglong, to an evening banquet intended for shareholders and senior executives to foster connections. Yi Ning glanced at Su Weiyu in the room and smiled. Sure, 7 o'clock tonight. I will be there. Su Chong acknowledged Su Weiyu, but refrained from further comment, bowing slightly as he took his leave. Tonight, there's a banquet. Will you accompany me? Yi Ning asked, closing the door behind him as he embraced Su Weiyu from behind, whispering in her ear. Su Weiyu shook her head playfully, declaring, No, I won't go. This evening, I'll be dining out with Sister Mi Ying. Yi Ning nodded. Shall I ask Xie Minshu to accompany you? He felt uneasy about allowing 2 young women to wander in the unfamiliar metropolis of Shanghai. There's no need to trouble Secretary Xie. Sister Mi Ying has her own driver. Although she is not a local, she has lived here for several years and knows her way around, Su Weiyu assured him. Hearing this, Yi Ning finally relented. All right then. If anything comes up, feel free to call me. Got it, dear, she replied with a playful kiss. The two remained in the suite until around 3 in the afternoon when Sister Mi Ying called for Su Weiyu. Upon reaching the first floor, Sister Mi Ying hurriedly emerged from another elevator. Xiao Weiyu, where's your Yi Ning? Is he not joining you? She inquired, glancing behind Su Weiyu, only to find no sign of him. He has a banquet to attend, so it's just us tonight, Su Weiyu explained lightly. Sister Mi Ying nodded, her suspicions growing stronger. She had heard about a high-profile banquet for Flying Fish Live that evening, and it was likely that Yi Ning would be attending. Sister Mean cast a glance of envy towards Su Wire. Yi Ning was a man whose looks and income were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. His gaze towards Su Wire, however, was filled with boundless affection. Sister Mean, having risen from the ranks of a small streamer to her current status, understood the immense challenges of achieving success without connections. Su Wire was indeed a fortunate girl, encountering Yi Ning just as her career began to blossom. With Yi Ning by her side, her future path was bound to be smooth. While Sister Mean now enjoyed a substantial monthly income, she still harbored concerns about the future of streaming. Yet, Su Wire had no such worries. With Yi Ning's presence, an endless flow of resources would naturally be directed towards her. Sister Mean, are you all right? Su Wire asked, sensing something was off as Sister Mean stared at her intently. Sister Mean composed herself. It's nothing. Let's go. I know a fantastic place for seafood congee. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Wire and Sister Mean climbed into a white Porsche. As the Porsche roared to life, a long-awaited Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly began to move. On Yi Ning's phone, a clear voice from Xia Minshu came through. Mr. Yi, we have followed Miss Su's car. Yes, just keep following. Inform me immediately if anything happens. Understood, Mr. Yi. After ending the call, Yi Ning felt a tinge of boredom in the empty suite. After a moment's thought, he decided to change clothes and step out. Upon entering the lobby, he noticed a group of people entering the Peace Hotel. Some were on their phones, while others sported professional cameras. At the center of the crowd stood a stunning woman, exuding an aura akin to a blossoming flower, who appeared to be the focus of admiration. Yi Ning felt a flicker of recognition. After some contemplation, he recalled her identity, Cheng Xier, the streamer who had previously competed against Su Wire in a finals PK. Although she appeared less radiant in person than on screen, her features were still striking in their natural state. Yi Ning was surprised to see a streamer surrounded by admirers akin to a celebrity, with fans even having custom posters and merchandise made. The influence of a single streamer was indeed formidable. One could only imagine the impact of top-tier stars. However, the spectacle was short-lived as the hotel staff soon intervened, ushering Cheng Xier's fans away. Over the next few hours, numerous streamers from the Flying Fish platform arrived at the hotel. Each invitee was a prominent streamer with at least 1 million fans. Many were familiar with one another, chatting amiably, while some, like Su Wire and Sister Mean, had made plans to go out together. As dinner time approached, Yi Ning returned to the Peace Hotel after a stroll outside. Just as he reached the front desk, Su Chong hurried over to him. Mr. Yi, President Yu has arrived. May I take you to him now? Su Chong's presence drew the attention of many streamers, and even those unfamiliar with him could deduce his significance from the reactions of others. He was the top executive in charge of all streamer traffic. A single word from him could determine a streamer's ranking on the homepage, directly affecting their popularity and earnings. Yet, despite his high status, Su Chong was deferential to the young man beside him, wearing a constant expression of servitude. Even as all eyes were on him, he showed no sign of restraint, as if the only person that mattered in that moment was the handsome, composed man at his side. Who could he be? Perhaps he was the scion of a prestigious family in Shanghai. Let us go, Yi Ning said, disregarding the awestruck gazes around him, following Su Chong to the private room. Upon opening the door to the spacious room, all eyes turned to Yi Ning the moment he stepped in. Those present recognized Su Chong, and with him came the young man rumored to have spent billions to acquire a 30% stake in the company. Was he not rather young for such an achievement? As they absorbed Yi Ning's youth, the atmosphere shifted. At the main table sat a tall man approaching his 40s who rose to greet Yi Ning. As the others saw President Yu stand, they instinctively rose as well. With a robust stride, he approached, already extending his hand with a hearty laugh. Mr. Yi, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Even without Su Chong's subtle prompt, Yi Ning had surmised President Yu's identity. As they shook hands, Yi Ning expressed his admiration for Yu Shenglong, a notable entrepreneur in Shanghai. Ah, Mr. Yi. Yu Shenglong laughed heartily, turning to the others. Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, our second-largest shareholder at Flying Fish Live, Mr. Yu Ning. Let us all extend a warm welcome. Applause erupted, and Yu Shenglong invited Yu Ning to the main table where all the major shareholders of Flying Fish Live were seated, besides a few other shareholders. Two individuals left a lasting impression on Yi Ning. One was Lin Xian, bespectacled and exuding a humble elegance. The other, He Kaishu, appeared to share a close rapport with Lin Xian. Yi Ning remembered them not only for their positions as the third and fourth shareholders of Flying Fish Live, but also for their youthful appearances, suggesting that their success could not merely be attributed to individual effort. Unbeknownst to Yi Ning, as he speculated about Lin Xian and He Kaishu, they were equally intrigued by his background. Having received an elite education, their perspectives were anything but ordinary. However, even they found it challenging to discern Yi Ning's true nature. He was unlike the typical wealthy heir, neither arrogant nor overly restrained. To suggest he was an ordinary individual from a common background would also be misleading, as the commanding aura he exuded was unattainable for most. They exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion and curiosity. As the evening progressed, with glasses raised in camaraderie, Yi Ning gradually grew closer to the shareholders of Flying Fish Live, just as executives from other tables approached to toast him and his companions. The private room door suddenly swung open. A man in his 20s or 30s, clutching a stack of folders, strode in. After surveying the room, he hurriedly approached Enlin. Urgency etched on his face. He leaned in, whispering a few words into Enlin's ear. Gradually, Enlin's expression soured, his discomfort palpable, akin to tasting bitter melon. An unspoken understanding passed among the attendees, each aware that Enlin was grappling with a significant issue. Subsequently, he rose, offered a few apologies, and exited in haste. Yi Ning noticed that only Hikaishu seemed lost in thought, likely having surmised Enlin's predicament. Enlin's departure was but a minor interlude. The banquet continued for a full 2.5 hours. Once satiated with food and drink, Yi Ning and the others made their way to the entrance of the Ping An Hotel. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled up. Su Wire and Mi-in alighted from the vehicle, one a pure beauty and the other a classical beauty, both strikingly attractive. Particularly, Su Wire's visage evoked fond memories of first love for many. President Yi is indeed fortunate in his romantic pursuits, someone chuckled. Yu Xinlong recognized Su Wire instantly. He had seen her photographs numerous times and had even had the honor of serving her personally. While he knew she was beautiful, witnessing her in person was nothing short of breathtaking. She was a woman of impeccable beauty. Beside her, Mi-in could already be deemed a goddess to countless otaku. Yet she paled in comparison to Su Wire. Upon hearing Yu Xinlong's remark, several men with ulterior motives broke into a cold sweat. After all, such a beauty could not possibly be without formidable backing. What's the matter? Yu Ning stepped forward, taking Su Wire's hand back. You don't seem too happy. Su Wire's smile appeared somewhat forced. To outsiders, her facade might have been convincing, but Yi Ning, having shared a bed with her for so long, could discern her discontent at a glance. Darling, I seem to have caused you trouble, she admitted, shaking his arm, her head bowed and lips pouted like a wayward child. Yi Ning gently patted her small hand, his gaze shifting to Siamishu, his brow furrowed. What has happened? Siamishu, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the events. It turned out that while dining, Su Wire and Mi-in encountered a man who claimed to be a talent scout. The moment he laid eyes on Su Wire, he was utterly captivated and eagerly sought to recruit her as a star for his agency. However, Su Wire, content with her current life, declined without a moment's hesitation. She thought that would be the end of it, but the man returned half an hour later, this time accompanied by senior executives from Tianjin Entertainment. After Su Wire rejected them a second time, the executives resorted to threats, openly stating that without compliance, her future in broadcasting would be bleak. Faced with an individual capable of thoroughly investigating Su Wire's background in mere half an hour, it was evident he was no ordinary adversary. Had it not been for Siem Minshu's intervention, the two women might still be entangled with them. Yi Ning's expression darkened upon hearing this. Do you know the specifics regarding Tianjin Entertainment? He inquired of Siem Minshu. She shook her head, indicating her limited knowledge. At that moment, Hikaishu, standing on the steps, interjected, President Yi, I am familiar with Tianjin Entertainment. It is under Tao Xian's purview. Tao Xian? Yu Ning was unfamiliar with this name. However, upon hearing it, the other minor shareholders visibly tensed, their pupils narrowing in apprehension. It seemed that Tao Xian was not a trivial character. Could you elaborate? Yi Ning mused. If this were in Jiangcheng, he wouldn't have given it a second thought. But now, in the bustling metropolis, despite having some investments there, it was not his home turf. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Moreover, it was clear that Tao Xian was no mere snake. Tao Xian may not be significant, but his father, Tao Jinlai, is no simple man. The Tao Group, founded by him, is not only well known in the metropolis, but also a prominent enterprise throughout Jiangnan. Upon hearing the name of the Tao Group, Yu Ning felt a flicker of recognition, though he couldn't recall who had mentioned it to him. Hikaishu continued. Tao Xian is notorious for his lecherous nature. Nearly all the artists under him have been exploited. 5 years ago, he even had his eyes on Lin Xian's cousin, the eldest daughter of the Yin family, but when she refused, the matter was left unresolved. However, this incident has left Tao Xian humiliated, and now, seizing the opportunity as the Yin family wanes, he is mercilessly suppressing them. Yi Ning understood now, and Lin Xian's hasty exit was likely due to the Tao Group's targeting. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yu Shenglong stepped forward and patted Hikaishu's shoulder, offering a sympathetic glance. Even the other shareholders regarded Hikaishu with a hint of peculiarity. It had been quite some time since he last saw the eldest daughter of the Yin family. He wondered how she was faring in Jiangqing. Hikaishu's expression turned nostalgic as he murmured softly. Although his voice was barely audible, Yining caught every word. The eldest daughter of the Yin family? Jiangqing. What a coincidence. Mr. He, Yining interrupted, asking, is Enlin cousin and from Anshin Pharmaceuticals? Yes, President Yi, do you know her? Hikaishu responded, surprised. Yining nodded with a smile, confirming his suspicions that she was indeed the enchanting Anne. He was taken aback to discover that Anne was not only the chairwoman of Anshin Pharmaceuticals but also held this additional identity. Seeing Yining's eyes soften with warmth and a touch of longing when mentioning, and Hikaishu felt somewhat astonished. He had witnessed such a gaze before when Yining looked at Su Wire. Could it be? This thought crossed his mind, and Hikaishu found it hard to believe. He wasn't doubting Yining's loyalty. Such matters seemed peculiar to the average person, but in their circle, it was not uncommon. What astonished him was Yining's audacity to pursue Anne. The notion that Anne and Yining were in a romantic relationship exceeded his preconceived notions of her. Yes, Anne is my girlfriend, Yining stated candidly. What? The onlookers, including Yu Shenlong, widened their eyes in disbelief. Had Yining just claimed that he was dating the eldest daughter of the Yin family? Was there any news more astonishing than this? Were they indeed speaking of the same Yin? If so, was she still the woman they had always known? But upon further reflection, Yining's bold proclamation in front of everyone suggested he had no fear of being disproven. Perhaps this was not mere bravado. Beside them, Min gently touched Su Wire's hand, her eyes clouded with concern. Though she had never met Anne, the title of the eldest daughter of the Yin family was not something just anyone could fathom. She worried for Su Wire, realizing that her rival was none other than Anne. In the years spent in the metropolis, she had witnessed many wealthy individuals juggling multiple partners. But Su Wire was facing a formidable challenge. After all, Anne was not an ordinary opponent. She was the eldest daughter of the Yin family. Despite Su Wire's fame as a broadcaster, in the presence of genuine high society, she was merely a slightly larger ant. Noticing the worry etched on Mi Yin's face, Su Wire smiled gently. She understood Mi Yin's concern for her and felt deeply touched. Once, she too had harbored feelings of inadequacy when confronted with Anne. Yet Yining had never looked down on her. He had embraced her tightly, assuring her that she was no less than anyone else. It was then that Su Wire knew Yining would never abandon her. Furthermore, Anne had always treated her kindly, showing no signs of disdain. That night, it was Anne who, while Yining was showering, had hidden herself under the covers beside Su Wire. Recalling this, a faint blush crept onto Su Wire's cheeks, enhancing her allure. Seeing her composed demeanor, Mi Yin realized she had been overly anxious. Being together with Yining, Su Wire must be incredibly happy, right? General Yi, you truly are astonishing when you choose to reveal your brilliance, Hikaishu sincerely admired. For various reasons. He was well aware that Annie's situation was far more complex than that of Yu Shenlong and others. It was a mystery how Yining managed to capture Annie's heart. Moreover, Yining mentioned Annie in front of Su Wire, who surprisingly displayed no hint of jealousy. Her large eyes sparkled with a radiant light, as if embodying the ability to harmonize the affections of multiple women. If not for the public setting, perhaps someone would have approached Yining to seek his wisdom. After bidding farewell to Yu Shenlong and the others, Yining returned to the presidential suite with Su Wire, feeling quite elated. Earlier, he had thoroughly entertained the crowd with his performance, which was genuinely enjoyable, but exhausting. Su Wire kicked off her high heels, lounging on the sofa. After being pestered by the staff of Tianshan Entertainment all afternoon, she felt both physically and mentally drained. Would you like me to give you a massage? Yining asked, having changed into slippers, as he lifted Su Wire onto his lap. She readily accepted, sure. Yining's technique was commendable, and soon, Su Wire began to emit sounds of comfort. However, as time passed, something fell off. Her breaths grew hurried, and her cheeks flushed. What are you pressing on? Su Wire pouted playfully, her voice turning sweet and innocent. Then I won't massage you anymore. Just as his hand departed from her curvaceous figure, Su Wire quickly grasped it again. The soft sensation radiated through him, reaching his very soul. First, a shower, then what? Yining could hardly contain his amusement as he gazed at her. Su Wire shot him a glare, puffing her cheeks in mock anger. You know. After saying that, she obediently opened her arms. Carry me. How could Yining resist such a pitifully charming sight? He lifted Su Wire effortlessly and strode toward the bathroom, piece by piece shedding his clothing along the way. Meanwhile, Hikaishu returned home to find a delicately beautiful woman in a thin nightgown approaching him. Why did you drink so much? Tu Yinyan frowned, but stepped forward to help Hikaishu remove his coat. Shortly after, She returned from the kitchen with a cup of freshly brewed flower tea for him. Hikaishu took a sip, releasing a satisfied sigh while smiling at Tu Yanyan. After a while, he spoke mysteriously. Yanyan, do you know who I met today? Aren't you supposed to be at a banquet with your good brother? Yes, but at the banquet, I encountered Yining, the one who spent billions to acquire 30 of Feiyu Live. Is there anything special about that? Tu Yanyan questioned, puzzled. It's quite normal for him to attend the banquet as the second largest shareholder of Feiyu Live, but for you, it's rather significant. Tu Yanyan, growing impatient, retorted. If you keep teasing me, I won't listen anymore. She started to rise, but Hikaishu quickly pulled her back, explaining. Yining explicitly stated that Annie is his girlfriend. At this revelation, Hikaishu's gaze remained fixed on Tu Yanyan's face, not daring to blink for fear of missing her reaction. What did you say? Tu Yanyan stood up abruptly, her mouth agape in disbelief. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Hikaishu was pleased with her reaction and chuckled. Initially, I found it unbelievable too, but there's no doubt about it. His tone was firm and confident, leaving no room for skepticism. As his wife, Tu Yanyan understood that Hikaishu was not one to indulge in frivolities. This knowledge only amplified her shock. Annie, Tu Yanyan knew her better than anyone, for she was not only Annie's close friend, but also her first love. Chapter 115. The best new star hostess. The day after tomorrow marks the 8th anniversary of Feiyu Live. Will Yining be attending as well? Of course, Hikaishu nodded. As if it were obvious. Tu Yanyan, intrigued, declared, I want to go too. Huh, didn't you used to detest attending such events? Hikaishu feigned ignorance. However, as soon as he spoke, Tu Yanyan grasped his collar tightly, narrowing her eyes with a playful smirk. I want to go. He cleared his throat, conceding softly, then go, as if I could stop you. Time swiftly passed to the day of the 8th anniversary of Feiyu Live, with most invited hosts having arrived, accompanied by numerous fans. Naturally, only a select few fortunate fans were granted access to the inner venue. Look, that's the #1 host in the Feiyu gaming section. Tian E, with 20 million fans. I see my beloved Piao Miao sister, and my adored virtual host, HHSDD. Although the real person isn't here, merely the aura suffices. Look, isn't that Su Weier? At this exclamation, all eyes turned toward her. Su Weier, adorned in a beige gown with delicate, translucent fabric draping over her shoulders, exuded elegance. Her hair cascaded gracefully, and her makeup was impeccable. With a stunning visage and a captivating figure, she instantly became the center of attention as she made her entrance. She is truly breathtaking. I thought she looked good on camera due to filters. Forgive my ignorance. I think I remember my first love. Wasn't he your first love's name related to Wei? You shameless individual. Who is that classical beauty walking alongside her? Miin, unable to contain her disbelief, represented all the notes in expressing disdain towards the situation. Su Weier and Miin entered the hall together, introduced by the host. Upon discovering her seat next to Yining, Su Weier happily approached, leaving Miin utterly bewildered. Why was her seat also next to Yining? Who orchestrated this arrangement? Yining, shall we switch seats? Miin asked, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Yining, noticing her discomfort, nodded in agreement, of course. He had anticipated that the seating arrangement would place Miin and Su Weier on either side of him. What did this imply? Had they misunderstood something? Or was it a subtle hint? Regardless, this was merely a trivial occurrence. As the host continued the introductions, more and more hosts entered, leaning his head on one hand. Yining aimlessly fiddled with his phone. After an undetermined amount of time, a few nearby individuals gasped in surprise. She is here? I can't believe she came too. This is quite rare. Yining, puzzled, followed their gaze upwards. A gentle and graceful woman, linked to Hikaishu's arm, approached them. The two halted in front of Yining, and Hikaishu introduced her to Tu Yanyan. Yanyan, this is Yining. Quite handsome, Tu Yanyan remarked. Her interest piqued as she scrutinized Yining's face, making him feel slightly bashful. Turning her gaze to Hikaishu, she inquired, Mr. He, who is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. Hikaishu scratched his head. This is my wife, your former rival, Tu Yanyan. My wife, your former rival? What does that mean? Su Weier was utterly confused by Hikaishu's cryptic introduction. After pondering for a long while without clarity, she resigned, casting a puzzled glance at Yining. Meanwhile, Miin appeared to have uncovered a significant secret, her expression brimming with excitement as she shook Su Weier's hand vigorously, glancing between Hikaishu and Yining, continuously signaling Su Weier with her eyes. Yining looked at Miin in bemusement. This girl, who seemed a classical beauty, appeared innocent on the outside but harbored impure thoughts. How had he not realized she was a bit of a fangirl? Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to clarify. For the woman named Tu Yanyan was truly the one who astonished him. Moreover, Hikaishu was the man who had married his enchanting ex-girlfriend. One might indeed feel compelled to express gratitude towards Hikaishu. Had it not been for him, Annie would not have succumbed to heartbreak and sought solace in a bar, nor would she have forged an inseparable bond with the fairy. Perhaps even the binding system is linked to him. Yining, Tu Yanyan interjected, pulling Yining back from his reverie. Is this little beauty beside you also your woman? She gestured towards Su Wire, her expression earnest. Yining cast a casual glance at Tu Yanyan's figure, then compared it to the familiar silhouette of Su Wire, internally scoffing. How could she be merely a little beauty? She was undoubtedly a grand beauty. To be honest, since meeting Su Wire, he had yet to encounter a woman so slender yet possessing such magnificent proportions. Of course, these thoughts would remain unspoken, reserved for intimate conversations beneath the covers with Su Wire. And what of it? Yining retorted. Tu Yanyan merely shook her head, offering a slight smile as she cast a lingering glance at Yining and Su Wire before returning to her seat. Yining was puzzled by her intentions. Could she still harbor feelings for Annie? Turning towards Hikaishu, he observed him sharing laughter with Tu Yanyan, appearing no different from an ordinary couple. Their relationship seemed quite harmonious, devoid of any visible discord. Yining shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. Yining, what did that Mr. he mean earlier? Su Wire whispered. Yining hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Observing his expression, Miin became even more resolute in her speculation, tugging at Su Wire's sleeve with excitement. Xiao Wire, I know. Let me tell you. Just as Su Wire leaned in to listen, Yining wrapped an arm around her slender waist, gently pulling her closer while maintaining a serious demeanor. You don't know, so don't mislead my Xiao Wire. He then turned to Su Wire, instructing her solemnly, do not listen to Mi Yin's nonsense. If you wish to know, you may inquire with your sister Annie, understood? Su Wire nodded, bewildered. She could hardly fathom that this matter could involve Annie. Nevertheless, she always heeded Yining's words. As all the hosts and guests arrived, the event finally commenced. Following a series of meticulously rehearsed performances, the gathering transitioned to its second segment, the awards ceremony. Yining, look at the cheat sheet I've prepared, Su Wire said, displaying her palm before him. As the fastest growing streamer over the past 2 months, she was certainly in line for an award. Soon, the host announced, next, we invite the winner of the Best New Female Streamer Award, Xiao Wire. Amidst thunderous applause, Su Wire gracefully ascended the stage. Her natural beauty radiated under the spotlight, making her appear like a figure from a painting, breathtakingly exquisite. Bathed in admiration and envy, she held the trophy aloft, her gaze fixed intently on Yining below. All the glory and applause were bestowed upon her by Yining. He sat in the audience, applauding the stunning figure that drew everyone's attention, his eyes brimming with blessings and affection. In that moment, it seemed they could see only each other, unaffected by the flattery and envy surrounding them. After delivering her acceptance speech, Su Wire descended the stage, trophy and flowers in hand. Upon reaching the backstage area, she was confronted by 2 middle-aged men, one tall and one short. Miss Su, we meet again, the shorter one greeted her, stating their purpose directly. We are here with sincere intentions. Have you made your decision? Indeed, Tianqian Entertainment is quite earnest. As long as Miss Su agrees, resources will not be an issue. The taller man chimed in, his tone implying that rejection was not an option. In truth, they had already presented Su Wire's photograph to the chairman of Tianqian Entertainment, Tao Xian, who was utterly captivated upon seeing her image. In the bustling metropolis of Modu, there was no shortage of beautiful women. As the heir of the Tao group, Tao Xian was no stranger to allure, yet he found Su Wire's pure, innocent charm far more enticing than the more worldly women he surrounded himself with. If he could win her over, alongside his current beauty, it would be an unparalleled experience. Thus, he had issued a strict order, no matter what. Su Wire must be brought into Tianqian Entertainment. Once she was in their grasp, he could indulge at his leisure. I have already refused you yesterday. Please do not disturb me again, Su Wire replied, her brow furrowed. She had no intention of entering the entertainment industry, nor did she desire to become a star. The persistent pursuit from the previous day had already left her feeling displeased, especially given their earlier threats. She could see that these two were not genuinely searching for promising female artists. They were merely aiding their superior, the son of the Tao family, in his quest for companionship. Miss Su, please don't be so hasty in your refusal. If you join Tianqian Entertainment, we can arrange for you to meet the top young elites of Modu. With your looks, a little effort will soon elevate you into high society. At that point, you will attain wealth and status that a mere streamer could hardly imagine. The representatives from Tianqian Entertainment spoke with confidence, having lured many young, attractive women with similar promises. Who wouldn't he dream of sudden fame and fortune? I will say this one last time. I refuse, Su Wire declared emphatically. If you are seeking someone who desires to become a star, go find them. Do not bother me again. She turned to leave, but the shorter man blocked her path. Miss Sue, do not refuse our hospitality. Do you know the consequences of offending us? His expression darkened as he threatened her. In his view, he had extended a generous invitation to Sue Wire, and her repeated rejections were an affront. Refusing him was minor, but Sue Wire's actions felt like a slap to Tao Xian's face, which could provoke repercussions for them as well. They had to bring Sue Wire to Tianjin Entertainment today. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. As he reached out to grab Sue Wire's shoulder, a strong hand seized his wrist. A cold voice echoed in his ear. I don't know what consequences you face, but have you considered the repercussions of provoking my wife? Yi Ning's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp as he appraised the two men. Those familiar with him knew that he was on the verge of an explosive rage, one spark away from ignition. Who are you to interrupt us? Don't you know it's impolite to interrupt others? The shorter man barked, believing his imposing presence would intimidate Yi Ning. To his surprise, Yi Ning retaliated with a resounding slap. The sound reverberated through the backstage area, drawing the attention of everyone present. The unexpected blow left the shorter man stunned, unable to accept the reality of the situation. Meanwhile, the taller man quickly regained his composure, demanding, Who do you think you are? Do you know who you're dealing with? And who are you to speak disrespectfully to our Yi Ning? As the sound echoed, Su Chong led the security personnel to stand behind Yi Ning. After casting a cold glance at the two representatives from Tianjin Entertainment, he respectfully addressed Yi Ning and Su Weier, saying, Mr. Yi, Miss Su, I apologize for my tardiness. Mr. Yi? Upon hearing Su Chong's words, the hearts of the two representatives from Tianjin Entertainment raced. They stared at Yi Ning in disbelief, unable to comprehend that this young man was a shareholder of Feiyu Live. So young, yet so accomplished, yet unknown to them. At least within the upper echelons of Moda society, they had never heard of a Mr. Yi associated with Feiyu Live, especially not one who appeared to be under 30. In Modu, Feiyu Live was not particularly noteworthy. However, its shareholders were anything but ordinary. Each, from Lin Xian to He Kaishu, wielded significant influence. To say nothing of the enigmatic Yu Shenlong, who seemed to embody only the role of the leader of Feiyu Live, yet surely harbored formidable connections. The earliest live streaming platform in Modu was not Feiyu Live, but Panderlive. Yet Feiyu Live had unexpectedly risen, replacing Panderlive within 2 years and secure its position at the top. It was hard to believe that Yu Shenlong had no prominent backers, after all. The owner of Panderlive was a top-tier heir in Modu. When Panderlive went bankrupt, that heir lacked even the courage to confront Feiyu Live. Anyone capable of instilling such fear in Modu's elite could not be an ordinary individual. Of course, they did not fear Yi Ning either. Behind them stood Tao Xian, the heir of the Tao group, a figure who commanded respect in Modu and throughout Jiangnan. Mr. Yi, since you are a shareholder of Feiyu Live, you must have heard of Mr. Tao Xian's name. We are here on Mr. Tao Xian's orders to find Miss Su. It is an honor for Mr. Tao to take an interest in Miss Su. Name your price, and I assure you that Mr. Tao, being magnanimous, will not be stingy. Lane Yinyun from Tianjin Entertainment explained with an amiable demeanor, avoiding any mention of the slap Yi Ning had given him. Had it not been for the clear imprint of a hand on his face, one might not have suspected any conflict had occurred. Upon learning that Yi Ning was one of the behind-the-scenes owners of Feiyu Live, Lane Yinyun had already begun to concede. He recognized the reality that, on another's turf, regardless of his backing, he needed to tread carefully and not be too ostentatious. Thus, he refrained from mentioning the slap, as long as he could fulfill Mr. Tao's request. What did a slap matter? Regarding Yi Ning's earlier assertion that Su Weier was his wife, Lane Yinyun hardly cared. Or rather, he did not believe it. Su Weier might well be Yi Ning's woman, but given Yi Ning's status, he would never marry a live streamer. A woman, no matter how beautiful, was merely a decorative object. As long as the price was right, he believed Yi Ning would not be overly attached. Moreover, at Yi Ning's level, how could he possibly have only one woman? His assumptions were not entirely unfounded, for Yi Ning indeed had more than one woman. However, what Lane Yinyun did not realize was that Yi Ning was different from others. His feelings for each of his women were sincere and genuine, devoid of any pretense. Should Su Weier willingly choose to leave him, he would naturally let her go. But Su Weier was deeply devoted to Yi Ning, making such a departure impossible. Thus, Lane Yinyun's words undoubtedly struck a nerve with Yi Ning. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Yi Ning's mouth as he spoke in a detached tone. Are you certain you want me to name a price? Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Lane Yinyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. His fists clenched in quiet triumph. He felt he had made the right gamble. Indeed, these scions, raised with golden keys since childhood, were all the same, utterly indifferent to the lives of their women. To them, a woman was merely a consumable, perhaps less valuable than a few garments in a wardrobe. Lane Yingyun nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, Mr. Yi, just name your price, and I will not argue." "Good, good." Yining nodded approvingly while applauding. He then raised his right hand, fingers splayed. "Let us settle on this amount, shall we? 5 million. "Very well, it's settled." Lane Yingyun exclaimed with elation, hastily agreeing. He had expected Yining to demand an exorbitant sum, but 5 million was shockingly low. After all, as the leading streamer of Feiyu, Su Wei'er was worth far more than that. However, Yining's smile vanished in an instant, his expression darkening with a hint of malice. With fingers clenched, he struck Lane Yingyun's face with all his might. Slap, slap, slap. A series of blows transformed Lane Yingyun's face into a swollen mess. By the time Yining delivered the second slap, Lane Yingyun had begun to react, attempting to evade, but was restrained by 2 security guards, rendering him immobile as he helplessly watched Yining unleash his fury. "Stop. Have you considered the consequences when Mr. Tao finds out about this?" "Mr. Yi, please. I was wrong. I'm sorry." Lane Yingyun groaned in agony, his tone shifting from threats to pleas for mercy. He realized that the name of Tao Xian carried no weight with Yining. The latter was unperturbed. Seeing Yining halt, Su Chong stepped forward with a tissue, saying, "Mr. Yi, wipe your hands. How shall we deal with these two?" Yining glanced at Lane Yingyun and his companion with a cold, emotionless gaze, stating, "Break their arms and throw them out." A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, shocked by Yining's ruthlessness. Even Su Wei'er, who had been silent until now, took a step forward and quietly grasped Yining's hand, intertwining their fingers. Yining patted her hand gently, smiling as he said, "Let us go." Just as they turned to leave, Lane Yingyun called out in desperation, "Mr. Yi, we realize our mistake. Let us end this matter here. I assure you. I won't speak ill of you to Mr. Tao. He won't trouble you. I beg you to spare us." Yining paused, but did not turn around, sneering. "Trouble me? That is fine. Have Tao Xian come directly to the Jinding law firm or the Rhine Capital building. Alternatively, he can come to the headquarters of Shanghai Airlines. As the host, I will certainly welcome him." With that, he took Su Wei'er, who was still in shock, and walked away. Not only Su Wei'er, but everyone present was startled by Yining's words. What did they mean? Jinding law firm, Rhine Capital building, and, most terrifyingly, Shanghai Airlines. Was it possible that all these were under his purview? If he were not boasting, it was indeed astonishing. "Director Su, what should we do?" The security captain whispered. "Don't rush. Just keep an eye on them. I'll make a call," Su Chong replied, moving to a corner to pull out his phone. "Hello? President Yu. What is the matter?" Came Yu Xinglong's voice from the other end. "Earlier, Mr. Yi." Su Chong recounted the events to Yu Xinglong, taking a deep breath before continuing. "So, Mr. Yi has instructed to break these two's arms. What do you think?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xinglong responded, "Very well. Let us proceed as Mr. Yi instructed." "Understood. I'll take care of it immediately." Seeing Su Chong approach with a stoic expression, Lane Yingyun and his companion looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Director Su, please spare us." "Oh no, spare me. I can pay you. I have money." Lane Yingyun placed his last hopes on Su Chong, smiling as he negotiated. But Su Chong ignored him, waving his hand dismissively. "Take them away, break their hands. Then throw them out." "Which hand should we break?" the security captain inquired. "Come on. Obviously both," Su Chong replied, instructing them before striding towards the hall. Behind him, no matter how loudly Lane Yingyun screamed, it was as if he were unheard. In the heart of the bustling metropolis, atop the Tianjin Entertainment Building, a resounding crash echoed through the air as a teacup shattered into countless fragments, even causing the porcelain flower pot in the corner to sustain a chipped edge. "What a useless thing. You can't even handle a mere female streamer. What good are you to me?" Tao Xian's expression darkened, his brow furrowing deeply. Beneath the 2-meter-long rosewood table, Lane Yingyun stood trembling, his posture hunched, too afraid to utter a word of rebuttal. He could only silently endure the tempestuous tirade of his boss, Tao Xian. The fresh slap marks on his already bruised and swollen cheeks added an absurdity to his predicament. "Tell me, who is this Yining you mentioned?" After venting his fury, Tao Xian suppressed his anger and coldly inquired. I don't know his exact background. Just that he is related to Yu Xinglong," Lane Yingyun stammered, his teeth chattering. A bitter taste filled his heart as he regretted ever recommending Su Wei'er to Tao Xian. Had this incident not occurred, he would never have entangled himself with someone named Yining. The very thought of Yining's ruthless decisiveness sent a shiver down his spine. He was certainly not someone to be trifled with, and even if Tao Xian was unafraid, Lane Yingyun knew he was not in a position to provoke him. "Very well. You may leave," Tao Xian said, pinching the bridge of his nose and waving his hand, calling for Daozi to come in. Initially relieved, Lane Yingyun felt his heart drop again upon hearing his boss's command. Daozi was a bodyguard left in Tao Xian's employ by his father, Tao Jilai. The summoning of Daozi indicated that this matter would not simply conclude. It seemed that Su Wire's allure was formidable enough to compel the elite son of the metropolis to risk offending the enigmatic Yi Ning rather than relinquishing her. Half a minute later, "Boss, did you call for me?" Daozi inquired. "Yes, Daozi, I need you to investigate someone." The interruption from Lei Ninyun's hands was akin to slapping Tao Xian, for it was implausible that Tao Xian would simply let this matter rest. Moreover, he remained unaware of the relationship between himself and Annie, inevitably placing the two on opposing sides. Thus, after escorting Su Wire from the venue, Yi Ning sought out Yu Shenglong to request assistance in probing the Tao group. Given the enmity with Tao Xian, it was impossible to overlook his father, Tao Jinlai. It would be more prudent to deal directly with Tao Jinlai. Afterward, Tao Xian would be like a grasshopper in autumn, futilely jumping about. Upon receiving Yu Shenglong's affirmative response, Yi Ning devised a plan. The metropolis was not his stronghold. His resources were rather limited. In the face of the formidable Tao group, he needed to bolster his influence in the city. For ordinary individuals, options were few. However, Yi Ning possessed a system, and with the fortuitous presence of Su Wire, a veritable gem, he had a viable strategy. At this moment, aside from indulging Su Wire in shopping, was there any better means to enhance his assets in the metropolis? Without hesitation, Yi Ning grasped Su Wire's delicate hand and declared, "Let us go, my dear. I shall accompany you on your shopping spree." Thus, Su Wire, bewildered, unwittingly became an accomplice in Yi Ning's scheme. Under the introduction of Xie Minshu, the two arrived at the largest shopping center in the metropolis, the Wanjia Century Shopping Center. "Sir, this is our latest Chanel handbag, designed by the esteemed Italian designer, Luisena." "Stop," Yi Ning interrupted, disinterested in the salesgirl's lengthy presentation, as he could hardly comprehend her words. Just as the salesgirl, slightly disheartened, attempted to set the bag down, Yi Ning turned to Su Wire and asked, "Do you like it?" "I do," Su Wire replied, blushing and nodding shyly. "Then wrap it up," Yi Ning instructed the salesgirl. "Bring out all your latest models so my wife can choose a few." Wow, this is what it means to be wealthy. As a luxury store employee, the salesgirl had encountered many affluent clients, but seldom did she see a young man willing to spend over $1 million on a single outing. Moreover, the handsome young man before her was strikingly charming. Were it not for Su Wire's exceptional beauty, she might have mustered the courage to seek his contact information. Hearing Yi Ning refer to her as his wife caused Su Wire's cheeks to redden even further, especially accentuated by her fair complexion and exquisite features, drawing the attention of many male patrons and even some females who could not hide their admiration. If first love had a color, it would be the rosy hue of Su Wire's bashful visage at that moment. Indeed, a handsome man paired with a beautiful woman, especially one of wealth, created a stunning tableau of purity and allure. As onlookers marveled at the couple's striking appearance, Yi Ning's mind was inundated with the persistent notifications from his system. Ding! The host spent 2,390,000 yuan on Su Wire, earning a critical reward. Wanjia Century Shopping Center. What? I just bought out someone else's stronghold with shopping? Before they could depart from the Chanel store, word had spread to other shops about the young man lavishly spending over 2 million on gifts for his companion. Employees from various stores gathered at their entrances to welcome this young master, recognizing this as a prime opportunity to boost their sales. Yi Ning welcomed the attention, taking Su Wire from store to store, purchasing anything she fancied without a moment's hesitation. Ding! The host spent 1,980,000 yuan on Su Wire, earning a critical reward. Magic City Star Security Company. Ding! The host spent 3,210,000 yuan, earning a critical reward. Holland George Ocean Shipping Group. Ding! The host spent 799,000 yuan, earning a critical reward. 27 shares of the Tao Group. Yi Ning was momentarily stunned. Shares of the Tao Group? His intent in bringing Su Wire shopping was to confront the Tao Group, yet he ended up acquiring their shares. As he pondered this, Su Wire gently poked his hand. "Yi Ning, have we perhaps bought too much?" Turning around, he noticed that they were now followed by at least 10 store employees, each laden with a minimum of 5 shopping bags. It does seem a bit excessive, so let us make one final purchase. Yes, this time, I want to buy for Sister Annie. Her voice carried a hint of acidity as she continued, or perhaps for other sisters as well. While saying this, Su Wire's gaze remained fixed on Yi Ning, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Clearing his throat, he turned his face aside, yet still addressed the eager salesgirl. "Show me that brooch." Yi Ning picked up the brooch and playfully gestured with it near Su Wire's bosom, genuinely exclaiming, "How beautiful! Sir, would you like me to wrap it up for you?" The salesgirl eagerly inquired upon sensing Yi Ning's interest. Yes, wrap it up, he replied, casting a furtive glance at Su Wire, trying to appear nonchalant. And in the same style, please bring me 3 more. Chapter 119. The obsequious Tao Xianhe? The salesgirl was momentarily taken aback, then quickly scurried off to fetch the items. Meanwhile, Xie Minshu regarded Yi Ning with a curious expression. Indeed, wealth could transform a man, especially when coupled with good looks. This was no mere dalliance. It was akin to commanding an entire fleet. Ding. The host spent 1,320,000 yuan on Annie, earning a critical reward, master-level combat skills. Ding. The host spent 1,320,000 yuan on Mo Qingqing, earning a critical reward, Yunsan Haikao. Ding. The host spent 1,320,000 yuan on Su Wire, earning a critical reward, all shares of Dawson Capital in America. Ding. The host spent 1,320,000 yuan on by Eloa, earning a critical reward, the courtyard of the Duke of Yu in the capital. The notifications from the system rang incessantly. A mere shopping trip had not only secured a shopping center, but had also claimed industries from America and the Netherlands. This was the power of someone living in an alternate reality. Afterwards, Yi Ning accompanied Su Wire to purchase an assortment of exquisite jewelry for their family. Even Xie Minshu, who had been closely following them, received a watch valued at 300,000 as a form of compensation. However, aside from the necklace purchased for Yi Xiaohua, which triggered a remarkable 50-fold monetary return, the rest yielded no such rewards. Nonetheless, Yi Ning was exceedingly content with the substantial gains from today's endeavors. In truth, he did not require such an abundance of assets. Yet, as he was about to confront the Tao family in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, it was imperative to bolster his strength, even if just a tad. As Yi Ning and the others prepared to depart from the Wanjia Century Shopping Center, a hurried group approached them. Each member was clad in formal attire, their expressions grave. Particularly, the woman leading the group, appearing to be in her 40s, regarded Yi Ning and his companions with utmost respect. Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Zhou Yinshu, the general manager of Wanjia Century. On behalf of all the staff, I extend a warm welcome to you for your inspection. Zhou Yinshu's voice resonated powerfully, instantly making it known that Yi Ning was the authoritative figure at Wanjia Century. Su Wire had grown accustomed to such situations. Despite her astonishment, she maintained a serene smile. Xie Minshu cautiously glanced at Yi Ning's imposing figure before quickly averting her gaze, her mind swirling with emotions. She was aware that Yi Ning was not only the primary shareholder of Shanghai Airlines but also a stakeholder in Feiyu Live. To her surprise, even the top-tier Wanjia Century shopping center belonged to him, alongside many other assets of which she was unaware. What immense resources did this young, handsome proprietor command? Initially apprehensive about the conflict between Yi Ning and the Tao group, her sentiments had shifted. Yi Ning was, in fact, the greatest capital against the Tao family. With a nonchalant smile, Yi Ning waved his hand, saying, I merely came to purchase a few items. There is no need for you to be anxious. Please continue with your duties. Purchasing a few items? Spending millions on mere purchases? Such was the world of the super elite, a realm beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Both Xie Minshu and the senior management of Wanjia Century silently harbored their thoughts, balancing envy and jealousy, emotions that only they could truly fathom. After exchanging pleasantries with the executives, Yi Ning and Su Wire entered the Cullinan. Mr. Yi, are we heading to the Ping An Hotel? Yi Ning shook his head, replying, To Rose City, I have a villa there. Even with her preparation, Xie Minshu could not help but gasp in astonishment. The Rose City Garden Villas were indeed a gathering place for the true elite of the Magic City, residences so luxurious that wealth alone could not secure one. Acquiring property there required not only financial validation but also power and extensive connections. Even her superior, Mo Ku, lacked the capability to settle in Rose City. Upon arriving at Rose City, the Cullinan was naturally halted, but after 2.5 minutes of inspection, they were allowed access into the villa district. Inside the villa, Yi Ning frowned slightly, not entirely satisfied. While the decor was splendid and opulent, it paled in comparison to his villa, the Cloud Dragon View, in Jiang City. The greenery was indeed commendable, suitable for retirement, but he yearned for more. Mr. Yi, we shall not disturb you and your wife any further. Should you require a vehicle, feel free to contact me. Xie Minshu, displaying her perceptiveness, slowly departed after receiving Yi Ning's acknowledgement. Exhausted, Su Wire flopped onto the master bedroom's grand bed. Rolling about under the sheets, Yi Ning sat beside her, gently patting her back. Go take a shower. You have plans with me tomorrow, don't you? Then, darling, carry me there, Su Wire said, opening her arms with a contented smile. Yining shook his head, his gaze tender. You truly leave me no choice. With that, he lifted her in his arms, heading toward the bathroom amidst her playful protests. Soon, the shower curtain was drawn, and the sound of water splashing in the tub resonated, creating a soothing rhythm. An hour later, Yining, clad in a bathrobe, stood on the balcony with his phone against his ear. Behind him, Su Wire remained blissfully asleep, her cheeks still flushed. Mr. Yi? A rugged voice of a middle-aged man came through the line. Yes, tomorrow send 2 female bodyguards to Villa number 7 in Rose City. I have use for them, Yining replied in a calm tone. Understood, I will inform them at once, Luo Hong responded before inquiring further. Is there anything else, Mr. Yi? Please send a few astute individuals from the security company to discreetly investigate Tao Xian and Tao Jinlai of the Tao Group. Report any developments to me immediately. Understood. We will ensure the task is completed. That will be all. All right, Mr. Yi, rest well. After hanging up, Luo Hong promptly arranged the details. Xiaonan, you and Shuang are to proceed to Villa number 7 in Rose City tomorrow morning. Remember, that is our boss, Mr. Yining. Utmost respect is required. Yes. Meanwhile, as Yining was making arrangements, Tao Xian had also received some information about Yining through his informant. He hails from Jiang City? Indeed. It has been confirmed that Yining possesses considerable influence in Jiang City, the informant replied. Huh. I couldn't care less about his influence. Anyone daring to challenge me in Magic City is merely courting death. Upon mentioning Jiang City, Tao Xian seemed to recall something and swiftly picked up a new phone. Dialing a number. Who is this? A woman's voice came through, fiery yet frigid. Upon hearing her voice, Tao Xian's face visibly flushed, a lewd glint flickering in his eyes. Missin, long time no see. How have you been? Upon recognizing the voice, Annie's expression soured. Tao Xian, are you insane? Why are you calling to bother me again? With that, she hung up and blocked his number. Unfazed by Annie's scorn, Tao Xian chuckled like a sycophant. He took out the SIM card from his phone, broke it, and inserted a new one. If Yining were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly award Tao Xian the prestigious title of Top Fool. Chapter 120. Annie arrives in Magic City after blocking Tao Xian's number. Annie's phone rang once more. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile crept across her face. Hello? Near. I heard from Kusha that you know Yining? And Ling Qian inquired over the phone. Annie's relationship with the Yin family in Magic City was strained, but her cousin and Ling Qian was an exception. They shared a good rapport. Yes, did you meet him? By the way, you're also a stakeholder in Feiyu. Acknowledging Ling Qian's status, Annie responded naturally, realizing Annie's upbeat tone. And Ling Qian understood that there was indeed an extraordinary connection between his cousin and Yining. So, are you aware that he? And Ling Qian began, but was interrupted by Annie. I know, but my sister simply likes this person. What can I do about it? On the other end, Annie chuckled, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Given Annie's stance, and Ling Qian felt it unnecessary to press further. All right, just make your own judgments. By the way, Tao Xian seems to have taken an interest in the girlfriend Yining brought along. Just a couple of days ago, Yining interrupted one of Tao Xian's underlings, and Ling Qian casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Annie's expression tightened, and she sprang to her feet. Is Yining and Wire all right? And Ling Qian found it astonishing to hear his cousin express such concern for a man. For now, there's no issue, but you know Tao Xian. He is not the type to let things go easily, and may resort to some underhanded tactics. After ending the call, Annie quickly contacted her secretary, Xiao Yan. Book me a flight to Magic City, the soonest available. 3 hours later, Yining was deeply immersed in slumber, holding Su Wire close. A sudden phone ringtone pierced the air. Upon answering, a voice as enchanting as a sorceress echoed through the receiver. Darling, where are you? Fairy? Yining had not anticipated Annie calling him at this hour. I'm in the Magic City. I know you're in the Magic City, but I've missed you. So I came to find you. Quickly, tell me where you are, Annie said playfully, her crimson lips curving into a smile. Yining immediately sat up, realizing that Annie must have learned about the conflict between him and Tao Xian, prompting her to rush to the Magic City out of concern. His heart warmed at the thought. Fairy, are you at the airport? I'll come to pick you up. No need. Just tell me where you live, she insisted. Stay put, don't move. All right. Annie beamed with a sweetness reminiscent of honey. Beside her, her secretary, Xiao Yan, could only marvel. Was this really the IC Annie she knew? It seemed that only in front of Mr. Yi could she display such warmth. At the same time, Xiao Yan couldn't help but admire that only a man as handsome, charming, and affluent as Yining could truly deserve someone like Annie. Yining had initially intended to contact Xie Minshu, but as he reached the entrance of Rose City, he spotted a Land Rover parked there. Inside sat 2 young women with short, sharp hairstyles, exuding confidence. Upon seeing Yi Ning, they immediately opened the car doors and approached him. The taller of the two spoke respectfully. Mr. Yi, I am Jin Nan, a bodyguard from Xingchen Security. This is Li Shuangshuang. We were sent here by General Manager Luo Hong. Yi Ning was pleasantly surprised by Luo Hong's efficiency and nodded in satisfaction. Then let us head to the airport to pick someone up. Yes. As the vehicle set off, Yi Ning settled into the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Li Shuangshuang, seated in the front passenger seat, kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings while frequently glancing at Yi Ning through the rearview mirror. Despite having seen his photos before, she couldn't shake the thought that their company's mysterious owner was exceptionally youthful and strikingly handsome. She longed to capture a photo for her screensaver. With that thought, she discreetly took out her phone and snapped a picture. Jin Nin noticed her actions and shot her a disapproving glare, but Li Shuangshuang remained unfazed. Sending the photo to Jin Nan's chat, she playfully pointed at Jin Nan's pants pocket where her phone was stowed. At that moment, Jin Nan's lips curled into a slight smile before her expression reverted to seriousness. Li Shuangshuang observed Jin Nan's fleeting smile, though it was quick to vanish. It had not escaped her keen eyes. Humph, I told you. How could Sister Nin not be fond of a handsome boss like him? One picture, and she's smitten. I'm truly brilliant, ha ha ha. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at the Magic City airport. The airport was vast, and after confirming Annie's location over the phone, it took Yi Ning over 10 minutes to find her. Perhaps due to fatigue, he approached to find Annie resting her head on Xiao Yan's shoulder, dozing softly. Yi, shoo. Yi Ning shook his head, signaling for silence. Gently, he scooped Annie into his arms, lifting her effortlessly as he exited the terminal. At that moment, Annie stirred slightly, but upon inhaling Yi Ning's familiar scent and feeling his warm embrace, she succumbed to sleep once more, feeling even more secure. When the Land Rover returned to the Rose City Garden community, dawn had just begun to break. Yi Ning instructed Jin Nan, Li Shuangshuang, and Xiao Yan to rest. As he carried Annie upstairs, "Darling, you're back?" Perhaps sensing the movement beside her, Su Wire rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. When she finally focused, she saw Yi Ning placing a woman gently onto the bed. "Sister Annie?" Su Wire gasped softly. "Yes, Annie said she missed us, so she flew over overnight." Yi Ning replied tenderly, caressing Annie's cheek. He then ruffled Su Wire's soft hair. "Now, go back to sleep for a little while longer." "Okay." When Yi Ning awoke again, it was nearly noon. Su Wire had already left the villa to go shopping with Miying. Since Yi Ning had already briefed Jin Nan and Li Shuangshuang the night before, they had also departed with Su Wire. Just as Yi Ning finished his morning routine and reached the staircase, a phone call came through. "Who is this?" Yi Ning answered. On the other end, a man's voice emerged, laden with gravity. "Mr. Yi, this is Tao Jinlai, Tao Xian's father." Yi Ning was not surprised to receive a call from Tao Jinlai. Knowing he held 27 of Tao Group's shares and wielded significant influence within the company. Upon learning that a young man from Jiang City had acquired a substantial stake in the Tao Group, Tao Jinlai was astounded and promptly sent men to investigate Yi Ning. However, he never anticipated that before he could meet Yi Ning, his son had already antagonized him. Had Yi Ning merely been a shareholder in Feiyu, perhaps Tao Jinlai would not have been overly concerned. But the fact that Yi Ning had quietly acquired 27 of the shares overnight was nothing short of astonishing. Faced with such a mysterious figure, Tao Jinlai was reluctant to create enmity, hence the necessity of his call. Chapter 121. The largest shareholder of Tao Group, Tao Jinlai's intentions were straightforward, to ease the conflict with Yi Ning. "Yi Ning, fully aware of this, feigned ignorance, Mr. Tao. I am honored by your call. What brings you here?" "Ha, Mr. Yi, you are truly remarkable, not at all like a young man in his 20s. I am genuinely impressed," Tao Jinlai chuckled before continuing. "Now that you are the third largest shareholder of Tao Group, as its president, I must pay you a visit. May I inquire if you have time in the near future?" "Oh, Mr. Tao, are you unaware of the situation between your son and me? A visit may not be necessary. I am not one to be burdened by such matters." "What?" Tao Jinlai affected surprise, his tone tinged with anger. "Has my son offended you in some way? This is unacceptable. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I will return to verify this matter. If my son has indeed done something to mislead you, I hope you will show leniency and not hold it against the younger generation," he continued. Hearing Tao Jinlai's words, Yi Ning found him to be an adept liar, feigning ignorance of the conflict between him and Tao Xian while placing himself in the position of a senior. Yet, Yi Ning had little regard for appearances. Tao Xian had already crossed boundaries with his wife. It was absurd to think Yi Ning would simply tolerate that. Moreover, Tao Xian's ambitions extended beyond just Yi Ning's wife. "Well, since Mr. Tao has put it that way, I am not one to dwell on trivial matters. As long as your son does not repeat his mistakes, I shall not pursue this matter further," Yi Ning deflected casually. Mr. Yi, your magnanimity is admirable. I appreciate it. Once I ascertain the truth, I will ensure that my son personally apologizes to you, Tao Jilai promised. Very well. Yining lifted his teacup, taking a sip while a smile graced his lips. Upon hanging up, he heard the sound of slippers shuffling behind him. Before he could turn around, he felt a pair of slender arms encircle his waist. Glancing sideways, beneath cascading wine-red curls, he beheld a breathtakingly beautiful face. Yining gently caressed her abdomen, speaking softly. Did you sleep well? Yes. Annie tilted her fair chin, her eyes half closed as she murmured, Darling, I'm hungry. Then let us dine together. Taking Annie's hand, he led her downstairs where Xiao Yin had already prepared a meal for them. Annie picked up a soft bun and took a bite, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with delight. She licked her lips and praised, This is quite delicious, darling. You should try it. As she spoke, Annie brought the soft pouch to the corner of Yining's mouth. The area above the pouch, marked by neat bite impressions, was slightly moist. Yet Yining did not mind and took a hearty bite. Indeed, it was delightful. Yining gazed at Annie's crimson lips, unsure whether he was praising the pouch or something else entirely. Seeing the expression on Yining's face, Annie understood what he was thinking. Unable to suppress her eye roll, she spat lightly and continued to relish the delicacy. By the way, Tao Xian, what are your plans? Annie asked seriously. She was acutely aware of the formidable power of the Tao family. Although Tao Xian appeared to be a refined gentleman, he was, in fact, a lecherous fool. However, Tao Jinlai was no ordinary man. He was a cunning old fox, the type that would devour a person without leaving a bone. If he caught even the slightest opportunity, it could lead to irrevocable consequences. Annie recognized that Yining was quite capable, but after all, this city was not his stronghold. Rest assured. Yining reassured Annie while gently scratching her palm beneath the table. I'm just worried that Tao Xian might not come, and then there's Tao Jilai. Don't be timid when the time comes. Annie observed the confidence radiating from Yining, feeling somewhat relieved. Perhaps she was unaware that there was a hint of admiration in her gaze toward him. Her little husband was indeed quite charming. After dinner, Yining received an email from Yu Shunlong regarding the Tao Group. Upon seeing that he held a 27 stake in the company, he couldn't help but marvel at Yu Shunlong's capabilities. Just a day prior, he had acquired shares in the Tao Group, and Yu Shunlong had swiftly conducted his research. He was truly impressive. As he continued to peruse the documents, he was taken aback when he saw the name of the largest shareholder of the Tao Group. Noticing Yining's frozen demeanor, Annie instinctively settled into his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Is something amiss? Meanwhile, her gaze shifted toward the phone screen. The delicate warmth of her body combined with the scent of roses brought Yining's thoughts back to reality. She then pointed to the line at the top of the screen. Annie leaned slightly forward, reading aloud. Holland George Ocean Freight Group holds 40. Is there a problem with this? She was puzzled, as the Tao Group conducted substantial business in overseas markets. Therefore, maritime transport was incredibly significant, making the stake held by the Holland George Ocean Freight Group seemingly unremarkable. Yet it was the third largest shareholder, Yining's 27 stake, that astonished Annie even more. Yining set his phone down and gently turned Annie's exquisitely beautiful face toward him. Staring into her eyes, he spoke slowly. If I told you that the Holland George Ocean Freight Group is your husband's enterprise, would you still remain so composed? Yining's words momentarily rendered Annie's mind blank. Did she hear him correctly? Was he joking? Could it be true? Her red lips parted in disbelief as she questioned. Yining nodded emphatically. It couldn't be more real. Does that mean, little husband, you are the current largest shareholder of the Tao Group? Annie exclaimed, unable to suppress her astonishment as she covered her fiery little mouth with her hand. It appeared that indeed was the case. Little husband, you are truly remarkable. Annie felt a surge of excitement. Only then did she genuinely relax. Since Yining was the largest shareholder of the Tao Group, holding an absolute 67 control, no matter how Tao Jinlai acted, he would seem like a mere clown before Yining. In the face of overwhelming strength, any schemes were but paper tigers, utterly ineffective. Annie tightened her embrace around Yining, leaning in to offer him her soft lips. Her gentle tongue danced in his mouth like a tiny loach, cool and refreshing. The atmosphere around them became sweet and sticky. Secretary Xiaoyan had already slipped into the guest room, peeking through a narrow gap in the door, secretly savoring the sweetness of their interaction. Wow, President Annie and Mr. Yi are incredibly sweet together. At that moment, the doorbell rang, breaking the intimate world of Yining and Annie. Annie quickly smoothed the wrinkles in her dress, planted a kiss on Yining's face, and stood up. Little husband, you carry on. I'll head upstairs, giggling. Once Annie's figure vanished, Yining opened the door. Standing at the threshold was a slender man with a somewhat shadowy expression, accompanied by a young man dressed casually, exuding arrogance. Upon seeing the two, Yining raised an eyebrow. He did not recognize the slender man, but he had seen the young man's photograph. At that moment, the young man spoke with a tone of haughtiness. You must be Yining. I trust you are aware that I am Tao Xian. I acknowledge that it was wrong to offend your woman, and I am here to apologize. Let us consider this matter settled. It's better for both of us. Chapter 122. Tao Xian arrives. Yining looked down at Tao Xian, finding his words somewhat amusing. With an indifferent expression, he replied, Are you done? Once you're finished, you may leave. What do you mean? Throughout Tao Xian's memory, no one had ever dared to look down on him. Even speaking to him with confidence was a privilege few could afford. As the sole heir of the Tao group and the son of Tao Jilai, others had always been submissive and respectful in his presence. Thus, the audacity of this young man, who, even while apologizing, showed him no respect, infuriated him greatly. I, Tao Xian, am giving you face because you are a shareholder of our Tao group. Do you intend to cling to this? Tao Xian's tone was as frigid as ice, sending chills down one's spine. Hiki. Yining chuckled coldly. Out of respect for your father, I have no desire to quarrel with a junior like you. But do you not know how to apologize? Even if Tao Xian had approached him with a posture of humility, Yining had no intention of reconciling. Yining, don't think you can disrespect me. I haven't even touched your woman. Even if I did, what could you do about it? At this moment, Tao Xian completely disregarded his father's warning, his attitude becoming even more arrogant. Yining narrowed his eyes, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice, fist clenched, joints cracking ominously. You are courting death. Do not blame me for what follows. Seeing Yining about to move, the slender man beside Tao Xian revealed a dangerous smile. Kid, if you wish to fight, how about we exchange a few blows? Before he finished speaking, the slender man lunged towards Yining with a punch aimed at his chest, striking with considerable force. Yining's eyes glimmered with a flash of gold. The man's attack was swift, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, displaying formidable strength. This was a seasoned fighter. Had Yining not attained mastery in combat skills, he would undoubtedly have suffered greatly from this blow, perhaps even knocked down and unable to rise. However, possessing master-level martial arts, he felt no fear from the punch. In fact, he found it rather slow, as if it fell short of the mark. Thus, under the astonished gaze of the slender man, Yining effortlessly dodged the direct punch. Instead, he sidestepped and delivered a kick straight to the man's abdomen. With a thud, the slender man was sent flying 4 to 5 meters away, his instinct prompting him to brace himself with his palms, preventing his head from hitting the ground directly. Nevertheless, his palms were still scraped by the small stones on the ground, leaving long, crimson streaks of blood. The ground bore witness to the vivid crimson splatter. How is this possible? Tao Xian's eyes widened, blood vessels visible in his sclera. He could hardly fathom that the slender man had lost in a confrontation, let alone been so utterly overwhelmed without a chance to retaliate. Keep in mind that this man was a professional bodyguard, personally guaranteed by his father, Tao Jilai, to ensure his safety. Previously, he had even been an overseas mercenary. Yet, such a skilled fighter had proven utterly ineffectual against Yining. Naturally, Tao Xian could only conclude that Yining was far stronger than he had ever imagined. Cough, cough. The slender man, disregarding the wounds on his palms, curled up on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of excruciating pain. The agony in his ribs rendered him incapable of contemplating anything else. He could clearly sense that his ribs were on the verge of breaking. If he didn't receive timely medical attention, it was highly likely he would never be able to serve as a bodyguard again. With no knife shielding Tao Xian, Yining swiftly approached him, his gaze as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. In that moment, Tao Xian felt as if he had been engulfed by a frigid wind, forcing him to lower his head, too afraid even to move a finger. After several breaths, unable to withstand Yining's piercing stare, Tao Xian trembled. Yining, I apologize. For the sake of you and my father sharing the same status as shareholders of the Tao Group, I beg you, do not harm me. Upon uttering these words, humiliation washed over his face. As the heir of the Tao Group, when had he ever pleaded for mercy like this? Let alone to someone younger than him. Hey, Master Tao, may I take this as a plea from you? Yining's inquiry caused Tao Xian's expression to falter. His fists clenched tightly, yet he ultimately released them in resignation. His face pale as a sheet, he gritted his teeth and replied, yes. Yining had no intention of considering Tao Xian's dignity. He continued to press, do you not know that begging for mercy requires kneeling? What did you say? Tao Xian had not anticipated Yining would demand he kneel, forcing him into a corner. For someone who had been coddled since childhood, this was akin to having his face ground into the mud. How could he bear it? He lifted his head, fury igniting within his eyes, and articulated, Yining, do you truly intend to be this ruthless? However, Yining did not retreat, as Tao Xian had hoped. Instead, he delivered a resounding slap across Tao Xian's face, the sound echoing loudly enough for even Annie inside the room to hear. Ah! Tao Xian winced, covering his swollen cheek, feeling as if his molars were loosening. Will you kneel or not? Yi Ning's words were chillier than ice, his gaze sharp as a sword. At that moment, Tao Xian finally grasped that Yi Ning had no intention of showing his father any mercy. Regardless of his attitude today, Yi Ning would not spare him. In that instant, all bravado faded from his eyes, replaced entirely by fear. As he bent his knees, his voice trembled. I kneel. I beg you. Spare me. Thud. Tao Xian hunched over, supporting himself on the ground, kneeling before Yi Ning. Yi Ning's shoe tips completely obscured his view. At that moment, Tao Xian desperately wished for a deep hole in the ground to hide in. Just then, the villa door, which had been slightly ajar, swung open again. Annie poked her head out, asking, Yi Ning, are you not done yet? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Tao Xian's pupils dilated as if shaken by an earthquake. He immediately lifted his head, his eyes fixated on the face he had longed for. Annie. It was Annie. She resided in Yi Ning's villa. And the way she gazed at him sparkled with affection, her tone gentle as she spoke to Yi Ning. These two. Tao Xian felt as if he were losing his mind. If his infatuation with Su Wei'er were merely a fleeting desire, then Annie was the ethereal light in his heart. How could such a woman belong to another? Especially to Yi Ning, with whom he harbored deep-seated animosity. No, Annie must be mine. She is mine. Tao Xian's heart echoed this fervent obsession. Chapter 123. The gaze Annie's appearance only intensified the hatred in Tao Xian's eyes. At that moment, kneeling before Yi Ning like a dog, the humiliation was unbearable, especially in front of Annie. Tao Xian could scarcely recall how he had left Yi Ning's villa with a knife in hand. Now, the Rose Garden Villa area felt like hell to him. As he watched the Tao family take Tao Xian away, Yi Ning did not intervene, but instead wrapped his arm around Annie's slender waist, his expression indifferent. He understood that after today, the facade between him and Tao Jinlai had been irreparably torn apart. Even now, Tao Jinlai was likely devising a plan to retaliate against him. But Yi Ning was unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perfect, for he felt the same way. At the headquarters of the Tao group in the bustling metropolis, the sound of a middle-aged woman's wailing filled the chairman's office. Tao Jinlai, sob, how can you remain indifferent while your son is treated like this? Sob, you must avenge him. Tao Jinlai, Wu Fengjiao, tell you. Sob, if you do not help Xianer seek revenge, we will get a divorce. Tao Jinlai sat on the sofa, fuming silently, taking deep puffs from his cigarette. 2 hours earlier, upon learning that Yi Ning had injured his son and forced him to kneel, he had smashed his phone in anger. Now, his legal wife, Wu Fengjiao, Tao Xian's mother, had come to him, crying and complaining, and it was utterly exasperating. If it had been 2 or 3 decades ago, when Wu Fengjiao was still youthful and beautiful, he might have found her tears somewhat appealing. But now, she was merely a plump and aging woman, and he found her antics intolerable. Were it not for her being the sister of the chairman of the Wu Group and possessing some shares, he would have long since cast her aside. Currently, Wu Fengjiao merely occupied the position of a legitimate wife, while outside, Tao Jinlai had numerous mistresses, including 2 in the adjacent secretarial office. Although he harbored disdain for Wu Fengjiao, hearing her mention divorce made him feel a twinge of panic. His business in Guang province relied on the Wu family's connections. A lucrative opportunity he could not afford to lose. Contemplating for a moment, Tao Jinlai stood up, suppressing his disgust, and placed a hand on Wu Fengjiao's plump shoulder. He moved to the sofa and sat beside her, speaking earnestly. Dear, Xianer is my own son. How could I not help him seek revenge after being forced to kneel by that Yi? Rest assured, I have already made arrangements the moment I received the news that Yi Ning will kneel and apologize to Xianer. Yi Ning's actions, which showed him no respect, infuriated Tao Jinlai. After all, he was a renowned business magnate in the metropolis and the entire Jiangnan region. No matter how capable a young man from Jiangxing might be, he was not to be feared. Wu Fengjiao, upon hearing this, hastily wiped her tears and exclaimed in frustration, and that little wench from the Yin family, who abandoned my son to be with that Yi, you must not let her off. All right, I will pay a visit to the Yin family personally. Their goods are still on the ship, and in the metropolis, whether George Ocean's vessel sets sail is determined by me, Tao Jinlai. Despite the wrinkles adorning his eyelids, they could not conceal his current air of triumph. Since establishing his family, his proudest achievement was connecting with the Dutch George Ocean Shipping Group. To gain access to European maritime trade, he had even sacrificed 40 of the Tao Group's shares, relinquishing his position as the primary shareholder. This decision proved to be astute. As the Tao Group flourished under his leadership, its market value multiplying exponentially. Previously, the Yin family had been an unattainable giant for him. Now, Whether they could penetrate the European market entirely depended on his whims. Many foreign trade enterprises in Jiangnan aspired to enter Europe and had to curry favor with him. How invincible he felt. A mere girl from the Yin family, despite her accomplishments, paled in comparison to him, Tao Jilai. As for Yining, who stood behind Annie, since he was determined to sever ties, Tao Jilai would show no mercy. Time swiftly passed, arriving at 3 days later. For the past 3 days, everything appeared calm on the surface, yet Yining had been discreetly instructing Luo Hong from the Xinchen Security Company to investigate Tao Jilai. One morning, Yining was awakened by the insistent ringing of a phone. Blinking his sleepy eyes, he reached out for the phone on the bedside table, only to realize that his arm was pinned down, making it difficult to lift. Attempting to turn, he discovered that his other arm was similarly restrained. As consciousness returned, he became aware of the situation. Annie had her head resting on his chest, her left arm supporting her delicate neck. Meanwhile, Su Wire had firmly wrapped her arms around Yining's right arm, her hands enveloped by a smooth, soft object whose nature was unknown. Scattered across the floor were remnants of bathrobes, stockings, and cat ear skirts, painting a vivid picture of the previous night's escapades. Indeed, Yining felt a sense of satisfaction. After much effort, he had finally relished a moment of indulgence. Awakened by the ringing, Annie shifted slightly, retrieved the phone from the bedside table, and handed it to Yining. She then draped her arm around his neck, seeking a comfortable position, resting her head on his chest, as if pretending to sleep. Upon discovering that it was Luo Hong calling, Yining quickly answered. Hello? Boss, we have made some progress on the investigation regarding the Tao family. Yes. Luo Hong continued. Tao Jilai initially built his fortune through dance halls and bathing centers, treading a dubious path. However, since he entered the business realm, he has managed to erase much of his past misdeeds. Particularly, with his connection to the Dutch George Ocean Shipping Group, one could say he has completely rehabilitated his image. Evidence of his former crimes has been largely destroyed. Nevertheless, following your lead, I investigated a person known as Knife, and indeed, I stumbled upon something intriguing. His real name is Qiu Xiaodao, who claims to be an orphan from Yun Province. Before working with the Tao family, he had spent time abroad and possesses some skills. While this alone is unremarkable, 2 days ago, he received a call from a blacklisted number in Yun Province. We managed to uncover the identity of the caller, Qiu Weigua, a 59-year-old from Yun Province, who left his original residence in his youth, yet no one knows where he has been since. I have dispatched personnel to investigate further. Yining commanded, send someone over to investigate thoroughly. Qiu Xiaodao's claim of being an orphan, coupled with Qiu Weigua's seclusion in Yun Province, suggests complexity. It is highly likely that Qiu Weigua left Yun Province to work for Tao Jilai. If that is the case, he must possess evidence of past crimes involving Tao Jilai and Tao Xian. Luo Hong's tone conveyed frustration. We have sent people over and have already apprehended Qiu Weigua's. But despite turning his house upside down, we found no evidence. He insists he is merely a distant cousin of Qiu Xiaodao and claims not to know Tao Jilai. We lack any proof of his prior association with Tao Jilai. Yining chuckled coldly. Evidence? We hardly need any. Once we have Qiu Xiaodao in our grasp, I doubt he will remain so obstinate. Hearing this, Luo Hong felt a chill of determination. Understood. I know what to do. After hanging up, Yining found Annie with her eyes closed, comfortably rubbing her head against his chin. Was that your security chief Luo Hong calling? Over the past few days, Yining had shared details of his enterprises in the Magic City with Annie, who was aware of his investigation into the Tao family. Yes, he replied, gently caressing Annie's smooth shoulder. Surprisingly, Luo Hong works efficiently. It seems there are many capable individuals in your Xinchen Security Company. Annie praised sincerely. Recognizing the difficulty of uncovering information about the Tao family, especially Tao Jilai, who had risen to prominence through his dance halls, a fact well known in the Magic City. In that era, operating a dance hall or bathing establishment in the Magic City required not only funds but also audacity. Such individuals invariably have a checkered past. Moreover, his son Tao Xian, known as a notorious playboy, is notorious for his lecherous pursuits. Many young women, driven by financial desperation, may willingly succumb to his advances. Yet an even greater number are coerced or forcibly taken advantage of by this scoundrel. Years have passed, and those victimized by Tao Xian have vanished without a trace, while he continues to operate with impunity in the Magic City. Surely, some of those girls must have sought justice? It seems implausible that they would remain silent. A significant portion must have been silenced by the Tao family's wealth, while others, staunch in their convictions, may have been dealt with through more ruthless means by Tao Jilai. Despite his efforts to conceal his actions, traces of his wrongdoing must remain. Now, Qiu Weigua represents a crucial breakthrough. Indeed, Luo Hong is fortunate to have talented individuals under his command, including hackers and private detectives. Yining concurred, by the way. Luo Hong reported last night that 2 days ago, the Tao father and son visited a particular location. Can you guess who they met? Annie quickly deduced the answer, realizing the implications of their meeting. They intend to pressure the Yin family to coerce me into marrying Tao Xian? Yining lowered his head, inhaling the fragrant scent of Annie's hair. Indeed, you are astute. How ridiculous, Annie scoffed. Even without your presence. The Yin family has no right to interfere in my marital affairs. This is my family, with whom I share an unbreakable bond. However, my father left the Magic City long ago to build a substantial business in Jiangxing, establishing Anshin Pharmaceuticals. Since then, my family has distanced itself from the Yin family in the Magic City. Not to mention, when my father passed, apart from my cousin in Linxian, no one from the Yin family even bothered to pay their respects in Jiangxing, not even a phone call. Why would I return to such a cold and calculating family, driven solely by self-interest? Why do the Tao father and son believe that I would feel threatened by the Yin family? Though I may lack influence in the Magic City, in Jiangxing, I am the president of Anshin Pharmaceuticals, a decisive and commanding figure. It can be said that in the entire Jiangxing, there are few who possess greater wealth or power than I. Besides Yining and my stepmother Mi Rong, no one poses any threat to me. Just then, Su Wire stirred awake, emitting a soft chirp as she opened her eyes. Upon seeing Yining and Annie gazing at her with gentle smiles, her cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly pulled up the blanket, covering half her face while revealing her bright, expressive eyes. Good morning, Yining, Sister Annie, she mumbled, her voice still soft from sleep. Ha ha ha, Wire, you are so adorable. Annie could not resist reaching out to stroke Su Wire's smooth forehead. Time to rise. I can already hear Xiaoyan bringing breakfast. After breakfast, Yining received news that Xiao Xiaodao, also known as Knife, had been apprehended by Luo Hong's men. My dear, you and Su Wire should refrain from going out in the next few days. Once I have dealt with the Tao family, we will return to Jiangxing together. Yining opened his arms, embracing both women as he whispered in their ears, mindful of their safety during this critical period. Agreed, Annie responded, encircling Yining's waist and reminding him, you must also prioritize your safety. Su Wire remained silent, her grip on Yining's clothing tightening. Ensure the safety of both ladies. Should anything occur, remember to contact me or Luo Hong. Before departing, Yining instructed Jin Nan and Li Shuangshuang. Understood, boss. Upon arriving at the entrance of the villa district, a Range Rover was waiting. As Yining approached, 2 robust men exited the vehicle. The elder of the 2 spoke first. Mr. Yi, I am Luo Hong, and this is my assistant, Zhou Wen. You can call him Xiao Zhou. Greetings. Yining smiled and nodded, then turned to Luo Hong and inquired, where's the Knife now? He was injured quite severely at the security company, and I arranged for a doctor to take care of him. Very well, let's go see him. Yes. The vehicle gradually departed from the villa area, speeding towards the bustling city center. Just 10 minutes after Yining left Rose City, Annie received a call from a local number in the Magic City. Upon seeing the cold digits, she chuckled softly. They really know how to time things. Although it was an unfamiliar number, she was certain it was from the Yin family in the Magic City. After the phone rang for a moment, she gently pressed the answer button. Who is it? She feigned ignorance. On the other end, a middle-aged woman's voice came through the receiver. Nini, I heard you were in the Magic City. Why not come home for a visit? Your uncle has been missing you. He mentioned you just last night. Firstly, I have no uncle. Secondly, I have no home in the Magic City, Annie replied, her tone devoid of any emotion. So, please do not call me again. With that, she hung up the phone. Despite having seen through the Yin family's callousness, the phone call still sent a chill through Annie. Yining had barely left when the Yin family's call came in. What did this signify? It indicated that someone had been watching the villa area, perhaps from a nearby villa, monitoring their every move. If Annie were to visit the Yin family in the Magic City at this moment, she would undoubtedly become a tool for the Tao father and son to threaten Yining. The very relatives she shared blood with were aiding and abetting villainy. Tao Stin, Annie, shall not grant you the slightest opportunity. With this thought, Annie promptly dialed Yining's number to inform him of the incident and her suspicions. In the Range Rover, upon hearing her, Yining broke into a cold sweat. He had nearly set a hidden trap for himself due to his negligence. Realizing this, Yining immediately instructed Luo Hong to deploy additional personnel to the Rose City Villa area to ensure the safety of Annie and Su Weier.